Five Tokes Luxury CBD, and Cannabis Voters Project. For those of you who live in New Jersey, be sure to spread the word to vote yes on November 4th ballot. Let's get adult use legalized. Be sure to follow us on our social media pages. Joe will post our handles in the chat room. We also encourage you to network in the chat room. Feel free to share your LinkedIn profile and social media handles. Today we'll be talking about science behind cannabis. Before we get started with the panel, here's a quick clip on industry news from Jimmy Young.
Thanks, Jill. Here are today's news headlines from the whole new world of weed. The federal government and the Department of Justice continues to target cannabis businesses, and now they're suing the state of California's Bureau of Cannabis Control. The DOJ wants that state's bureau to comply with a DEA subpoena on the financial records of cannabis companies, including shipping manifests. Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C., the DEA is blaming the FDA for holding up CBD regulations. Now, the FDA says it's the DEA's jurisdiction. Meanwhile, the unregulated CBD market is a mess. Last week, the FDA released a report that tested 147 random products that listed CBD as its main ingredient. 72 of those items contain more than the allowed 0.03% of THC in those products. The majority of the products all had different amounts of CBD in them in comparison to their labels. Now, on a side note, my opinion, of course, you could blame all this CBD confusion on Mitch McConnell's farm bill that was signed into law by that senator in December of 2018. The farm bill allows farmers to grow hemp, a product with a variety of uses that looks like its THC cousin, cannabis sativa. Now, you think maybe a little research into the cannabinoids that the cannabis sativa plant generates might have prepared those various government agencies from all this confusion at the federal and state levels? I think so. This is why cannabis is right in the middle of the political debate on Capitol Hill, where the Senate is holding up its second COVID-19 relief bill because they don't want any mention of cannabis in it. In the meantime, there's a new study out of Yale University's Journal of Biology and Medicine that, in conclusion, says, quote, marijuana's inhalation is associated with short-term reductions in depressive feelings, unquote. 96% of the 1,819 people who participated in this study experienced symptomatic relief from their depression that featured strains that were indeed THC dominant. No disrespect to the researchers here, but why do you think users call using cannabis getting high? This November, Arizona, Florida, New Jersey, New Mexico, South Dakota, and New York all have that legalization question on the ballot for the November 2020 election. Some companies are agreeing to actually shut down on election day so more people can vote, and still others are moving towards more mail-in ballots. And lastly, we have to talk about another reason why Black Lives Matter. The story of Sean Worsley is getting national attention, and it should. Worsley is a Purple Heart veteran of the Iraq War from Arizona who has a card for medicinal marijuana from his state. So when he and his fiancée were traveling through Alabama, they stopped to fill up at a gas station. Worsley was outside the car playing air guitar to his music coming from his vehicle. Well, that attracted the attention of an Alabama policeman who asked if he could search their car. Now, since Worsley had a medical card, he thought he was safe, but this, of course, was in Alabama. Sure enough, the cop busted Worsley and his fiancée, and now they're facing 5 years in jail. In Alabama, a black person is 4 times more likely than a white person to be arrested for cannabis. This is why cannabis is right in the middle of the civil rights debate in this country and has been for decades. Steve D'Angelo's Last Prisoner Project is trying to expunge the records of all those people who have been convicted of a cannabis crime, most for possession. Google it, support it, call your legislators, and most importantly, vote. I'm Jimmy Young for Pro Cannabis Media and Weed Talk News. Please subscribe, like, and share. I'm a very sensitive person. Thank you, Jill. Thank you, Christina, for allowing me onto the show.
Thanks, Jimmy. We appreciate that. A round of applause for Jimmy, who
No
is...
applause. No applause. Just like, share, and subscribe. Thank
And
you,
just
Jill.
so you know, he's the founder and president of Pro Cannabis Media and the original content creator and host of In the Weeds podcast. Please check the chat room for his credentials and follow him. Thanks again, Jimmy. I'd like to introduce Christina DiGiovanni, the CEO of Emerald Media Group. She will introduce our speakers and get the conversation started.
Thank you, Jill. Thank you, Jimmy, very much. Thank you all for joining us this afternoon. I'm Christina DiGiovanni from Emerald Media Group, and I want to thank our panelists for being here as well. We have a lovely crew today. Tammy Pettigrew, founder of Cannabis Cutie. We have Charles McElroy, founder of Gold Leaf, and Emma Chaston, cannabis educator and industry consultant. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you.
I'd like to just, go around, and Emma, maybe we'll start with you and just tell our audience a little bit about yourselves, maybe how you came into connection with cannabis.
Sure. So I have been working in the legal cannabis industry now for 5 years. I got my start in Portland, Oregon, and I am still based here. And I come with a rather academic background in medicinal plant research and ethnobotany, which is the study of the way in which indigenous peoples use medicinal plants. So I got that degree from Brown University and then went on to work for the Brown Oncology Research Group, where I conducted clinical oncology trials nationwide and just found, you know what, this is not exactly the area where I can make an impact, where I can bring plant medicine into a mainstream conversation around health and wellness. So packed up my car, drove across the country back in 2015, landed in Portland about a month before the early onset of adult use sales for cannabis here, and found my way into a dispensary, Pharma, in Portland, and really noticed the lack of education and training, especially for our bud tender and retail cannabis personnel. And that is where I kind of focused all of my attention and energy in designing a curriculum on cannabis science and its purported effects to really scale across the industry, not only for our bud tenders to be able to provide better service to patients and consumers, but also for lay enthusiasts and industry professionals across the board.
Great. Thank you so much. Charlie, would you like to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. Yeah, my name is Charles McElroy. You can call me Charlie. I am the founder and chief creative at Gold Leaf. And what Gold Leaf does, it's a cannabis-specific design and education company. We try and make the science behind cannabis approachable, enjoyable, and we also kind of work to normalize and destigmatize the topic. So we tackle a lot of subjects from cultivation, medicinal, recreational, and we try to make them visually pleasing and also very informative and educational. We've had the pleasure of working with lots of great folks in the industry, including Emma on occasion. And yeah, if you want to see any of our work, the artwork or the journal series that we do, you can check out goldleaf.org or shopgoldleaf.com.
Thank you very much. Tammy, please tell our audience about yourself.
My name is Tammy Pettigrew. I go by the Cannabis Cutie on social media, and I am a cannabis educator in the space. I noticed when attending a lot of these industry events that the number one need was cannabis education. So I started creating 1-minute videos on my Instagram explaining science and education, history and laws, and that kind of spawned into my own cannabis curriculum. So I created a course for the cannabis entrepreneur and cannabis advocate to have a full understanding of the plant. I feel that we need to fully understand the history to understand why social equity is so important. I think if you have a business, you need to fully understand how to market your product by understanding the science behind cannabis. And I also went to the University of Miami where I got my MBA. So my next course will be basic business information to help the cannapreneur figure out what is necessary in order to have a successful business in the space.
Great. Well, there are many cannapreneurs out there, so I know they'll use as much help in the community as possible. So I want to start off with, I think question number one, before we even dive into the science, what is the difference between hemp and cannabis? And Tammy, I want to start with you.
So my perspective, and there's actually kind of two different views in the botany world, but my perspective is that they're not cousins, they're actually siblings. There was a story about a drug dog in Ohio that couldn't differentiate between cannabis and hemp, and someone got arrested for hemp. And that's because cannabinoids don't have sense. It is the hemp plant. The legal definition in the United States says that it's a cannabis plant that is only allowed to produce under 0.3% THC. And if it does, it becomes then a high CBD sativa plant. But the difference is what one is allowed to create and the other one is just allowed to freely synthesize whatever cannabinoids it wants to.
Thank you. Emma, would you like to maybe give us your perspective on the difference between hemp and cannabis?
Sure, yeah. So I definitely agree with you, Tammy, that hemp is cannabis, that it falls under that umbrella term. So when we talk about cannabis, as far as like classification terminology, cannabis is a genus and hemp falls underneath that umbrella of cannabis. And the reason why we have this almost arbitrary definition of the 0.03% THC being that threshold for hemp is actually because of a research scientist out of Canada, Dr. Ernest Small, who he was conducting botanical research and he was growing out a lot of different varieties of cannabis. And he found that these two groups kind of separated based on this chemotype or this chemical concentration of THC, where one group of genetics seemed to produce more than 0.03% THC and the other group of genetics seemed to produce less than 0.03% THC. So governments, both Canada and the United States, then made their determination, their legal definition of hemp based off of this research. However, it is important to note that even Dr. Small has come out and said on record that 0.03% THC is not the threshold for psychotropic activity. It's not that above that 0.03% THC, you're all of a sudden going to be high out of your mind, and below it, you're not. And so it's really important that there is a certain level of flexibility, especially as we're writing regulations around hemp versus cannabis in regards to like hemp-derived concentrates, that level of THC not be so strict because it's not the benchmark for psychotropic activity at all.
Charlie, what do you think?
Well, I'd wholly agree with everybody. There's not tons more to add to that conversation. I would just note that one thing that people often operate with is the look of the plant, especially where I'm from in kind of the Midwest, where the understanding isn't quite where it is on maybe the West Coast. So the looks of it do look pretty much like a sativa, and before that Canadian study you mentioned, that was kind of the thought is that hemp would be some sort of sativa variety. And that also is not like a clear-cut truth, simply because all indicas and sativas have been kind of homogenized over millennia. So there's not really very much purity in these genetics anymore. So kind of painting it with that brush is relatively inaccurate.
And so, you mentioned indica and sativa. So are you saying that there is no difference between the two, or that there is a significant difference between the two?
There's certainly a difference, but you're not going to really find pure cultivars anymore. They just never have existed in the modern times because everything has been crossbred, and all of the, I guess, like the black market breeding, or a lot of the genetic science that happened outside of the legal gaze has made it wishy-washy. So when you are maybe at a dispensary or something and you see something that says pure sativa, it's likely not a pure sativa, and that's not a good indicator of what you can expect. It's the chemical cocktail within that will kind of showcase what you can expect as far as the fields, not what that name says.
Emma, on the topic of, indica and sativa, can you talk to us a little bit about the psychoactivity with THC and how different strains might affect people differently, or what your thoughts are on behind that?
Sure, yeah. So I agree with Charlie that indica and sativa is not a good marker to predict experience. In fact, it is pretty much nonsensical, because what you're doing is ascribing definitions of species that refer to the morphological distinctions of a plant, so how a plant grows, and you're taking that information and saying, okay, well, there is consistent experience coming from this specific morphology, and that just doesn't hold up for a few reasons. One, at the time that these species were defined, at no point did the taxonomists smoke up a doobie of cannabis indica and write down oh my God, I'm so in the couch right now. That never happened. They only noted that it grew short and bushy and had these dense flowers. And as Charlie was saying, even if at one point these species did correlate to really consistent experience, it does not matter now, because almost everything on the current market is hybridized. So there is a degree of mix in the indica and sativa genetics. And so when we go to look to predict experience, there are many different markers that we can look to, but the thing that makes the most sense is to look at those chemical compounds, not only cannabinoids like THC and CBD, but also the terpenes that we're actually ingesting, that are binding to our receptors, that are engaging with our enzymes and physiological factors to initiate a certain experience, whether it be therapeutic value or more in the mood of sleepy, silly, whatever it may be. It's important to note that every single person is unique. We all have a unique physiology, we all have a unique ECS, we all have a unique chemistry inside of us. And so that will, of course, influence the way in which we interact with these compounds, making cannabis medicine and cannabis consumption quite personalized and specific. And so it takes a lot of experimentation, using tools like microdosing, as well as being really conscious of set and setting so that you can figure out what works best for you.
Tammy?
They both hit it on the head, and I like that Emma brought up the fact that Lamarck and Linnaeus, the two botanists that were categorizing plants, never stopped and rolled up and smoked any plant. And a lot of people say, well, the terpenes that make you sleepy are typically in the indica plant, and the terpenes that give you energy are typically in the sativa plant. And again, there's no way to say, yes, that's correct, because we all individually react differently to terpenes, the same way that someone can drink an energy drink and just fall asleep. So it's kind of up to you. And I think with a lot of the testing that's happening and that's on cannabis packaging, it's kind of making the situation more confusing. I think we have to get back to the intuitive experience of actually using our senses to decide what we may or may not like. Your nose usually knows. So if you're trying to figure out what you like, start by smelling it, looking at it, feeling it, and then you'll kind of get an indication of what you like. And journaling. I use my Gold Leaf journal to kind of write down how things make me feel. And that's how I figured out that sativas were putting me to sleep.
And so you hit on something that was really interesting, packaging, and the confusion that's coming out now. What are some of the major and minor cannabinoids? I know personally I've seen CBDN, THCA, and I know a surface level of what those mean. It hasn't been activated. Who'd like to jump in and kick that topic off?
Well, I would say that, with cannabinoids, there's one main cannabinoid, and that's the one that forms first, and then everything kind of comes out of that one. Or cannabinoids can transform into something else over time. So THC, over time, it's going to degrade to a cannabinoid known as CBN. And that cannabinoid is apparently just as powerful as some of the pharmaceutical sleep aids that are on the market now. CBC is another cannabinoid that's starting to get its shine, and it's actually much better at targeting anxiety than CBD is. And I'll let the other panelists take on some more.
Yeah, I think that both major and minor cannabinoids, I think that all of them play a role. If you have your kind of pulse on cannabis news, you'll have seen that Dr. Meshulam, who was the one who synthesized THC, he recently synthesized an analyte that was identical to CBDA. And so CBDA is the acidic form of CBD, and it exists in the raw cannabis plant. And so most people consume it by juicing the leaves and then drinking that juice. And the reason why he synthesized that cannabinoid was because even though it does not really bind to your cannabinoid receptors, it doesn't have any psychoactive potential, it is so much more bioavailable when we consume it through our gut. Because it is acidic, it's non-fat soluble. And so it is able to bypass the liver metabolism, enter into our digestive system, and then enact some amazing therapeutic value, at least as science suggests currently, in regards to anti-inflammatory action and pain relief, even more so than CBD or THC. So that's just one example of the way in which even an acidic, a raw cannabinoid that doesn't bind to our endocannabinoid receptors as we know it yet, is really quite powerful. And I'm a firm believer in the ensemble effect, aka the entourage effect, that all of these compounds, all these cannabinoids are working together to produce the most therapeutic value possible.
Yeah, just adding to that, Tammy, you had mentioned CBN. My own experiences, I'm very sensitive to CBN. I try to generally avoid it just because too much will kind of make me feel really dizzy. And I know a lot of folks probably think that it's like a clear-cut sedative, but CBN I think has that sedative quality only when the entourage or ensemble effect is at play, and you're also dealing with a little bit of still the active THC as well as the terpenes that have kind of aged out or are in the process of changing as well. And that can garner quite a different experience from the exact same plant or cultivar if enough time passes, or depending on where you get it, what the actual kind of chemical components and labs showed from the cultivar out of the gates.
Emma, you mentioned juicing, and that's really interesting because there are a lot of different ways that we can get the benefits of cannabis. Can we talk about the delivery methods? There's smoking, there's vaping, there's decarboxylating your cannabis edibles. Emma, what's your favorite delivery method? We'll start there, and why?
Oh, good question. It's hard to pick a favorite. Honestly, I'm an edible girl. I like to take a little bit, forget that I even took it, and then be like, oh, why do I feel so good right now? And remember that I took an edible. I will say though that with each consumption method comes a different bioavailable chemical reaction that you are allowing your body to undergo. So it will really be dependent on what type of experience you are looking for. I am a consistent cannabis user. I'm very experienced. I'm a higher doser, so edibles work really well for me. However, edible dose can be tricky because you are getting a much higher concentration of that 11-hydroxy THC if you're ingesting delta-9 THC because of liver processing, and that can be quite psychotropic and cause a much more intense high than smoking per se. Topical use is also a really great consumption method or way to engage with cannabis if you don't want to feel high at all, and if you're looking for kind of localized therapeutic relief and localized therapeutic value. It's really important to fully understand the way in which your body might react to a consumption method before engaging with that method. And even when you do decide to jump in and try one out, I still recommend to microdose so that you can make sure to really titrate your dose, offset any negative side effects, and then slowly but surely increase or decrease as needed.
Yeah, start low, go slow. Then
exactly.
Can't go back. So, Charlie, what's your favorite delivery method?
I think I prefer vaporization. I'd love to get more into edibles, but I generally have adopted microdosing, and the vaporizer, I just feel like I have more control, and I can kind of have that immediate the immediate onset. So, and it's a little cleaner than smoking. I don't think I've smoked since for quite a while. It's obviously not that healthy, and while vaporization still involves the lungs, I have pretty dialed in process as far as my control over the any additional sediments or whatever might come into play there. So I would probably say without hesitation I enjoy the vaporizer.
Okay, very cool. Tammy, how about yourself?
Well, for me, even though I have asthma, smoking is my favorite way to consume. I'm a mother, so sometimes I just need that quick, immediate effect. And then also when I vaporize, I notice that I can't breathe as well. So I like to just stick to the old True Blue, healthy rice paper joints or hemp wrap blunts. And then I also like to do sublingual methods. There are these tabs that kind of melt underneath my tongue and I get the effects really quick. And that's also a fun way to consume other cannabinoids for me personally.
I think I've tried those before.
Yeah.
So, we know cannabis affects everyone differently. And, what we eat, how much we weigh, those can all play a factor. What are some of the KPIs? If someone wanted to track their consumption and how it works for them, what are some of the things that they can be on the lookout for?
That's going to differ for a lot of people. I think that there are things you should always pay attention to in terms of your own daily rhythms. Sleep is a big factor, how much food you have in your tummy and general dietary habits, other medications or other types of inputs that you're putting into your body can really kind of change what you experience. So keeping track of those are big, as well as, in my case, I mentioned the vaporizer. I only really vaporize flower. I agree that, vaporizing like an extract is a little rough. So Tammy, I'm right there with you. But the temperature is a big thing for me. I try to keep it at lower temperatures. Again, for like the microdosing, just kind of enjoying a little bit more of the different flavors. And then I also don't have that really strong high experience ever. It's just kind of like a slow purr. So I'll kind of pause there, but those are some of the big ones that have been impactful for me and some of my family and friends. So yeah, I'll kick the can over to one of the others.
Okay, Tammy, what other key points can people be on the lookout for if they're trying to track how cannabis affects them?
I think you should definitely check the harvest date on the packaging and who harvested that particular cultivar. People see a strain name and they automatically assume that they're going to get the same effect across the board. And that's just not the case. And I noticed that recently with one of my favorite strains that came back out and I didn't have the same effects. And I noticed that it was grown by different growers. And different growers have different methods, and depending on the stressors and the amount of light that the plant has, there's going to be a different type of chemical reaction that she produces. So I definitely think that the date of harvest, who harvested it, where you bought it even is important, how much you paid for, and then if you can write down all the data that is on that packaging, I think that would help you to kind of understand what terpenes you might like or what ratios you prefer.
Thank you. And Emma, what kind of research and development can people try to do to track their cannabis?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything that Tammy and Charlie said. As much information that you can get about that product itself, including who grew it, as well as what cultivation methods they used, if it was grown organically, in soil, in hydro, in cocoa, whatever it may be, that I am a firm believer is going to influence the end experience for consumer. And any data about the chemical compounds, cannabinoid, terpene, as well as the dose that you've engaged in. So if you were smoking flower, how long was your inhalation? How long did you hold it in, and how long did you wait before you did take another inhalation as well? And then the kind of final piece of the puzzle that I talk to people about when really tracking their own experience, and again, agree with Tammy that gold leaf journals are an amazing way to do this, is to really take an inventory of your health. And I'm not even talking about just physical. I'm talking about emotional, spiritual, mental. Did you have a fight with your partner that day? Did you have a stressful day at work? How much water did you drink? Did you eat food? What kind of food did you eat? Did you eat fat? Like, really take a full inventory of yourself, of your body, because all of those different avenues of health will ultimately play into the end experience that you have.
I agree. You got a holistic look.
Mm-hmm.
So earlier we had talked about microdosing. And we hear that, with cannabis, sometimes with psilocybin. Emma, can you just give us a little background information on what a microdose is and maybe why people choose to go that route?
Sure, yeah. So a microdose is defined as a relatively standardized dose across the general population that won't necessarily give any uncomfortable side effects. And again, I say most, it's not all. We're talking plant medicine, so it's really hard to standardize where we're at now. For THC, a defined microdose is 2.5 milligrams of THC, and that is rather low. However, for some people, that will cause a psychotropic experience, and it may even cause a little bit of uncomfortable side effects. However, it won't be anything that will be too abrasive, or it won't be anything that you really feel like you can't deal with. And then from there, you're able to increase or decrease your dose as needed. Typically, I advise in 1 milligram increments. And so it's a low and slow build. That's why we say start low, go slow. Really, the process is to get people to arrive at their optimal therapeutic dose, because it will be different for everybody. Cannabis is quite personalized. And so by doing a microdose and a regimented dose increase, we are helping to mitigate any of the more uncomfortable side effects that THC is known for.
Tammy, you mentioned using a sublingual. Would that be considered a microdose?
Yeah, depending on the amount, and Emma's right, that depends on who you are. If you're somebody that deals with a lot of pain, your microdose might actually be 20. But that's how I like to microdose as well. And my microdose number is around 10 or 15, and those little tabs that I take, they melt really quick, and then I start feeling effects within 15-20 minutes, which is ideal.
And are those effects significantly different from if someone were to eat a full edible, like a full brownie? Obviously, it's less, but as far as the possible intoxication that they might feel?
So with the microdose, the whole goal is to not feel any kind of intoxication, but to just kind of take the edge off. So you're at that sweet spot right before you're about to feel high, but it's going to give you the therapeutic benefits so that you can function. If you're a teacher, you definitely don't want to be high with your students, but if you're really stressed out, you have a lot going on in your life, you can figure out what your number is, and it's a personal number, so that you can sit in that therapeutic zone.
Charlie, do you have any thoughts on microdosing?
Yeah, for my personal use, I use my best judgment as far as how much THC I am getting. Which varies wildly based on the particular flower, but generally I'm doing very small amounts with the vaporizer, and I've talked with other folks before about this, and they're always like, really, you're vaporizing flower to microdose? And it works for me okay. And yeah, like Tammy said, I do kind of aim for that barely feeling it. And I do struggle with autoimmune problems, and it has really worked well to kind of offset some of the symptoms of that condition, a lot better than the pharmaceuticals that I was, I've tried, and they were not very effective. So, this has worked for me personally, and I've found a level that works for me where I remain highly functional. I have that kind of wash of anxiety or the anxiety kind of washes away a little bit, and then generally I don't have the same type of inflammation throughout the day. So I'll sometimes utilize a little bit more in the evenings when my aim is to relax and go to sleep. But yeah, the secret sauce here is understanding the endocannabinoid system, and that everybody's is just so different, and there are so many different components that would affect it. So it makes this whole subject really difficult to communicate to folks, because it's not like any other thing that you'll hear from a doctor or a physician. You expect them to give you a hard line amount and a clear-cut path forward, and that's just not how cannabis is going to work. You have to experiment on your own. You're your own guinea pig, and the good part is that you really can't hurt yourself.
What about people that are anxious about trying cannabis, or they're nervous because there is no clear path? What if they feel like they've gone too far, they've smoked too much, they ate too much? Is there anything they can do to reverse it? Can they smoke CBD? Can they take vitamin C? I'm going to let anyone jump out there that wants to give this a shot. How could we reverse it if someone goes a little too far?
There are so many methods. CBD actually is going to stop that THC from breaking down, but you might have a longer effect. You could try caffeine, you could take a nap. There are products out on the market that will undo your high. There's a terpene called pinene, but I wouldn't recommend any more cannabis consumption if you're too high.
Emma, do you have thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say like drink a lot of water, get cozy, make sure you're in a good space. It'll ride through. I tell people that at this point, we don't have a lethal dose of cannabis. So receptors, cannabinoid receptors, don't exist on the part of the brain that controls our heart, that controls our lungs, that controls our brain function. And so cannabis cannot shut down your heart. It can't shut down your lungs. It can't shut down your brain. You may feel like your heart's beating out of your chest like crazy, but you're not going to die. So just like keep that mantra. I also really talk people through when they're having like overdose freakouts, exactly what's happening in your physiology. So your system is getting flooded with THC, and actually at the last time of inhalation, or at the last point at which you consumed, if you're smoking or vaporizing or inhaling, the peak experience happens at 10 minutes, around 10 minutes. So after you get through that, it's all downhill from there, baby. So just ride it out. You'll be okay. Like Tammy said, you could take some CBD, but it may prolong the experience, especially if you took a lot of THC to kind of get to that place of paranoia and overdose anxiety. But it can kill you, so you'll be okay.
Good to know. Good to know. Charlie, do you have anything you want to add to that, or?
No, Emma, you said it can't kill you, right?
Yes, with a T. With the T.
Yeah, right. That T evaporates here on Zoom. No, I wouldn't add much, except I think laying down, getting cozy, trying to sleep it off, and drinking a whole bunch of water is, a good step. But there's no like clear-cut miracle pill to make it go away, just like if you had too much to drink or something. So, just reminding yourself that, you will be okay, this will pass. And, if you fall asleep, then you won't be thinking about it.
I will add, just don't go to the hospital. It'll be one of the most expensive naps of your life. They're going to just let you go to sleep and maybe give you an IV to stay hydrated.
It would be a experience. All right, well, I want to ask one last question, and then I want to open it up to our guests. If anyone out there has a question that you'd like asked, please type it into the chat, and we will do our best to get through all of it. My last question for you all, though, is full spectrum versus non-spectrum. Emma, would you like to start this one?
Yeah, definitely. So I am a big proponent of full spectrum products. And full spectrum, it means that in the concentrate or extract that is used to formulate a cannabis product, that the extractor has undergone methodology to really retain the unique fingerprint of the plant material. And typically that means low temp and long time. So you are not damaging those terpenes, which are incredibly volatile and can easily be degraded through thermal degradation. And so to me, that employs the entourage or ensemble effect that is all of the compounds working together to produce the most medically efficacious response possible through synergistic relationships. And a synergy is when we have one compound plus another compound actually equals a multiplicative response. And so it's not just additive there. You can also have distillate or isolate on the market, and those are different stages of refinement of a product. So distillate is an extract that has gone through a distillation, usually a steam distillation that requires some heat to fraction off compounds, usually in regards to targeting higher concentrations of cannabinoids. However, you'll sacrifice your terpenes. With an isolate, you're looking at just one singular isolated compound, CBD or THC. And this is all to say that, of course, like all of these products may be therapeutic for your specific experience that you're looking for. However, if we're looking for the most therapeutic value possible, I'm a fan of full spectrum.
There's also broad spectrum, and the difference there is it's kind of a full spectrum approach, except they will take another step to fully remove the THC, and then isolates. And this kind of opens the door for like what Jimmy was saying about the regulation of the CBD industry and how it's just like the Wild West. I've seen so many companies touting whichever process that they're using, whether it be isolate, full spectrum, broad spectrum, as being like the best for, this reason or this reason. And, unless there's some kind of updated research on what makes it the best, I believe that, we're still in the realm of everybody's best is different. So you kind of have to try them out and see which works for you.
Kevin, do you have any thoughts on full spectrum versus non-spectrum or broad spectrum?
Full spectrum is definitely my preference, just because you have this plant and it has so many chemicals, and with isolates, what you're trying to do is you're trying to take one member of this party and ask it to perform everything, and it just can't stand alone. And then even with CBD, I prefer my CBD to be full spectrum because, again, they work well together. When you try to take away some parts to satisfy, laws or whatever it may be, it's not going to be as effective because, again, you're taking its important players and you're saying no. And that's why some people have low effects when they try CBD and they say it's not working. I would say isolates probably are not going to work, and then broad spectrum may work, but full spectrum is going to be your best bet. And unfortunately, a lot of companies are just using these words for marketing right now, is what I can kind of gather.
Yeah, I think a big part of it, though, is somebody would probably choose an isolate, which I've seen marketed as THC-free, because, and I'm not an expert on this part, but it won't show up on drug tests. Like, there's no chance that an isolate of CBD would cause you to fail a drug test, whereas a full spectrum product could possibly. Personally, I think you should update the drug test to not include cannabis, but I think that's kind of an attribute that is why somebody would choose those, which, makes sense. If you live in a state or work for a company like, I don't know, Spectrum or somebody who's drug testing you all the time, you've got to be aware of that for your own kind of livelihood.
Right. There's politics at play. All right, so we've got a couple questions here. I'm gonna start. Let's see. Question about terpenes. Are these experienced through interaction with cannabinoid receptors, just like cannabinoids, or do terpenes interact with the body in a different way? This one's from Heather.
That's a good question. So there was actually a recent research study that I believe is from New Zealand that talked about this, and they found that terpenes do not have much influence on cannabinoid receptors. There's been previous research that showed that beta-caryophyllene has a limited binding efficiency to the CB2 receptor, which THC and CBD, it's important to note, also have rather low binding affinity for this receptor. And so beta-caryophyllene may be able to modulate some immune function, which is what the primary responsibility for that receptor is. However, the terpenes can interact in many different ways. I mean, they may make cannabinoids more bioavailable. They can interact with many of the inflammatory factors in our body, like PPAR gamma and TNF alpha. Linalool, which is a terpene found in lavender, also influences liver enzymes. And so even if you're eating an edible, terpenes, yes, they're volatile, they may get degraded, but that linalool may influence liver enzymes and therefore may influence your experience with the cannabinoids there. And so there are many different ways that terpenes can interact besides the cannabinoid receptors. Limonene can interact with our serotonin and dopamine receptors to influence the brighter mood of the experience. So there's a lot more going on than just the CB1 and CB2 receptors.
Great. Okay, this one's from Sarah. Besides CBN acting as sedative, what cannabinoids or terpenes are most promising to explain the experience traditionally described as indica or sativa?
That one again is going to be based on you. The rep on Myrcene is that it's going to put you to sleep, but that's kind of what I use during the day. And I use sativas usually at night because I feel there's a terpene that I'm super sensitive to called terpinolene. It's supposed to give you energy, but for me, I feel it makes me really sleepy. So there's no way to really tell unless you try it. Like Charlie said, when he had CBN, it wasn't necessarily that he was sedative. And somebody also said, does anyone find CBD slightly depressive? Yeah, if you take too much, you can be an emotional zombie. Absolutely.
Okay. And I'm gonna jump over to the Q&A box. Sorry about that, directing everyone to the wrong. What is a typical dose by milligram weight for CBD isolate powder?
This is again really personal. Sorry that we don't have better information for you. It's not like allopathic medicine, which is so what we're used to, right? Where we like go buy ibuprofen and the standard dose is to take 2 pills and then your pain's gonna go away. There's really no standard dose because it's plant medicine. There's actually quite a wide dose window for THC. I've seen papers from Harvard that the dose window is between 4 milligrams to 4,000 milligrams of THC, which is insane. For CBD, it can be even wider. I mean, you'll find some doctors who say, start with 800 milligrams of CBD, which to me seems insane because some people are really sensitive with 5 milligrams of CBD. So all to say, it's incredibly personal and you must experiment with yourself. A good starting dose, generally I give people, is between 10 to 20 milligrams, though be very prepared that that may do nothing for you.
For me, it's about 10 milligrams. Then I'm doing pretty good. All right. Does anyone out there have any more questions that they'd like to ask? Otherwise, I will turn it over to Jill. Or if there's anything the panelists would like to say and inform the audience, feel free to jump in here as well.
I have a question. I'm just curious, there's all this new reports coming out about the effects of CBD on COVID-19. What are your thoughts on that?
There's just no way there's enough research to back that up. I think that's dangerous.
Yeah.
I mean, cannabinoids are good, and more than just CBD and THC are really good at boosting your immune system. So, I mean, with any virus, cannabis is going to help, protect you. But there's no definitive research that says yes or no. So it's too early to say.
Yeah, I mean, we know so little about COVID as it is, and we also know very little about the way then that cannabis interacts with COVID. And like Tammy said, I mean, there is like anti-inflammatory benefit and antiviral benefit to these compounds, but we just do not have enough research yet to be able to talk about it.
Right, and there's been a lot of concern, with respiratory infections and smoking cannabis during COVID, can it actually hurt you and make it worse? So, but I'm sure it's not good to smoke anything while you're sick. So, any other questions out there? Otherwise, Jill, I will turn it right back over to you.
I've got one quick. I'm just curious. Tammy, you said you really enjoy smoking. Do you smoke when you're sick?
No, typically when I'm sick, I don't, just because hydration is an issue.
Okay.
I'll kind of microdose edibles, but if I'm sick, I'm not even functional enough to use cannabis.
Okay, gotcha. I will say I often do use it when I'm sick in higher doses. It seems to, I don't know, alleviate a litit bit of body aches and stuff like that, but it also probably exacerbates the situation a little bit. I'm just curious. I'm always fascinated by how people handle themselves during those times.
Well, I do have an autoimmune disorder in my ear. So whenever that triggers, my neurologist has given me Zofran, but that does not help with nausea. So then I'll have to smoke when I'm sick, just so that I'm not throwing up everywhere. But yeah.
Cool.
Emma, do you consume when you're sick?
I do. I do consume edibles to help with sleep so that it takes away the discomfort, but I'm right there with you guys where sometimes I can't really tell if it's helping or hurting at the particular point in time. I just know that it makes me feel like emotionally better, which there's value in that, right?
Yeah, you can deal with the discomfort of
Exactly. And just like watch TV and like be a zombie, you know, for a couple of days and not feel so bad about it. And that helps in its own right.
We have one last question from Howard Harris. Does anyone have experience with CBG? Does anyone have experience with curing cancer and cannabis?
CBG is awesome. I mean, I love it. It is the mother cannabinoid, we say, CBGA. Technically, its acidic form is the first cannabinoid that's made in the plant. So the cannabinoids THC, CBD, and CBC differentiate down from that cannabinoid. There has been some recent research, preliminary scientific evidence that shows that CBG may be helpful in like modulating the cancer response, the cell cycle, and reducing tumor growth. However, when we talk about cannabis and cancer, especially from my time in oncology research, there are so many different kinds of cancer, and each type of cancer has its own pathway that it is going down. And so it's really hard to say cannabis is great for cancer. Cannabis definitively is really helpful at offsetting the side effects of chemotherapy. And we've also seen that cannabis administration combined with chemotherapy can make chemotherapy more effective at reducing tumor size and slowing the spread of cancer and even helping people to fully recover in remission. However, we are nowhere near the place of saying that cannabis can cure cancer at all. And even when it comes to cannabis effects on cancer, like I said, there are so many different types of cancer that it's really, really hard to talk about that with a large degree of scientific evidence behind it.
Great, thank you. Well, I'd like to stay on schedule, so we're coming to an end at 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock East Coast time, that is. So I want to conclude our webinar and thank all of you for joining us. We really appreciate your time, Emma, Tammy, and Charlie, and Jimmy too. Our next event will be on August 6th. It'll be our 420 speed networking event. So keep a lookout for email invitations and our social media posts. Again, thank you to our partners, Garden State Normal, Last Prisoners Project, Tribe Tokes, Cannabis Voters Project. Be sure, New Jerseyans, vote November 3rd, not 4th, I said earlier. Sorry for misspeaking, November 3rd. And don't forget to follow us on social media. Hugs and tokes, everyone.
Guys, thank you all.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Well, ho, 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 ho. It's the holiday show of Cannabis Chat live on a Friday afternoon. I'm Jimmy Young with Pro Cannabis Media. I'm joined by my co-host on Green Rush Fridays, David Rabinovitz, and we're so happy to have Andrew D'Angelo along with us as well. And he is in the festive mood because he put on his little holiday bow. Andrew, thank you so much for joining in and joining us here on Friday.
Well, it's great to be with you and your listeners today.
So you are you're in California, in Oakland, at the world headquarters of Harborside, although I'm guessing you are remotely operating Harborside from your house. Am I accurate on that?
Well, you're accurate that I'm operating from my house right now and that Harborside's world headquarters is in Oakland, but I'm actually exited Harborside. I'm no longer an employee over there, still a co-founder, big shareholder, of course, but doing a lot of other fun things now.
So yeah, like perhaps taking on the United States of America in a lawsuit, perhaps. Are you involved with that?
Well, Harborside's very much involved with that, and I was involved with that for many, many years, over a decade. And of course, we're at the Ninth Circuit. I just hope that the new leadership of Harborside hangs in there and keeps fighting the case and doesn't settle. That's the only thing I'm worried about right now.
Now, Andrew, if you don't mind, walk us through the case. This is about the punitive nature of 280E, right?
Right. For those of your listeners who don't know about IRS tax code 280E, in the 80s, there was a big drug dealer who was dealing much harder drugs than cannabis. And he got busted, and he wrote his business expenses off on his taxes, and the IRS had to honor the deduction. So Ronald Reagan and Edward Meese at that time was the Attorney General. And it was a very conservative government in the United States, as you may recall, and they didn't like that. So they passed tax code 280E to prevent future drug dealers from doing that. And it applies to any transaction that of a controlled substance on the Controlled Substances Act, specifically Schedule 1 and 2, I think it is.
Right, 1 and 2. That's right.
And schedule, of course, we're Schedule 1 cannabis. So they apply 280E despite the fact to all cannabis companies, despite the fact that at the time that 280E was passed, it was not intended for legal cannabis companies. It certainly wasn't intended for patients and medical cannabis companies to deal with. But we've lost all of our court cases challenging that. We've lost a few other arguments that we've made, and so we keep losing in court, but we keep fighting because it's very important that all the branches of government are put on record with respect to all the different injustices associated with prohibition. So 280E just being one of them, and the judicial branch of government has a chance to end this injustice once and for all. We're handing it to them on a golden platter. All they have to do is rule. So I hope they will rule in our favor, and that would help the whole industry, of course. We could get rid of this 280E once and for all. And instantly, our industry would go from having a very hard time being profitable to being profitable.
Being very profitable, right?
Right. So...
Yeah, I've run financial models on it because I do a lot of that sort of thing. And I now build into the model a trigger that whoever's using the model can hit the drop down and choose what year they think 280E is going to go away. And it's amazing when you look at the cash flow coming out of the business. It's like dripping out of a faucet. And then you hit the year where it all of a sudden 280E goes away and the profits come gushing out of a fire hose. It's just huge.
Yes, no, we at Harborside learned that very early. And the reason the IRS came after us was because the details of 280E, you have to make certain allocations for 280E on your tax return, and it's based on court cases and so forth. And we made very aggressive allegations that the IRS didn't like. Our allocation was 0.5%. Because in our way of thinking, the only portion of the Harborside experience that's trafficking is when the money and the weed goes like that, right there on the counter in that tiny little square footage. And so we said the rest of the facility is a wellness educational center.
Right.
Yep.
And 280E doesn't apply. The federal government didn't agree.
Yeah, they didn't like that one. I'm curious. Do you know who was the original drug dealer who got shouldered with all this? That they would wanted to make sure.
I don't recall his name. I believe it was a heroin. It might have been a cocaine dealer. One of those two. It was a smuggler, international smuggler. It got busted in Florida back in the days when that was the main smuggling route, was through Florida.
So one of the groups I'm involved with are now speaking to a couple of legends out in California, and I was just wondering if it was one of them because one of them would have fit the bill.
Oh,
I guess
I don't know.
One of the Florida legends, I understand, was making.
It was not a cannabis person who did this. No, it was not cannabis.
Yeah, I'm sure it wasn't cannabis.
But you're a cannabis person, as is your brother Steve with the Last Prisoner Project. If you look back at 2020, this has been a kind of a monumental year in the advancement and the end of prohibition. How as long a year as 2020 has been, at least you can look back and say there's been some really good things that have happened in the pro-cannabis world, correct?
Oh, yes. We have a lot to celebrate. We had a clean sweep on at the election. We just had the UN vote. We just had the MORE Act vote. While both the UN and the MORE Act don't have a whole lot of teeth right now, and it's more symbolic than it is significant.
Right.
It's still significant in its symbolism because Harry J. Anslinger made weed illegal in 1937, and we have not had a single vote since the MORE Act vote since then of any kind of significance or meaning. And now we did, and we passed one House of Congress. We have another we have to pass. The president has to sign it, but that's a major step forward. We have to feel good about that. Social justice and social equity. I know you're very passionate about social equity. Took big steps forward this year, driven by activists. I'm really proud to say, driven by activists. And the activists have done such a good job that now some of this is getting to be operational. So I'm very pleased with that. We got essential status, although in Massachusetts, you're kind of on again, off again with that. As is typical with Massachusetts, man. Don't worry, California's worse. We're the poster child for totally legalizing weed wrongly. It's California. Massachusetts is like our little brother or sister over there in the corner trying to emulate us as hard as they can.
Yeah.
I think, and we're coming out of the pandemic. The vaccines are going to take hold. Probably not till 2022. Will we be gathering again in any kind of really major way, a significant, consistent way? But I think those years, 2021 is going to be all about just healing and getting everything ready, cleaning up the garden, getting all the weeds out, putting our nice fertilizer down, seeding everything. And then 22, 23 are going to be the two biggest years for cannabis in the history of humankind. I mean, it's going to be wow.
I love that. I love that. Tell us a little bit about so if you're not directly involved with Harborside now, what are you directly involved with now out in Oakland?
Yeah, my post-Harborside life is in three main areas. One is social justice, Last Prisoner Project. So I spend about 25% of my time. I'm now chairperson of the board of Last Prisoner Project. So my responsibilities have gone up a little bit there. And I'm a strategic advisor and consultant. And in fact, I have a client in Massachusetts in a little town called Revere. So I'm excited about that project. And
Andrew,
yes,
Revere. It's not ERE. It ends in an AH. Revere.
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 There you go.
Revere. Excellent. I don't want to offend anybody in Massachusetts, of course.
Oh, please. You know what? We're so used to that accent at this point.
No, but so I keep the lights on for my social justice work with strategic advisor and consultants, and I have clients all over the country and the world now. I've been at it for a while. I also have a couple firms I work with, like Global Go and Regenibus and GPS out there in Colorado a little bit now. So, and that's fun for me because not only do I get to make a living, but I get to build lots of different cannabis companies and organizations, both profit and nonprofit, both small and large. And it really gives me a chance to have a lot more influence on the industry, and I hope provide more opportunity for my constituents that I consider my constituents, if you will, which is, the underdogs, the working class people, the equity people, the black, brown people, the legacy people like me and Steve, that's my, and so I'm trying to create more opportunities for all those folks with all this work that I'm doing. And so it's very synergistic in that way. I hope that 5 or 10 years from now, instead of 4% ownership of people of color, we'll have 40%. Something like that would be something a lot closer to where we need to be. than 4%. So I want to help with that because I'm in a place in my career where I'm well positioned to do that, and I am willing to do that. More importantly, I have very unique personal circumstances. I don't have children. I don't have to have intergenerational wealth created for myself. So, the industry is sort of my children and my family, and so that's how I'm trying to empower folks through that work. So I do a lot of pro bono consulting for smaller companies and entrepreneurs. And then, of course, I do a lot of creative work. Until Massachusetts is a great example of we have to lower the stigma of cannabis. Even in California, 60% of California is banned. Banned. Supply chain doesn't exist. It's prohibition by ban. And same thing in Michigan. Even Colorado has huge percentage of ban, I think, approaching 50%. Still, after 8 years or a long time.
Those are the NIMBYs, right? They're not in my backyards. They may have voted for it, right? But they don't want it in there.
We got run out of Massachusetts. We got run out of Massachusetts. All I was trying to do was heal people. And we got run out of that. We were called all kinds of nasty names and drug dealers. And my brother's legal case was spread all over the Boston Herald.
Right.
And it was terrible, And now my brother would qualify as an equity candidate in Massachusetts and probably get some benefits from it. So it's funny how these things turn, and it's not funny. It's deliberate. It's people like you working at it, people like me working at it. The activists, we're demanding this, and so we're making a little bit of progress. So I work on telling stories. I had a movie called CBD Nation, a documentary film I appeared in, I produced, all about CBD and children that have been healed with CBD and the science behind, and the origin story, more important, how the CBD miracle came to be. A lot of people don't know the origin story of CBD. It really came from a bunch of misfits and growers up in Northern California and Harborside in our laboratory. And, there was a lot of happy accidents and discoveries along the way of that story. And now you walk into any CVS, you get the CBD, and it's very mainstream. So we told that story. I made a little independent film called Freeland, which is about a grower in Humboldt. This is a narrative film. It's touring the film festivals right now. And it's about a grower up in Humboldt who is getting displaced by legalization and sort of the pain and trauma she's going through. And also she makes some mistakes. She made some errors in her decisions that caused her to be in a bad place by the end of the movie. And of course I write too. So I have a column with Playboy, and I'm going to be writing. I'm writing for Green Entrepreneur, and
I think I quoted your holiday gift guide that was in Playboy.
Cool. Yeah, I'm hoping that one was a lot of fun. Yeah, that one was a lot of fun. That one wasn't as serious as some of the other ones I had to write for them. But it's great. I really enjoy doing the creative work. That's where I really, time just flies by. I'm in the moment. I'm in the zone. I'm having a great time, and that's where I get the real joy of my work. And the other things feel a little bit more like work, but everything is mission driven for Steve and I at this point. We've been doing this so long. So every breath I take is about this mission, and everything we do is in some way integrated now. And it feels good when you're younger in life. Sometimes you struggle with that sort of integrating everything younger in life, you're passionate about into one package. And now I'm kind of enjoying being able to do that. So those are the three things I'm working on in my post Harborside life, and just trying to support Harborside too as best as I can from just being a shareholder and a co-founder.
Can I ask you about the atmosphere as you go out and you are who you are and you talk to people, whether it's on this coast or in the Midwest maybe, or all the way to the left coast? Why do media people still look for the industry to trip up and fail rather than tell the stories. And I know you've heard a million of them, how cannabis has saved my life, cannabis has changed my life.
Well, it's a very curious question I've asked myself many, many times. I've just, gentlemen, all your listeners have probably asked that same question too. There's something about negative coverage that the media people have discovered makes them more money, I guess. And so, and there's been 100 years of prohibition. And so there's this muscle memory that the prohibition is in the muscle memory so strongly. And there are, you know, probably a bunch of people in the media who would love to see prohibition come back. They are against legalization and want to see prohibition come back. So there's some of that at work too. But I think it's really more just, the negative coverage. You know, people, I don't know why, you know, why does the Real Housewives of this town or that have such high ratings? You know, I can appreciate that having medium ratings, you know.
It's quality, not quantitative. This is what I keep telling people. Put out great content and it will rise to the top. Okay. It may not be talked about around the water cooler because they're good stories to be told, but no one's telling the good stories in the media. Hence what we're doing here. This is one of the reasons.
I think it's great. I mean, we've really taken it into our own hands. I mean, the two movies I mentioned earlier that I was a part of, not widely distributed, independent films, pay-per-view in one case. Maybe someone will pick it up, and maybe it'll get on the streams, but it probably won't, you know? So there's still some gatekeeper of Hollywood and media, the gatekeepers that are sort of keeping us at bay. But you're right, the right content goes through. I mean, look at Jim Belushi's show. Look at you know, even something like Murder Mountain. At least that content did well, and it got a lot of eyeballs on it, and it didn't fail. And you know, and it was a genre piece. You know, it was murder mystery or whatever, and you know, getting cannabis inside genre pieces, I think is going to be a really powerful thing in the next 5 or 10 years in pop culture. You know, it's not going to take long. Once the gates of Hollywood open, I think you're going to see just a flood. I hope to be part of it. But, you know, everybody wants to be, everyone wants to be that.
Right.
Not everybody can.
Right. That's right. No, and I'm glad you brought up the Grown Belushi show because it's something I enjoyed immensely because I thought he balanced entertainment with education and a little drama, even though I think it was pretty well scripted. But he did a great job, and he's such a great proponent and someone who's out there talking about it and accepting it. He's like, look, this is just a plant, right? I mean, that's really what it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was really pleased with how that turned out. Mm-hmm.
So Jimmy, we got a question for Andrew from somebody who's in our chat because we every now and then we'll remind people who are watching live, they can always throw questions in. Andrew, do you see full national legalization at any point? And if so, how long do you think it's going to take in your opinion?
The magic question that everyone wants to know and we're all curious about and ask ourselves. And I do think federal legalization will come. I'm not in the sooner camp. I'm in the later camp. Meaning at least I don't think it happens in the first term of the Biden administration. It might happen in the second term. We might get some incremental change on banking, maybe even, Lord willing, 280E. But I don't. Maybe we get decrim if the Democrats can get a hold of the Senate. Maybe. But even if the Democrats win both those runoffs in Georgia, they're not going to get all 50 to vote for the MORE Act. They're just not.
But decrim, they don't even need the Senate. They don't need the House. They don't need Congress for decrim. They just need the Attorney General.
Right.
Well, my personal opinion is that Joe Biden is not interested in spending a lot of his political capital on cannabis before the midterms.
Wow.
After the midterms, I think he might be more interested. I would say that I hope that's not the case, because it's a huge strategic blunder for the Democrats. They should be embracing it. He should vote for decrim on day 3. He should be pushing it, right? Especially before the midterms. That's how I would like to see it go. But, just from the signal he sent on his transition committee and the signal the Democrats sent at the convention, there was just I think the word cannabis or marijuana was used once at the convention. And I think decrim was used once, and that was it. And so I was disappointed about that, given the clean sweep that I knew was going to happen just a little while after that. That did happen.
Yep.
And we know that the people were more popular than any politician. And we'll win over and over again. So it's just getting it through the thick heads of the mainstream Democratic Party, and I don't think it's through their thick heads yet. I honestly don't. I hope I'm wrong. I pray every day I'm wrong. I want to be wrong. I hope to come on your show and say, yes, I was wrong. I really do. But if you're going to ask me an honest question about what my opinion is, I'm going to honestly answer.
Sure.
I think we're not a whole lot happens before the midterm, particularly if we lose one or both of those seats in Georgia, and maybe not even after the midterms. Although I hope banking can happen. Well,
decrim would get banking to happen.
Right.
And decrim would, personally, I hope they decriminalize. I don't want to see legalization. Legalization is great for the user and the consumer, and I don't want to discount that. But for the industry, legalization is not the best thing for the marijuana industry. Legalization of marijuana will create the greatest destruction of capital we've seen in a long time. Because
I don't disagree with you. I don't think the federal government's ready to do this right. And so and maybe that's Biden's genius. Maybe he knows that, and that's why he's embracing decrim.
Decrim would be great.
But the problem with decrim is there's no taxes. And there is a lot of other things. So it's tricky, man. It's tricky. Yep. But I'd love to see decrim. I'd love to see the Attorney General do it with the sweep of a pen. You're right. Doesn't require any congressional action.
Right.
There's a whole lot of things that you can do with current law as president that doesn't require any action at all. Right. And the Republican Party's been a lot better at exercising that power than the Democrats have been in the past. But if any Democrat's going to be good at that, exercising the levers of those laws and powers, because the Senate passed most of them in the last 40 years that Biden was in there. So he should know how to do it. Will he have the will? You have to be brutal, man. You have to exercise those levels of power. You're going to piss people off. The right is going to scream and shout. They're going to call you all kinds of names. And the heat in the kitchen's going to get really hot. But you have to exercise the levers of power when you have a divided government and you've won an election.
Hey, did you catch, there was an article, I don't know, about a week or two ago, maybe it was 3 weeks at this point, and it talked about the fact that marijuana, they did a survey after the election and concluded that a whole bunch of Democrats who didn't win would have done a lot better had marijuana actually had they taken the vote earlier.
Yes, I tweeted about this. I tried to get their attention. Not that they're following my Twitter feed over there at the Democratic National Committee. I thought it was a real tactical error that they had there. We barely got the vote whenever it was a week or two ago. They almost got scared away of doing it that time. But they knew if they waited till the next session, they couldn't pass it maybe.
Yep.
So you know, this is what happens with reform. They get backed into a corner, and then, you know, we get something. And, you know, like all these legalization frameworks in Massachusetts, California that are so screwed up, we had to cut all these deals with the devil to get it on the ballot, to get this group, that group, everybody, you know, and it was what we had to do to win the war. But along the way, we lost just about every battle. So now we have to get good at winning all those battles.
Well, one of the most fascinating things here in Massachusetts was we legalized marijuana for medical purposes in 2012. We came around to legalize it in 2016. And one of the groups in greatest opposition to the legalization for adult use were all the medical operators, which shows as soon as money and economic interests get into this, boy, it changes everything. It's like, leave the door open until I get through, then slam it shut.
Yeah, no, that's your argument for decrim, right? So,
Right.
And I don't disagree with you. I think it's an obscene gesture to for any cannabis company or person or advocate to be opposed to anything like that. You know, there were a lot of legalizations measures I had to support that I didn't like. Prop 19 here in California failed in 2010. I didn't like it. It wasn't a good framework. It was stupid that we ran it on an off-year election. Actually, the framework wasn't bad, but I knew it wasn't going to win because we were running it on an off-year election. So, but I supported it because the activists got it on the ballot. And that's it. That's it. And you know, come on. It's that would never happen to the right-wing people. Are so much more loyal than you know. I don't know. You have to have loyalty. And so that's obscene. We've seen this in California. I spent 2 years in Sacramento trying to fix the framework here, and we'd have the same thing. Someone trying to build a little moat around their business and not letting anybody else have theirs. And that happened with the CBD bill. You can't grow fields of hemp and extract it into CBD here in California. Can't do it. Because we couldn't get the bill to pass. The only CBD that you can get in California is grown in a supply chain that's in the lab testing program of Prop 64. You can bring in CBD and sell it from outside California. And it's just this craziness because there was a cannabis company that had a robust CBD business that was in the tested supply chain, and they didn't want that business to be threatened. And it was tiny, you know, and it was a small part of the state, and only not that many people could. And so it was just a craziness, right? This impedes our progress. So the only thing we can do is call folks out that do that, just like you're doing right now, I'm doing right now, and just shame people. It's like people don't want to have home grow in the frameworks. We had that whole scandal in New York where all these big cannabis companies are trying to make home grow not illegal in New York. And it is not, it wasn't in the framework that was talked about in New York. And that's just another thing that's, one, it's greedy. Two,
right,
there's no threat. It actually, you want people growing at home because the more people grow at home, the more people consume cannabis, the more the more they're going to go in your shop and buy stuff that they can't grow at home.
I don't want to grow it because that's too much pressure on me because I would probably kill the plant. That's why I'm surrounded with plastic plants. I like plastic plants because they don't die. They look wonderful.
That's the thing, man. I mean, even when you have home grow on the books, most people don't go through the trouble of doing it. And
come on, it's like tomatoes. How many people actually grow their own tomatoes rather than go out and buy them? Right. I mean, I keep likening marijuana to tomatoes because in the end, it's an ag product. It's
Right.
just a special ag product because it's illegal and it's got this wild cloud over it. But once the cloud goes away, it's an ag product.
Right.
Yeah. And the difference that I would advocate for, and we have this in California, and you have to embed this in the law, as you guys know. But I think cannabis that people grow in their backyard ought to be able to be traded for goods and other goods and services. So in California, if you're an adult, you can give, I think it's up to an ounce or two of weed to any other adult for free. You can just give it to them, and you don't need a license, and you don't need anything like that.
Right.
And I want to see cannabis has always been something that working class people and the people used as currency. So if you were not a plumber and your pipe broke, but you did have a couple ounces of weed, you could trade weed to a plumber who'd come in and fix your pipe that broke. And I'd like to see cannabis that's grown in people's homes be able to be given away and traded for goods and services. I don't think people should be able to sell it, but I do think people
without a license. You want them to be able to sell it with a license.
I don't think you should be able to grow a bunch of weed in your backyard and then sell it on the street corner.
Like a lemonade stand. I get that. Right. We don't want that.
Like a lemonade stand, because that kind of messes up the integrity of legalization in the framework. Right. But let's not prevent people from using cannabis the way they have for a long time as a form of currency. So I think, and it speaks to that need for the nonprofit model to be in the ecosystem, whether it be people trading things or whether it be an association where people can share cannabis and gather and consume cannabis together.
I love the theory. I do. I think it's a utopian theory, and I like the theory. But the biggest challenge is it's a money grab right now, and everybody who wants in wants their portion of it.
Sure.
Right. And that's
and it feels like that in Massachusetts in particular, because the life cycle of your industry right now is sort of at that peak, because you just had adult use and there's not enough weed and there's no wholesale market. So you got all these people coming in and building that and spending big money and squeezing maybe smaller people out. So the struggle continues, right? And now in California, it was the law that it had to be nonprofit for a long time. And it actually really helped mom and pop businesses because it really, really helped. At Harborside, at one point we supported 500 small mom and pop businesses just to sustain our operations. And these are people making edibles in their kitchens and, growing maybe 8 lights or, 12 lights or 20 lights, just pretty small, and just craft people, because they had to be patients. They had to be part of a collective. You had to really love weed, okay, to be in the thing at that time. Because the feds were still coming in and busting people. So it was a very gray market. It was a very gray market, but it had to be nonprofit according to the Attorney General at that time, Jerry Brown. And I remember being frustrated sometimes of this nonprofit thing. Because I came from the legacy market, and we didn't have any nonprofit thing going on in the legacy market, although we pretty much operated as a nonprofit because it costs as much to sell weed underground as it does to actually make it. But without getting busted, that is. If you embed these things in the law, and you don't even have to say everything's nonprofit, but you somehow create nonprofit models and structures within the law. Like there's a whole bunch of legacy people like me and social equity folks maybe who they just want to build community. They just want a little community center. They just want a little brand. They just want an upper middle class life. They're not trying to get global domination. They just want a little spot. They just want to be a small business. That's what this country was on. It was the whole thing was small business, and we have the promise of cannabis. One of the promises of cannabis is to bring that back to America. So I understand it's really a frustrating moment, but I hope that, you know, what I'm starting to see in California as we're starting to come out of that moment is legacy folks, small businesses folks, we're learning how to form alliances. We're learning how to go around it. We're learning how to compete a little bit better. And we're active in making sure some of these licenses are going to at least our equity brothers and sisters, right? So, and then those folks are gonna build businesses, you know, and hopefully not get sharked and corrupted by you know, the corporate guys, I guess. Not all the corporate people are bad or evil. There's a bunch of good ones. I work with some of them, and
they must be on the West Coast, Andrew.
No, come on. They're socially responsible capitalists on the East Coast too, David.
Yeah, okay.
It may not be as many, okay, but there's certainly, and I think that's.
Well, it's a ethos we have to popularize.
Right.
You're right. It's not. People look at me like I'm crazy sometimes because, you know, I've given away. I probably had $1 billion worth of weed come through my hands. But you look at my net worth and you're like, what's wrong with you, man? It's because I gave most of it away, you know, or I spent it on things that were altruistic. And I feel great. I feel great about my life. I have no regrets of doing that at all. And I have a huge community of people that love me, and it feels really good. And I get to build things, you know, all the time.
You guys, you've changed the world. You and your brother have changed the world in so many ways. But I would be remiss if I did not ask you about our vice president-elect, who, of course, has a little history in California. What is your impressions of Kamala Harris? And I'm sure you have a story or two about that.
Well, I was at a fundraiser with her one time.
There you go.
When she was running for re-election to Attorney General.
Yep.
And she was making some noises that she was going to be our friends. She ended up sort of not being our friends, but then shortly thereafter started being our friends. So she's, you know, she has, I wish her the best. I hope that she's a seminal, transformative change agent and figure. I hope there's monuments to her someday. Whatever her dream is on that level, I hope she earns that. But you do have to earn it. And, you know, we're ready to work with her. We're ready to work with the Biden administration. I give the Democrats a hard time because they've been so unreliable, but I love them. And you know, certainly I'm not going to be a Republican anytime soon. And then, so what else are you going to be? I always joke, the Cannabis Party. Giving people what they really want.
Hey, Pat Paulson ran on that. Didn't Pat Paulson run for president in 1968 on that party? Something like, you guys remember.
Something like that, right? There was one, I think.
Right.
And then, of course, Shirley Chisholm. Well, we can't forget her pioneering effort in 1972.
Right.
But in any case, I hope, you know, we're ready to work with them. We know how to do it. We know how to make sure that all the stakeholders that the Democrats care about, whether it be labor unions or environmental people or what have you, we can thread all those needles. We're ready to collaborate. We're ready to dialogue. We're ready to get our people out of prison. We're ready to do this. So I hope that we can get them to the table and get us all working together. And I wish you know, I want this country to transform. Right. And so to the extent that the new administration can move us along in those directions, I'm going to be supportive and give everybody the benefit of the doubt, you know, and you know, keep everyone honest and make fun and sort of, you know, give people a hard time when warranted, because that's our job as activists. We're activists and operatives now, because we've won a few wars, right? So we're doing both of those things. And we got to get a little bit better at the operative part. And frankly, I'm not very good at that. I'm probably better at the activist part. But I think we can be very persuasive too. And certainly the people are on our side. And look, we've got a plant that's not only a great medicine, that's not only a great relaxant, that not only can sequester carbon, but anything that you make out of a carbon-centric material like timber, or petroleum, or fossil fuels, or cotton even, you can make out of hemp or cannabis and use a lot less pesticides, water, and all that, and carbon, and sequester a lot of carbon. So farms are the future raw material factories, not mines and drills. So we're just beginning, and there's really no choice for humanity but to embrace this plant and other visionary plants. There's just no real choice. So we'll all keep at it until that happens.
That's right. And you know what, as a humanity, we need to heal, and the plant has that power. And I expect in the next year that we will all be healing, and the plant will go along for the ride. Andrew D'Angelo, what a great conversation. We went even longer than I expected because you were so compelling, and we so appreciate you taking the time. And I hope you'll consider us when you come to visit Ravia. You could come and we'll talk and get to meet each other from a social distance, at least until we're vaccinated. Fair enough?
No, I'm looking forward to it. As next time I land in Massachusetts, I will look you all up for certain. It's been a real pleasure talking with you today.
All right. Thank you very much, Andrew D'Angelo from California. All right. We're late for a break, as they say, but we're going to take the break. And then when we come back, we're going to start soliciting some of our past guests about what you think is the top 5 stories in cannabis in 2020. Don't go away. Cannabis Chat continues after this.
We are Pro Cannabis Media. We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media, a former Emmy Award-winning talk show host and sportscaster from New England. So we're going to interrupt the kind of promotion of a new cannabis channel to talk to you about the year of cannabis in 2020. That's right, it was quite a year for the green wave. It's why we have a saying here at Pro Cannabis Media, it's a whole new world of weed out there. So if I were to ask you, what are your top 5 stories of the year in cannabis? What would they be? Well, here's mine. We'll do it David Letterman style, kind of backwards. Number 5, Colorado. They've delivered close to $2 billion in cannabis sales this year alone, and now has passed $1 billion generated in state tax revenue since it legalized cannabis in 2014. Pretty amazing. Number 4, the World Health Organization has descheduled cannabis from the most restricted category to the least restricted category, and the UN then voted to remove it from its most restricted category. Now, of course, the door is open to recognize cannabis for its medicinal effects internationally. Number 3, just after the U.S. House of Representatives votes to open the doors for medical research of cannabis in legal states, the DEA finally issues its guidelines about research grants, and it denied that opportunity for scientists, spurning more and more research efforts that are out there. And what do you think happened? More lawsuits have followed. Meanwhile, number 2, back to the U.S. House of Representatives for passing of the MORE Act that legalized cannabis and expunged small cannabis sentences. But that bill will never see the floor of the Senate because, as you know, that is controlled by that other party. All eyes on Georgia's Senate runoff now for control of the Senate. However, considering that no House of Congress has even considered changing the law for 80 years, it was a pretty good year. What was the top story? Come on, Election Day. More people went to the vote, more people went to the polls, and more people voted in the United States of America. That meant 5 states had ballot questions. All 5 states passed those ballot questions, making 4 more adult use legal states: Arizona, Montana, South Dakota, and New Jersey. Mississippi, what did they do? They added a medicinal program. That means a majority of the states in the United States of America, over 33 now, have medicinal marijuana programs. So, what are your top 5 stories for 2020 in cannabis? Email us at info@ProCannabisMedia, and we might just read your list on one of our live cannabis chat shows that we live stream 3 days a week from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. right out of this studio. That's right, on ProCannabisMedia.com, Pro Cannabis Media's Facebook page, and the YouTube channel. We go live 3 times a week, and right now we're live streaming the best of our 2020 shows on all of our social media pages. So like, share, subscribe, and follow us, because the only socialization we're doing now during this pandemic is social media. So for everyone here at Pro Cannabis Media, happy holidays. I'm Jimmy Young.
We are Pro Cannabis Media. We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, welcome back to Cannabis Chat for a Monday afternoon. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media. This is our Cannabinoid Monday, our Medicinal Monday theme show. We always bring on Alyssa Merrill. She's come on with another friend of hers, Nikki Lawley, who has also been on guest on this show. And now we're going to go over the pond, because we're going to learn a little bit about what's going on in the weed scene in Ireland. And joining us is Martin Condon. And Martin, you have a BSc honors in herbal science, but I do want to know right off the bat, please give us a little background on Martin's World podcast and what has been your cannabis story.
Yeah, certainly. And thanks very much for having me on, Jimmy, and Alyssa there as well. My story started with cannabis back when I was about 15, 16, I suppose. My cousin convinced me to try it through peer pressure. And it wasn't until 17 then that I actually had my first brush with the law. And that started me down the road then, the journey of cannabis activism. Straight away, I went home. I looked up the law that I had broken, which was a Section 3 possession of a personal amount of cannabis. And I just went right to the roots of it, right back to America where it all began. And once I kind of was armed with this information, then there was really no stopping me. I've been a cannabis activist here now for over 10 years. And the latest part of my journey there was getting that honors degree in herbal science, so I can have a much stronger foundation on which to stand upon when speaking about cannabis. Because of my criminal past, I've kind of argued that there's no justification there for criminalizing me, and it was much more harmful to me as a person criminalizing me than cannabis ever was. When I kind of look at it, I think I was probably a person who would have self-medicated with cannabis, and from a young age, I would have been a very impulsive, highly energetic person. And I think cannabis calmed me down an awful lot. It allowed me to think for the first time, because I believe I really wasn't engaged with my thoughts at all before I encountered cannabis. There used to be just this thing that would come up in my mind and an action would quickly follow suit. There was no pondering upon what would be the consequences of these actions. So cannabis was very beneficial for me up until that first brush with the law. And then I've been caught with cannabis, unfortunately, about maybe 13 times, maybe 14. I've found myself in front of the judge numerous times, and I've defended myself without the aid of the solicitors or the lawyers. And I got the benefit of donating to the charity box here in Ireland 9 times before I've received my first criminal conviction. And once I received that, then the gloves were off. I was really protesting forward. And I ended up having to do 5 days in Cork prison because I refused to pay the fines that the judge was giving me along with my convictions. It was principle. It wasn't really a money issue, although I do have 2 kids who I'd much rather spend my money on them than give it to a bloody judge for some meaningless fines. So that was kind of how I got into the whole world of cannabis and why I started a podcast then, which is Martin's World, to highlight the harms caused by prohibition to our society and the benefits legalization could bring. Ireland has been very much going through a journey there in discovering medical cannabis. We've about just less than 50 patients here now who have a license to be prescribed cannabis. And the latest news from Ireland then in regards to that is those patients no longer have to leave Ireland to go to Holland to collect that medicine. Because all along, patients actually had to leave Ireland to go to Holland to collect that medicine. So now they're going to be able to continue getting it delivered to their front door by some private courier. So there's a lot happening over here.
Do you see it replacing alcohol consumption, or where do you see it? It's got to be, as it's building, where do you see it replacing?
Yeah, well, in regards to adult use of cannabis, I think if we were to have it here, it would be a major boost to harm reduction when it comes to alcohol, because currently there is no alternative for adults who want to go out and enjoy their evening. It's just alcohol or sobriety. And
Irish bar right now. I want to go to the Clatter and drink, hearing your voice. I mean, I associate, like drinking and I'm all about genetics and so yes, like if there's something you could see it replacing, would be alcohol consumption then.
Yeah, I think it would. I don't think it would replace it, but I think it would complement it in that, like, let's say if you went out for an evening and rather than sit down and have a couple of pints, you could actually have some fine tasting cannabis. I don't know, you could be a connoisseur and go for certain flavors, and you compare that with a wine, then that would be a very sophisticated, well spent evening rather than just lashing back a couple of pints and chatting to the lads at the bar. Nothing wrong with that either, but for me, slower is much better to go with alcohol anyway.
I've seen a lot of bad falls, but even, I see there are terpenes now that don't even have cannabis in them, that you can now add to alcoholic drinks, or alcohol, non-alcohol, whatever. And for energy, like, I think there's some really, exciting, fun ways to, sounds like, introduce into the beverage world, maybe. So we'll have to send some samples your way. We'll connect them after the show.
I look forward to that.
So what are the rules? You said there are. It sounds like there's some kind of a medicinal program, a caretaker program. Is that what I'm hearing in Ireland?
No, so currently there is no cannabis produced in Ireland, zero, except for what they call hemp. And even the farmers there, they don't even want to call hemp cannabis. There's it's like the big C word, cannabis in the farming world. It's ridiculous that they won't even mention what they're growing is cannabis. So currently the only cannabis being prescribed to patients is coming from Holland. The majority of it's coming from Holland, yeah.
And the patients have to go to Holland to get it, yes?
The patients are somebody nominated by the patients. So the most prominent campaigner here is Vera Twomey, and her daughter is Ava Barry is the surname, but she suffers with epilepsy, Dravet syndrome. And so basically Vera or the husband Paul, one of the two of them had to go to Holland to get the medicine. So because of the whole coronavirus thing now and the restrictions on travel, those patients that didn't have to go to get that medicine anymore. It got delivered to them by a private courier. So our pharmacists here still can't dispense this medicine. It's still very much a taboo product. It's blacklisted for whatever reason. It's not a recognized medicine here still.
And Epidiolex is found, like, you guys can't even get Epidiolex?
Epidiolex, Sativex, Marinol, and I think Aurora's CBD soft gel caps. I think they're the 4 products now that are approved for use here. But even then, patients still can't get it. It's ridiculous. They have 3 conditions in which people can get access to cannabis here in Ireland. That's for multiple sclerosis. You have the nausea in regards to chemotherapy, and then you have the medicine-resistant epilepsy. So those are the three conditions. They've excluded chronic pain, which is the big kick in the teeth really for the patients here.
Is the opioid epidemic, I mean, is it bad there? Opioid situation, I mean, it's horrible here.
Yeah, there's a big problem here with the prescription of painkillers and the abuse of those painkillers as well. I think there's a lot of people with addictions out there who don't really talk about it, I think. But yeah, I think cannabis, if it was made available as a medicine, it definitely would give, again, people an alternative there. But the big one would be educating our professionals here, because it's one thing having it available, but our professionals are still in this kind of reefer madness era of belief that cannabis is some sort of a dangerous thing that has no medicinal benefits, you know.
Oh my gosh, well, that's easy, and they're wrong, and so we'll be happy to help you and help educate, because that's just wrong. Just
Martin doesn't need any more heart problems, though, you know, from the law anyway.
I was recently up in court actually for possession of €10 worth of cannabis. I got caught with a hand-rolled joint there last year, April of 2019, while I was out working. I actually didn't even realize it was in the car, but I got caught with it. And I was in court the other day they got a €400 fine on a conviction, but I'm appealing it, and I'm going to try to use our constitutional rights and our human rights for grounds of it was an illegal search. What happened on that evening, I refused to consent to the search, so the guards should have arrested me there and then and bring me back to the station to search me in line with my constitutional rights, but they didn't. They actually bullied me. They grabbed the keys out of the ignition of my car and very much intimidated me out of the car. And I said it to him, I goes, guards, I'm getting out of my car now, because not consenting, it's under duress. He was like, you're intimidating me. There's two of you, there's one of me. I was delivering food for the Chinese at the time. I had 3 deliveries and I was only 50 yards away from the Chinese store. No smell of cannabis coming from my car. Wow. And they just literally profiled me and my car and my looks. You see, I'm wearing a hoodie. This is me.
Wow.
Well, I'll tell you, it's happened to people of color in this country for decades. Okay, and unfortunately, they go to jail for years for possession of cannabis in the amounts that you had. And, you know, needless to say, there's a national movement called the Last Prisoner Project that's looking to get the jails out, getting people out of jail and getting their records expunged. But I do want to go back to, has there been any movement at all? I mean, you say you're an advocate, you've got your podcast platform, your story is certainly compelling, Martin, I got to tell you. Have we made any progress at all? You know, we were just talking to a CEO of a biotech company out of California who's basically building the case, not only her own personal anecdotal story, but also through the science. And internationally now, you know, the WHO has recommended to take it off its least restrictive list internationally, and the UN has also. Is there any hope in Ireland? Is, I guess, where I'm going with this.
Yeah, I think there's certainly hope. There's a big movement building here, and I don't have much hope for the government. I think if the government are to do anything here, they need to be forced to do it. And for me, civil disobedience from the activists now going forward is going to be a big part of the movement. Again, I interviewed Pepe Rivera there with the podcast from Mexico. And he talked about how down in Mexico, they used plants, they planted seeds, and those were protest plants. And as well, when they have their smoke ups outside of their Senate down there, their joints, their whatever they're smoking is a form of protest. So for me, I think that's the big way forward now. Our prisons here in Ireland are at capacity. Our court systems are a joke. If as you heard there, I got caught April 2019 and I didn't get to court until September 2020. I'm now appealing that decision there recently, so it's going to take another year or two before that appeal comes up. So the way I see it is we can basically use the people, the activists, the people out there who want to see the law change to lock up the system, just cause it to come to a halt by just sheer people just going in civil disobedience, going into the Garda stations, the cops here, and presenting yourselves. I done a protest back in August where I planted cannabis seeds in a pot in public. I invited members of the public to come and plant the seeds. And afterwards, after that little demonstration on the street, I marched to the local guard station cop shop here, and I presented myself. I said, I have cannabis seeds in this pot. This is an illegal act of cultivation of cannabis. I said I would like to be processed now for this crime. And I done that live on Facebook and things like that. And I haven't got any feedback from it yet from the authorities, but I don't expect to either. They said they're sending the pot off for analysis, but all that was in there was seeds.
Let me ask you, and I apologize for not studying my Irish Constitution, okay?
Yeah.
In America, you can get hundreds of thousands of signatures to get a question about the legality on a ballot.
Mm-hmm.
Is that even an option in Ireland?
We've think kind of through petitions, all right. It's kind of an instrument of it's almost an online process now, where people can put a petition up on mygov.ie. It's just like a website, and it can be endorsed there. But really, there's nothing at all happens with it. There's petitions that go up there and they remain there. Petitions are they're more symbolic than anything really here. They don't have any real function within the law except for this kind of make-believe petition system that they have here. I don't see it as being effective. Now what they do have coming up, which is a citizens' assembly, this was promised in our program for government recently. So Ireland kind of had an election there in February of 2020. I actually was running in it myself. I ran for the Dáil here as well. But as part of that government, when they managed to whip it together, I didn't get elected in, obviously. But as part of that government program, they agreed that they were going to hold a citizens' assembly to have a discussion on drug policy. And the Citizens' Assembly is a big thing here because we had laws change on our abortion and on gay marriage here in Ireland. And those things happened after they went through this Citizens' Assembly process.
Gotcha.
So we were hoping that they would call this soon. And they'd taken 99 citizens with a chairperson, which is a judge, I believe. And they get presentations given to them. And then the 99 citizens get to make a vote at the end of that. And that vote then is supposed to sway the government in the direction that they should go on, say, our drug policy. And we were hoping that they would made some announcement by now, but there still has been nothing there, even though it's promised in the program for government here in Ireland. So I think that's the most promising thing going forward. But it's just, it hasn't phased out yet. It hasn't, there's no date set as of yet.
And obviously you love your country and you never think about moving just for the sake of cannabis, right?
I was told move by a judge before, and my answer to him was, Judge, I love my country and I've kids here and I have a family here. And I was like, I don't want to leave. I believe that these laws are wrong. And he said, well, the court isn't the place to argue the law. And I was just gobsmacked that a judge would say this. I was, because the judges have power of discretion. I was arguing, there's no justification here for this, judge. I was like, show me my victim here in the court. Is there any reason why you should punish me? I was like, even these punitive, these penalties of fines, the people really getting punished are my kids. They're the ones who benefit from me financially. I don't have any luxurious kind of a lifestyle. I have 2 kids. The money I make goes into keeping the roof over our heads, the food in our fridge and the electricity on. And I barely have anything left to kind of pay my fuel and my insurance and tax and stuff on my car. I come from kind of a live a lean lifestyle, I suppose, is what I'm trying to say. I'm a student for the best part of my life.
Yeah, but you're not, you're still fighting the fight, which I give you a lot of credit for. It's not easy, especially when you're in a foreign country. Everybody in the United States thinks that they've got it tough here. When they hear the stories of what you're going through in Ireland, I think that will, pardon the expression, will sober up a lot of the people that don't realize how good we have it here in the States. There are now 15 legal states, including where I'm talking to you from, actually where the women are talking, we're all from Massachusetts. And you've got a few brethren in the Boston area, just in case you didn't know that.
Yeah, I know a few people. Yeah, I did. It's just a big Irish spot.
Yeah, but I wonder if there's a way for you to solicit people up from this side of the pond to help your cause in Ireland? Again, you seem to be someone who's extremely passionate and dedicated to this, no matter what. Have you ever reached out to the people in the United States, the pro-cannabis movement, if you will?
I've reached out to some people over time, but one person who has been very present over here is Martin O'Brien. I interviewed him recently. He's the owner of Foxworthy Farms down in the Sonoma County. So he's kind of active here in Ireland in helping the patients. He's done work in the past with Patients for Safe Access in America. So they're now trying to pay it out to other countries, and Ireland is one because of Martin's connection here. So yeah, there's certainly people from across the pond looking over here in order to extend a helping hand, and it's more than welcome. If there's anybody out there right now watching, listening, we're more than welcome to help us out.
Well, we're gonna get your contact info and stuff like that certainly before you go, so you can get.
I also set up Students for Sensible Drug Policy. I don't know if you're aware of that organization. I set one up here. I didn't set up the organization, but when I was doing my herbal science degree, I set up the Students for Sensible Drug Policy Society in Cork, IT. And basically it was a society around harm reduction and drug awareness information. And it was a big hit there, and it still is active right across Ireland. I'm due to go back to college next month to do a master's in biochemistry. And I'll be getting back involved again with the SSDP there. But they're right across America as well. So they're another group that are present over here too. And tremendous work being put in by the students and activists within that network too.
Yeah.
What are the rules and regs? You mentioned hemp is being grown in Ireland. What are the rules and regulations of CBD products in whether it's topicals or infused in any beverages?
Well, I'm very glad you asked this, because there's a growing case at the moment. There's been the sale of CBD flowers here. So CBD flowers are flowers with less than 0.2% THC. So this is what they use as a definition for hemp. But in our law in Ireland, it says cannabis is illegal. The flowers are illegal. So despite any THC at all, it's the flower itself is illegal. So our farmers here are actually only allowed to use the stem and the seeds. Any farmer in Ireland who grows the hemp plant has to destroy the flower, the most valuable part of it, because of our crazy backwards laws. And it's all around the Misuse of Drugs Act 1977, which basically defines cannabis as the mature flowers and leaves of the cannabis genus plant.
Wow. I mean, I'm at a loss for words here. Alyssa, I mean, and you, I mean, I'm really glad that we connected, okay? Because it definitely puts in perspective how far the States has come in comparison to other parts of the world, like Ireland.
Look for that interview. I mean, honestly, all you'll have to do is show the person who we were just speaking to, and she's literally pulling together, university research and hospital EHR databases and, genetic clones. I mean, it's there, and it's crazy to think that people don't believe it.
Well, I do another part of Martin's World, which is 420 News. And as part of that, I kind of see, I report news from across the world. And when I was reporting on the New Zealand vote there recently, a part of that, they were highlighting how the natives there, the Maori, they're by and large, they're more punished by the laws there than, say, the non-natives, the kind of the white guys coming in. I only reported there earlier today in South Africa, in Cape Town, there was about 300 or 400 Rastafarians out marching, because what they're saying is they're being discriminated and kept out of the cannabis industry, while they say the big white pharmaceutical companies are getting licenses in South Africa to grow cannabis and make the products there from it, while the locals are still being punished and beating, as they're reporting, down there from it. So these cannabis laws, the drug war, it's just been a tool of discrimination right across the world, from where I'm kind of viewing on it. And it's been my experience too as a person in Ireland.
It sounds like, I think you started this by saying, you stick with the science, and there's science there. And I think that's the honest, that's true. And I think that's usually the safest way to go with the best results from what we can tell. So good luck. And if Jimmy, I'm sure we can introduce him to plenty of people. Help.
We know plenty of people, and actually I know a lot of people with Irish connections. And I'm gonna, who I'm gonna talk to? I know who I'm gonna talk to. Walter Sullivan. Alyssa, you know Walter. This guy was the head of the Alcoholic Beverage Commission here in Massachusetts for a long time, and now he's a pro-cannabis advocate and an attorney. And actually, Martin, I'm going to introduce you to Walter because I'll be a great guest. Okay, I get it. But he'd be a great guest for you as well because let's face it, he's very proud of his heritage. And if that's the least I could do is connect you. But I got to ask you a question. Do you know the origination of 420?
I hear a couple of myths around it, but I don't know, is there any real confirmed story?
Yes.
There is a confirmed story. So what I believe
I tell it on this show every single time we do it. Would you like me to enlighten you a little bit or not?
Dude, let me see if it's what I believed it to be. I believed it was the college students who met up for the smoke around 420, but is that a...
This is what, the telephone game, you whisper something in somebody's ear and then they tell the next person, then by the time it gets around the room, it's a completely different thing. Okay, so here's the truth. And by the way, Google knows this, right? Because Google knows everything. In San Rafael, California, in 1971, there was a bunch of guys, they called themselves the Waldos. And the Waldos used to meet across the street from the high school at the Louis Pasteur statue at 4:20 to catch a little buzz. Now, law enforcement, being those sharp people that they are, and I guess you've had a little experience with them too, picked up the fact that it was at 4:20, there was public consumption of cannabis going on, and they adopted that as their call, when they have a police call, oh, check out the corner of Vine and Main Street, there's 420 going on. The cannabis community obviously adopted the 420 call, and it has now been absorbed, and it's also now a holiday. Well, it's not a holiday, but April 20th is the celebration of cannabis here. Yeah. And that's the truth. And if you don't believe me, Google the Waldos and 420, and you'll see that whole story. And one of our jobs is to track these guys down and get at least one of them to come on and talk a little bit about it. But that's where it all started. And that is not a myth. Those are facts. Okay.
I'm delighted you shared that with me now. I'm enlightened. This was an evening well spent.
Well, Martin Condon, we wish you the best of luck. Keep up the fight. I've got a lot of respect for what you've gone through for this cause. And Lord knows I'm the type of guy that definitely wants to connect you with others. So I'm going to do my best to at least get you to Walter Sullivan. You'll enjoy him. And by the way, Walter also hosts a podcast called In the Weeds. Okay. But my In the Weeds was first. Okay. So In the Weeds with Jimmy Young preceded In the Weeds with Walter Sullivan. That being said, Martin Condon, how can people get in touch with you?
I'm on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, and on YouTube also. So those are the four places I'm most active. And I always do my best to respond to messages and comments left there from people who are asking all sorts of questions. The most common question I get is regarding cannabis and medicines, and people coming to me with ailments saying, I have this condition, would cannabis be beneficial for me? It breaks my heart being so much not being able to help these people physically, but I can give them the information, but I wish so much I could use the skills I have in growing cannabis and procuring the medicines. But sadly, I'm restricted. I can't do that here legally yet.
Yet. I love that. All right. And it's Martin's World podcast, right?
It is Martin's World podcast on all of those platforms mentioned.
There you go. Well, Martin Condon, great to talk with you. Great to officially chat as well. And I know you know how to get in touch with me. So you stay on me and I'll reach out to you and we'll schedule something. And it'll be great to continue this conversation.
Brilliant. Thanks very much again for having me. It's been an absolute pleasure, Jimmy and Alyssa, and your friend Alyssa as well. I didn't catch her name.
Nikki. She's an advocate. Nikki. You definitely have to have her on your show as well. She's a nurse, an advocate. She's everything. The language you speak. So
that's right.
I'm filling up my schedule for January, so I'll be in touch.
There you go. And keep up the good fight, as they say. All right, Martin Condon, appreciate it. We're going to take a break. We'll come back on the other side with our final guest of this Monday, and it's the green nurse herself, Sherry Tutkus. So don't go away.
We are Pro Cannabis Media. We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media, a former Emmy Award-winning talk show host and sportscaster from New England. So we're going to interrupt the kind of promotion of a new cannabis channel to talk to you about the year of cannabis in 2020. That's right, it was quite a year for the green wave. It's why we have a saying here at Pro Cannabis Media, it's a whole new world of weed out there. So if I were to ask you, what are your top 5 stories of the year in cannabis? What would they be? Well, here's mine. We'll do it David Letterman style, kind of backwards. Number 5, Colorado. They've delivered close to $2 billion in cannabis sales this year alone, and now has passed $1 billion generated in state tax revenue since it legalized cannabis in 2014. Pretty amazing. Number 4, the World Health Organization has descheduled cannabis from the most restricted category to the least restricted category, and the UN then voted to remove it from its most restricted category. Now, of course, the door is open to recognize cannabis for its medicinal effects internationally. Number 3, just after the U.S. House of Representatives votes to open the doors for medical research of cannabis in legal states, the DEA finally issues its guidelines about research grants, and it denied that opportunity for scientists, spurning more and more research efforts that are out there. And what do you think happened? More lawsuits have followed. Meanwhile, number 2, back to the U.S. House of Representatives for passing of the MORE Act that legalized cannabis and expunged small cannabis sentences. But that bill will never see the floor of the Senate because, as you know, that is controlled by that other party. All eyes on Georgia's Senate runoff now for control of the Senate. However, considering that no House of Congress has even considered changing the law for 80 years, it was a pretty good year. What was the top story? Come on, Election Day. More people went to the vote, more people went to the polls, and more people voted in the United States of America. That meant 5 states had ballot questions. All 5 states passed those ballot questions, making 4 more adult use legal states: Arizona, Montana, South Dakota, and New Jersey. Mississippi, what did they do? They added a medicinal program. That means a majority of the states in the United States of America, over 33 now, have medicinal marijuana programs. So, what are your top 5 stories for 2020 in cannabis? Email us at info@ProCannabisMedia, and we might just read your list on one of our live cannabis chat shows that we live stream 3 days a week from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. right out of this studio. That's right, on ProCannabisMedia.com, Pro Cannabis Media's Facebook page, and the YouTube channel. We go live 3 times a week, and right now we're live streaming the best of our 2020 shows on all of our social media pages. So like, share, subscribe, and follow us, because the only socialization we're doing now during this pandemic is social media. So for everyone here at Pro Cannabis Media, happy holidays. I'm Jimmy Young.
We are Pro Cannabis Media. We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Back to Cannabis Chat for Friday afternoon. We call it the Green Rush. The Business of Cannabis with David Rabinovitz. And we are joined by two friends of Pro Cannabis Media. I think I can go out on a limb and call Valerio Romano, a local attorney here in Massachusetts, a friend, as well as the CEO of LeafWire, Peter Vogel, who joins us now. Thank both of you for coming in here on a Friday afternoon. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Happy to be here.
Yep, same here. Happy to be on the show.
And now I'm going to throw it over to my co-host, David, because, you know, he's kind of a host in training. So this gives him a few seconds to set up some questions and talk topics for you guys. So, David, go ahead. Wait, what happened to David? What happened to his, hey, turn your darn microphone. You failed that test. You just failed the test, okay?
That's why I'm still in training, Jimmy. So we got two great guests here. We got Valerio, and anybody who's in the Massachusetts marijuana scene knows Valerio, and anybody who's in the marijuana scene beyond the borders should know Peter, because he runs LeafWire. And LeafWire, Peter, you're in the process of raising some money for LeafWire, isn't that correct?
We are, yeah. We just started a crowdfunding raise on Seed Invest, which for us is super exciting because it's the first time we've done a public fundraise like that has a much lower minimum that anyone out in the public can actually get involved with, and you don't have to be an accredited investor. So that's one of the beautiful things about the Reg CF is it allows anyone to kind of get in and invest with a company like LeafWire.
Cool.
What is that minimum investment, Peter? I'm interested.
So according to SEC compliance, I can't share. I can share that we're actually a little over 50% of the way raised of what we need to reach the minimum level. Okay. So it's going really well. In order to see all of the financial numbers and valuations and minimums and stuff, you can go to seedinvest.com. And see it all there. Unfortunately, I can't talk about it in a way like this.
In a record
again, Peter?
Seedinvest.com.
Seedinvest.com. We'll hopefully get that up on the screen for anybody who's interested.
Yeah, come check it out. There's a ton of videos about LeafWire. We did an interview with Montel Williams. We have a bunch of testimonials up from all of our members. So come check it out. You can, everything you ever want to know about LeafWire is available.
That's great.
Did my video make the cut?
I think so. I'll have to go look. We sent in, we actually got about 25 of them. Seed Invest picked about 10. So I think it is up there.
Okay, cool. Great. Valerio, we got to ask you a question. First of all, we know you used to be with Vicente Sederberg. Now you're out on your own. How is that venture going for you?
It's great. I enjoy it. Vicente Sederberg is a great place with a lot of great people. During COVID, it just made a lot of sense to me to sort of go out on my own. Again, I had VGR Law Firm before and sort of starting it back up just made sense for me. So that's what I'm doing, but it's great. I mean, I love working with host communities to cite cannabis businesses. I'm really sort of a true believer, anti-prohibitionist. As a co-author of Question 4 that ended prohibition in Massachusetts, it's been something that I've worked with. So it's going great. I started doing this in California too long ago to mention, and worked with folks that really paved the way for the cannabis industry, folks that, paved the way with their liberty. And now happy to continue to try to represent people in the industry and move it forward by getting state and local licenses.
Larry, do you do any work on fundraising with your clients?
We do. It's the hardest part. I mean, fundraising and finding properties are really the two hardest parts of this business, without a doubt.
Have you done any exposure to the crowdfunding method?
No, I have not. I don't know if plant touching businesses can do crowdfunding. Peter might have more insight to that than I do. But no, I have not had any businesses that are actually plant touching that I know of that have done fundraising with crowdfunding.
Yeah, and Valerio is 100% right. Because it is a Reg CF is an SEC federally regulated type raise. Plant touching companies can't take part in it, unfortunately. There have been tons of non-plant touching companies though that have taken advantage of it. And there's a variety of different crowdfunding platforms, and Seed Invest, the one we're using, for example, I know one of their bigger successes was with Hello MD. If you remember that company, they raised, I think, over $3 million on Seed Invest using the Reg CF. But you're right. Right now it is limited, and a lot of the companies that have seen success have been kind of like the cannabis tech companies in crowdfunding.
So what avenues did you look at before you decided on going the crowdfunding route? And why did you choose that one over any other alternatives you had?
So we have raised money the more traditional way with a Reg D fundraise, which is where it's only accredited investors, and that tends to have a higher minimum, usually 25,000. So it does limit the number of people who can be involved if they don't happen to be an accredited investor. So we have raised money in that way in the past. We were really attracted to the Reg CF fundraise, since we are a public-facing company and we have a lot of members. We're up to 36,000 members now. We have a lot of people who are active and engaged on the platform, and we wanted to give everyone the chance to kind of own a piece of LeafWire. To if they want to come in and invest, give them a chance, which they may not have been able to if they weren't an accredited investor. The other part of the crowdfunding platform that's kind of exciting for us is obviously you have a much larger volume of people who invest than in a Reg D type fundraise. So if using hypothetical numbers, if you get 1,000 people that invest, you automatically have 1,000 ambassadors and kind of cheerleaders who are out there supporting you, talking to their friends about you, and those people could become your best users, your best customers, your best advocates. So it's kind of a side benefit, in addition to just raising the money, is that you're actually getting a huge number of ambassadors who are out there promoting you.
Yeah, I remember that from many years ago. I went to work for a company that was in the equipment finance business, and they were raising capital. And I remember the CEO indicating he liked everybody to own stock, because the more people that own stock, it was basically what you're saying. There were more advocates for the company.
100%.
Yep. So yeah, I'm one of the trainers for the state social equity program. And one of the things I tell the students in the class is you definitely have to have, you should be on LinkedIn, but if you're going to be in the cannabis space, you have to be on LeafWire. So for those who aren't familiar with it, take a minute and tell us what LeafWire does.
Sure. So we built LeafWire. We were intending it to be similar to a LinkedIn type platform, but 100% for the cannabis and hemp industries. And it's a place for the community to connect with each other, to share news, to promote events, to announce new products, send each other messages. People connect just like they do on other social networks. We've actually had over 700,000 connection requests sent across the platform from one member to another LeafWire member. And the stat that I find even kind of more engaging or interesting than that is over 40% of them have been accepted, meaning that we've created over 300,000 connections since we launched the platform with people who previously had not known each other.
Now, I've found LeafWire to be great when you go into a conference or some sort of, or any type of industry gathering where you're going to have people from multi-states. It's a great place to find out who's going to go and who's going to be and how to connect with them.
Yes, definitely. And we're getting busier every month. We're actually up to, our monthly active users are about 25,000 right now. And that has been growing consistently since back in January of 2019, we were at about 5,000. So we've grown 5x in terms of the number of people that are actually coming onto the platform. And that's similar to our member growth. Back then we had about 4,000 members about 2 years ago. Now we're up to 36,000. So we've had about 7x member growth since we started.
I remember when we met, you were at 6,000. So that was about 2 years ago, and you've done a great job. And back then, I remember the elevator pitch was LeafWire, a LinkedIn for weed. I mean, that's really was the simplest way to explain what the model was. I want to ask Valerio, how do you guys set valuations for companies? Is there a formula? Is there a An anecdote you could give us about how you set valuations for how much companies are worth?
Well, I mean, again, one of the most challenging aspects of this is setting valuations. It depends on where the company is along the way. So obviously, a company that has no licenses and simply an LOI on a property is worth less than a company that has a binding agreement on a property that's properly zoned. Then you move up from there to local permitting. You move up from there to state licenses. You move up from there to actually being open, depending on the jurisdiction, if you're open for retail versus cultivation. I mean, right now in California, given that it's harvest season, you have cannabis going for $600 a pound. In Massachusetts, it's still north of $4,000 a pound. So the different license types in different jurisdictions make a big difference. But I've seen valuations for companies that have what they call provisional licenses in Massachusetts, local site control, local approvals, valued at, by independent valuators, by, $9 million, which I thought was pretty high. But that can be the value of a company. It's not a typical 3x revenue model plus the value of your assets. It just depends really on the jurisdiction that you're in and the stage in the process that you're in. When you're starting out, it's just sort of a dream, and there's so many hurdles between the idea of getting a cannabis business open and actually opening that it can be quite challenging. And raising money too early can be a big problem too, right? Everybody would, if it costs $6 million to build out 25, 30,000 square feet of cultivation in Massachusetts because our economy is booming, if you get all that $6 million in the bank on day one, although it might be nice to see that money in there and rely on it, if you're accruing interest at 15 or 18% on $6 million for the 18 months or 2 years it takes you to get open, that interest that's accrued will just crush you by the time you're actually open. So, you want to really be thoughtful about your raise as well and how you structure it. More conventional construction type loan that you draw down on, convertible notes. You really want to be thoughtful about your raise as well, in addition to how you formulate your valuation. One of the things I'm working on with a client right now is actually trying to put together a valuation matrix with a bunch of different companies so that we can plug and play these different things that I just mentioned into this matrix and pop out the other side a number. And then we can take that number and shop it around. So it's something that we're working on right now. But you need to sort of get the Wall Street folks to buy in on it so that it can have some substance more than just a lawyer.
No. So David, you were mentioning how it's a harvest season in California. $600 a pound out there, but it's $4,000 a pound back here, right? That's primarily because you can't bring it over state lines. Let's assume the MORE Act doesn't get past the Senate for whatever reason, but the incoming administration takes marijuana off the Controlled Substance Act schedules and just fully deschedules it because they don't need an act of Congress to do that. That's the signature of the Attorney General, if I understand right. How do you see that impacting interstate commerce?
So if cannabis gets descheduled or rescheduled even to Schedule 2 or Schedule 3, I don't think that's going to have a huge difference on Massachusetts, particularly. Some other states that maybe are a little more, liberal. People think of Massachusetts as its ultimate liberal state, but I call it, progressive Puritanism. And people freak out about cannabis in Massachusetts. And so I think that similarly with liquor, you'll still have the robust state licensing and the requirement of independent lab testing and the oversight that the Cannabis Control Commission performs on cultivation, product manufacturing, with that independent lab testing, I think will continue. And I don't really see any time in the next 5 years at least that Massachusetts is going to be accepting cannabis grown outdoors, in Humboldt, just coming across state lines here, no matter what happens with scheduling or rescheduling and whether that happens through Congress or not.
But if they legalize it at the federal level, can the state actually stop out of state product from coming in? I mean, I would think that would be a run in conflict to the Commerce Clause.
Well, I mean, similarly with alcohol, you can potentially bring in small amounts for yourself, but you can't come in and bring in alcohol and sell it in Massachusetts without a license to do so. And that's really what we're talking about. Not small amounts for yourself. So I continue to see the oversight that the Cannabis Control Commission has and these individual municipalities have staying strong for a number of years to come.
No. That's going to keep the prices high in the Bay State.
It sure is. But look at the tax rate and whatnot in California. It's the price of cannabis for just an eighth of flower in California isn't any cheaper than it is here.
As long as it's all tested, I'm very happy with it. I certainly understand that the illegal market exists. It's flourishing because at least now they know the prices that they have to undercut just by using a little Google search and getting online and seeing what the prices are at the various legal dispensaries. The whole idea of legalization, I think the big picture was to perhaps have that illegal market go straight and become legal. I have not seen any evidence of that yet. Do you guys think you're going to see that?
I'll let you take the first crack at that, Peter, if you'd like.
It's probably a better question for you, Valeria, I think.
Yeah, so I mean, honestly, it's been a failure of the way the program was rolled out in Massachusetts. As a co-author of the ballot initiative that ended cannabis prohibition in Mass, it was absolutely one of our goals, was to bring down the black market, right? So we had independent lab tested cannabis that wasn't filled with pesticides, that wasn't moldy, that wasn't, sold by, your corner drug dealer who also had, Percocet, Oxy, and cocaine that he or she was offering, right? And so that was sort of the goal, but it hasn't worked because the price is so high, right? We have effectively a 23% sales tax on cannabis off the top, plus the incredible cost to actually get into the business that needs to be earned back. And so much like economic empowerment and the social equity program that there was a lot of lip service paid to, the attack on the unregulated market, I don't like the word black market necessarily, the unregulated market has been a total failure. And we still have a long ways to go before we can actually bring that into the hands of the regulated market. And that has a lot to do with price.
So Valeria, I've talked to some of the unregulated, unlicensed dealers who they take in their orders electronically and they home deliver. Because one of the arguments I've been making to municipal officials who are worried about home delivery is it's already happening. It's been in your community for a long time. And if you don't know it's there, it shows you how well it runs. And that's not even when it's running regulated. When home delivery gets up and running in Massachusetts, do you think that's going to have an impact on the unregulated market?
Maybe some. The home delivery license type, which there's 3-year preference for social equity and economic empowerment. I had spoken with Jimmy about this a few days ago. Really, the cost to get one of those licenses is still extreme. You still need to have a brick and mortar to store the wholesale cannabis that you produce. You need to secure that brick and mortar. So you have to follow all the security requirements. You need to get local special permit site plan reviews. So you need architects and engineers. You need counsel. The regulations are incredibly, voluminous and confusing. You need to have basically a tricked out Sprinter van with 2 people driving it around at all times. It's $500,000 on the low end to get one of those licenses. So it's not like we're just opening up a whole new license type that people can hop in on for the next 3 years and really knock out the retailers that exist now. So I don't think that it's really going to really hurt the unregulated market as much as maybe it should or we'd like to, because the barriers to entry for that still exist. Now, it's nice that the Cannabis Control Commission has eased up on the application and renewal fees, but that's only a couple grand. It's just a drop in the bucket. It's a nominal discount when it costs you, $500,000, $700,000 to open on the low end, and then you're paying 2 employees to deliver an eighth of cannabis. And so it's, it's nice, but I still don't see it making that much of a dent in the problem that remains.
I think you could look at California as a model that has delivery, and that hasn't done anything to, shrink the black market there, which I think most people think is 3 times the size of the regulated market. So,
at least.
Yeah, so I would agree. It's actually it's an interesting topic though, because Colorado just started looking at delivery again. We've been recreationally legal for 6 years and still don't have delivery. I'm not even sure what the mindset is that has prevented that from happening, but we're finally again talking about it now, and it's up for discussion. So Colorado may finally get delivery for the first time.
Well, I know in Massachusetts, we originally had 5 commissioners. We will have 5 again. We're down to 3 right now. But 4 out of the 5 voted against the law that they were regulating, right? It's sort of like, the current cabinet and that the White House appointed, and so when you have folks that are regulating something that they didn't really like in the first place, delivery, I know, was a big problem for some of them, and I've spoken to them about directly. The concept that somebody could just buy a bunch of cannabis, store it in the back of a van, and sit in the middle of Boston, wait for calls, and then shoot over and deliver it, which would be the efficient way to do it, is not allowed. And so because that's not allowed, we're not going to have it, be an efficient option for delivery, unfortunately.
Well, imagine if we got to the point where it's like that, and you could put somebody on a scooter and they're running through the streets of Boston, getting to people's homes and dropping it off. I mean, right now,
the way we used to buy cannabis back in 1992, in California, but that or earlier, but that certainly, Massachusetts is regulating it thoroughly, and there's a lot of positive to that too. Sometimes it comes across like I'm bashing the commission, and I'm not. There's a lot of positive to what they're doing, because somebody like me, I'm a professional. If I was to get cannabis, I want to get it from a dispensary because I know that it's independently lab tested. I know it has no mold. I know it has no pesticide. I know if it's a card, it doesn't have vitamin E acetate in it. I know if it's an edible or some other infused product, and somebody I love is eating one, if I'm sharing it with my wife or whatever, I know that we're eating something healthy. And so for me, I'm all about the regulation. I just think there's pluses and minuses and push points where, we can ease off on portions of it.
Peter, can I ask you a question about your own membership? And since the ballot questions were approved by 5 different states, have you seen a spike at all in your membership growth, more than what you've normally seen?
We've continued to grow during the pandemic all along at a pretty strong pace. So it's not necessarily different than it has been, but I think right now online tools and platforms, things like Zoom, things like LeafWire, are, I think, super important right now more than ever, just because everyone's at home, people can't meet in person. One interesting thing we have seen though is that we used to be about 50-50 in terms of how people access LeafWire, whether it was via mobile phone or desktop, and now we're at about 80-20 that are on a computer versus a phone, which makes a lot of sense.
Right.
Many fewer people are going anywhere. They're not traveling or they're not leaving their house. So more people are hunkered down in front of their computers now than ever.
And that means they're probably approaching it for a more thoroughly professional reason as well, as opposed to just kind of like flicking through it on their phone. But when they're looking at it, they're absorbed with it. It would seem to me.
Yeah, I think it's true that you can do a lot more on a computer, and having a bigger screen, having the ability to kind of like see things more clearly, bigger images, more text, than on mobile phones. So I would agree that people using things on a desktop are likely able to get a lot more functionality out of it.
Yeah.
David?
Back to me. Okay.
Yeah. This is your training. Come on, this is your training.
So I guess we're now into talking about the delivery. I think the trying to think of how to put this into a question. So I'm very involved with a lot of teams that are trying to get delivery up and running in Massachusetts. And while it sounds like a great concept, and hopefully a number of them are going to get licensed, what they're running into with established players who are playing very hard, and it's basically side agreements that you'll either not show up and we'll run your operation for you. You'll have 51%, but we got full operational control. And when the 3 years is up, we get to buy you out. So you'll stand there like a shill. Have you run into much of that, Valerio, or you can't comment on it?
Well, so, as far as I can tell, when there's a law and somebody sees a gray area, I always think that's a black area, right? And I think that the spirit, and certainly when the new regulations come out, the fact is that the economic empowerment applicant should not only just be a 51% shareholder, but they also have to have a significant level of control over the business. And there should not just be a stand-in for the business. And this goes back to sort of the difficulty in fundraising for any one of these cannabis businesses in Massachusetts. And so how does that relationship work? How do you create that relationship between the folks with the money and the folks with the preference for these 3 years? And a lot of that has to do with security, right? How are you going to secure that loan? And when you think about how you're going to secure the loan, you can't secure it with the license, because without the license is non-transferable without permission of the Cannabis Control Commission, because of all the background checks and everything else that goes into it. So you secure it with the property. But the property has to be, built out with actual security. It has to have a climate-controlled vault in it. So the lender will get security on that property, but you also can't secure it with the cannabis product itself, right? Which frequently the inventory is a large part of what the loan would be secured for too in the event of default in a typical business. And so finally, you secure it with cash flow receipts and bank accounts. So those are the ways that somebody who wants to invest in an equity applicant who has that 3-year preference for one of these wholesale delivery licenses to manifest it and make it real is able to do so. But when I work with those who want to invest and just use somebody as a straw person, I just tell them that's not a good idea. The Cannabis Control Commission will see right through it. I mean, in the last year or two, we had these multi-state operators who wanted to invest in Massachusetts and were basically chased out of Massachusetts. And they weren't even trying to use the folks as straw people. They had legitimate contracts with them that were fair market value under cannabis terms, and they were still chased out. So I think the contracts that people have with the economic empowerment applicants that have those 3 years that reflect terms like that, I think the Cannabis Control Commission is going to see right through them. And I don't think that they're going to be well received, and ultimately they're not going to be awarded those licenses.
Hey, let me put you on the spot with a question you may not want to answer, and if you don't, I understand. But let's assume that one of the current operators who has to be suitable to hold a license gets caught playing those kind of games. What do you think the commission should do about that? Just slap them on the hands, let them go, fine them, suspend it, yank their license?
So I feel like the one thing you can do, so the commission gives you a lot of ability to amend your application. You have problems with your application, they send it back with a request for information, an RFI. They say, fix this, fix that, fix this. It's not like the early days of the Department of Public Health when you would just get kicked out of the process for who knows what reason, right? The way that you can run afoul of the commission nowadays is by being dishonest with them. So if you're caught red-handed being dishonest with the commission on a material term, then that's the kind of thing that, yeah, there should be some consequence. I don't know about being kicked out of the process because I think the commission likes big fines. You've seen over the last year plus, these $500,000 fines for different companies, $250,000 fines for different companies. So I don't know if completely being removed, but if you're going to be straight up dishonest with the commission on a material term, then I do think, a substantial fine is probably the remedy. But that being said, I feel like the commission should probably hire an independent group that can evaluate, an independent group of business people that can evaluate these terms and figure out where they represent real fair market value terms. Because I remember during the whole multi-state operators trying to invest in smaller businesses, when they were all their money was basically chased out of the Commonwealth, they were offering fair, reasonable terms. And the folks that were making that decision at the commission didn't have the business sense to know one way or the other. So I feel like they should actually, and people at the Globe who are writing about it didn't necessarily know. So I feel like they should hire an independent third party to make these valuations, and it shouldn't be so political and reactionary. And that way they'd be able to stand out of it, say, hey, we hired this group, they figured it out, and let's let them take the heat for it. And that way there wouldn't be, the issues that we had over the last couple of years. And we would know that any sanctions that actually happened were based in truth and reality, as opposed to just perception.
Sure. Didn't they do that with Citrin Cooperman? They hired, I believe they hired the about the 25th largest accounting firm in the US. And I thought they hired them to take a look at the applications to determine where the real ownership is and whether there's any violation of the ownership limits.
There was some level of that, but I never communicated with them.
Yep.
All right. Hey, you know what? We're up against the half hour, as they say. Both you guys have been great. Peter, once again, how do people find out about your offering? They can just go to your website. I mean, I got the newsletter, so I'm obviously a member. But how would someone who isn't a member sign up for LeafWire? Obviously, just go to the website, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, if anyone who's not a member, we'd love for you to come join the community. Just come to leafwire.com. Just a couple easy fields to fill out and join. It's completely free to join. Create your profile. And for anyone who is interested in the fundraise, I would encourage you to go to seedinvest.com, and you'll see several different companies now that they're fundraising, LeafWire is being one of them, and there's a ton of information there. So come check it out.
Yep, you're right up there on the front page of Seed Invest under the
right now we're I think the fourth one on the right, like we're right on the homepage there. So just go to seedinvest.com, and there is a discussion board on there as well, where anyone who wants to ask questions that I monitor. So anyone that wants to ask questions can post questions there, and people can ask to reach out to me personally as well. It has to be approved by Seed Invest. But anyone who has questions can post them right on there, and we'll try and answer them as quickly as possible.
Great. Fantastic. And looks like you got about a little over 2 months left for anybody who wants to take advantage of this.
There you go. So for Peter Vogel and LeafWire, thank you so much once again. Good to see you, sir. Valerio, always a pleasure, even twice in 1 week. And for those who don't know, Valerio and I are on this week's In the Weeds with Jimmy Young, my regular podcast, and you can listen to that on all our social media outlets that are out there. But we have to quickly take a break. We'll come back and we'll have more lawyers. And Valerio, I'm going to go out on a limb thinking, I bet you know Blake Mensing and Walter Sullivan.
I do. Excellent lawyers and great people. I know they're going to have a great talk.
All right, there you go. Thank you so much, Valerio.
Right.
And we'll be back with more of Cannabis Chat after
Thanks,
this.
guys.
Thank you, guys.
Bye-bye.
Welcome to Vote Pro Podcast, the awards-winning cannabis news podcast brought to you by VoteProPot.com. Here are your hosts, Jay Britton and Andrew McCreadies.
Welcome to another episode of Vote Pro Podcast. Hi, this is Andrew McCreadies alongside Jay Britton. Today's a very special guest is a pioneering cannabis entrepreneur, activist, author, and on-screen personality, and all-around nice guy. He co-founded several iconic cannabis businesses and organizations including Harborside Dispensaries in Oakland, California, one of the first dispensaries licensed in the United States, Steep Hill Laboratories, the first dedicated cannabis laboratory, ArcView Group, the first cannabis investment firm, and the National Cannabis Industry Association, the industry's first trade association. Most recently, he co-founded the Last Prisoner Project, a nonprofit vowing to get every last cannabis prisoner out of jail. We're thrilled to have him with us today, the father of legal cannabis. Please welcome Steve DeAngelo.
Thanks so much for having me. Great to be here.
Okay, Steve, I noticed that you use the word cannabis a lot. How do you feel about the slang terms? Because a lot of people seem to be critical of that.
Slang terms for cannabis? Well, look, I use the word cannabis because I'm a public figure, and I think that part of what I'm trying to do is take the misinformation and the stigma and the propaganda out of the public dialogue around cannabis. I think that you know, there are a lot of different names for cannabis. One reason for that is that we've had to speak in code to each other because it's been illegal for so long. And so people have come up with a lot of very clever ways of disguising what they're talking about. And one of the interpretations of the source of the term marijuana is that it was actually one of these codes, that what happened was that cannabis came to Mexico with the conquistadors, but was appropriated by the native curanderos, who then adopted it into their system of healing medicines. And when the church in Mexico found out about this, they banned it. And at that time, the name that the curanderos had for cannabis was Pipilzintlis. It's a really cool name. It translates to noble little lords in English. But they couldn't use that name anymore because the church was hip to it, right? So one of the theories, and nobody really knows whether this is true, is that marijuana means Juana, stuff of Maria, Mary's stuff. And of course, it'd be a lot more acceptable to talk about Mary's stuff than it would be the noble little lords in the context of an oppressive Catholic Church. So I'm of two minds, right? On the one hand, I think that a lot of loaded terminology has been used, that the word marijuana was used by Harry Anslinger and other prohibitionists to demonize cannabis and people who use cannabis and make them seem foreign and alien. On the other hand, I celebrate the endless creativity of cannabis culture and the different ways that we've been able to keep our identity alive over all of these decades and in some cases centuries of repression.
We have people that call in a lot and write us, and I mean, some of them get really angry if we use any term other than cannabis. That's why we were kind of wondering.
One of the lessons that the cannabis plant teaches us is to be flexible, right? And to do what works, not get too hung up on it. So I try not to get hung up on it. All I ask is that all of us who care about the plant think carefully about the words that we do use and the context in which we use them. And so, you know, if you're appearing in front of a city council or you're on a news interview, cannabis might be the more appropriate term to use. You're at a party and you're hanging out with friends, or you're stretching out on a humorous podcast, then, you know, there's dozens of other words for cannabis that could be equally appropriate. I think it's largely a matter of intent and context.
You grew up as an activist and became a very successful entrepreneur, which is kind of unusual, that combination. And speaking first of your activism, in 1998, you spearheaded efforts to legalize cannabis right here in D.C. with Initiative 59, I believe it was.
Yeah, that's
What is your connection to D.C.? Because we're all here in D.C., of course.
Well, my connection is that it was the D.C. area, with the exception of numerous foreign sojourns, was where I grew up and where I spent my career until I was into my mid-40s. In fact, the reason that I left D.C. Was that Initiative 59 was really just the culmination of about 25 years of activist work on my part, and we won that election. It was from our point of view, a hard-fought campaign. We carried it with 69% of the votes, We carried every single precinct in D.C., and as you guys know, that's a rare event in any election.
Any election, yeah.
Any election in D.C., because unfortunately, we, still in D.C. to this day are a racially divided city. We actually had to sue the District of Columbia government in order to get them to count the vote on that initiative after Congress threatened to cut off all funds to D.C. If they implemented the initiative. So despite, what we viewed, and at that time was, the largest margin of victory for any cannabis initiative anywhere, it took 12 years before there were significant changes in Congress and in the D.C. Government before it could be implemented. So, I thought that was a kind of poor reward for 2+ decades of activism, and I had been involved in Prop 215 tangentially in California and was aware of what was going on. So I made the decision to leave D.C. and come to California, which I saw as more fertile ground.
So were you raised in D.C. proper or outside of D.C. or in the suburbs?
It was in the suburbs until I was old enough to make up my own mind about where I wanted to live. So, variously, my family lived in PG County, Silver Spring.
Wow, okay. That's our stomping grounds, brother.
Older, it was like Shaw and Adams Morgan and Mount Pleasant.
Sure.
Yeah, so that's my stomping grounds. And the truth about my career is that really becoming a activist and an entrepreneur were happened in the same moment for me, which was basically immediately after I was introduced to the plant. Right after I experienced cannabis, I had a few thoughts in quick succession. One was, wow, this stuff is really great, and I want it to be in my life. Where do I get it? How much does it cost? Well, if I buy a little bit more than that, how much does it cost? And how much can I sell the little pieces for? And I started in my entrepreneurial mind at 13 years old, starting doing those calculations. And then another thought quite immediately was, well, I'm not willing to be a criminal the rest of my life, so we have to change the laws. So it was really, the two things happened at once. From my point of view, if the government was going to make cannabis illegal and create an illegal cannabis trade, there was no more appropriate vehicle to use to raise money to end the cannabis laws than that cannabis trade. And so at a very early age, I made spreading this plant as far and as wide as I possibly could, with or without a license, a core part of my philosophy.
Now, Steve, I've noticed that big corporations are becoming more and more involved in the industry throughout the country. And I believe that's inevitable, if not necessary, for the industry to grow and achieve its potential. But is there going to be room for small businesses, and what can we do to sort of ensure that?
Well, we really need to make sure that there is room for a variety of different kinds of business models. Every other consumer in the United States has an opportunity to choose from small-scale craft producers all the way up to, very large scaled-up operations, from luxury brands to budget brands and everything in between. And cannabis consumers deserve no less. What we need to do is ensure that the regulations provide for a level playing field. And when I say level, I don't mean just, in terms of the language of the statute, but that we really do create opportunities for small producers, that we really do create opportunities for people of color who have suffered disproportionately from cannabis prohibition. And we'll let the market decide what really works and doesn't work. Nobody really knows what service models, what kind of brands, what kind of product formats are ultimately going to be successful. We're still figuring that out. So we want to make sure that there's a level playing field for all models. And, corporate cannabis, absolutely, there should be corporate cannabis. We would not be seeing the reform that we're seeing all around the world today were it not for corporate cannabis and the political power that the investor class brings to this conversation. On the other hand, it shouldn't be the only kind of cannabis that we have. There should be other parts of the cannabis economy. There should be nonprofit parts of the cannabis economy, like in many countries, they have cannabis associations where people just get together and they have little clubhouses and they hang out with each other and they share weed with each other. And it's like a social club. And you don't have to get a whole bunch of licensing and you don't have to go through a whole bunch of procedures. We should have room for that kind of social experience, that kind of casual nonprofit sharing of cannabis in our system. We should have room for the very, very small micro producers. We should make sure that there's appropriate support that's available for marginalized communities that traditionally aren't able to enter a new industry. We can do all of these things, and we should.
I noticed that some large corporations are entering the industry and people from corporate America are entering the industry. And I find that although it's a new industry, it's an old market. And some of these companies, there's a company here in Maryland that had a problem. They understand the business, but they don't understand the culture. There's a company called Curio that tried to sue the state of Maryland to limit the number of grow permits they're going to give out. And social networking went crazy. They planned a protest in front of their facility, and they backed out, and they left a vapor trail. They backed out so fast. So are we seeing a problem with corporate America not understanding the cannabis culture?
I think that you put your finger on one of the key problems that we're seeing today, which is that a lot of the people who have been successful at raising capital and obtaining licenses are people who come from mainstream business backgrounds, not cannabis backgrounds. And, all of us, to one degree or another, are prisoners of our own experience. And so you have a lot of people who are in very powerful positions in the cannabis industry today who either don't use cannabis at all, use it quite lightly, or whose experience is just very recent and very limited. And compounded on that, there seems to be, often an attitude that that the mainstream business guys are here now, and they're going to show all of the stoners how business is really done.
Right.
And as you related, it's not unusual that they fall over their own feet in an effort to do that, because cannabis as a product is incredibly complex. And it's a unique product, right? So, like another example, one of the things I see a lot is companies that are started by a lot of the new corporate guys, and their basic marketing angle is to new adopters. Okay, I get that, right? There's legal reform. There's a lot of people who are going to be trying cannabis, like these folks who have never tried it before, and there's a big market there. But what I know that they don't is that over time, cannabis changes people who develop a relationship with it, and people who are new adopters are either going to stay with cannabis or they're not.
Right.
And if they stay with cannabis, it's not going to take too long before they turn from new adopters into connoisseurs.
Yep.
And I often see branding approaches which completely understand that kind of intimate relationship that people have with the cannabis plant.
About 10 years ago, you co-founded the ArcView Group, which brings together cannabis entrepreneurs and investors, kind of like a weed version of Shark Tank, I guess. Did that philosophy go into your starting of the ArcView Group? In other words, trying to put together socially conscious investors with cannabis entrepreneurs?
Well, let's rewind a little bit to the time that we launched the ArcView Group. This was 2009. There were only, I think at that point, 3 or 4 medical cannabis states, and California was the only one that had, any kind of reasonable industry at that stage. And we were still seeing raids by the federal government very, very frequently, so the immediate organizing impulse for NCIA was just that we could have a voice in the federal government and begin to engage in this debate and this dialogue. It was formed, the organization was formed by people like myself, Troy Dayton, Aaron Smith. All of us came out of an activist background, not out of a professional background. There was not really a professional cannabis industry for us to come out of then. And so the NCIA was imbued with our activist ethos and the lessons that we all believe that cannabis teaches us. And one of those lessons is to be radically inclusive, to make sure that there are not people who are left out of anything. Right? Just as human beings in general, we want to make sure that we have a wide embrace and that everybody has a place. And so that ethos, I think, was imbued in NCIA just implicitly because of who we are and what our orientation towards the world is.
Let's talk about the Last Prisoner Project. This is something near and dear to our hearts because we talk about it a lot. And with new regulations coming out and, trying to incorporate expungement into those regulations, let's just throw a couple statistics at you here. There are over 40,000 individuals currently incarcerated for marijuana offenses in the U.S. And in the past decade, there have been over 15 million people arrested for cannabis. So you have co-founded an organization called the Last Prisoner Project. Tell us about it.
Well, the purpose of the Last Prisoner Project is very simple. It's laser focused, and that is to bring every single cannabis prisoner home, to see them released from prison, return to their families, and given a decent shot at rebuilding the lives that have been stolen from them. The people who carried this plant through these years of prohibition aren't criminals. They're heroes who defied unjust laws to bring this incredibly valuable healing plant to light. And but for their efforts, we might well not be in the place that we are today. And so it's just a matter of simple, basic justice. Society has decided that this is no longer a crime. We all know that it never should have been a crime. And so people who are in prison now should not continue to be punished. Certainly not when we also have a legal industry that has already produced billionaires, more than one.
Right. So you've got people making millions and billions of dollars off cannabis, and at the same time, you have people sitting in a jail because they had a couple joints on them in Georgia. It makes no sense at all. It's crazy. So what kind of things is Last Prisoner Project doing to move this ball forward?
Well, the biggest accomplishment that I can announce to you is that Harvest, a large multi-state operator, has pledged to fund and is in the process now of developing our reentry retraining program. And this is a program that train people who are doing time on cannabis charges or who have been recently released to be able to come into the legal cannabis industry, and then we'll pair them up with jobs either at Harvest or at other legal cannabis companies.
That's great.
Got a few other things that we're doing that are not fully funded yet, but we are out raising. And one of the things that we want to implement in 2020 is our clemency program. There are now 10 adult use legal states in the United States, and we believe that the governors of those states should release anybody who's in those prisons for cannabis crimes. It's no longer a crime. People are doing it legally and making money. Our prisoners should come home, and the governors of those states all have the authority, with the stroke of a pen, with executive clemency, to bring our people home. And so we are engaging in talks with those governors' offices already.
Excellent.
And the basic deal that we're going to make with them is that we will help the governor's office develop a set of protocols that will allow them, instead of approving one clemency petition at a time, which is typically how it's done, takes a long time. There's not many staff members in the governor's office. Instead, we want to develop a list of parameters. If you meet these 8 points, Mr. Prisoner, and you don't meet these 3 points, then you qualify for executive clemency. We think we can get thousands of people out of jail in 2020 with this method.
That's fantastic.
That's great.
Yeah, we had Keith Strop on. One of the concerns was guys and ladies that are incarcerated can't afford a lawyer to get out or to get their case in front of a judge or whoever. So, I mean, I think that's fantastic. So they just have to meet a series of points. In other words, there was a nonviolent and, it was a possession, that kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Right. See, the issue is that, no governor's office has very many people assigned to the review of clemency petitions. And typically they're very politically sensitive things, because if a governor releases the wrong prisoner and that prisoner does something that's outrageous, it could reflect poorly on the governor's next election. And so they're politically sensitive decisions, and there's only one or two people in any governor's office reviewing them. So there's just a bottleneck, right? But what we're saying is, look, in the case of thousands of cannabis prisoners who are nonviolent, who don't have any kind of record of other criminal behavior, there's a number of other parameters that could be looked at, but there would be parameters that were agreed upon with the governor's office. And then any prisoners who hit those parameters would be eligible for the clemency. And then what we would do on our part is we have already recruited a small army of pro bono attorneys who are just eager to work with individual prisoners and write up these individual clemency petitions. So we are going to need a fairly significant amount of money in order to fund that program, because we are going to need to have staff to coordinate with the governor's offices, to train all of the pro bono attorneys, to do all of the legal fees and filings, et cetera. But we think that it's a great way to get thousands of people out, really just in the course of a year.
And I tell you, folks that are listening, you can go to Last Prisoner Project, I believe it's .com, or is it .org, Steve?
That's .org.
.org, and you can donate. Please do. I mean, this is a fantastic operation and something we all should be helping out with.
And for those of you who are in decision-making roles in cannabis companies, we are there's a couple of programs to tell you about. Number one is our Freedom for All CO program. Any company that pledges $1,000 a month, hopefully more, but at least $1,000 a month, will have the right to place our Freedom for All seal, which is this beautiful seal with a breaking chain on it. Very recognizable on any of their products, website, advertising, whatever, to indicate to consumers that they are supporters of the project. And we believe that cannabis consumers are going to vote with their dollars and reward those companies.
That's a great idea.
The program is a program called Roll It Up for Freedom. And we are asking cannabis dispensaries, retailers of all kinds, to offer cannabis consumers the option of rounding up their purchase to the next dollar and then making a contribution of that change to the Last Prisoner Project. Between those two programs, if we can get 100 or 200 companies involved, we think that we can get this, this next level of activity funded.
That's great.
Well, we can promise you that VotePro Pod will be backing and supporting the Last Prisoner Project on every episode.
Absolutely.
Okay, now, Steve, we did a story a couple months ago about comparing the new cannabis industry with the alcohol and how alcohol after prohibition. And we noticed that at the end of alcohol prohibition, a lot of the majority of the money invested into the alcohol industry in the United States was invested before it was ever re-legalized, before the 18th Amendment was passed, whatever it was. And so I'm thinking, since the United States has been dragging its feet and all other countries have been moving on, is America going to get left? I sort of think that we're getting left in the dust, and we're sort of missing out. When other countries are establishing international trade agreements, we're sitting on our hands. Are we getting left behind? Or can we make it up? Can we, if once they take it off Schedule 1, will we be able to catch up with everyone else?
I have a lot of faith in the power of American ingenuity and innovation, but I have to tell you that the continuing refusal of the federal government of the United States to accept the scientific evidence and legalize cannabis and open up the U.S. public exchanges and give us interstate and international trade represents the single greatest giveaway of American wealth that I have ever witnessed, certainly in my lifetime. We are talking not about billions of dollars. We are talking about trillions of dollars. An industry which I believe is destined between industrial, therapeutic, and spiritual uses of cannabis to be, by dollar value, the most important industry in the world. We created it in this country. It was our baby, right? And we are being locked out of participating in it by our own elected officials.
Crazy.
It is a travesty.
It's ridiculous. It's crazy.
You know, there's talk about picking the Mount Rushmore of weed, picking out what four people would you put on Mount Rushmore. So besides you, Steve, who are the other three?
Well, I think you'd have to put Dr. Meshulam up there. He would certainly be a candidate.
Agreed.
I think you would also need to think about some of the really brilliant geneticists like Neville Shoemaker, right? Neville, not many people know Neville's name, but Neville was really the first guy to travel around the world to gather together, a wide variety of different seeds and open a seed bank and start selling those seeds all over the world and launch the cannabis genetics revolution, which has now swept the globe. So, though he is little known, I think that you would probably want Neville to be up there. I think you certainly have to have Jack Herer up there.
Okay,
I think that now there's probably not enough room on this imaginary Mount Rushmore for everybody who I think belongs up there. I think that Brownie Mary, Brownie Mary Rathbun belongs up there.
Absolutely.
I think that Dennis Barone belongs up there. I think that that John Sinclair belongs up there. A lot of people that can go up on that mountain, man. I mean, I've gotten a lot of attention, and I'm ever grateful for that because I spent most of my career being ignored or laughed at. So I really value the audience. But the truth is that it took an army of thousands to get us here, and their names are never going to be known. But it was people who really literally risked their lives. I mean, I can't tell you how many times traveling around the country on hemp tour, we were in like old vans that were falling apart and right. And like, somebody would come up to us, like a local grower would come up to us. And not only would they like lay $3,000 or $4,000 on us, they would invite us home, like even to their grow and stuff. Right. I mean, and so like, there's a lot of small heroic acts that it took to get us to the place that we are today.
Exactly right.
You mentioned the cannabis genes and the DNA of cannabis. Over the last couple of decades, so many growers have been developing strains that are high in THC, and they sort of maybe lost some of the other compounds, not knowing what they were doing. Has that had a permanent effect on the gene pool of cannabis?
No, we'll get it all back. We are now just really emerging into what's going to be the golden age of cannabis genetics. Mother Nature was so kind to us, so generous with this plant. It's 140 different cannabinoids that we know of so far, and every one of them we've looked at has some kind of therapeutic effect. Add to that the 50-plus terpenes that we believe, maybe 150 terpenes that can be present in the cannabis plant, and all various different combinations. We will develop genetics over the course of the next decades and centuries that will express all of those varieties. There's going to be some challenges. We will never know what we lost and what we didn't get.
Right.
But I think that there have been people who, for the past couple of decades, even as the hybridization has been going on, have been farsighted, have gone into the hills, have gone into the far reaches of the growing areas, and have those land-raised strains. And so I know people around the world in their own respective countries who have worked on developing land-raised banks. I know that there are a number of Dutch companies and Spanish companies that have done the same thing. So I think to the contrary, that what we're going to see in coming years is an explosion of new types of cannabis that have, what is a variety of cannabis that's rich in CBG and THCV going to feel like? We don't know yet, but we're headed into that future.
Steve DeAngelo has a book called The Cannabis Manifesto, A New Paradigm for Wellness. Excellent book. You can find him at stevedeangelo.com. Please check out the last prisonerproject.org. Steve, is there any other way people get hold of you or anything else you'd like to leave folks with?
Let's see. I am on Facebook at the Steve D'Angelo, and I am on Instagram at steve.d'angelo and Twitter at Steve D'Angelo.
Steve, thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, Steve, thank you so much. I would love to have you on the show again sometime. I had 6 cards of questions, and I only got through one of them. So,
sorry, I stretch out a little bit when I'm given the chance, but okay. I'm always happy to do this. Favorite part of my job. You guys were asking great questions, so I look forward to the next time.
One last short one. Any plans on retirement? Is there plans for a Harborside retirement community?
Well, there may be plans for a retirement community, but one of the facts about my career is that I'm an old yippie, a member of the Youth International Party, known as the court jesters of the New Left. We came out of the 1960s and roared into the 1970s, and like old CIA agents, old yippies don't retire.
Same with us, brother.
There you go.
Same with us.
There you go.
Steve, thanks very much.
Yeah, man, we love you, brother. You're great, and we're going to be supporting you on every podcast.
We appreciate it very much. Be well, guys.
Wow, that was great, man. I'm so happy we finally got Steve D'Angelo on the show.
Steve's the shit. He is the father. Is that what they call him? The father of the cannabis industry. So
the big hoon of cannabis.
I tell you what, he's intimidating because Steve knows everything about everything to do with cannabis. He's a really bright guy, man. And it's so rare to run across someone who is not only a successful activist. In other words, he's not just out protesting. He's out getting shit.
He's getting
shit done. Not only that, but he's a very successful entrepreneur. And let's face it, Andrew, being an entrepreneur, A, is not easy. B, it's extra hard in the cannabis industry. So this guy,
And one thing you got to say for him, and so many people in the industry, once they get involved and busy in their businesses, they tend to only advocate for the banking,
stuff that's going to help them in their business.
Yeah, stuff's going to help. Yeah, they sort of lose, lose sight of they don't lose sight of it, but they don't concentrate as much time on the social issues.
So true.
But Steve, man, gosh, he doubles down on the social issues.
He does. He cares about people in prison who shouldn't be. He cares about people who need medicine who can't get it. He cares about people trying to start businesses in areas that have been hardest hit by the drug the drug wars, let's call it. He cares about people, man, and he cares about people who are involved in this industry. So right on, brother.
And he cared enough to get on a podcast with two knuckleheads.
Yeah, man. Hey, Phil missed a good one. Phil had a gig tonight or something, I think. So.
Oh no, he had band practice. He has a gig this weekend, and I guess they got to practice. He's new to the band. I think he's played a couple gigs, but I don't think he's ever been to a practice.
I thought what was interesting is Steve is from our stomping grounds, man. Silver Spring, and I grew up in Wheaton and Rockville, and here, so we grew up in the same neighborhood.
I'm sure our paths crossed back in the 70s.
I'm sure we're the same age, so yeah.
Right, and he stuck around for, he was in his 40s when he moved.
Yeah, so. He went to college at the University of Maryland, so. Anyway, we hope you enjoyed this interview. It was a lot of fun to do, and we're going to have a lot more interviews coming up in 2020. We're going to do a lot more political stuff. Right, Andrew?
Absolutely. We're going to get ready for the primaries. We're going to be singling out some states. And also in the future, we're going to be concentrating on a few individual states. Like, for example, Virginia. We're going to sort of double down because, Jay's family's from Virginia. And
I live here. Yeah, I live in Northern Virginia, just outside of D.C. So thank you very much for listening to this very special episode with Steve D'Angelo. You can reach us at votepropot.com. You can send us an email at podcast@votepropot.com. You can call our message line at 240-257-2441. And please do, and we'll play your message on the show.
And please follow, and share us on social networking. Just go to Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, and Instagram and do a search for Vote Pro Pot.
Lock me up, find me good, label me a menace to your quiet neighborhood. I don't grow no plants, the state says I can't. That's not freedom, freedom, freedom. That's the point. decide what's best for you and me. Smoke a bowl or roll a joint. Do what you want, if it hurts nobody, that's the point. So let's get high, yeah, you and I. It's called freedom, freedom, freedom. It's called freedom, freedom, freedom. Oh yeah, that's the point.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to a special edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young. And today we are joined by the New England Political Director of the Marijuana Policy Project. His name is Matt Simon. And believe it or not, I'm in the Boston area and he's in New Hampshire in Manchester. So Matt, thank you so much for joining us today.
Pleasure to be here, Jimmy. Thanks so much for having me.
And of course, it's actually a pretty big day because congratulations are in order, because Vermont did something yesterday that no other state has been able to do, which is actually legalize adult use recreational cannabis and introduce a medical program through their legislature. Matt, I know you were involved with that. Take me through the process, would you?
Sure. So the Marijuana Policy Project's been involved in Vermont for more than 15 years. I've personally been involved since they hired me in December of 2011. So almost a decade personally trying to work in a state where, unlike Massachusetts and a lot of other states, you can't put it on the ballot and have voters vote on it. Everything we do in Vermont, just like half of the US states, has to go through the legislative process. So Vermont passed a very limited medical cannabis law back in 2004. They expanded it a few years later. They added dispensaries a few years later, decriminalization in 2013. And then for the last several years, we've been trying to get cannabis to be actually legalized for adult use, have an actual regulated system, and transition the medical system, which was regulated by a law enforcement agency and still is, and that makes no sense whatsoever. Part of this new bill is that the new Cannabis Control Board will regulate all adult use and medical cannabis, and that's just huge win. A lot of work left to do to implement it, obviously, and get it up and running, but a huge step forward to see a legislature do this, to have a Republican governor not sign the bill, but allow it to become law without his signature, and see a state move forward. It's terrific.
Was that frustrating at all, waiting for Governor Phil Scott to actually either sign it, or you kind of knew at that point that it was going to go through? But that's a symbolic thing, I guess, because he's got that little R after his name, huh?
Yeah, it was really in doubt until the very last minute. Anybody who told you they knew what was going to happen was either the governor's best friend or lying to you. It was very much in doubt. And I think it was a difficult decision for his office. He has some very concerns that he's stated repeatedly over the years, but he saw that the legislature had tried to compromise and had done a lot of what he was worried about. So the benefits of moving forward, ending prohibition, transitioning to a sensibly regulated system, I think he sees the wisdom in that, even though he's very much supported by police chiefs and a lot of conservative type folks. So not an easy thing for him to do, but he would have, it's very popular in the state of Vermont. So he would have made people angry either way. And in this case, he went the right direction.
Yeah. And it's amazing to me, in the state that gave us Ben & Jerry's, fish, the spaceman Bill Lee is a native of Vermont, that you still had to go through the political process. And then on the other side, I actually am happy to hear that the political process actually worked in Vermont. And, our democracy has taken quite a hit, at least at the federal level, over the last few years. I don't want to get into the politics of it, but let's strictly about democracy. The people in Vermont voiced their opinions to their representatives, and their representatives got the job done. As an American, that makes me feel really good. How about you?
Absolutely. This is an issue, I think, more than any other in all the states where I work, but certainly in New England. It's more bipartisan than anything else. People realize that cannabis prohibition is a failure, whether you're liberal, conservative, libertarian. You really have to be an authoritarian to love cannabis prohibition, because it doesn't protect public health and safety. It doesn't achieve any of its stated goals. It only makes things worse for people. So getting policymakers together in a room, forgetting the tribal political stuff, focusing on what is actually happening in Vermont. How many people are using cannabis? Where are they getting it? What kind of a system do we have? What works and what doesn't? And that's really it's been remarkable to see Vermont legislators for many years. It started with a study committee back in 2015, and then there was a study commission. Every off-season they've been trying to understand what's really happening in Colorado and Washington, what's really happening in states that have legalized. Let's separate fact from fiction and make good policy for our state. So that is a trend that other state legislatures should certainly be tuned into, and hopefully this is just the first of many dominoes.
Absolutely. And one of the things that I know was part of this bill was the expungement of past cannabis possession crimes and people's records. And I know that was actually something I believe that the governor was adamant about adding. Am I right or wrong on that?
It's actually a separate bill that passed and was signed by the governor, and it's something it's a concurrent issue. It was a strategic decision to have it be two different bills in case one or the other failed. We wanted to make sure that at least expungement happened, but he did sign the expungement bill, and that is a big deal. The state will actually have to spend money and time to eliminate all these past misdemeanor offenses, but they decided it was worth doing in the interest of justice. So big step forward there.
And one of the interesting developments in my own personal education about the plant is the fact that I read Bruce Barcott's book, Weed the People, and he explained that what changed his mind about this plant was hanging out with one of his friends who worked for the ACLU, and how it was explained to him that this really was not a drug issue anymore. It truly was a civil rights issue. Do you concur with that?
I think it's more fundamentally a civil rights issue. It's important to understand the differences between various drugs and their harmfulness, but when it comes down to it, prohibition only makes cannabis more harmful by pushing it into an unregulated market. And we're trying to minimize the harms associated with cannabis, and that's best achieved through a regulated system. So it should be the best system for people who happen to love cannabis, but it should be the best system for everybody, whether you love cannabis, hate cannabis, or don't care at all about cannabis, frankly.
Absolutely. And here's another thing about Vermont, and this one I'll be honest with you, I didn't look into this too hard, but in Massachusetts, they are allowing you to home grow the plant. Where does home grow live in Vermont? And, there's a lot of room out there to grow it at home in Vermont. Right. Is that part of this bill or not?
It's not part of this bill because it's already legal.
Aha, good.
We won that battle 2 years ago. Governor Scott did sign that bill in 2018. So before we were able to get consensus around the idea of a regulated market, we were able to build consensus in Vermont, a very rural state that values civil liberties. Mm-hmm. We were able to build that consensus to allow adults the freedom to grow a few plants for themselves and possess cannabis. So that's been for 2 years the status quo. But the reality is most Vermonters don't want to grow their own cannabis. Many do, but many don't. And so we see the Massachusetts stores in northwestern Massachusetts have Vermont license plates all through the parking lots. People really do want to buy this product in stores and have the freedom to grow at home.
So how much pressure is on New Hampshire now? Because they're surrounded. They've got Vermont, they've got Maine, and they've got Massachusetts. Do you expect New Hampshire to be the next? And that's where you live, right?
Right. I've been working in New Hampshire for 14 years on this issue. I've watched this lag behind the entire rest of the region. And I've jokingly said that when there are stores all around New Hampshire on all three borders, then maybe then our politicians will see the light. And I was joking, but here we are. I think there are 7 or 8 stores within 15 miles of the southern border in Massachusetts. Retail stores are opening in Maine on Friday. I don't think they're any right on our border, but there will be. And then this bill in Vermont is going to lead to stores popping up along the New Hampshire border. So ironically, people from the rest of New England drive to New Hampshire to buy their cheap booze from the state monopoly liquor stores.
That's right.
But Granite Staters are spending their money already in Massachusetts, paying taxes in Massachusetts. So we're going to get there at some point, but our governor, Chris Sununu, is not supportive. So it may require getting 2/3 in both chambers and overriding his veto, or somehow convincing him to evolve.
Well, I have a dear friend named Tim Egan, who's a representative in New Hampshire. I guess you know, I'm sure you do. And he and I have talked about this very issue in this very studio, I want to say maybe 5 months ago. And he brought up that point, the fact that, New Hampshire is going to be surrounded by legal states. How much resistance are you getting in that state? And do you think you have potential, even with a governor like Sununu in place right now?
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of factors working in our favor. We have this huge House of Representatives, 400 members. They make $100 a year.
Yes.
And they've been passing legalization bills for years. The House is very democratic, with the small d democratic. The voice of the people is heard in the New Hampshire House. And then you go to the Senate, where it's only 24 members. And they also only make $100 a year, but they take themselves rather more seriously. And they tend to form close relationships with, for example, the Police Chiefs Association and other established groups. And they're much more squeamish politically about doing anything that seems controversial. So the Senate's been a tough nut to crack. It was a tough nut to crack on medical. It was a tough nut to crack on decrim, and it's going to be tough. But
gives you something to do every day.
2021 good year, I don't know. We'll know better after the election. And there are a number. And the other thing about New Hampshire is, with so many small districts and 100 votes easily shifts a state Senate. There were two state Senate seats that were 100 votes or so 2 years ago. And we'll see who gets elected on November before I can tell you whether we can count enough votes to win.
Well, obviously, I live in Massachusetts, and I am a product of a Massachusetts family, a native and all that. So needless to say, I tend to lean on one side. And I've been supportive of cannabis legislation and legalization for many, many years, although I will admit, I'm meeting plenty of advocates who have been working in the trenches like yourself for years and years. And I admit, I'm a little late to the party. I want, and by the way, I'm still trying to prove myself to advocates too, that I'm actually one of the good guys on that side. But I do know that the stigma still is out there. And you've mentioned law enforcement a couple of times. One of the things that I've been encouraged by is that in some of these legal states, the law enforcement community is actually supporting the change because of all the millions of dollars that goes into actually bringing in someone who has broken a possession law or something like that. And I just wonder, have we reached that point? And I guess again, we're going to find out in a couple of weeks, right?
Right. Well, I think there's been a big shift in public opinion on cannabis, both population-wide and I think within the law enforcement community as well. So a few years ago, Pew Research did a very detailed nationwide study of law enforcement attitudes, and they found that 2/3 of police officers nationally support medical cannabis,
Right.
and 1/3 support adult use legalization. I think it was in 2017. Those numbers are probably quite a bit higher now, and it matches my experience. When I talk to rank and file police officers, good cops who want to protect public safety, want to catch criminals, they do not want to bust people for cannabis. That's not what they got into this to do. And it's really the police chiefs, some of the police chiefs associations, some of the police unions that have other interests. And, you know, they fought us on medical cannabis, they fought us on decrim, they fought us on taxing and regulating, they fought us on every aspect of it. And in many cases, after it passes, they become okay with it. So often the task is convincing legislators, look, they're very much against it right now in this moment, but if you do pass the bill, it becomes law, and then it's their job to enforce the law, and they'll get over it.
Right. That's a
They
great.
really will.
Yeah, I certainly hope so. And you know, you talk about the convincing process. To me, the science and research now that's been out there certainly offsets most of the taboos and most of the arguments by the prohibitionists. So I'd like to know a little bit more about the process of convincing those who still have not been enlightened about why God put this plant on the earth and how many thousands of years it's been used medicinally. So what is that process like for you? I mean, are you holding seminars, webinars, you sending out emails and talking to people on an almost regular basis? Is that the process?
Yeah, it's kind of an all of the above sort of approach, but for example, in a state like Vermont, it's usually tied to a legislative goal. So for many years, medical cannabis was the legislative goal, and we organized patients. We tried to talk to every medical professional we could. We tried to get credible people to come forward and tell their stories and change the narrative, and it worked over time. With decrim, it's an emphasis on the harms of prohibition and wrecking somebody's life for using a substance that is objectively much less harmful than alcohol, and there's no justification for it. And now today we're talking about adult use legalization. It's the same sort of process. There are a million objections that our opponents throw out there. They've got their own talking points. They've got their own studies, and you know, we have to be able to respond to all of it. We have to be able to educate all of our allies and all of our legislative allies so that they understand the issue well enough to go to a town hall and get grilled by a prohibitionist and be able to confidently answer those questions. And that's what it really takes before legislators are comfortable voting for something. They have to feel like they've got a grasp on it and that somebody's going to yell at them. I mean, the war on drugs is deeply ingrained in our society. It was considered back in the 80s, if you're a moral person, you definitely support the war on drugs. Now, that wasn't really moral, but that was the sense, that was the idea, right? It was the moral majority, and, you know, drugs are bad. If you're for legalization, you're a bad person. And there are people who still think that way. We have to change that. It's one step at a time, one meeting at a time. Presentations to groups like Rotary clubs have been, I think, helpful. You know, a lot of older people, business owners, people who are leaders in their communities, people who might have a problem with this, and just trying to get that message in front of as many people as possible. This is about smarter public policy. This is about recognizing that what we've been doing has been very harmful and trying to do better in the future.
Absolutely. And one of the things I talked to your old friend Morgan Fox about a little bit was the fact that it's amazing to me that we've got this division at the federal level is so bipartisan, is so partisan, right? We've got the Republicans and the Democrats. And the fact that the Republicans do such a great job of counting how many times the word cannabis is in the last COVID relief bills that keep coming to them. And they say, and it's in there more than jobs. And I'm like, wait a second. The whole point of the cannabis industry is to increase jobs, employ people through education. And it just does not compute.
And it doesn't compute for a lot of Republicans either. Right. You look at the polls, the majority of Republicans now nationwide support legalization. So maybe I'm fortunate to be working in Vermont and New Hampshire, which are two states where we've really had Republican champions on this issue who have been willing to step up and be for it. And it's just very disappointing to see the national GOP continue to double down on prohibition when there are so many examples of Republican politicians who have been courageous on this issue and have experienced no negative, impacts from it whatsoever. They're doing the right thing. They're recognized for it. Senator Joe Benning in Vermont, no way this actually would have gotten past Governor Phil Scott without some really key Republicans being strong voices on the issue. So.
Well, it's a whole new day. I use this line whenever I close my podcast, and I really do believe in this line that it truly is a whole new world of weed out there. And I preach responsible use of it, and we lead with education. And I know, as you're nodding your head, I can totally see you agree with that. And it's people like you who have been doing this for so many years. That's why I salute you. I congratulate you. I admire and respect the work that you've done. So first of all, thank you so much for joining me today. And please, anytime you need someone to come up to the state of New Hampshire and tell their own personal story, I am more than willing to do that at any time. And in fact, my story, just so you know, is available online on our website because I've told it many, many times. So Matt Simon, again, congratulations on the great job you guys did in Vermont. And you are welcome in my studio anytime. And again, anything I can do to help the cause, please do not be afraid to ask.
Awesome, Jimmy. Thanks so much for having me.
You bet. And remember, it is a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly.
No
Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. We'll see you next time.
Weed Talk Now, Weed Talk News, and In the Weeds are all available on most major podcast distributors like iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, and our friends at clnsmedia.com and our flagship, cannabis.net. So subscribe, share, and like our videos on all the social media networks out there, including LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, the WeedTube, and YouTube. Weed Talk and In the Weeds are two productions of Pro Cannabis Media supported by Revolutionary Clinics, one of the top medical cannabis dispensaries in the Massachusetts area, now with 3 locations in Greater Boston, 2 in Cambridge, and 1 on Broadway in Somerville. Rev Clinics has a patient-first mission. They will customize your needs as a medical patient with the proper titration and combination of strains, flavors, and products. Rev Clinics, where the patient comes first.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Live from the visual radio studios of Performer TV in Quincy, Massachusetts, it's Weed Talk Live with Kurt Dalton from Cannabis.net and Jimmy Young from ProCannabisMedia.com.
We're here in our home state of Massachusetts. Did you ever think we'd be talking about cannabis as a legal commodity?
And they're even finding tombs now in Egypt and in like Mongolia that have cannabis laid next to the sarcophagus.
So they're not getting buried with their bongs?
Yeah, no, there are no bongs back there, just the plant. I guess, you know.
Oh my goodness, where's my teleprompter? I'm lost without my teleprompter. Hi everybody, welcome to Weed Talk Live. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media.
And I'm Kurt Dalton with Cannabis.net, and this is the Cannabis News.
Oh boy, here we go. That's right, we need that. But actually, let's just talk about what's coming up over the next 2 hours, because we've got a great show for you. In fact, one of the legends in the cannabis industry is on hold with us right now. Steve D'Angelo from California will be getting to the father of the cannabis industry and hear his story in just about a minute. But I want to tell you a little bit about this show, because this is really the first time we have debuted a new show through Pro Cannabis Media, Weed Talk Live with Kurt and Jimmy. And who knows where we're going to grow with this, but we're going to grow it. That's for sure. So Steve D'Angelo is going to join us. I'm going to tell you a little bit later on that David Rabinovitz is going to join us. He's one of the premier financial consultants in the cannabis industry. We will also have the one and only Dan McCarthy, former editor of Sensi Boston Magazine, in studio. Dan will be joining us in an hour or so, at the top of the hour. And now he's involved with a group called the Cannapreneur Group. But we are going to first start a little bit about Steve D'Angelo. Let me tell you a little bit about him. Kurt, I tell you what, I'm going to put you right on the spot, Kurt. Yes. You tell me about Steve D'Angelo, because you've already interviewed him once.
I did for Cannabis.net a little while ago. I've known Steve for a couple years, and we're right now out of Boston. And for people on the East Coast that don't understand who Steve D'Angelo is, he is a true pioneer of the cannabis movement all the way back into the 70s on the West Coast, when HIV and AIDS patients needed cannabis in San Francisco. He has literally been in prison for the plant. He has challenged the U.S. government and won to the Supreme Court. There's a lot of accomplishments. He is now has a publicly traded company. Harborside is, for those that don't know, on the East Coast, probably the biggest and one of the nicest dispensaries in the Oakland, San Fran area. Literally a trailblazer, traveling 300 days a year, speaking, and a tremendously nice human being.
And we're looking forward to talking with him. His project now is the Last Prisoner Project. You can find out about that at lastprisonerproject.org. But basically, he's trying to get everybody who's been jailed for cannabis offenses out of jail, which I think is pretty amazing. And you know what? The guy's, he's a year younger than me. He's 61, I believe, or maybe 60. He's born in 1958. My math is bad. June, I believe, was his birthday. He took his company public the day after his birthday this year, which I found interesting. He has been called by Fortune magazine, one of the most powerful people in the cannabis industry. He now has a new show on Green Flower Media called Ask Steve. And if you're not familiar with Green Flower Media, please check them out, because I happen to think that website has the finest quality video, the best online educational course. I'm a big fan of Max Simon and what he's done at Green Flower. Have you ever met Max, Kurt?
Very briefly at one of the MJ BizCon shows.
And we are still efforting to get Steve on the line, or do we have him? We have him. I can hear it, right? Steve D'Angelo, I'm Jimmy Young. Welcome to Boston.
Thanks for having me, Jimmy. Hello, Boston.
Hi, Jimmy. How are you? Kurt from Cannabis.net.
You actually,
Steve, sorry.
That's right. Steve, you actually were interviewed by Kurt Dalton a few years back. His site is Cannabis.net, and this is the first time that you and I are talking, and indeed it is a thrill, to be honest with you, because those who are in this business have a ton of respect for you and the hard work that you've done. I do want you to start right off and talk a little bit about your Last Prisoner Project and why it's so important and why you've taken this up as a cause right now.
Sure. Well, it's important because there are still tens of thousands of people who are in prison. We've reformed laws in the majority of the states in the United States. We have a legal industry that's creating intergenerational wealth for some people. But meanwhile, 40,000 plus people in the United States remain incarcerated for cannabis offenses for something that never should have been a crime in the first place. So I'm calling on the cannabis industry and the cannabis community to put together a legal defense organization to go to all of the states and eventually all the countries around the world where people are still locked up and get them out.
That's a tremendous goal, Steve. But if there's one person on this earth who can probably pull this off, it's you, just because of all the work that you've done. One of the neat stories that I found out about you as I was doing some background checks, you were born in Philadelphia, am I right?
Correct.
And in the early 70s, and you and I, by the way, are just about a year apart in age. I'm 1 year older than you. Okay, I was born in 57. In the 70s, you were actually instrumental in trying to get cannabis legalized in Washington, D.C. Am I right? Were you not fighting for that cause then?
Yeah, I mean, I began my cannabis career as a cannabis activist in 1974. I put on my first smoke-in Washington, D.C., and throughout the 1970s, we were able to make a significant amount of progress until Ronald Reagan was elected, and he pushed all of that progress backwards.
And Kurt, you got a question? I know you do.
So, Steve, we're on the East Coast. I was wondering if you talk a little bit about, tell the listeners and the viewers about Harborside, and then also going public. What was it like for the process of taking a cannabis company that touches the flower, as well as your name recognition, and getting it public? Could you give us kind of the version of what it was like for you?
Yeah, well, the trajectory of Harborside is very, very interesting. We were one of the first 6 cannabis businesses that was licensed in the United States. That happened in 2006 when the city of Oakland became the first jurisdiction anywhere to issue commercial cannabis licenses. And our mission in the beginning was to create a gold standard for cannabis retailing, to prove that when done with intention and intelligence, that cannabis retailing could bring benefits to communities rather than harms. And so over the course of 12 to 15 years, we succeeded in doing that. We wanted to make sure that Oakland was not the last jurisdiction to license dispensaries. And so we were pretty successful in that task. It wasn't easy. The federal government tried very, very hard to close us down along the way. We engaged in multiple bouts of litigation with them. And finally, just in 2016, they gave up a civil forfeiture case that they were prosecuting against us, and that enabled us to start moving towards the public offering. So, less than 3 years after the most powerful government on the planet stopped trying to close us down, we were able to go public on the Canadian Securities Exchange. So it was a tremendous trajectory and a great accomplishment.
Absolutely. And, now that you are publicly traded, Steve, and enlighten me a little bit more about a public company, you have to report to your stockholders all of your doings and all this. Exactly how is your company structured? And I believe when you went public, you did a reverse offering or something like that?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, in the United States, we are not able to access our own public exchanges like the NASDAQ or the New York Stock Exchange. And so the only place we could get publicly listed was the Canadian Securities Exchange, and the Canadian Securities Exchange only lists Canadian companies. So what we did was merged with a much smaller Canadian company who was already listed on the Canadian Securities Exchange, and that enabled us to then list there and meet all of their requirements. But it is a crazy situation because right now Canadian companies who do exactly the same thing that our company does, who have footprints in Canada, growing and selling cannabis, are allowed to list on the stock exchange and the New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ. But American companies, or companies who have activities in America, like ours, are still unable to list on the U.S. public exchanges.
There's a lot of movement in Washington, D.C. right now about, and a lot of talk about safe banking. You were one of the founders of the NCIA, the National Cannabis Industry Association. They've done, in fact, that's where you and I actually met in passing at Lobby Days in May down in D.C. And I wonder, talk a little bit about what you know is going on in D.C. You know, that Safe Banking Act has moved away from the House now and is in committees in the Senate. And are we ever going to see public banking or having access to the banking industry for the cannabis group?
Well, I strongly support all of the efforts that are being made with the Safe Banking Act, but I'm far from convinced that the passage of the Safe Banking Act would really solve the problem. And the reason for that is that bankers are extremely conservative creatures. As long as cannabis is a Schedule I substance under the Controlled Substances Act, I think it's going to be very, very difficult to persuade the majority of bankers to do business with cannabis businesses. This is a problem that could be solved with one phone call from President Trump to the DEA administrator, instructing the administrator to reschedule, or better yet, deschedule cannabis. I think that as long as we have the Schedule I designation for cannabis, financial services are going to remain challenging for us to access.
I remember reading a little bit about it. It actually could be that decision to remove it from the Controlled Substances Act at a Schedule I. I've actually heard it could actually just be an administrative decision. That's what you're telling us, right?
Yes. There's this popular misconception that the only way to reschedule or deschedule cannabis is by an act of Congress, but that's wrong. The Controlled Substances Act explicitly authorizes the administrator of the Drug Enforcement Administration to reclassify any substance when new scientific information comes in. And, of course, there's been an abundance of new scientific information that has come in. So the DEA administrator is an employee of the president. He works for the executive branch. It would take one phone call from the president to the administrator for cannabis to be completely removed from the Controlled Substances Act. And in fact, that is what should happen. I'll tell you another piece of little known history. In 1970, when the Controlled Substances Act was being debated by Congress, the decision was made to put cannabis into the Schedule I designation temporarily, because even in 1970, people were pushing back on the crazy idea that cannabis should be a Schedule I. So what happened is Congress temporarily put cannabis into Schedule I, pending the impaneling and a report by a presidential Blue Ribbon Commission. That Blue Ribbon Commission was headed by a guy named Raymond Schaefer, who was the former governor of Pennsylvania, a Republican, a former prosecutor, a center-right guy. But he put together a genuine, real, science-based report on cannabis, and that report came back with what every other science-based report comes back with cannabis, that it doesn't cause criminality or insanity or anything else bad. And the Schaefer Commission recommended that cannabis be removed from Schedule I. They said it doesn't belong in Schedule 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. The Schaefer Commission said that cannabis should be removed from the Controlled Substances Schedule entirely, and the nonprofit transfer of cannabis between adults should be decriminalized. So cannabis was never intended to stay in Schedule I permanently, but unfortunately, President Nixon never allowed that report to go back to Congress, and the issue was never reopened. So it's long past overdue for that to happen.
You know, you and I are both, we grew up in the 60s and the early 70s, and it was quite a tumultuous time in our nation's history. One of my earliest memories, of course, is when Kennedy got assassinated, and then the next memory was the Beatles on Ed Sullivan, but that's another story. And, of course, we also lived through Bobby Kennedy and Martin Luther King. And, we had a lot of division in our country in the 60s and 70s, and a lot of people like yourself, and I walked in protest of the Vietnam War as well. And now here we are 30, 40 years later, and I'm not quite sure we've actually made as much progress in race relations and even in relations between people that are different than we have now. And in the 60s and 70s, weren't we all about make love, not war? Whatever happened to that?
Well, I think that there is a whole new generation of young people that is embracing those same ideals. When I look around and I see things like Occupy Wall Street or Black Lives Matters, I see the echoes of the values that we had. When I see things like, the ongoing struggle for gay liberation, for trans rights, I see our values in action. So I actually think the world has changed quite a lot. We're not anywhere near where we need to be, but these days I'm lucky enough to spend my time traveling around the world, and everywhere I go, I meet up with young people who grew up with keyboards in their hands and in one hand and a joint in the other hand. I call them the smartest generation, right?
I love that.
And the thing is, no matter what country they come from, they're imbued with a common set of values, right? They are tolerant of people that are different from them. They work towards racial justice. They respect the environment. They're trying to eat and conduct their lives in a way that's more in balance with nature. They try to be kinder and gentle with one another and with the other creatures we share this planet with. I see that there's a worldwide global tribe of people who have been awoke by this plant. So much as I look around and I despair at where politics is at the continuing militarism, at the way that nature continues to be abused, I'm also just really inspired and full of hope by this new generation that's coming up who's so completely embracing and living out these ideals.
Steve, I had a question for you. During an interview I did with you a year or two ago, I asked you if you had to go to a deserted island for the rest of your life. You could only take 2 strains with you, and you nailed it right in the interview. You said which strains you would take for the rest of your life. Do you remember your answer?
Yeah, it would probably be a Granddaddy Purple and a Neville's Haze.
That's right. You got it right. So this time I decided with a new question. We had
go ahead.
We had an
This is
article
great.
come out on Cannabis.net about a week ago as who's on your Mount Rushmore of weed. And you had been nominated by some of our readers as you got to put Steve D'Angelo on there. So I'm going to put you on the spot in the same way and say who is on your Mount Rushmore of cannabis, as if you could put 3 or 4 people up there.
Well, Jack Herer and Dennis Perone would definitely need to be up there, and we don't want to just have men on Mount Rushmore, for Christ's sake. So we would need to put Brownie Mary up there too, along with us. I'd say that that would be a good start.
Not Bob Marley, not Tommy Chong, not the people that perhaps those that aren't as tied into the industry as you are in California. I mean, those are the names that come up when we talk about Mount Rushmore.
Well, here's the thing: when the worldwide renaissance of cannabis that we are seeing today was not a given. It did not come easily. It was the result of decades of really, really difficult struggle, persistent struggle in the face of overwhelming odds by people like Dennis Perone and Jack Herer. Dennis Perone got arrested 14 or 15 times in the course of getting cannabis into the hands of AIDS patients. In one of those raids, he was shot by police. As soon as he got out of the hospital, he started doing exactly the same thing. Jack Herer crisscrossed this country from one side to the other. He went all around the globe telling people the truth about cannabis. And he kept on doing that until he was taken down by a stroke on stage in the middle of a speech. So if I'm going to put heroes up on our Mount Cannabis, I'm going to put the heroes up there who were really the people who fought and struggled, who were in the trenches. God bless Bob Marley. I love his music. He's inspired millions of people. I certainly believe that he belongs in the in the Hall of Music, Hall of Fame of Music, and he deserves to be honored as an incredible artist and a prophetic artist. But if we're talking about the cannabis struggle and the people who are most responsible for the cannabis renaissance that we're seeing today, yeah, I think it's people like Jack and Brownie Mary. You know, Brownie Mary's story is incredible. Brownie Mary was 71 years old. And this is the middle of the AIDS crisis in San Francisco. There's funerals happening all over the place. And she's a volunteer at San Francisco General on the AIDS ward. So Dennis Perone collects weed from underground cannabis growers, gives it to Mary. Mary cooks it into brownies, and she takes it into SF General. And she gets busted for doing that, not once, not twice. She gets busted 3 times in a row. And there's this amazing video clip of her. She had just gotten released from jail, and she gets up on stage and she says something like, "God damn it, I would do it all over again." You know, so I feel like those people deserve to be honored.
All right,
that's great.
Your Mount Rushmore's better. That's
much better. That's right. That's right. So much for that Mount Rushmore idea, Kurt.
Forget Tommy Chong. Sorry.
That's right. That's all right. I get it. You know, in Massachusetts, we're kind of new to the adult use recreational world. We haven't even had this out there for about a year. They are selling over $1 million of adult use recreational weed in Massachusetts every day now through the 22 dispensaries. They had a hearing today in Massachusetts by the Cannabis Control Commission. They're trying to put body cams on delivery services in Massachusetts for cannabis. What's your reaction to that?
Sounds like a solution in search of a problem. At least in California and certainly in our shops where we've conducted tens of thousands of deliveries over the course of almost 15 years. We haven't had, I think, a single report of an adverse customer interaction with a delivery person. So it doesn't sound like there's a problem there that needs to be addressed. On the other hand, every single regulation, every single requirement, every single piece of new equipment has a cost associated with it, an expense associated with it. And one of the real challenges that we're seeing across the country, I'm sure it's a factor in Massachusetts too, is that the cost of doing business in the legal cannabis market is higher, considerably higher than the cost of doing business in the unregulated market. And those costs ultimately need to be passed on to the consumers. And so if you're not careful about regulatory requirements and really, you know, requiring more than is necessary, you end up in a situation where the price of cannabis in the legal market is much, much higher than the price of cannabis in the unregulated market. And that's when you start seeing outflow, people leaving the legal market and going to the unregulated market. So there's a real danger in overregulation, and this to me sounds like an example of it.
And not to mention, I think, an invasion of personal liberties and civil liberties. And, you know, there's enough. We're always on camera, for crying out loud. And of course, we're on camera right now. But again, even if you walk down the street, you're on a camera somewhere in security. You know, there's a security camera somewhere focusing on it. And I just feel like we're always under the microscope, and adding another camera into this transaction just makes absolute no sense to me. I agree with you 100% about the cost of doing business inside the market and how it is actually feeding the illegal market. I got to ask you a little bit, some insight about Humboldt County in California. What's going on there right now? Tell us a little bit about that, Steve, because I understand there's been some raids there. They're trying to get some people in Humboldt County on the regulated side. Tell us a little bit about what's going on in Humboldt County.
Well, you know, what's going on in California in general, and it's happening in Humboldt County in a noticeable way, is that the regulatory requirements of the state of California have been so demanding, right? I mean, cannabis in California is basically regulated more strictly than radioactive waste is. And those requirements have made it close to impossible for a majority of the legacy cannabis growers, people who are growing cannabis for years and years in California, to come into the legal marketplace. It takes a minimum of hundreds of thousands of dollars for somebody to get a license. And we're talking about small growers who went up into the hills, not because they wanted to get rich, but because they wanted to live a lifestyle that was closer to nature and raise their children in a community that was more in alignment with their own values. And those folks are having a very difficult time now because there are large corporations who can hire armies of attorneys and very sophisticated compliance departments and raise money on public exchanges in order to get licensed. But the smaller legacy growers don't have those assets. So what's happening is because of that largely the sales in the regulated marketplace are not as high as was anticipated. The state is not seeing the kind of tax revenue that they wanted. And so what they're trying to do is use the same tactics that have been used during Prohibition to try and drive people out of the cannabis market. And I think it's the wrong way to do it. Instead of having raids, what they should do is they should lower the licensing requirements to something that is reasonable. Welcome these folks into the legal system. Legalization was supposed to bring an end to raids. It was supposed to bring an end to people going to prison for cannabis, not more of it. And so there's a simple answer. The answer is that you use market forces and sensible regulation. Right now in California, there's a tax rate that in many places equals 40%, right?
Wow.
That's also driving consumers to the underground market. So lower those taxes. Make the licensing requirements reasonable. Maybe have a fund to give loans to small farmers so that they're able to meet the licensing requirements. That's a much better strategy than trying to send in helicopters and paramilitaries and all the stuff that's been tried for 50 or 60 years and already failed.
Yeah.
Steve, you touched on an interesting point. Where is it today for Harborside? If I wanted to buy a pound of Granddaddy Purple, your finest, what does it cost me at Harborside? And I'm sure you know this answer is, the next answer is, what can I get that same pound for on the gray or black market today in California?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that the general rule of thumb is you are paying somewhere close to twice as much in the legal market as you are in the unregulated market once everything is added in. Sometimes it may be a little bit more or a little bit less, depending on what kind of deals that you can find. But there is a large price disparity, and it's really a problem because what we found is the people who are being driven to the unregulated market are people who most need the protections of the legal market, right? Folks who are on disability, senior citizens, other people who are on limited incomes, families who have severely ill children so that the parents can't work. Those are the folks that are being pushed back to the illicit market, where the cannabis that they're getting is untested. Nobody really knows what's in it, where the selection that they have is much more narrow. It's much more difficult for them to understand what their dosage is or what cannabinoids they are getting. So it's really a problem. I think that it will work itself out over time, but it's an unfortunate situation right now.
And I'm hoping that somehow, some way, it will get better, Steve. If you had to look into your crystal ball finally, where are we going to be in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years? Any idea?
It depends on where you're talking about. I think that in the state of California, over the course of the next 2 or 3 years, that you're going to see more movement into the legal part of the market. I think you're going to see the illicit market shrinking. I think that overall in the United States, that within a 2 to 3 year period, I think we're going to see significant reform at the federal level, quite possibly a descheduling of cannabis entirely. On the global level, we are already seeing the movement that we started in California in the early 1990s sweeping the entire globe now. Major European countries like Germany not only have medical cannabis, but they're distributing medical cannabis through their National Health Service. So the government is paying for people's cannabis. Why? Because it's such an effective medicine. The same thing now is beginning to happen in Asia, which traditionally has been one of the most resistant places to cannabis reform. So Thailand and South Korea both now are in the process of enacting medical cannabis legislation, a huge breakthrough. And I just came back from spending almost a month in Colombia, and Colombia now has a legal cannabis industry, and the rest of Latin America is already racing to catch up with them. So this is going to continue all around the world. Cannabis is just too valuable for people, for nations to ignore. Ultimately, I don't know whether it takes 10 years, 20 years, but we will see the day that cannabis by dollar value is the most valuable product on the planet.
Fantastic. Steve DeAngelo, the father of the cannabis industry. I'll tell you, one of the things I love about talking to people in the industry is learning the history of it and talking to people like yourself that have this kind of knowledge and history of it. And I really appreciate you taking the time out to join us for the last few minutes, 30 minutes or so. And I look forward to one day sitting down with you and, perhaps sharing a little something out there. You know what I'm saying, Steve?
Yeah. Well, let's see. We'll see if some of that granddaddy or Neville Space is around, huh?
Well, wait a minute, Steve. I know you're going to be down at CanX in Jamaica. I'll be there. Why don't we invite Jimmy down? Jimmy can make it to Jamaica, I bet.
I love Jamaica. Are you kidding me? I've been there many times. Steve DeAngelo, you can find out more about him online. Just Google him. He's all over the internet. He's got his own show on Greenflower. And, of course, remember, his latest project is The Last Prisoner Project, and you can find out about that at lastprisonerproject.org. Steve DeAngelo, thank you so much for joining us on We Talk Live with Kurt and Jimmy. And we're going to actually take a little bit of a break now and come back with our financial consultant and expert, David Rabinovitz. So don't go away. We've got some interesting facts for you and some interesting videos just to keep this going, as it were. We'll be back after this. We are Pro Cannabis Media. Why? Because we're a media company that is pro-cannabis. Pro-cannabis, because those stories are not being told. We are live streaming from events. We are Pro Cannabis Media. Why? Because we're a media company that is pro-cannabis. Pro-cannabis, because those stories are not being told. We are live streaming from events. Hi, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the live stream from the New England Cannabis Convention. We are blogging on all topics. We are partners with Leafly, Weed Maps, Greenflower, MJ Headline News, Sensi Magazine, and The Weed Tube. We are Weekly News Dabs with Jimmy Young. Hi, everyone. Welcome to another edition of News Dabs with Jimmy Young, now reporting for the Pro Cannabis Media Group and ProCannabisMedia.com.
From New Orleans, Liz Dameron, Pro Cannabis Media Network.
We are listing cannabis-friendly events. We are interviewing cannabis experts on the podcast In the Weeds with Jimmy Young. You were one of the co-authors of Question 4, which paved the way. First of all, how did you get picked for that honor?
We write laws, regulations, we advocate for them, and then we get licenses and we keep them compliant.
We are the Cannamom Show with Joyce Gerber.
A different way of understanding how cannabis impacts your body, which is very different from alcohol, which I think that's the big message that has to get out.
And also much less harmful.
Yeah, much less harmful.
We are
a digital media company for the cannabis industry, telling their stories in their words.
There's nothing like having patients come back and say, I feel better.
I am confident that Congress is, at the very least in this current Congress, by next year, going to make it legal make it clearly legal for banks to take marijuana accounts, which is a big step forward.
I also teach cannabis law at my alma mater, Suffolk Law.
Oh, what?
She's
just getting started.
You know what I'm saying?
My goodness, this is crazy. So then combining my background with chemistry and microbiology, I really wanted to bring that data-informed science into my cannabis practice, and I started working actually at a few dispensaries in Massachusetts.
It's a whole new world of weed out there. I never thought I'd see the Red Sox win a World Series, let alone 3.
Yeah.
Okay? I never thought I'd see the Patriots win a Super Bowl,
Me neither.
let alone 5. This is tape. Okay.
We are ProCannabisMedia.com. Subscribe today.
You like to stay active, but when pain gets in the way, reach for CBD Medic. All natural, topical pain relief with the benefits of THC-free hemp oil. Just apply at the source for fast relief of pain. CBD Medic, available at CVS.
All right, we're rocking. We're rocking here at We Talk Live. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the program. I am the founder of Pro Cannabis Media, Jimmy Young.
And this is Kurt with Cannabis.net.
And we're also joined now by
David Rabinovitz.
David Rabinovitz. David, thank you so much for coming on. Someone I have the utmost respect for in so many ways. As a financial consultant in the cannabis space, first of all, I need to get your reaction to whatever you heard from Steve DeAngelo, because I found what he had to say just so compelling and great history lessons.
So it's off to me. I really didn't hear too much of that when I was in the waiting room.
Oh, man, that's why I asked you about in the break. Did you hear it?
I heard some of it.
Okay, all right, fair enough. What, were you impressed with the 20 seconds you actually heard?
It was very good.
Okay, good. Good job, David. Tell us a little bit about what you do and how you are involved in the cannabis space, and who you might even be working with, or if you can tell us.
Sure. So I do a lot of things, Jimmy. I'm working with a group to get a couple of licenses for retail stores, advising some economic empowerment applicants. I'm working with a team that was selected by the Cannabis Control Commission as one of the 6 trainers for the social equity and economic empowerment training.
Cool. And that's just part of your time, I know.
Right.
One of the things that Steve brought up, we've talked about this, Kurt, both privately and publicly on some of the programs that we've shared, is the regulations are becoming so stringent and so tough. It's difficult for the industry to even get started. You're a guy who looks at numbers and margins. Is this what's going on? Is this what's feeding the illegal market?
It is the way the industry is structured right now. The licensing process is very difficult. We were looking at real estate today. In order to get a document from the owner of the property to apply to the community, to get a host community agreement, $25,000 up front.
Up front?
Up front.
And is that refundable by any chance? Or is that truly just like, here, take my money just to process this?
Take my money, and if the deal falls apart, we forfeit anything we've put down.
Wow.
Is that money going to the host town or to...
Going to the landlord. That's one of the problems with the situation right now. The landlords, in many instances, are controlling the flow. The towns don't pick who gets the host community agreement. The landlords pick who gets the host community agreement. Because if a town has, as an example, 2, 3, 4 slots, and there's 20 or 30 people competing for it, and the landlords have multiple people coming in looking for that location, the landlords auction it off to the highest bidder, and it's who the landlord selects that gets to go to the town, which is typically the people with the deepest pockets.
So just a question here. I've been talking to a lot of people in this space and a lot of different avenues, one in particular. There's a company out there that's trying to buy up the empty warehouse spaces and the empty factories that have shut down all around Massachusetts and obviously in New England too, and then lease that back out to the cannabis community. So is that not help? Would that not help the industry?
Oh, I think it could help. I think it could help the smaller players because now you're going to take a lot of the capital out of the equation, right? Somebody's going to come in and say, I'll lease you a turnkey facility. That's a great thing. The issue is some of those lease rates can be kind of high. I mean, I've talked to a couple of people who are on the lessor side of that, and I've heard comments that they expect to have their money back within 3 years.
Whoa. So that's pretty quick, right?
That's huge,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Can you imagine buying a house and leasing it to somebody and paying off your mortgage?
In 3 years.
In 3 years?
That would be unbelievable,
right?
Actually.
And we got, 23 stores open right now, and there's 199 in total in the pipeline. So behind those 23 are another 160-something applications, provisional licenses, final licenses. There's only been, I think, one retail store turned down to date.
Interesting. What about the pace of the licenses? Are you frustrated by that as someone who's trying to get this thing going?
I haven't gone into the queue, but I'm dealing with people who have gone into the queue who are saying that it's taking many, many months. It is not the 90 days that I understand was expected in the law. And I think some of it is that the commission just is trying to get staffed up. I heard from an attorney last week that they understand the commission just hired 5 more people to begin to review applications. But I spoke to somebody who had an application that went in February, and they still haven't heard back from it.
Wow. And of course, then there's the other side, those who have been impacted the most by the war on drugs, the failed war on drugs, people in the city, those of color. And what, again, where are they? They get lost in the shuffle again, don't they?
No, I didn't get lost. They're out there.
Yeah.
They're out there and they know where they are. I think a lot of them are very frustrated. It comes back to, I speak to a lot of those people. I run a meetup group that's got over 200 members, people who want to start cannabis businesses, and a lot of people are minorities in that group. And I've been to a couple of mass can events, demystifying cannabis, and I've met with a lot of economic empowerment people, offered my number to see how I can help them out in some way. I hear time and time again they cannot get host community agreements because they can't compete with people who have more money. And then when you begin to talk to people on the investment side, it's a common refrain. I'd love to talk to you about investing in your business. Come back to me when you have a license or a host community agreement. So now, in order to get the host community agreement, you need a lot of cash to give to the landlord to go through that process. We're working with a town right now. We've been in it for 5 months, and I believe the team is going to pick up the final approval before September. But that's 5 months, and had they had to pay for the space up front, they'd be out of pocket 5 months worth of rent. That's a lot of money just to play around to see if you can get the local approval.
But how hard would it be to, obviously the landlords are sitting at the bottleneck, to get the flow changed? Because now it's, I think people who are our listeners and viewers might think, oh, I go to the town, I apply, I either get yes or a no or provisional, and now let me go find a place. But it's not, that's how it should go. But obviously it's, no, you need your place first, and this is where the landlords control. Now come back to the town. How hard is it to change that part of it, to say, no, towns do this first, now go look for a place?
I'll tell you in a few weeks on that,
Okay.
how hard it is.
Come on back.
But I will share this, right?
Okay.
All the towns believe that you need to have the space before you come to the town to apply. I think a lot of that is, first, I think it's backwards for the way this system works. It was the right way in 2013. In 2013, the state held sessions, the Department of Public Health, told the cannabis prospective operators, here's what you need to do. It was many, many months. People were running around, finding locations, getting the local letter from the municipality of non-opposition, and the application window was 1 day. And if I recall, it was about 6 hours or 6.5 hours. You had to have your application in between like 10 a.m. and 3 p.m., and it had to be stamped, and if it came in a minute late, you were out. And then they let everybody know the answers all at once. It wasn't on a rolling basis as it is today. So in the original medical program, there was one window to apply, and if you think back to the old college days when they would post the grades outside the professor's door, and you'd go up and find your student number and look up the grade. That was the same way. In January of, I think it was 2014, they announced who were the winners and the losers. Well, that makes sense when you've got one window in a limited amount of time and you're going to have one time that you announce the winners. This is a rolling process. In a rolling process, it really doesn't make sense to say, go get your real estate first, go through months of meetings. Right? I was in a hearing about a week ago, and the one of the attorneys made the comment, this is only a couple of minute ordeal that we need to go through. And I pointed out it's not a couple of minutes, because if it doesn't happen in one meeting, it's 3 weeks until the next meeting. Right. Start adding 3 weeks and 2 weeks and 4 weeks, and pretty soon you're into it for 5 or 6 months.
They've certainly controlled the rollout of this industry, haven't they?
It's been very controlled, but what I have to say in the Cannabis Control Commission's defense is nobody knew how to do this. They were the first ones east of the Mississippi.
Right.
They did the best.
And they're trying to do it right.
And they followed what had been done, which was the medical program. And now I think they're trying to make some corrections. I got through probably 150 pages of the new regulations before the 5 o'clock deadline today to submit commentary. And they made there's a lot of good improvements in there.
One of the things that they talked about at the Cannabis Commission today was the body cams for delivery services that they hope to roll out. A lot of controversy, a lot of, I believe, a lot of passionate appeals were done. What's your feeling about body cams for delivery of adult use recreational cannabis?
I could go back and forth. I could argue both sides of it. I do think it's not a bad thing that when the delivery agent gets to the front door, that they have an iPad and they say to the person, I need to swipe your ID to prove you're over 21, take a picture of it, and I need to take a picture of you so that I can tie out that, in fact, I gave this product to somebody who's over 21 years old. And I didn't just leave it on the doorstep. I didn't give it to a 7-year-old who answered the door. And I can prove that the person who ordered it was the person I delivered it to. Right? That part I get. The whole body cam, I think a lot of it's way overblown.
Why? In what way? I mean, I happen to think it's an invasion of personal liberty. I do. I mean, why does there have to be a record? If they're delivering, there's a company out there, I know they're not, the company's Drizzly. They deliver alcohol door to door from liquor stores. Mm-hmm. They're not wearing body cams.
That's a great point, right? Cannabis shouldn't really be treated that much differently than... Well, again, two sides of it. I don't think cannabis should be treated that much differently than alcohol or tobacco. The flip side is cannabis is illegal at the federal level. So I can see the extra safeguards, but a lot of those safeguards should evaporate as soon as cannabis becomes no longer illegal at the federal level. Right? I get that you want to have it tighter to protect the delivery agent, right? Imagine the delivery agent who gets accused of leaving it with a 14-year-old kid.
Oh, boy.
Right?
Well, they shouldn't have a job if they do that, because they
shouldn't, right. But now you got a he said, she said, right? And you could have a delivery agent in a bind. So my view is it's not a bad thing for the delivery agent to be able to confirm the ID and prove that the person who's there, they have their
person
picture,
who ordered it.
Right? Because if you walk into the store, you're going to be on camera.
Right.
Right? And then you're going to have to show your ID, and they're going to verify it. And that protects the store. I think the delivery agent should be protected the same way, even if it's a clause that says it evaporates as soon as the feds take it off Schedule 1.
Interesting.
Well, Steve kind of talked about this, where it's a answer in search of a problem, and for Massachusetts to act like we have no idea what's about to happen. We have, as Steve just mentioned, 50,000, 100,000 deliveries.
Examples in
Never
California.
Had a problem.
Never had a problem.
Why are we pretending now as Massachusetts? God, we have no idea what's going to happen when people start. Well, how about we look at 9 other states that have been doing this for years?
Again, I don't disagree. I can argue it on either side, and I look at it from if I were on the delivery side, because I'm working with somebody a couple people want to get in the delivery business. One on the wholesale side, one on the retail side. So when I start to dig into where are the risks, I think it protects them if they have proof that who they delivered it to is who they were supposed to deliver it to.
You talk about risks, and you talk about profit margins. When you look at the entire business, the entire industry, what sector is the safest to invest in, or can you even say that?
You love to ask me that question.
I do. It's
Now
probably
you're-
the third time I've asked you. Have I
Yeah.
ever gotten an answer? I'm waiting for the goddamn answer.
Your most capital-intensive investment will be in cultivation. And I think that you probably have some of the greatest risk in cultivation because it is. I am not a grower. I can't grow strawberries, right? But, and I may have told you that last time.
Yes, I remember.
But it takes a lot of money to set up a cultivation operation, right?
Right.
And if something goes wrong with your crop, you're in trouble, right? And you don't. It's not like you made a bad batch of tomato sauce, you throw that out and you start over again. Something goes wrong with your crop at the wrong time, you could lose 8, 10, 12 weeks worth of time, right? There's a lot of investment in there. I think that's a riskier business for a number of reasons. And I don't think it's as easy to grow a warehouse full of marijuana as it is to grow 6 plants in your basement. Right? It's a different business.
Absolutely. And of course, the smell of the plants in your basement is going to be the biggest thing that you have to control because it's a very pungent plant, is it not, guys?
Yeah, absolutely.
We've all heard that. Can I ask you about Mayor Walsh for a second? And Kurt, let's talk about it. I mean, we're definitely being provincial here a little bit. We're from Boston. I'm amazed at how many different hoops he's making everybody in his backyard go through just to open up the first dispensary, which I believe they awarded to Pure Oasis coming in the fall.
I don't. They're the first
in the city of Boston. I mean, that is Brookline.
Wait, I thought Andrea Cabral had the first one.
That's the medical side. Okay.
I'm not sure on that.
You're not sure? I'm pretty sure.
I know Pure Oasis is the first economic empowerment.
Yes,
right?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, and also,
first
but
economic
for adult use recreational.
Okay.
Yes, that's where I was going with that. And that's
okay.
So again, it took them over 2 years, and still it's not open yet. And you go past Netta in Brookline, and the lines are still around the block. It's amazing to me.
It's a great thing for Soterra, great thing for Netta.
Yeah, they did make a good deal there. Let's talk about that for a second, shall we? How the big conglomerates that are supposed to be limited to 3 dispensaries in the state, that isn't exactly being held to, or at least it. There's some gray area with the management of that, too.
Oh, I don't know if it's a gray area. I think that there are people who have hidden out in the shadows, but I think that's going to come to light real fast, right? The Cannabis Control Commission put out a bid, and they had a number of people apply to become an investigator for that on a contract basis to uncover in the application process that issue. And I believe next week they're going to contact the first round to say whether or not those folks made the first cut.
Interesting. That, again, another fascinating aspect of what's going on in the beginnings of this industry. There's so much out there. David, if you were to pick a business, I'm going to go to it again, that you wanted to put some money into, are you still saying, are you going to look at the cultivation side, or is that too risky?
No, for me, it's too risky. Yep. I think it requires a lot of specialized knowledge. I met with 2 young people today who had a product in Rhode Island for medical folks that apparently went over well. They're from Massachusetts, and they want to start a manufacturing operation in Massachusetts. If I were sitting with a pile of cash, here's my view. The most valuable license is a retail license because it's the most scarce, and it is the funnel way to the customer. But if I were putting my money in and betting, I would bet on the manufacturers because they're going to have the greatest potential for growth. A retailer is going to only sell within their area. Let's assume there's 199 stores as of August 8th. Not open, but open, final license, provisional license, application submitted.
Yep.
And there's probably going to be another 100 that are going to come out. We're past the major activity of the host community agreements. I had a Google search term that would tell me what was going on with articles about host community agreements. Earlier this year, from February to May, I couldn't keep up with reading the articles. And then sometime in May, it began to drop off. So I think most of the people got their host community agreements. There was a big jump in the number of applications for retail stores over the past couple of weeks. And I think I'm sticking with my original number of like 300 to 325 stores. You divide up the market, the stores will only get to be so big. Some will do better, some might not. But the manufacturers who get a really good niche product, I think they could do very well.
Interesting.
So it kind of ties into Jimmy's question. I'm going to rephrase it. And I've written a few articles on cannabis.net about margin compression and how I think when this 2 to 3 years out, we're going to see the price of this flower come down, down, down. As Steve mentioned, everyone's growing rooftops. You can even grow at home, like you said, in your basement. You have big grows. So there's margin compression on the flower price. Are you a pick and shovel fan? Are you, competing on the plastics and the packaging? Or as Jimmy said, what to you when you look 2 or 3 years out, if it isn't going to be a big manufacturing facility, where do you like it? Where do you see margins holding up?
Retail and manufacturing.
Okay.
I think the biggest compression is going to come out in the people who are going to suffer the most margin compression will be the cultivators.
All right. Now I'm going to bring up Cambridge. City of Cambridge is now at war with the 3 medical dispensaries that are inside the city, and the city councilors are getting just they're under attack by the various attorneys that represent the medical dispensaries who want to move forward with their recreational license, and the city councilors are trying to hold out to allow the economic empowerment people to get first crack at the adult use rec licenses. But it will take those people another 2 years, which means the people of Cambridge will have to wait another 2 years before they have adult use recreational opportunity. And yet they have 3, I think, fine facilities doing a great job on the medical side. And that includes my friends from Revolutionary Clinics. So I guess my question is on that, how's this going to end up? Is it going to go to the courts? There's already a threat of a lawsuit. Who knows if they're going to break each other's legs? I don't know what's going to happen in Cambridge.
I don't think they'll end up in court.
Okay.
Right? Think about the wheels of justice grind exceedingly fine, but they move exceedingly slow.
Okay.
If they sue, they may win, but it's going to take a long time.
Either way, the city of Cambridge residents who voted it in are not going to get access to it, which to me says that the city councilors are putting their own ideals and ideas ahead of what the population wants. And that just drives me, local politics drives me nuts. All politics drives me nuts.
I think the city councilors are trying to do a good thing. I think they're trying to level, Somerville and Cambridge are trying to level the playing field for the economic empowerment applicants. I don't know if they're going about it the right way. I communicated with a couple of the city councilors from Cambridge. In fact, I made the suggestion to them, if you want to get the economic empowerment applicants going, allow them to come in and approve the teams without forcing them to get a location. And the ones I spoke to didn't think that they could do that. They needed to go check to find out. So marijuana is one part of what the city councilors throughout the or boards of selectmen are dealing with throughout the Commonwealth. You're in marijuana every day. I'm in marijuana every day. We understand it. We live it. We breathe it. We read a lot about it.
We smoke it.
Right.
We dab it.
Yeah. City council, the elected officials, they don't know as much, so they're having a harder time navigating to figure out solutions. Personally, my understanding is the Cambridge medical operators have offered to kick some money into a pool over
$5 million fund, exactly.
Right. Why Cambridge could solve this in a heartbeat.
Yes, I think so too.
Very easy. Bring in all the economic empowerment teams, screen them, pick the teams you want. Send the teams out to find the real estate, and then say to the medical operators, here's the deal. We're going to go one economic empowerment and one medical. And if you on the medical side want to get your store converted, help these people get going.
Yeah. And
right?
again, and Steve Hoffman actually said that to me when I talked to him. He really wants to see the private sector step up and create economic empowerment programs. And there's a perfect example of how it can be done.
Yeah.
Well, you got their ear. Pick up the phone and call them again, David.
I don't have anybody's ear but yours, Jim.
That's what you do. And by the way, I do appreciate you coming in on such short notice. As always, everybody I talk to is smarter than me when it comes to cannabis. That's for sure. And certainly with business. And David Rabinowitz, how can people get in touch with you to perhaps pick your brain or even pay you, for instance, to get some of your consulting?
They can find me on LinkedIn.
Yep.
Right? That's an an easy one. Just search David Rabinovitz with a V.
With a V.
Right. And canaventurelabs.com.
Yep.
Or my Gmail address, drabinovitz@gmail.com.
Let's give it out there. All right, David Rabinovitz, thank you so much for coming in tonight. Appreciate it. We got some great reaction to some newsworthy items that happened here in Boston. I hate to date these things, but you know what? It's going to keep going. This is not going to stop in the next day or two. This is going to be going on and on for weeks, if not months. So, David, again, thank you so much for coming in. We've got Dan McCarthy is coming in. I know that he's out there and ready to go. We've got another great phone interview with a gentleman by the name of Seth Ginsburg. You want to stick around for that after the top of the hour. But now I'm going to introduce you to the group that Dan McCarthy is now working for, now that he's not working for Sensi Magazine anymore. They're the Canapreneur Group out of Westboro, and they held this great event locally here in Quincy just last week. Check it out.
Personally want to thank everybody for showing up to this event. The caliber of the people that are in the room, the kind of companies, entities, investors, motivated people that are within the cannabis industry.
That's Dan McCarthy, the former editor of Sensi Boston Magazine, now serving as the director of communications for the Canapreneur Group out of Westboro, Massachusetts. Two former wealth managers, Mike Scott and Mike Collette, formed Canapreneur to build a fund for early-stage companies in the cannabis space. The famous Alba restaurant in Quincy was the site of a networking event for many of the movers and shakers in the cannabis industry in the Boston area.
So yeah, we're very happy with the turnout. Absolutely.
There's a sense of excitement in the cannabis industry.
Oh yeah. So my history is in the wealth management space, and yes, I had fun in the wealth management industry, but I got to tell you, the cannabis is like 10 times more fun. It really is.
The Canapreneur Group isn't just raising money for profits. They want to impact the world with their investments. You could call it socially responsible capitalism, doing right by doing good. Basic purpose of the Canapreneur Fund is to...
So what our goal is to scour the world for the top 1% cannabis entrepreneurs to provide them strategy, leadership, and capital to help elevate their business.
It's a real medicine. It's really helping people. It's changing lives. And I've seen it firsthand with my own family members, the impact cannabis can make.
All right, welcome back to another Weed Talk Live section here on our live stream on our YouTube channel. And again, please subscribe, like, share, and all that neat stuff on social media. I welcome in actually, are you now an old friend, Dan McCarthy? I'm not sure how to describe it, but we do go back almost over a year now. So I guess you're an old friend.
I feel like it's an old friend thing.
All right, and you are working with the Canapreneur Partners.
Yes.
Tell us about the Canapreneur Partners, Mr. Director of Communications now. Okay, go ahead. Because you've already corrected me on my spelling.
Well,
and
no.
It's all right. It's all
I
right.
wanted to just, make sure the name was right.
Right.
You understand branding more than anything else.
Oh, yeah.
Canapreneur Partners. Canapreneur Partners is a, cannabis investment and entrepreneurial engine that is sourcing, for the 1% outliers in cannabis entrepreneur businesses that are where a lot of other businesses are right now, which is looking for private capital. Like, like one of those, people right now that are trying to get into cannabis in different ways from an investment standpoint. A lot of people think about like, well, I'll just play the stocks. And there's like a different ways to do that. There's the Canadian market and so on and so forth. But there's not a lot out there. So the people that are really trying to be those early dollars in, those people that are really trying to help get entrepreneurs off the ground, because the biggest thing that's needed essentially after a great idea is flushed out and a wonderful pitch deck and all the pro forma and all the projected everything, when that's done, they still need not only capital, they need a lot of capital, right? And this goes from everybody from the micro businesses right on all the way up to, big pharma and things that are trying to take off. And, with trying to focus on finding those kinds of entrepreneurs and pairing them with the right investors, right? Because what is worse, there's actually nothing worse in the long-term planning of some kind of a business getting off the ground than having the wrong investor with the wrong entrepreneur. Like some people might be like, I'm money in, I'm dumb money, I just want money in, just tell me when it comes out. Others are, I want to come in and help place operational excellence and leadership and strategy. And do you not know how to make a pitch deck? Well, hey, we'll help you do that. Like, you've got a great idea, you just need your rough around the edges, because this is a black market that's coming into the light. And while there are some people that have a lot of different skill sets that overlap perfectly, some that are coming from legacy industries and now coming into the marijuana industry because they're seeing if you need plumbing, if you need water, filtration systems, it didn't matter if you were making it for something else before, it's still needed in cannabis. The idea that there is enough room in this industry for the right entrepreneurs to get paired up with this needed capital, that's kind of where Cannapreneur Partners and other firms like it, but specifically Cannapreneur Partners and its $150 million fundraise currently open to investors is doing.
So you just had a big event the other night here in Massachusetts. Investors, people looking for funds. Give me what was the excitement? What was the buzz as far as the ideas or the products that people are seeing in Massachusetts that they're getting excited about?
Well, in terms of the event we had last Wednesday at Alba,
right across the street.
Literally across the street from the studio.
Aware location.
The rooftop is open after the show, by the way.
That's right, yeah. Gotta go. The event, that particular... Now, so Cannapreneur Partners throws these sort of networking mixers like every 6 to 8 weeks, right? And they're doing... we're doing a variety of different ones. That particular one last Wednesday was really kind of about... discussing like exactly what Cannapreneur Partners is, what it's doing, why it's raising the money, where it's going to go, how that works within small SPV, special purpose vehicle type entrepreneurial engines, all the way up to sort of like Topco stuff of like if people are trying to get into something that can actually put this capital into these companies and then be those sort of early dollars in and then early dollars out when all of this explosive growth is happening. And not only that, we are still in the time before federal prohibition ends. And what do we know more than anything else? That once federal prohibition ends, right, the big things come in. Blackstone comes in, Big Pharma comes in, and big's going to gobble small, and not so big is going to gobble very small. And if we don't make certain measures now in the legislature, in the law writing, all of these open comment periods that are happening where you have like great micro businesses that are coming up and really talking about the struggles that these small guys are having that need this capital, that need the delays to stop. I was listening to a fantastic speech from Ed D'Souza today from the open comments section, and it was wonderful. But I guess we got a phone interview. Sorry,
that's right.
I go a long way sometimes,
which is great. And by the way, you have plenty of time.
Okay.
But we do have someone on hold. We've lined him up for an interview. I'm excited to talk with him because I am a sufferer of arthritis, and that is how I got my medical marijuana card. Seth Ginsburg is the executive of the Global Healthy Living Foundation, and he just released a study entitled Patients' Perceptions and the Use of Medical Marijuana. He's also the co-founder and president of one of the great named companies of all time, Creaky Joints. Seth Ginsburg, welcome to We Talk Live with Jimmy Young and Kurt Dalton, and Dan McCarthy's with us too.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good. We're having an interesting discussion here, and it continues with you. Tell us a little bit about, first of all, Creaky Joints, because I just love the title of that group.
Sure. So Creaky Joints is an online patient community focused on education, support, advocacy, and research for people and their families suffering from the more than 100 different types of arthritis. Arthritis, as you know, is the leading cause of disability in the United States. And I've actually had arthritis since I was a little boy. I was diagnosed at age 13. And so I grew up as a teenager, kind of coming of age, and I was actually a first-year student up in Massachusetts at Babson College when I was in my dorm room bunk bed, staring at the coils above me, wondering, where is everyone else going through something like this? And this being the 90s at the time, I had gotten out of bed and emailed my former internship boss, and in one sentence said, there's got to be a way to bring people together in a positive environment where we can share strength and experience. And fortunately, he wrote back the next day that he'd like to become a social entrepreneur, and we ought to do this together. And that afternoon, Creaky Joints became a website and remains one to this day, 20 years later, creakyjoints.org, which we then folded into what became the Global Healthy Living Foundation, the official nonprofit umbrella organization with the mission to improve access to care for people with all chronic diseases.
Okay, and this is where I get to show my gross fingers on camera. Okay, this is my osteoarthritis.
Not a rated R show. There's kids watching.
Sorry. So, Seth, needless to say, it's hereditary. I've had it for a long time. 4 major surgeries in 20 years. Needless to say, that qualified me for a medical marijuana card when the program first started. I take Charlotte's Web CBD oil every morning with my turmeric and orange juice, and when I run out of it, my fingers ache. So I know it works. You just came off a study where you identified 57% of arthritis patients have reported trying CBD and or a combination with THC and without. And there's tons of stuff we can talk about that. Tell us a little bit about this study, though.
Yeah, sure. So we have a patient-powered research network called Arthritis Power. It's a free web and mobile app for people with arthritis and enables them to track how they're doing, track their outcomes, as well as participate in patient-centered studies that we conduct. And one of the more recent studies we conducted was actually derived in part by our patient governors. This is a governing body of the research registry, and they created a study for measuring patients' perceptions and their use and experiences with medical marijuana. And so we surveyed close to 1,100 people, 1,059 actually people, and found, as you mentioned, that 57% of those folks had either tried medical marijuana or CBD products for medical reasons. And of interest as well is that of those who use marijuana regularly, 62% use it every day. So it sounds a lot like what you were just saying. There are lots of caveats, and you know, with a smart audience like yours, it's important to note that this is a study with great limitation. You know, there's something called bias in terms of the cohort, the people that were selected themselves to be a part of this, and this was clearly and simply self-reported and observational and individualized. This is not clinical data. This is not randomized clinical trial data, which is the information gathered from studies that are conducted about, treatments pertaining to, managing chronic diseases, or any for that matter. These clinical trials are not, as you noted earlier, possible right now due to the federal scheduling of marijuana and CBD, and therefore we don't have data from a clinical standpoint as to the effects of these products on things like arthritis and other chronic diseases. And that's the main message. That's kind of the big takeaway from our study, and I'm happy to get into a lot more of the details, but the essence is so many people are medicating with these products. So many people are medicating regularly, and of those finding there to be great relief in their symptoms. and therefore we need a more adult approach, as I like to say, toward research of marijuana and CBD in a randomized clinical trial environment, in one where we have academicians in universities as well as industries that are all working together to research and understand these products and then present it to regulators like the Food and Drug Administration. None of that is occurring right now, as you know.
Yeah.
And so, we're lacking a lot. And this is our main advocacy message, obviously, in terms of, begging for more structured and more evidence-based research about these products, so that nobody, yourself included, should be the guinea pig, should be the people with, the anecdotal evidence. You're an N of one, as they say. It's just you saying that's your relief from that product. So let's blow the doors open now, and let medical science and research and academicians, as well as industry, have at it, so we can really raise the bar and both learn more as well as apply those learnings through the literature with guidance for how to treat these diseases using products like these. But without any data, none of that's going to happen. It's all a proverbial pipe dream for now.
Seth, Kurt, Cannabis.net. I'm looking at a picture of you on the big screen, and you're a very handsome man. You look way too young to have arthritis, and you had mentioned you had it as a child and as a kid. How do you feel about youth, younger people, in their teens, if it's for a medical condition, using it? Are you a pro? Yeah, if a 13 or 14-year-old kid has arthritis at this level, I'm for it? Or kind of what's your stance on that, having it so young?
Yeah, so this is where I clearly disclose I'm not a doctor, and so I'm definitely not qualified to give a medical answer to that. However, I do know how to read, and I do spend an awful lot of time researching this subject and similar subjects. It's the nature of what I do, and I can say that my caution, my concern is, children are in development. And, there's variance in what folks say between 21 and 25 is the age until which, the brain isn't fully formed, frankly. And drugs like marijuana, again, absent any qualitative and clinical evidence, but with some degree of understanding as to its impact and what it does to folks, to the brain, to the mind, is something that would concern me. I'm a parent, and I obviously will do my part to prevent my child from having access to marijuana anytime, at least while she's living in my house. Specifically because she's still in development, specifically because children's minds and brains don't fully form. And again, there are many more qualified experts, neurologists, pediatric neurologists, pediatricians who also feel very strongly. In fact, that's probably one of your bigger dissenting voices or, opposing viewpoints with respect to proliferation and legalization of marijuana. And that's the harm it can cause on the youth and the not fully formed brain. And so, I think we have to take that into serious consideration. And then, of course, we have to carve out the exemptions, and there unfortunately always are terrible cases that children suffer from rare diseases and other very impairing conditions for which there might be relief from marijuana. But absent those exceptions, I would very strongly caution folks with respect to children, teenagers, even young adults with respect to marijuana and CBD.
Now, it's interesting you say that, because one of the little factoids that we've been putting up as we go to breaks is actually reporting on a recent study of teenagers, I think thousands of teenagers from the 1980s, and they were separated into regular users, moderate users, occasional users, and never users. And then they were retested in their 30s. And what they concluded in this study was it didn't affect the development of their brain from teen to adult. And again, this was, again, it's not a clinical trial. It's an anecdotal stories, but these things, these types of studies are being done now. And I certainly respect what you're saying as an adult and as a parent. But again, a lot of this stuff, and Dan McCarthy, I know you feel the same way, gets really, I don't want to say blown out of proportion, but it feeds off the stigma a little bit, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. I mean, look, one of the biggest things that is going to propel this industry and the onboarding of the new understanding of something that has been categorically prohibited, but presented in orchestrated misinformation for years. I mean, like the stigmata that exists with it, whether you're looking at it in a generational sense or whether you're looking at it in a cultural sense, whether you're looking at it in sort of like, I mean, you can't even look at it in the scientific sense because there is no data. That's what we're always talking about now, right? Because of the restrictions on federal research. The fact that re-education has been something that has probably been one of the most, like the highest spikes in the change, in the real paradigm shift in how cannabis is being perceived. Look at any Gallup poll right now versus 2 years ago. You're seeing insane spikes in the fact that more than usually between 60 and 70% of people in a national Gallup poll on just the general idea of, without qualifiers, saying like, are you for legalization or maintaining prohibition, right? You like, let's say it's like 75, 78%, something, right? Then usually that's why you want to start getting down to those different questions. Some people might say, I am totally for legalization. I'm not for commercialization. Some people might say I'm for legalization, but only for medicinal use. Right. Some people may say I'm for legalization, but you know what? I've noticed everybody's smoking it outside and I smell it all the time. And now I'm ticked off. Like there's all these different factions in this conversation.
Seth, you mentioned marijuana and CBD in the same breath. We all recognize that there's a hemp product that does not have THC in it, or at least up to 0.3% THC. That is out there. The Farm Bill made it legal, and now it's going to be a crop and a commodity and traded and all this neat stuff. But the entourage effect that says you need a little THC to really get the most benefits out of the CBD. Where do you stand as far as that theory goes, those anecdotal stories, and do you recognize the differences, obviously, between the two products there?
Yeah, so while I don't have an official position to share here, I'm conscious of the potential that hemp has for our society with multiple applications as a renewable resource for manufacturing and through the multiple methods with which extraction processes could net helpful particulates. So I'm I think the Farm Bill was a really good step in the right direction. I think that, we have the opportunity to, continue our country's great legacy of farming quality products and adding hemp to that, or adding, I should say, hemp to that list, I think is a net good thing. But I don't think we're even at the tip of the iceberg for the potential and the proliferation and opportunity that it presents to our society.
Absolutely. Seth Ginsburg, I want to tell you thank you very much for coming on and joining us a little bit here. Dan obviously has to get the final word in.
No. I just want to say, Seth, on a personal note, Creaky Joints would make an excellent band name.
Great. Well, you know what? Membership is free. Check it out, creakyjoints.org. You sound like a great member to be. I'd welcome your involvement in our community. No, seriously, Dan,
I love it. No, I love everything you talked about.
And it's all made available for free, and we're thankful to our sponsors for that, of course. But I'm glad to have joined you this evening. Appreciate the important dialogue. Do want to caution parents and their children around marijuana. But I also, at the same time, look forward to much more clinical evidence and literature and guidance from the medical and scientific community. That's what we're on the tip of the spear driving toward, and conversations like this are really important, moving that in that direction.
Well, thank you very much, Seth Ginsburg. Appreciate it, from the Global Healthy Living Foundation and, of course, Creaky Joints. That was Seth. You know, one of the things that the Cannapreneur Partners are involved with is the company. I'm going to never get it wrong. I'm never going to get it wrong now.
Like when you say it like that, I feel like I need to be wearing like white gloves, or something.
You could wear white gloves. I don't have a problem with that.
Maybe
Michael Jackson made a career out of that baby, right?
That was a very timely reference.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Let's go to. Wait, I want to go back to something serious here because it does relate to the Cannapreneur Partners.
Sure.
It has to do with Abacus and CBD Medic, a company that kind of was on display at your event last week. And I got to meet Perry Antelman, and we're going to actually have a little story about him. We actually played one of the commercials. Their product is an FDA product that has CBD in it, which is by far the first time I've actually heard the FDA actually approving a product with that wasn't Epidiolex, right?
Right. So, in the fact that, there are companies, one of the things I like about the Abacus story, right, is something that is indicative or a microcosm of hopefully what's coming at a larger scale, which is that, there is this generalized cultural onboarding where we're at a place where companies are getting through those hoops, and they're getting that kind of national distribution. They're getting, they're getting to a point where if a brand like that is able to get distribution, whatever reviews it's had through the FDA and associations, like everybody's constantly looking for that next stage of validation, that next stage of
legitimacy.
Can I look at a label on this thing and understand the product that I'm about to consume or use or buy or invest in or partner with or anything? And what I liked about that company and one of the things we try to do with the events is really, spotlight companies that are bell cows, right? Are the sort of lodestars that are showing the way that that people are getting through the gauntlet to get to a place where I have family members that whatever reservations they may still have, yes or no on CBD, some are like totally on board, some have like seen the light, the first time they use a cream or take a tincture, and all of a sudden they're cutting down on just like over-the-counter central nervous system drugs, right? Advil, anything else, right?
Yeah, and I still use Tylenol.
Yeah, and that's fine. But the idea,
Thanks for your permission, Dan.
No. I mean,
Dan, you're good.
You can slowly get to a more plant-based medicinal routine, but we'll get there. We got you at the Boston Freedom Rally up and running last year. So we'll get into that.
We're not going to be playing that video tonight.
No, somebody's got that queued up.
Yes,
Come on.
No.
Come on, somebody's got that
down the road. I don't even think
that's got to be a B-roll.
I don't even think Kurt's ever
Have you
seen
not
it.
seen that?
I don't think so.
We've got to be able to pull that out.
Jimmy Young losing his dabbing virginity at the Freedom Rally.
Now you have to pull that up.
Well, I know for a fact that Mike does not have that loaded into his machine.
That's fine. Anyway, to circle back, like what I liked about Abacus and what I like about these sort of bell cows in the industry is that it sometimes takes that brand recognition. It takes somebody that is at that final place where like they're just unwilling to try it. It doesn't matter. It's one thing if you've tried it and like it's just not for me. Just like I know plenty of people who take like extra strength, like Advil or something to like go to sleep. Like Advil PM and stuff. I've tried that when I can't sleep, and honestly, I did not like the effects. It was a total negative for me. So of course I didn't do that. The fact that there are brands that are on the rise that are coming into this market that are showing a new market like the East Coast, how robust markets, warts and all on the West Coast and more developed legalized markets have a range of variety of products, a range of variety of access, and a range of a true range of how these people are accessing this product, right? Because as we all know, there is no difference between medical cannabis and regular and adult use cannabis. It's still cannabis. Just like if you right now, I've been a journalist for years, right? Floating around on the freelance circuit, no insurance, that kind of thing. If I twist my ankle, I don't have insurance. I'm not going to go to the hospital, so I'm going to go to CVS and I'm going to grab.
You're going to self-medicate. You're going to take care of it yourself.
And I'll get some kind of ibuprofen or something. If you have insurance and something happens and you go to the hospital and they give you what? The prototypical 800 milligrams of ibuprofen.
Right.
It's ibuprofen and it's ibuprofen. The only thing that's different is how you access that same medicine, right? Cannabis is this that's why early on there was a lot of well, we're going to only develop medical cannabis because it's medical cannabis. It's it's a plant. It's like saying medical tomatoes. They're still tomatoes.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. And I am fascinated by this discussion about self-medication. And actually, I think it was Steve D'Angelo who talked about guinea pigs. Mm-hmm. We're all kind of guinea pigs because these products interact with each individual endocannabinoid system in every human. I love talking to people that are clueless about this. And I say, you have an endocannabinoid system inside you. And
the fact that that's not being taught in medical school.
Right.
I mean, that's a whole
but
other
that's
discussion.
Changing. That is changing.
Slowly.
I think I saw Cal
That's
Berkeley.
part of that re-education.
Right.
The fact that Jimmy does it in his creepy bar voice is a little weird too. But hey,
creepy.
Are you saying I'm creepy? Am I creaky or creepy?
Yeah, creepy.
I'm creaky and creepy.
I think we just saw how he goes. And, hey, how you doing?
All right, how you doing? We're gonna take a little break here, and we're going to actually hear from one of the founders of Cannapreneur Partners. Named Mike Scott, and his story about his family. It's actually a very intense story. You'll hear that during our little break, and then when we come back, I'm going to attack these two guys. All right, we'll be back with more after this.
Through coincidence, my brothers and I actually experienced what we would call, we witnessed what we would think of as a miracle. My mother went through a horrible PTSD episode. And if you understand PTSD, it's a very difficult illness where, you keep reliving these horrible thoughts in your brain. So we saw her go through one of the worst episodes we'd ever seen. She went catatonic. She basically passed out, fell down, hit the ground, and wasn't breathing for about a minute and a half as we were dialing 911. When she came to, the paramedics were there, but because of paranoia, she declined, going into the ambulance and going to the hospital, and through just kind of sheer, we didn't know what to do, right? So we're at my house, and one of my brothers says to me, we hear all this about medical marijuana. Let's try it, right? So we, give her some cannabis, and without exaggeration, we see her go from an emotional wreck, can't even regulate her breathing. She's crying, to not just baseline, but actually uplifted. And she snapped out of it, and she was like, "Where are my grandkids? I got to give them a hug. I can't believe they saw this." And so it was that minute I knew that, okay, this is not just about making money. There's real lives that we can impact on a very, very positive and compelling level. And so that was, within 3 weeks of me witnessing that, I jumped in this industry 2 feet in.
like this.
That's good bumping music. I like that bump music. Good job, Mike Zotos, on that. Welcome back to Weed Talk Live. I am the founder of Pro Cannabis Media, Jimmy Young.
I'm Kurt with Cannabis.net.
And
I'm Dan McCarthy, Director of Communications, Cannapreneur Partners.
There you go, Cannapreneur Partners. So Mike Scott tells a great story. He, of course, is one of the co-founders of Cannapreneur Partners. Anyway, it was a perfect time to play that story because we're talking about self-medication. We're talking about a family. Someone in your family needs help, and you're at wit's end. You don't know what to do. Traditional medicine is not working. So that's when a lot of people turn to cannabis to give it a shot for either the first time or first time since college back in the day. And a great example of that, right, Dan? And here he is now jumping in, and I really like the fact that Cannapreneur Partners is doing right by doing good. They really want to impact. I call it socially responsible capitalism.
Profits with purpose is how we phrase it. Profits with purpose. Look, I mean, everybody can win in this industry. That's one of the best parts about. That's one of the really exciting parts, personally, about being in cannabis. This is something that really can change lives. All of the stuff aside about the whatever the promises of business acumen or medical breakthroughs and everything else, looking at it at the broadest painted strokes, right? I was listening to a fantastic podcast about a week or two ago.
In the Weeds with Jimmy Young?
That was one of them.
Okay,
sure.
sure.
And then around that one was another one. I forget the guy's name. Anyway, I thought it was Mike Miller. I think it was Mike Miller.
Mike Miller. Okay.
Anyway, it was talking about how cannabis is a plant as an economic engine, as a medicine, as a way for kicks, as a way for enhancing one's life versus alcohol and most drugs, which are escape. Right? Cannabis really is enhancement. It's the repositioning of former issues that, whether they are psychological, whether they're physical, there is a large spectrum of applications for this product. But on top of that, this is something that can be grown around the world. Think about it in terms of like how a lot of the global struggles in a geopolitical sense are being formed. It's really because people are without basic creature comforts, sometimes without even human comforts, living on the verge of the Stone Age, in wartime places, in the middle of the desert, and in all places of the world. Cannabis can be grown all over the world. And you know what? If actual grows can be set up on the Gaza Strip, which they are, and you can have Israelis and Palestinians working in cultivation centers together. Like, look, at the end of the day, if you have a roof over your head, and this is, I'm paraphrasing from a podcast I heard, if you have a roof over your head, if you're providing for your family, if you're doing it in such a way, doing something you like, and something that is actually creating a mass benefit, both economically and medicinally, and in every other way that cannabis can benefit the world, really, then you're probably less likely to hate your neighbor. You're probably less likely to want to cause violence to somebody else, to have, some kind of systemic violence take root in your head and, prey on fears and insecurities and everything else that, leads to a lot of bad shifts in the culture. That's a very rosy, colored look at it all, but that's a reality. I mean, that's what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with the fact that this is something that is turning other people's lives around. Sometimes it's in a medicinal sense. A lot of times, and that's where where Cannapreneur Partners comes in, where a lot of the interest in the business of cannabis is coming in, is that there are people now that are either going to be trying to pull themselves out of the black market, unless they want to stay in the black market because of regulatory delays, or look at what's happening in California right now. I mean, their black market's more robust than ever, because they've had a lot of different wonky issues in the mid-ground since legalization. But you know what? California is still a state in the Republic that has a greater GDP than, I think, like the country of France or something. You know what I mean? And they have the biggest legal market. These are the growing pains. These are the tectonic shifts that are happening while the entire industry settles underneath it.
Yeah, one of the things I want to make sure, and I want to get this out here too, we all recognize that this plant has enhancements, has benefits, medicinal qualities, the whole 9 yards. But it can't cure everything. And I think that's one of the things that I'm already hearing from the anti-community saying, it's not a cure-all for everything, but it can change people's lives, even in a small way.
I mean, look, as much as and I do subscribe to that. I mean, like, I think there is a lot of overstatement of the of what could be the case.
Yep.
That's really what we're dealing with, right? And sort of this like bizarro, through the looking glass, Ludwig Wittgenstein, like the world is all that is the case, like kind of thing. People are making macro statements about, look at what's just happening with the FDA, like cracking down on CBD companies. Just like, all right, stop. You can't say using this will make you ride a unicorn into like
It happened.
a land of cheeseburgers. Like,
It happened to Curaleaf, located
Of course,
here in
yep,
Wakefield,
yep.
Massachusetts.
Right.
They paid a $250,000 fine, and they got stuff.
That wasn't
it. I know that wasn't
Yeah,
it. It was a
that-
tough week, though. I mean, the
Yeah,
FDA took their stuff off because they were making medical claims.
Right.
We get that.
But here's the deal. I mean, in that's really born from, this is something that isn't new. Like, that's one of the things that a lot of the public commentary really brought up. That was some of the things that the community really brought up in the early days as we moved towards trying to pass Question 4, right? It's that, for every prohibitionist commentary or platform or political stance that would either cite some regurgitated bad junk science or outdated stigmata or some other gibberish that says that if you even touch the plant, then your head's going to cave in and your feet's going to fall off and it's going to weaken the resolve of our allies around the world and all this nonsense. Like, at the end of the day, we are at a place where there's enough critical mass coming where people are actually at a point of making too many good claims on it. Like, this is the reverse of cannabis in popular American culture for the last 65 years, right? And moreover, that to me is indicative of the fact that there are enough people being wowed by this. There are people that are legitimately having their lives change in very small ways, but are in the ways that are the most meaningful. Whether it's somebody with anxiety that tried full spectrum, plant-based, really well-made CBD oil for the first time, or the arthritic person that put the cream on, or whatever else, or the first time somebody tried CBD in conjunction with a little bit of THC for that entourage effect. The first time somebody tried a CBD cocktail that is non-alcoholic, terpene-rich with organic pressed terpenes, and now there's an entire other field of study going on with the entourage effect that has nothing to do with THC and CBD. It's how the actual terpenes, those essential oils that make not only cannabis but any plants, have their essence. Pinene is pine trees. If somebody, you tell somebody you can't breathe, what's the old wives' tale or the old adage? Go take a hike in the woods. Why? Because conifer-rich forests are active in pinene. Pinene is an anti-inflammatory for your lungs. You walk around in a forest for an hour, you come out, you're breathing in all these oils. You go up to a lavender plant. Look at a lavender plant in your kitchen. You go up and you smell it. There is no smell whatsoever. You clap one of the leaves and it's lavender in your face. That's limonol or something.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, so now people are really trying to look at what the actual entourage effect with these naturally occurring essential oils that are independent of cannabis. They just happen to also be woven in there.
It's Chemistry 101, and I'm sure Dr. Kurt Dalton can, reflect on
Dr. Dan takes
That's
over.
Right. No, but go ahead.
But generally, he's right on, with the FDA. We do a lot of medical articles at cannabis.net, and the general rule is you can't say cure.
Right.
That's too universal.
Impact.
If you
is a
say
good-
it helps, you better be citing a few things because the FDA can say, well, what are the studies that say it helps?
Right.
And that's really where you're at, is the waterfall effect, we call it with our writers. Like, we don't say it's not going to be a cure. Plenty of people with cancer, unfortunately, who have tried cannabis, pass away. But we can say it helps with this, and if you say it helps, you better be citing something in your article.
Yeah, and again, there's a ton of anecdotal evidence, and yet this plant has been studied more than any other plant that I know of, like 30,000 by the substance abuse community. They were looking for years for a reason why this plant isn't good. What are the negative effects of this plant? They looked and they looked. They had over 30,000 studies done on cannabis, and less than 4% came up with anything negative. Now, I'm not saying that you cannot abuse this. You can abuse anything. You can abuse water. You can abuse fruits, sugar.
I
love my sugar.
I abuse coffee every day.
Right.
Every day I take a substance that is controlled by the federal government because of its potential impact on health if you overuse or abuse it. And every day I crush coffee to the point the world is shaking around me. That's just my routine. Right. But I mean, that is technically taking too much of a controlled substance.
Right. Exactly right. Mike, we have a video that's called Abacus R Us, right? I'd like to roll that, and then we get to talk a little bit more about this specific product and also our friends at CBD Medic. Go ahead.
You like to stay active, but when pain gets in the way, reach for CBD Medic. All natural, topical pain relief with the benefits of THC-free hemp oil. Just apply at the source for fast relief of pain. CBD Medic, available at CVS.
All of our products are registered with the FDA, and that is an anomaly today.
Yes, it is.
Okay? We go back, actually, our science, our technology goes back 15 years as a pharmaceutical company. And we already knew how to file products, topical products, OTCs, over-the-counter products with the FDA, and to be able to, to make medical claims with those products. That is really important because in the industry today, you have a lot of products out there that will say, well, you can use this for relaxation, you can use this for this, and they're not making medical claims, or if they are, they're illegally making the claims. But we want to be able to be above board, do it the right way, based on real science, and that's what we do.
That is Perry Antelman, the CEO of CBD Medic and Abacus. And like Perry, he's a nice Jewish boy from Newton, as am I.
Oh, boy.
All right, and cited a lot of the research that comes out of Israel on this specific plant. And, it always amazes me at how a small nation can make such an impact on the world.
And that was something I wanted to ask you. I mean, there's so much data and so much research that's come out of the Middle East and Israel, and specifically, not only because, I mean, for a long time, their moves have been gigantic, right? They were the ones that, they have technology for precise dose cartridge, whole plant-based cannabis vaporization technology that got a $12 million boost from Philip Morris 5 or 6 years ago, right? They're really constantly at the cutting edge. Besides what's lacking in federal research and data, I mean, you just must have access to so much, double placebo, peer-reviewed, anecdote, must have so much things that would just go right under the place that would constitute somebody going, oh, is that federal data? That's the one I trust. You just must have a mountain just underneath there.
Yeah, most of our writers, and we do have some in Israel, will always have to cite those medical journals.
Yeah.
And Israel, for the listeners and the viewers that don't know, they are 25 years ahead in research than even the U.S. West Coast. They are doing, as Dan mentioned, there's an inhaler for very much looks just like an asthma. I think it's up to at least $20 million in funding. Exact dosage, stuff that we're
right?
Yes,
yeah,
that's
I
right.
read about that. Yeah.
We cover those kind of things in our startup spotlights. But just to see the science, I hope there is some agreement at some point between the U.S. and Israel on the sharing of information and this coming together on this particular subject of. They're 25 years ahead of us in their studies. We could learn so much. We're just starting at years 4. They're at 30. What are we about to find out? And let's not waste time and money.
Yeah, and then remembering that that's 25 actual years, and any 1 year in cannabis is 7 dog years, right?
Yeah.
So they're actually a generation ahead of us, basically, because they have such on research, specifically research. Yep.
Absolutely. One of the big subjects that we really haven't touched on is the challenges that law enforcement are having recognizing operators driving vehicles under the influence of cannabis. And the problem is there's a ton of people out there that are not impaired when they drive under the influence of cannabis, and they actually can be more focused on the road. Now, I'm not saying go out and do 20 bong hits and then get behind the wheel of a car. Do not do that. That's stupid. Act like an adult.
Stop at 10.
Right. Stop at 10. Stop at 1 because you only need one bong hit these days, right? I mean, the stuff is so powerful.
Speak for yourself, Jimmy. Come on.
Anyway, my point is I want to get your guys' feelings about what law enforcement's trying to do and how in the world are they ever going to figure out a way to test those that are behind the wheel of a car that are under the influence, by the way, not just of cannabis, but how are you going to test it if they're under the influence of Percocet or Adderall or any number of drugs that are already available over the counter and also by prescription? How are they ever going to do this, guys?
Well, I know we've covered, I think, 3 of the startups that are trying to develop the standard that everyone accepts. And you're right, everyone's endocannabinoid system is different. It's not like alcohol where it's 2 beers for this one, 4 for this one. The problem they're having, law enforcement, is that no matter what system they pick, when the person challenges it in front of a judge, it falls apart.
Right.
Because it's just not the data. They said this isn't the same. And the judge goes, by law, boom, dismissed. So, and it's funny, we talked about standardization in the lab testing, the Leafly article this week about lab shopping, how people are taking their flower and basically shopping it. You can take it to a cannabis lab that test it, and you would get 3 different results at 3 different labs. So there's, especially on the West Coast, there's lab shopping. So I want the lab, much like the U.S., how we rate bonds in the United States, is whatever lab gives me the best THC rating, I'm going to give my next batch to and my next batch. So I said when the federal law changes, certainly the FDA will have a standard protocol for testing that you have to go by, whatever it's going to be, through light spectrometry or solutions. And I think the same thing will happen on the breathalyzer side. There will be, look, was it 0.2 or 0.6 or whatever it is for alcohol? Like, it's going to be a cannabis number. And regardless of if you're 300 pounds or 100 pounds, we got to, it's going to be a number at some point. And the judges have to go by that because they have no guidance right now, the judges, when it's challenged.
Right. And how are they going to tell? They're going to do a pinprick of your finger to get a blood test out of you? Are they going to make it pee in the cup on the side of the road? I mean, this is not an easy thing. This is not an easy thing to come up with.
I mean, I wouldn't even begin to speculate right now, right? Because there's a few different angles to look at it by. Like, yeah, I mean, eventually fast forward on a long enough timeline, and it's eventually something's going to be set up. We have no idea what that looks like yet. We might not even speak the language that it's going to need to be spoken in right now.
Cars might be driving themselves by that time.
Yeah, but by that time, I mean,
you can do 20 bog hits. That's good. They're good.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to need that just to get into the car.
Right.
Boston traffic continues on the way it is.
That's right. That's another story.
But yeah, look, a lot of the pre-legalization arguments from a lot of cannabis foes were, these wild stories like there's going to be somebody hitting a joint and then just mowing over kids.
Oh, zombie apocalypse on the roads.
God.
Yes.
I mean, forget it. Let alone the fact that that there was a large prohibitionist movement, Sathan, was it Safe and Healthy Mass or no?
Yep.
Sam that did that, the famous Kevin video before the election, like the moms, driving by down, whatever it was, Route 1. And it was like,
we may have done a parody on that. I'll stay low over there.
Yeah. Kevin! Meanwhile,
Mom.
making it look like there was weed brownies in the window, that's at a bakery. It was just ridiculous.
Well, the best part of that too is Kevin comes out with a grocery bag,
a sack,
like he's coming to Stop and Shop with about $4,000 worth of cannabis. He goes, "Mom," and he's got this huge bag, like it's trick or treat. I'm like, "Wow, that kid did well. That's a lot of weed, kid." He's like 8 coming out of that.
He clearly was not paying the full tax on that because his mowing route wasn't going to do that. So I mean, in terms of law enforcement, eventually a standard's going to get hit. But look, we are so in the early days right now. There's no way to look at that because, like you said, it constantly falls apart in front of a judge. On top of that, there is no agreed upon science or technology that can actually adequately demonstrate levels of impairment based on agreed upon standards or rates, right? On top of that, cannabis fundamentally functions within the body differently than alcohol. You want proof of that? Challenge anybody who's a drinker to go shot for joint. I guarantee you the person that has 10 joints is still functional. They're just going to be super baked, but they're going to be functional. And the person that had 10 shots is going to be a disaster.
Right.
So it functions within the body differently. Then you get into all the other, the little bits of details about body type, about tolerance. I mean, what I consume in an average day, to somebody that does not consume at all, that would be putting them in front of a charging African rhino, and they'll get mowed over, and that's just probably not the person to get behind a wheel. Having said that, cannabis on the roads isn't new. It's been around for years. People have been driving stoned on the roads for 30 years. And I'll tell you what, the people that I know that are stoned on the road, I'm not talking about a first-time user that rips a joint or hits a vape and suddenly gets behind the wheel of, their auntie's Tesla and goes careening off a bridge or whatever. I'm talking about somebody that's a daily user. They're using this as medicine as like anything else, or as a self-medication. I'll tell you what, I used to have terrible road rage. Now, I'm not going to admit on the air what I do or do not do before I get behind the wheel of the car, but I'll tell you what, I'm a pretty chill driver these days.
Now you're good.
I am safe as hell. I mean, I get that nice sweet spot of like 8 to 12 miles over the speed limit, get the cruise control on, throw an album on. I don't have to worry about anything, that kind of stuff. But the reality is this. Cannabis has been on the roadways for a long time. Now, look back at the data, whatever data is available. You will not find somebody that conclusively, like if some kind of horrific, fatal accident happened or something, or some other infraction of the law, when it involves driving on the road, they're really, the data is very low, if anything. But if there's cannabis in their system, it's typically in conjunction with other things. Yeah, right. Now, I have personally been on the road driving on 93, stuck by exit 18 outside of the tunnel like everybody else, going south, and just been in bumper-to-bumper traffic. And I've just seen like people like openly like crack open like a medicine bottle, must be Prozac, Lexapro, who knows what it is, take a little fistful of Skittles, knock them back, and just get ready for their trip down to Fall River. Like, I've watched that. Now, if you can tell me that somebody would watch that and be like, that person's abusing drugs in the car, chances are it looks like a prescription bottle. Somebody might look like, I don't know, they're just taking their medicine.
Right.
It leaks into that. This all comes back to the stigma, right? When is mommy needs a glass of wine going to be just as acceptable as mommy needs a joint in the cultural parlance? Like, that's acceptable. Like, woo, mommy's had a bad day, I need a glass of wine. You say that around somebody, be like, mommy needs a joint, it's been a long day. Somebody be like, what did you just say?
Right.
Like, that's going to change. That's that double standard, right. And that's how that wraps up into the larger argument of everything from law enforcement and standards.
So I got a question for you guys about punishment. If punishment is going to be set up to fit the crime, and if we both all recognize that we are certainly not going to sit here and say, have 10 bong rips and get behind the wheel of a car. We don't want you to do that. If you do something like that, you're putting yourself in danger and those around you. So we are not saying, get high and get behind the wheel of a car.
Of course.
Okay? I want to make sure I keep coming back to that.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe instead of an arrest for operating under the influence, there's a hefty fine. Or something that they can, and again, you're going to go through before the judge, and the judge is going to say, you know what, you can't prove it. How do you prove he's impaired, even though we have this in the system? There's got to be a way to create something where the punishment will fit not necessarily the crime, but definitely the mistake in judgment of doing that. And I don't know what that would be.
I don't know either, and that I'd love your perspective. I mean, what do you think about the whole the DREs? These supposed experts that, like, if you got pulled over, they'd just be this extra person in law enforcement that would come out and like assess and be like, "Yep, on drugs." Like, I still don't fully understand how they anticipated to make that work, and that's a part of why those things would fall apart in front of a judge. But it's because there is no agreed upon standard. So it's almost like having like a life coach come in and enforce the law next to you. You're like, what are you saying to me?
Yeah.
You know
So
what I mean?
the listeners and viewers don't know there's a movement. I think I know it's in Mass, but to have a trained professional, I don't know if it's a state police.
Right, there's a course that they take.
Yeah,
there's a course that they take.
So,
drug education course or something.
Yeah. Sure, I'm pretty sure that person
That'll
when he gets
suss
up
it
on
out.
the stand, gets up on the stand with your honor. I don't think he's going to hold up too well either. It's one of those. They get trained in alcohol training too. I had a buddy from high school that, believe it or not, got to. He got picked to go to the state police. You start drinking as fast as you can at 8 a.m. They get you hammered by 10. And then for all the rookie police, they put you out on a course. And they literally go through that, and you have to do it 2 days in a row.
Yeah.
So let's do that with the marijuana testing at the state barracks.
Well, I'd actually like to see a defensive driving test for all drivers, because the biggest distraction on the road is the phone.
Texting, yeah.
Okay? It's the phone.
Way more deadly.
Way more deadly. And I can attest that I was hit at a red light by someone who was on the phone. Let's just leave it at that, because there is some litigation. I don't want to get into more about that. Is that okay? I know Kurt wanted to.
Way to bury that
I
lead.
can't do it. I can't do it. That's enough. And besides, I'm taking back control because I'm going to wrap up this whole program. And I want to thank everybody who participated and contributed to this program. It started with Steve D'Angelo. My God, what fun to talk with a legend from California. Seth Ginsburg from Creaky Joints. David Rabinovich was in studio. Dan McCarthy. You and I just keep showing up in the same studio. It's kind of scary.
What's the name of his group?
Kismet, man.
It's Cannapreneur Pro.
Oh, man. It's like
Canterbury partners.
I need a
it's
shower.
like it's like late night like love radio.
All right. I gotta thank Dan French. He produced today. Jason Wolf, who's out there helping us out. The whole Pro Cannabis Media team now, Byron Rest, Todd Ames, Joyce Gerber. Thank you all. I also want to put a shout out to Steve Helmuth, who is our technical director, and he's so good. He's at Fox 25. I don't know if I'm supposed to say that. He got all upset at me when I said that. I'm
Won't
like,
be
I don't
tomorrow.
care. You think I care? You think I care, Steve? You're going to get a full-time job. Relax, all right?
Jimmy's a renegade. You can't keep
He
this
laughed.
guy
He's
down.
panicking.
Lastly, the guy who put us on live streaming, kept us going, put up the right videos. Everything came in place. Mike Zotos from Performer TV, and I thank our friend Nicole for introducing us. So for everybody here that has put together this Weed Talk Live program, I thank you all. I'm the host right now, Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media. Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. We're going to leave you with a little, it's not an outtake, but it's me and Perry hanging out, and I tried some of his product, and I got to tell you, it works.
Is this the dab?
No, this is not the dab.
It definitely should
I'll
be the
show
dab.
it to you later.
It's not the dab, but it should be
Oh
the
my
dab.
God, it's just stuff on my hands. It worked. Okay, we'll see you next
Let's
time.
see the hands.
Thank
See you later.
So, anybody who's watched the In the Weeds with Jimmy Young podcast at some point knows sometimes I show my gross fingers that are riddled with osteoarthritis. And I've tried every topical in creation to try and get rid of the inflammation, try to get rid of the aching that I have on a regular basis. And by the way, this is the only one of many body parts that's wreaked with osteoarthritis. And Perry, you're going to allow me to try your product. And tell me why this is going to work, because I'm exposed to others.
Sure. So CBD Medic, first of all, is based on 15 years of research and development. It is all about understanding how CBD works with the body, with the endocannabinoid system. What you're putting on right now is a special formulation that absorbs quickly into the top 4 layers of the skin. It is also infused with leading analgesics like camphor and menthol. And on top, sorry about the phone.
That's all right.
Yeah, with camphor and menthol. Yeah. And on top of that, additional terpenes and CBD. So you have like a 1, 2, 3, 4 punch right now.
Okay.
And this is going to absorb quickly into your skin.
Yeah.
Okay. First, you're going to feel the cooling effect of the camphor and the menthol.
I already do it
You're starting to feel it now.
Woo!
Yeah. And it's going to even get more intense over the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. But after that, the pain relief is going to start coming in as the CBD connects with primary receptors in your skin. And you will have not 20 to 40 minutes of topical pain relief like you have in the other products, but you will experience anywhere from 2 to 6 hours. Because once we connect to the receptors within your top layers of the skin, you're going to have fantastic pain relief.
And I guarantee you, if this works, folks, I'm going to be their company spokesperson. There's no doubt about that.
Okay, I have you on record now.
Yes, you do. And thank God it is Friday afternoon, and happy Friday afternoon to everybody out there on Twitch TV /Pro Cannabis Media. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media and the host for now of the Green Rush. That's what we call the Friday Finance Show here on Pro Cannabis Media. And we always welcome in a friend and a comrade and somebody who just loves to analyze data. And he even put his microphone on in time. That's awesome. His name is David Rabinovitz. David, thanks again for coming in.
It's always a pleasure, Jimmy.
And I think it's really important that we show that we are far apart from each other, because I think the world learned a little bit of a lesson today, let's just say, with the news of the day. And I think everyone who is connected with social media or any media, oh, look at that. We are far away. And look, Dan French is with us, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, he's on camera. Give him a credit. There he is. He pushes all the buttons and makes sure we all stay on. But we are trying to stay apart like we always try to do now. We are certainly conscious of the importance of social distancing. David even brought his mask, but he put it down, which is fine. And mine is in my pocket, let's just say, because I want people to stay away from me. This is an opportunity to talk about this amazing plant called cannabis sativa, but not just about the plant, but about the people that are getting into the plant with investments and businesses. And as we know, there are always people out there who are looking to raise money for their companies, to find out exactly what their business model might be. Everybody seems to want to be a part of the green rush towards profitability, towards success in the business that is the cannabis business today. And David has been a trusted friend and someone who we have a lot of respect for. And we will be getting to him, as well as some very special guests coming up in the next 2 hours of this live chat show, this live cannabis talk show. We have at 4:30, we're expecting Todd Sullivan from Cannapreneur Partners to come in studio with us, and he'll be in the far side of the studio. We also will be talking with Matt Hawkins. He is the CEO of Entourage Capital out of the Texas, I believe it's Dallas, Texas area. He'll be joining us at the top of the hour at 5 o'clock in about an hour. And then at 5:30, we're talking with Eric Lopez, who is the Director of Operations for Lantern. And if you don't know who Lantern is, but you might have heard of Drizzly. Drizzly is a delivery service software that helps liquor stores deliver their wares to customers. And Lantern is trying to do the same thing on the cannabis side of things. And we wonder, what effect will these delivery licenses that the state of Massachusetts has, what effect that will have on Lantern and other delivery services out there. Now, I do think it's important that we do mention the news of the day, but in a style that I am very comfortable with. First of all, we want to make sure that our president and his first lady are healthy, because that's really the most important thing here. Yes, they tested positive for the coronavirus, and it definitely has shaken up the markets around the world, shaken up quite a few people. But I just got a letter from Tip O'Neill's son. Now, for those of you who don't know who Tip O'Neill was or is, he was the former Speaker of the House for many years, and his son Thomas was Lieutenant Governor of the state of Massachusetts, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And now he runs a PR firm here in Boston, and he sent out a letter to his constituents, if you will, and I thought it would be a good time for me to read this. And David, I haven't shared this with you, but I think you'll like what it says. With the news that the novel coronavirus has now reached President Trump and the First Lady, I ask that all good people take a moment to pray for their speedy recovery and for our nation's welfare. This pandemic has thrown our world into disarray, causing hardship, pain, and loss to millions. It does not discriminate. It doesn't care about politics. All nations, states, and peoples have suffered its devastation. I skip a paragraph. I see a bright future ahead with potential vaccines on the horizon, and knowing that experts in science and medicine are unlocking new knowledge every day. However, the path forward will continue to be daunting. For now, continue to wear a mask, keep up social distancing, and practice healthy hygiene. Wash your hands. My thoughts and prayers are with the President and First Lady and with all of those afflicted with this virus. God bless. Sincerely, Thomas O'Neill. And of course, that is Tip O'Neill's son. So I thought that was a good way to kind of open this. There's some more good news from the cannabis universe that we can share. The governor of Colorado, Jared Polis, issued 2,732 pardons today for past marijuana convictions. Now, although the new law that he is using to allow him to grant clemency is allowed, basically he can free you if you've had up to 2 ounces of weed on your possession, have been in jail for that amount. Well, he didn't go that far. He only said if you've had up to 1 ounce, we're going to let you go. And that was 2,732 in the state of Colorado alone. And anyway, he says too many Coloradans have been followed their entire lives by a conviction for something that is no longer a crime. And these convictions have impacted their job status, housing, and countless other areas of their lives. And just for the record, there's still over 40,000 people in the United States who are locked behind bars for minor cannabis-related crimes. And that always lends us to talk about Steve DeAngelo and his brother Andrew, who started the Last Prisoner Project. And we urge anyone who is interested in righting this injustice to get involved with the Last Prisoner Project. You can just go online, search them. They're all over the place. They've done a great job of waving the flag for these injustices that we are all part of, and we need to change them, okay? And that is the Last Prisoner Project, and we want to support them in whatever way we can. All right, there's a couple other news items here, but I do want to bring in David right now and start talking a little bit about some of the guests that we have on and some of the things that we'll be talking about. David, as the acting treasurer of MassCan.
Oh, the treasurer of MassCan.
He is the treasurer of MassCan. That is the normal chapter in Massachusetts.
Not normal anymore, right?
So what happened with that?
What happened with that?
What happened with no longer working with Normal?
So I'm not going to get into that only because I really don't think highly of the way Normal handled it. But
okay.
we had an officer, we had a board member who participated in highly controversial events. In late June, there was an event that was the antithesis of Black Lives Matter, caused a huge uproar. People across the country picked it up on the news. We had a special meeting. Our chairman resigned. Our president refused to go. It was ugly. It was in the Globe, but it took about a month, and we cleaned house.
There you go.
But in that process,
yes,
Normal decided there was no need for due process.
Interesting.
And they just, out of the blue, said, we want you to get rid of these people. And we said we got rid of one, and the other one, we got to follow our bylaws. And then they didn't care. They didn't afforded us no due process, no discussion. They just issued a press release. Normal never really did anything up here.
Right.
I'm not necessarily a fan of Normal.
Okay.
I took my Normal membership card and put it through a paper shredder.
Wow.
I thought the way they handled it was exceptionally poor, and I think that MassCan has done a very good job of getting the organization back on its feet. We've got a lot going on. We're bringing in new board members. Interviews are happening next week.
Good.
We completed the virtual Boston Freedom Rally a couple of weeks ago. It went off very successfully, and I'm very proud of the other directors I work with at MassCan who are much more into the plant than I am.
There you go.
I'm more into the business side of it.
I know that, and that's why, of course, you're here, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate your frankness and openness on that, too, because I do know that it was a difficult time. Let's just say. Is that fair enough? But to say
it was a couple of ugly streaming sessions. You know, every time I turned my head, people to look at the monitor to see where the chat was coming in, people would get upset that I was looking away from the camera. And it was a painful process, but I think we did the right thing.
All right. Well, that's cool. And you're here now, and you are opening yourself and your contacts to our cause to talk about the cannabis business, the industry.
Yes.
And as everyone knows, there's still plenty of people out there who are looking to get into the cannabis business one way or another.
Yes.
It's interesting what's happening. At the same time, we're seeing the expungement of records and people that have been convicted of these minor cannabis possession crimes being let go. And again, the follow on that is, where do they go? Well, wouldn't it be the right thing to do to give them a shot at actually getting back into society and getting a job in the cannabis industry.
They call that restorative justice and social equity.
There you go. And sure enough, David is a champion of social equity in the Boston area, and I know you're involved with quite a few trainings and what have you.
Yep, I'm one of the trainers for the Cannabis Control Commission under the Social Equity Training Program. The current cohort, which is the second cohort through the program, we have 285 members, 285 participants, and many of them are looking to start businesses. And it's an exciting time. Even though we're having to do a lot of the training online,
right.
Beth Goldstein, who I work with, a professor and a true professional at her craft,
yes,
sets everything up online. The students go through it. They learn the lessons, read the articles, and then we have live sessions. Live in today's world is over the Zoom, but we do live sessions 2 times a week.
Speaking of live sessions, this is what we're doing here today.
Yes.
And we are also here Mondays and Wednesdays from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. on the East Coast. And on Mondays, we normally talk about cannabinoid as a medicine, cannabidiols, cannabinoid medicine, medicinal marijuana, whatever you want to call it, all the magic chemicals, and those out there who are using cannabis as a medicine. And we bring on experts in the CBD world, the medical world. And in fact, this week, I don't know what day it is, let alone weekend, we'll be talking with Mara Gordon, who's one of the principals in that great movie, Weed the People. And she's going to be a great interview. And I'm doing that with Alyssa Merrill from flowerandtonic.com, my go-to site for if I want to know what CBD product to use. Go to flowerandtonic.com, because not only does Alyssa review these products, but she also has them tested. And that's one of the biggest things in the cannabis industry these days, is the people out there, not only on the illegal market on the cannabis THC side, but on the CBD fraud side as well. Don't buy CBD products at a convenience store or a gas station, please. Okay, there are plenty of reputable manufacturers out there who use full spectrum. That, in fact, some of them actually have their test results printed on the labels. So just my little rave about that. And on Wednesdays, that's what we call Professor Weed Wednesdays, when we reach out to the educational community. We have friends that run courses all over the country, both online and also in classrooms. And these days, classrooms, of course, have to be socially distanced, similar to what we're doing here. And the Cleveland School of Cannabis has really been great for us, a great resource. Love meeting their principals. And I look forward to working with the Cleveland School of Cannabis as we continue on with our educational day of this cannabis chat. And then on Fridays, it's the Green Rush with David Rabinovitz, and we talk about the business of cannabis. And I do know that I believe one of our guests has arrived. That's awesome. We're going to get to him in just a moment.
That's going to be very exciting, because this is going to be, I think we're going to have a great show today with a couple of our guests.
Well, but David has been dove right into this as a host, and he's helping us get access to his Rolodex and his contacts, and we're bringing in some really cool people who really do have a real good insight on how to start a cannabis business, what might be the best way to do that, what are the best parts of the business to get into. And Todd Sullivan from Cannapreneur Partners will be joining us after our 420 break, okay? Because as you know, 420 is the code in cannabis for it's time to go out and enjoy the amazing qualities of the cannabis sativa plant. And it all started in California when a bunch of high school kids, I believe they were seniors at San Rafael High School in California, and these guys would meet after school at 4:20 to catch a buzz. They would meet at the Louis Pasteur statue, which happens to be, I believe, across the street from the high school there. And they kind of started this whole 420 thing as a code for themselves, and then law enforcement picked up on it, and they used 420 as code for there's public smoking of marijuana going on, 420 at the corner of so-and-so and such, check it out. So that's how the whole 420 thing became a code for the cannabis universe. And in 1971 is when they started this little club and get-together. And it just so happens that was the year that I took my first taste of the cannabis plant. And now I did it 3,000 miles away, and I was 14. I was not in high school, so you do the math. I'm 63 years old. I have a medical card. And now I've given a song kind of a new rebirth. Back in the day when I was in my early youth, in my teens, in the 70s, the song Shanty by Jonathan Edwards would come on a radio station called WCAS Radio. It was a daytimer in Cambridge. It was an alternative rock station. They would play the song Shanty, and that was our cue to step out from wherever we were to go out and perhaps partake in the herb that everyone has now starting to embrace and accept because of the science and research that has gone on behind this. So, without any further ado, we take a break at 4:20 and we throw it and toss it over to our friends radio station up in New Hampshire where Jonathan Edwards made an appearance, and we love to play this song and enlighten a whole new generation about the words and how Shanty came in existence. Check it out.
Yeah, this is a tune that I wrote back in 19... I've forgotten. We had a saying in our old band, one of my first bands in 1966 or so. What are you going to do tonight? Oh, just, like every other night, just going to lay around the shanty and put a good buzz on. Gonna sit down in the kitchen, fix me something good to eat. Make my head a little high, make the whole day complete. Gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. Pass it to me, baby, pass it to me slow. We'll take time out to smile a little before you let her go. We're gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. You're on something. Go ahead. Rick Brodsky, everybody. Nothing to do and there's always room for more. Fill it, light it, shut up and close that door, baby. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. Take it, okay. Prohibition never works, it's time to realize it. It grows in my backyard, it's time to legalize it. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. I'm going to sit down in my rented car. I'm going to jam it into drive. Gonna head on out and play at WSCA with Sean. I'm glad I'm alive. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on every night and day. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on.
Nice. It's Friday. Thank God. Thank God Jonathan Edwards is joining us live in the WSCA studios.
All right, that's our friends up at WSCA Studios in New Hampshire. New Hampshire is where Jonathan Edwards lives, and the call is out to Jonathan and also to his manager. He's welcome anytime. I can't wait one day to have him in this studio playing Shanty Live for us on Pro Cannabis Media. Speaking of us, please, if you're watching this on a live stream, subscribe, share, like, hug. Well, you can't hug anymore. Virtually hug. Okay. The more followers we have, the better we're going to do, the more great guests we're going to have. And we really appreciate that. Again, we've only been doing this now since September 9th. And even in the last week alone, we've integrated Zoom into this now. So we're able to take calls through our Zoom hookup and link. And I know we're looking to do some of that later on in this program. A reminder, at 5 o'clock today, Matt Hawkins from Entourage Partners in Texas will be joining us. And at 5:30, Eric Lopez, a COO of Lantern, a delivery company. The best way we'll describe it right now. Let Eric kind of just tell you a little bit about how it works and why they don't need a delivery license to do their jobs, I think, is how I think is going to work. But we can explain that at 5:30. In the meantime, I do want to welcome in our first in-studio guest today. His name is Todd Sullivan. He's from Cannapreneur Partners. I'm familiar with Mike Scott, who I think you might know, right?
Yes.
I got to interview him back in the summer of 2019, which, by the way, I don't know about you guys, but it feels like it was 5 years ago.
Everyone's favorite saying is, today was the longest month of my life.
The longest month of your life, absolutely.
So
Todd,
I think that was the launch for Cannapreneur Partners, because Perry Entelman was there from Abacus Health.
Yeah.
And that's where I got to meet Perry for the first time, since interviewed him a few times.
Tell me about Cannapreneur Partners and your background, if you don't mind.
So Cannapreneur Partners is a private cannabis holding company. We look to empower entrepreneurs to realize their dreams in the cannabis space through capital for them, for contacts, communications, and through strategy and business management. So I joined Cannapreneur November of last year, became co-CEO with Mike in February of this year, right before COVID hit. My history is an investor. I've been an investor my whole life, small business owner my whole life, and ran a hedge fund for years, had a value investing website people would subscribe to, and about 4 years ago decided that this was the last great thing that was going to happen, right? We had the internet boom, technology boom, and cannabis is undeniably probably going to be larger in a very fast way. So given that we only know a fraction of what this plant can do for people, when that becomes more apparent, it's going to mushroom cloud, right?
Right.
Didn't want to be involved in the public markets. You could see that train wreck coming a mile
Absolutely.
away. Wanted to be involved in the private markets as an entrepreneur, as someone who loves just getting your elbows in there, getting dirty, and just sweeping the floors and do what you got to do to get things going. It's the most rewarding thing, right? Buying a piece of paper and watching it go up $1 and selling it, that's great. But when you can build something, there's no better reward than that.
That is so true.
Yeah, wanted to get into the private side, ran across Mike. We live a quarter mile apart, have never met.
Oh, that was
for
interesting.
like over a decade. Ran into his organization, started as an investor, worked my way into a role, and in February became co-CEO, and we've been running forward ever since.
Are you in liberty to tell us a little bit about some of the companies you may have invested in, or where are you guys at?
So we've invested in a company called Anna. We're the largest outside investor of Anna.
We know Anna. Anna is the vending machines.
Yes.
Anna made Weed Talk News a couple of weeks ago when it got launched.
Yep.
That's you guys. That's
So
awesome.
we made an investment in Anna in, I want to say March, during COVID, and everything was shut down. It's going very well. They went to Strawberry Fields in Colorado yesterday, their largest dispensary.
Yep.
And they have a lot of interest from a lot of people. It's a non-contact way of dispensing cannabis.
Well, you talk about the right place, right time,
Yeah.
offering the right product, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So
Well-
we're very excited about that one.
That's great.
We have some other investments in a company called Nature's Remedy, a vertically integrated producer here in Mass.
Mhm.
They have dispensaries in Millbury. They're going to be in Worcester, right across from the new stadium, and the
Mhm.
one in Tingsboro, which is really, really doing well. And then we also have 2 dispensaries of our own that we're in the process of going through licensing on, and we're looking at an extraction too.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah,
That's great.
It's very, very exciting.
I guess the first question I got to ask is, which aspect of the industry do you guys look at from an investment portfolio that you feel has the best margins and the most secure investment? Now, obviously, a vending machine did not come up immediately, but it certainly was a good one to get involved with early.
It was. The technology is always a little bit risky.
Yeah.
You know? So our core thesis is anything that can reduce friction for the customer. Technology side, that's why we like Anna. We have a small investment company called Grow IQ, which does they monitor the grow facilities. There's a lot of that lacks right now, so you have a lot of variation from one part of the field to one part of the grow to the other in humidity, lighting, heat. He's able to monitor that in real time on an Amazon dashboard, and the cultivator is able to make immediate adjustments.
Wow.
Versus waiting to see how this crop comes out and then adjusting and doing that. So that's exciting. As far as the physical investments, we like dispensaries, we like extraction are our 2. Until 3 weeks ago, we didn't like delivery. Now we love delivery.
Yeah, sure.
And we're actually in talks with 2 delivery applicants right now. We're hoping to close one in the next couple days. So we're very excited about that.
Interesting.
Cultivation is probably the most profitable right now.
Yep.
The problem with cultivation, and we can't gauge the risk on this accurately, is what happens when it becomes federally legal.
Right.
There you go, right?
I think I heard somebody say the same very thing.
That's been my mantra for a couple of years.
You know, and for the $20 million it'll cost me to build a good cultivation,
Yeah.
I can open 10 to 15 dispensaries. And I know when it becomes federally legal, that business gets better because I can buy wholesale from anywhere, right?
Right.
Extraction gets better. Delivery gets better. Cultivation, I don't know. And for that amount of money and that risk for my investors, unless it's a small boutique cultivation attached to a dispensary, kind of like the Treehouse Brewery model, that's going to win. Right?
Yeah.
You're going to be able to craft some really nice brands and have exclusive product only here, destination place. But the big cultivations, we're nervous about them. You know, so for that reason, we like the other ones better.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I happen to agree with you on that. And Kurt Dalton would weigh in. He would agree. Kurt's big concern, I shouldn't say concern, his belief is, and it's really a long tail type belief, but when marijuana becomes federally legal and you can ship it through the post office, some kid is going to grow the plant in his backyard in Bogota, take the order over the internet, throw it in a mail sack, and send it up.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, and even if they didn't allow us to import it, I mean, we have what's 3,500 right now wholesale in Mass, give or take a couple $100.
Yeah.
They're buying out in Vegas for $800 a pound wholesale.
Right.
I mean, why would I buy from here? So, we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know if states are going to enact protections for their cultivations. But again, for that amount of money and that risk, it's not something we're willing to do.
Interesting.
I'd like to hear a little bit more about Anna and how that works, and I'm going to tell you an interesting story. So
I have an interesting story about it.
Well,
Is
so
it the same story?
So I met Jimmy back in 2010.
Yeah.
Right.
This is the same story.
This is it. I met Jimmy in 2010. He's
Tell
running
him
tell him the whole story.
Young Broadcasters of America.
Young
was
Broadcasters of
located.
America.
Go ahead, located at.
Right, and he's in a building, and somebody who's working with him asked me to come over to see if I can help him out a little bit. And they tell me the address, and I say, "Oh, I know that building. That's the old Multimedia Communications building."
Right.
Where
Don
Bonchi
Bain.
said,
We can mention
right,
Don Bain's name. We
How
love
do
Don.
you know? And I said, I financed that guy many, many years ago. I spent 25 years in the equipment finance industry. So we went down to see Don at his house in Narragansett, Rhode Island, and Don would summer in Narragansett, and then he was living in Arizona. He went back to Arizona, called me up in probably December and said, I want to refer somebody to you. The guy's in the marijuana business, but I swear to God you won't get arrested, and it's legal. And that's how I got started in the marijuana business. And the guy that I helped out was working on a deal with a company that had marijuana vending machines.
Yeah, there was a wave of them that came out a while ago.
That was back in
but the
2010.
story- wait, I'm going to finish that
Medbox.
story. Can I finish the story?
Yeah.
So he sets up shop. So I'm in the basement of 81 Speed Street. Okay, that's where my studio is. And by the way, it's still there. Okay, unused, green screen, brick wallpaper. Just saying. Anyway, the first floor was wide open. So he rented space to the guy who needed demonstration
Right.
space.
That's right.
For his vending machine.
The
put
med
it up
box.
on the first floor. And what happens? All the media stations from Boston start showing up in the parking lot to do stories on this machine.
Yep.
And it was the first vending machine for weed I'd ever seen. And it was, what, 2010?
Yeah.
Yep.
Just saying. So that was the weird kind of
Timing is everything,
coincidence.
right?
Yeah, timing is everything.
Right now, somebody's willing to invest. Back then, that wasn't the case.
No.
Yeah. Even now, it's very, I mean, the state by state regulatory issues just to get these vending machines in is the entrepreneur Matt. He's done an amazing job weaving his way through, meeting with the commissions in each state, explaining that no, we're not putting this on the corner,
right?
So kids can pop this. You know, there's still, you know, you have to scan your license, and there's all sorts of checks on the machine
right.
to make sure that you know you're who you are when you go in there. It has to be inside and things like that. So, but it's very exciting. Early results have been fantastic. So the orders are starting to come in, and people want it. I mean, if you can do a transaction under a minute.
Right.
You go to you
no.
order on your phone, you walk in, you scan your license, scan your card, you walk out. And for the dispensary owners, it lets them upsell, right? So you can come in and here's our deal of the day on the screen. It's got a nice video screen on it, deal of the day. Here's your order. You want to buy a couple pre-rolls for $7 more. So you're upselling, you're getting through people faster. You know, there's not helping that get that line down.
And yet, I'm going to argue the other side.
Okay.
One of the neat things about having a medical card and really not knowing enough about the plan is that interaction with the patient advocate. They call them bud tenders. Okay. There's always been a socialization aspect with cannabis, whether it's cutting out behind the house to get to smoke a joint and share it and all that. But now that it's disappeared because of COVID, and most medical dispensaries now doing curbside pickup.
Yeah.
And again, you order online, you put your order in, you get the text that the order's ready, you show up, you show it to the guard. There's 2 or 3 people in line, all socially distanced.
Yeah.
When you're ready to go, you go in, you pick it up, off you go. 15 minutes.
Yeah.
The transaction is 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So it's interesting how COVID, and eventually books will be written about this, how businesses started or businesses pivoted during COVID. You're already seeing it with commercial real estate. People are questioning whether or not they need to show up at work anymore because we're doing it fine remotely, right?
Yeah.
That's fascinating to me unto itself.
I agree. I know a lot of bud tenders were nervous about Anna when it came out. There is always going to be a need for someone who knows what they're talking about behind the counter.
Right.
That is never. I don't ever envision a time where cannabis is contactless with people. Right.
Right.
But if I know what I want and I want to order it and I don't have 40 minutes to stand in line, I want to get in and get out. Those are the people that Anna's going to help. Right?
Absolutely.
They don't need the bud tender. They know what they want. There's no advantage to the bud tender being there for them. They have it where they want to go. But I go in. I wouldn't use Anna because I haven't used cannabis my entire life. There's questions I ask. I want to know. And being in the business, I want to see how people answer. And there's other reasons, but the bud tenders are never going away. I mean, look at all the coffee machines out there.
Sure.
Starbucks still has baristas, right?
That's right.
It's just part of it. It's just going to be part of the interaction.
What's the cost of a system, one of the Anna systems?
For the dispensary,
yeah,
there's no cost. We take a piece of each transaction.
Got it.
Wow.
So
That's a great model. I'm sorry, right?
Very, very, very low upfront cost for dispensary owners.
Yeah.
And we take $1.20 a transaction. In and out. It's no different than Grubhub, right? You pay a $5 fee for Grubhub.
Right.
I happily pay $1.50 every transaction to skip a line.
All right. Now, David has done a great job of identifying some people that have some questions, correct?
Sure. So we've got a few guests with us. I'm going to introduce them and then we'll get them up on the screen. I believe they've joined us on Zoom. We've got Grant Ellis Smith, and anybody who's in the Boston area and in the cannabis scene knows Grant. Grant is, he's got some medical issues, so he knows medical marijuana really well. He is like an encyclopedia when it comes to certain issues. runs a live Facebook feed every time there is a Cannabis Control Commission meeting, and he's got more and more people who follow him because he'll interpret for them, here's what the commission just did, here's the impact of it. So I'm glad we've got Grant. He's a great guy, waving to us. We've also got Pierre Moody, who is an entrepreneur who's looking to start a distribution business. About a year and a half ago, we petitioned the Cannabis Control Commission to change one of the regulations, and it was really one sentence. But delivery companies, wholesale, shouldn't say wholesale because of the home delivery, they're using that term, but transport companies third-party transport companies, as of a year and a half ago, can inventory items. So they can actually look like a full-line distributor. And when we went to the commission, what we pointed out was the business had 30 stores open, maybe 20, 30 stores, not a lot of stores. And if you're manufacturing a product, you can call on 30 stores. But when we get up to a fully populated industry in Massachusetts, and we've got 350 to 400 stores, plus now we're going to have all these home delivery folks that can inventory, you can't call on that many people, especially if you're a small manufacturer, nor is it economical for you to do all your deliveries all over the state. Right. You need a third party who can bring those products in like a typical distributor, go out, make the sale, and package it up and deliver it. And that's what Pierre is looking to do. Okay. We'll hear from him. He's got a great partner who came out of the wine distribution business. Elliot Antoine is a aspiring home delivery operator, military veteran on a social equity team, and I think they'll probably have some good questions for you.
Well, David, you're now the host of this, okay?
I'm the host now.
This is your baby. I want you to identify. You've already given great backgrounds on each one of these. Call on them like you would be in a classroom, and I'm sure Dan will be able to figure out who he's going to punch up, and we should be able to hear the questions.
Great. We're going to start with Grant because okay. I'm sure Grant's listened carefully because I know Grant, and I'm curious, Grant, any questions that you may have for Todd or comments about the Anna system, the ability to put a vending machine into a dispensary to automate the process for people who just want to walk in, deal with a machine, and walk out.
Yeah, I thought it was a really interesting interview, and thank you for that introduction, David. I guess the question I have about the system is, obviously there's a lot of talk right now in Massachusetts about the expanded format for adult use delivery. I heard you mention just a few weeks ago you got excited about that change. How do you see this system integrating into the two delivery models, the limited delivery model and the wholesale delivery model?
I don't see Anna integrating into delivery really at all. It's really designed to be inside the dispensary. It's really designed for convenience for customers and for the dispensary owners to get more people through their store, right? I mean, right now, you have to go to the bud tender, you have to wait in line. With the Anna machine, they could have Q2 lines, and those people are in and out the door in a couple minutes. It's really for the dispensary owners and convenience. So I don't envision the CCC allowing a machine to be hauled around. They want too much control over what's being dispensed out to who. So maybe down the road, a decade or so, but I don't think.
Will we see them at 7-Elevens at some point in your mind?
So there is a CBD angle with the Anna machines.
Sure.
We've had conversations with some large brands with CBDs who are very interested because of the data collection that's available on data, the app people can use. We can get real-time demographics on who's buying what, when, where, what strands, everything about these people we can get, and that's very valuable for the industry. So that there's a technology play with Anna, not just distributing cannabis, but also the data collection that can be extremely valuable to the whole industry.
Well, again, I would think for the CBD side, where you're dealing with conventional retailers, this has got to have a loss prevention side to it too. I was in a Wegmans up in Syracuse last year. And they had a section that was just CBD products. I was fascinated by it because of what I do. Yeah. Took a picture of it, and then I stood there at the shelf with my significant other looking at me, perplexed as to what I was doing. I was figuring out the value per square foot of product, and I think it was just about $12,000 a square foot, because you got those tiny bottles that are selling for about $80 a pop.
Right.
Right? And you begin to do the math. there's a lot of money there.
Yeah, and having it behind the vending machine, and these machines for the regulations, they're built like vaults, and they're 700 pounds. You're not walking in and grabbing an Anna machine.
Right.
And if you want to open it, you're going to need a sledgehammer and a blowtorch. So, for the 7-Eleven owners,
I remember that.
yeah. For the 7-Eleven owners, their product's going to be safe. Someone's going to bust into 7-Eleven with CBD, they're going to give up and just take stuff off the other shelves.
Yeah.
We are definitely talking about the future, okay? And we don't know if it'll be the immediate future or the long-term future, but it is the future. Okay. Good job, David. You did a great job with it. Now, see if
Okay,
you can
thanks.
call
I'll
on the
see you next.
person. No,
see you Friday.
Sit down. Go ahead. Do the
All
next.
right,
go ahead.
so
call on the next person.
So
Go ahead.
okay, so let's pull up Pierre and see if he can. If Pierre can get has his camera running.
He doesn't have his camera running, but his.
Hold on for a minute. Leave the camera on.
All right, Pierre, you with us?
Yes, I
So,
am.
so
There we
Pierre
go.
is looking to start a distribution company, and I thought, and they're out looking for space now, negotiating with landlords. So Pierre, why don't you give your 30-second elevator pitch to Todd, and then maybe we'll get some back and forth going on some of what you need to do as an entrepreneur to catch the attention of somebody like Todd.
Oh.
All right. Well, first of all, thanks for having me on. I really do appreciate the opportunity to talk about my company and what our plans are long term. We established Quicksilver Logistics in order to apply for 2 licenses: a third-party transport license, as well as a marijuana product manufacturer's license as well. The goal of our company is to serve the interest of small to mid-sized growers in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The reason being is a lot of these small to mid-sized growers don't have the ability to move their own product between businesses without a license. Now, most of these businesses don't have it in their budget to acquire a license and maintain that license from year to year. So what we plan to do is provide marketing support, transporting services support, as well as sales, marketing, and distribution support to those small to mid-sized growers in Massachusetts to help them get their product to market and to give them many different ways to present their product besides just flour. This is where the manufacturing license comes in. We also plan to establish a manufacturing facility that will allow small to mid-sized growers to get involved in a distillate and isolate market. We plan to purchase an apparatus that would allow us to do supercritical CO2 extraction out of marijuana, so we can separate the various cannabinoids, CBD, CBG, THC, the list goes on and on. So we want to be able to provide, transportation between businesses, and then also give these companies a chance to fight for market space, shelf space, because as we know, as this market evolves and there are more growers and there's more competition, the average price will go down, and then everybody's marijuana or weed will be the same. It's just a question of how are you marketing yourself? How are you getting out to market? So that's the premise, and that's what we plan to do going forward. That's our 5-year plan. That's what we plan to do.
Are you going to white label?
I don't know if we can call it white label anymore.
Generic. Let's substitute the generic label. How's that?
Okay, that's better. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, we plan to do it on a generic basis because we know the distillate and isolate market is very, let's just say, lucrative. I know that with some examples from California and Oregon and Washington, when they're doing the supercritical extraction, they're coming up with liters of this product, the clear, oil, and various other derivatives based on how we, CO2, supercritical CO2 is a tunable solvent, which means based on the pressure and differences of pressure and temperature, you can create different products. So we want to give them the opportunity to not just sell their flour, but to create a product that gives them extended shelf space, shelf life, and then allows them to jump into that market. Now, I know in California, the average price for a liter of distillate is somewhere around $5,000 a liter. So, it's a way for them to inject some, to get into the market, and then to also extend the shelf life of their flour products, using distillate and isolate solution.
So what is your timeline of rollout? Because you got a bunch of stuff going on. So what's the road? Is it transportation first, then production, then are you going to try and do all of them all at once?
Well, we want to try to obtain both licenses at the same time.
Yeah, no, that's fine, but I'm talking operations.
Operation? Well, the first step will be transportation.
Okay.
And then, as we get that up and running, we can offer these additional services to our registered vendors in the state. So that's the timeline. First, transportation and distribution, and then, did you know that we provide these additional services?
Yeah.
Cool.
So many times people get a lot of licenses and they try and go 5 different directions at once.
Yeah.
And that's just a huge mistake when you're starting out, because there's so many obstacles in this space, so many unexpected mini disasters you're going to run into, that if you're trying to put out 10 fires at once, you end up having a lot of trouble. So doing what he's doing and rolling out this is up and running, then we're going to do this is up and running, a methodical, and it's probably your military background. Is the military background?
Nope, he's not the military one.
No.
No, his background is the cover of GQ.
Oh, yeah. So, but that's how, that's
hey, we need to stop that.
That's a very smart way to do that. So I applaud you for that you're taking a methodical approach to this, and we're going to be very good at this, then we're going to do that. We're not just going to throw a bunch of stuff out there and see what happens to work. So.
Right. I got to take a time out here for a second, because one of the things, not only have we lined up some calls for Zoom, but we also have an open chat room.
Okay.
And we get questions on that open chat room. And for the first time, we are going to actually hear from our studio director, Dan French. Under protest, he took a microphone, and he's going to read the chat room so we can get that question into. Go ahead, Dan.
Mass Cannabis asks if everyone feels like delivery is going to be a serious threat to brick and mortar.
Oh boy, that seems to be the topic of the day.
I've heard a lot of that. I don't think so. Every other business delivers, right?
Right.
And they're not going out of business because they're getting deliveries.
Socialization is going to maintain the dispensary experience, and this is a product that lends itself to socialization.
You want to touch it, feel it, look at it, smell it.
Absolutely.
I think if you're a poorly run brick and mortar, which right now where you open your doors, people will come, right?
Right.
In 2 years, that's not going to be the case.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a poorly run brick and mortar, then it might impact you. But if you're well run and you embrace it, and not only embrace it, but figure out how to market it, right? Hey, you can't make it in today. It's going to snow tomorrow. Put your orders in today, get it delivered. If you find a way to use delivery to your advantage, it will be a huge benefit. If you fight it, it will beat you.
And because of the restrictions, we know that they can't advertise on traditional media. I'm talking about dispensaries here. But you can take advantage of your opt-in market. So collecting the emails and collecting the data from your consumers is really the way that many of these dispensaries have done very well in the last few years. So it's that opt-in challenge that you have to collect the interest of the consumers, and then you can push out your messaging, controlling your message to your group, to your buyers. David, I know you have one more caller that you lined up. I want to make sure we get them all in.
Sure. Well, I appreciate that, but I got a couple of questions for Todd. Real quick. What do you think once the Massachusetts market is fully developed, what's the annual retail revenue going to be?
That's a tough question, David.
I think nationally, we're going to beat alcohol and be over $120 billion nationally when this thing's mature. Massachusetts, I think it'll be several $billions a year.
Okay.
And I think I'm probably low.
How many stores do you think? I see Grant. Well, you got Grant on your side, man. His head's going up and down like a bobblehead.
Follow-up he wants to.
Does he agree that I'm wrong, that I'm low?
Go ahead, Grant.
I think New Frontier Strategies, which is a firm down in D.C., lines up with your projections by 2030. It's supposed to be about 250 million in tax revenue by 2024, and then 1 billion by 2030.
I think it's way before 2030.
Yeah, the follow-up I wanted to just quickly point out on the delivery question, which does play into the total valuation cap of the market without question as well, is that delivery is not a threat to dispensaries. Delivery is a threat to an artificially inflated delivery dispensary model that occurred due to a lack of competition. So I think if anything, delivery will bring us back down, in particular in Massachusetts, to what other markets look like elsewhere. I just wanted to weigh in there.
And then it also comes down to who has the best products, the most available. So when they want that on delivery, they get it from them, right? If we both have a dispensary and everyone wants a certain strain and you have it every day and I don't, well, yeah, delivery sucks for me. But it's
Right.
great for you.
Right.
So again, well-run dispensaries are going to do really well with it.
Absolutely. And
Right.
yes, we do have another follow-up on the chat room. This is the most active chat we've had, David. So I'm gonna
Well, that's
give you
because I
credit.
think we've got a lot of the social equity folks
Well,
tuning in
that's
today. So
fantastic. And by the way, the open forum is something that does not exist except here. We're the first ones, I know we are, for a live talk show about cannabis. So we're very proud about that. But Dan, you've got you get the mic and read the chat room.
So we have a follow-up from Mass Cannabis, and I don't know if this wording is just confusing to me and it'll make sense to you guys, but what valuation multiples are hearing for the delivery companies?
that's so. We'll let Todd take that one, but I'm going to. Can I just start with that one?
Yeah, go for it.
I'll give you some time to ruminate and come up with a good answer. So we spoke about this on a training class the other night. Conventional valuation techniques don't apply to this industry, right? Because most people haven't been in business, so you can't look at the history. It's not necessarily, other than cultivation, it's not an asset-intensive industry where you're making your money on the assets. Think equipment rental companies, amusement parks, and hotels. And then when you're going to look at it from an income approach, it's a guess, right? It's not like somebody can say, look at my past 5 years. These are my margins, this is my revenue growth, and I'm consistent, or you have a lot of volatility, and you can use that to see whether or not what they're suggesting about the future is real. If you go back to November 2018, when Massachusetts first legalized marijuana, the 2 stores that were open were running at an annualized rate of over 80 million. November 2018. By January of 2019, it was down around 60. Now, annualized run rate, which Jimmy knows I track that very closely, is south of 17 million, I believe. Right? And it's going to keep going. My belief is that annualized run rate is going to keep going until we get down to about somewhere around 4 to 5 million on average per store.
And I'm gonna toss out a contest for our chat room. We're gonna have to take a break coming up at 5 o'clock, and I hope you'll stay for Matt Hawkins.
As long as you want.
Fantastic.
Yep.
But the contest line, we don't have a contest line. It's the chat room. Okay. Who can name the first 2 dispensaries that opened in November of 2018? And this is a layup for those that are on the Zoom call, so you're disqualified. Okay? Dan, you're disqualified too. Okay? What, you got something? Talk.
The person who asked the first 2 questions, he said it's Aaron, and he wanted to say hi.
Oh.
Suing Aaron Goins.
Yes, absolutely.
Aaron Goins.
But listen, I was just the warm up here for Todd. So let's go back because he knows valuations better than I do.
All right, you've got a minute to do valuations. I got to take a break and set up for the 5 o'clock interview. So you got a minute. We have one more of David's persons.
Right, we got one. Okay, but let's
well,
let's
we've
let
lost
Todd
control.
go. Don't worry.
Yeah, we're going to push
We'll
back
push back the break because we want to hear more from Todd.
Yeah.
So go to the valuation.
You're 100% right? So there's a couple issues with valuations right now. There's absolutely no model to look at to say this is what you should or shouldn't do. The regulations aren't actually final yet, right? So we're in the process of making an investment in a delivery company when we're pretty sure we know what the rules are going to be, but they're not finalized yet. So there's a certain amount of risk there. So that brings your valuation down because we, in theory, could be investing money in a company that, if the regulations don't fall the way we think they're gonna, isn't gonna be worth much of anything, right? So, for that reason, the valuations are kind of low right now. But what we've done, and what we did with this, what we're trying to do, is a small amount down to get the doors open, and then let's talk about future investment and let's talk about future valuation when we have some idea what it's gonna be, right? And we're doing this to be fair to the entrepreneur, right? Because right now, there really isn't much of a value. You have an idea, you have no assets, and you don't know the regulatory framework is going to be cemented the way it is.
That scenario sounds very familiar to me.
Well, I tell you what, can we pull Elliot up?
Yeah,
or
let's
do
get
we
one
just lose Elliot?
One more, Elliot. Okay,
We
and
just
then-
lost him?
All right.
Oh.
Well, look, the good news is we need to get set up for the 5 o'clock call, and I don't even know if we could do two Zoom rooms at once. Dan only has 2 arms, and he's also contributing, reading the chat room. It's amazing, by the way. He's doing the job of about 5 people at once.
It's going crazy.
It is pretty amazing,
Hey,
and
Dan,
everybody should have a Dan Frank.
Dan, if you need a compensation agent, you call me.
Hey, wait, we got him back?
Okay, we got him back.
We got Elliot back. All right.
Elliot, you're back. Let's get Elliot up on the screen.
There he is. That's not him. And hang on. Elliot, can you just say hello to us so we know that you're out there and we have your audio up?
Hello.
Good
Great.
job, Elliot. You passed. You can now
Excellent.
ask your question.
So, we're going to start with Elliot. Elliot's a veteran. He's he's not social equity, but one of the partners on that team is. They have what I think are some great ideas for a home delivery business. And what I like to do is have Elliot give you a 30-second elevator pitch. And
This is
again,
like Shark Tank. I love that.
Yeah. Shark Tank, but we don't give you any money.
I understand that too, but it's a good practice. It's a practice for Shark Tank. I like that.
David. How are y'all doing? So my name is Elliot Antoine. I'm part of THCDepotUSA.com. We are a social equity certified, veteran-owned and operated cannabis home delivery service. We have a one-stop shop website that are going to have, all the range of products that you can find in any dispensary here in Massachusetts already. And we're going to provide it as quickly and discreet as we possibly can. With our delivery agents are also going to double as what you would call bud tenders, so that you can kind of get as much of the experience that you can in Massachusetts. I know in other states, walking into a dispensary is a lot different feeling. You can see the product and smell it and all that. Massachusetts hasn't really gotten there yet, but we're going to do our best to bring the customer experience to the customer as we possibly can. Using electric vehicles, do our part for the environment, and provide the best products that we can possibly find here in Massachusetts.
Where are you going to try and be located?
We're going to be located in the greater Boston area. So, we'll be able to hit Boston and all the major sprawling areas outside of that.
You should send me an email.
Ooh.
Yes.
So both our dispensaries we partnered with veterans on both our dispensaries.
Yep.
And the delivery options we're looking are both equity candidates. So please reach out.
There you go. And it's easy to find on Cannapreneur Partners.
Todd Sullivan at CannapreneurPartners.com.
That's about as easy as it gets. Good,
All right.
good job. Well, that's awesome. This was great fun, guys. We're only an hour into this. I don't feel like I've done anything. Oh, I haven't done
This has
anything.
been the longest hour of your day, right?
Yeah.
All right. So, Dan, we have to take a break, right? We're going to take a break now. We come back. We're going to have established Matt Hawkins from Entourage Capital. Correct? He's there?
We're going to keep everybody on. Keep everybody on.
Can we keep everybody on? No. We have to do one Zoom at a time.
Okay.
We can reestablish the room if we want to later.
Okay.
Is that okay? We're learning by doing that's why I love live television so much. So wait, hang on. Just a sec. Okay.
But can we move them into a room and bring Matt on to the main?
Are you directing this? Now he's the host.
You
Now
told
he's
me you wanted me
directing.
to start to take
Okay?
over.
I mean, you have totally. That's awesome. Can you just let Dan run the show now? Because that's important. You're anchored there. Let's take a break, Dan, like it's scheduled, and then we'll come back on the other side and we'll regroup. But I certainly want to thank everybody out there in Zoom land for your great questions, and hopefully you'll stay tuned, and perhaps we can send out another link to get you back in before the end of the show. Don't go away. apnea. Yes, indeed. That's a good little hint about that one, too. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Cannabis Chat for Friday afternoon. It's also called The Green Rush with David Rabinovitz. We're welcoming in Todd Sullivan from Cannapreneur Partners. We've also had David's friends and family on with us, asking some really good questions. And now we're going to try and create and open up the new room for Matt Hawkins from Entourage Capital, who'll be joining us, we hope, in a little while, because he was scheduled for 5 o'clock. And, you know, I lost control of this show about, I don't know, an hour and a half ago. But let me tell you a little bit about Entourage Effect Capital, EEC, formerly known as Cresco Capital Partners, a private cannabis fund that is disrupting the rapidly evolving cannabis industry. The term entourage effect, we all know, is a medicinal term indicating that the full spectrum of cannabis is more powerful than any individual derivative, which basically means you need a little more THC than what hemp offers you to impact the CBD. And that is those are the cannabinoids that are just two of the cannabinoids that are in the cannabis plant. So they believe that they can orchestrate this effect, and we are efforting Matt Hawkins to connect with him as well. And Todd, you said you actually had heard of Matt or Entourage.
Oh, yeah, I think anybody in cannabis.
Yep, absolutely.
And can you tell me why?
They're just one of the monsters in the space.
Monsters in the space.
They've got almost 200 million in assets, right?
There you go.
Yeah, they've been around for a while, and they do things really well. So they're an impressive group.
Fantastic. Well, we really hope that we get a chance to connect with him. And it says they've made over 50 investments in the cannabis industry and has approximately 196 million in assets under management. Pardon my ignorance, naivete, idiocy, stupidity. When you manage assets, explain what you're doing with them.
Well, so people give us money, and we look to place that money in the highest return areas for them.
Okay.
In its simplest form, that's what it is, right?
Right.
Simplest and safest return of capital.
So you've built relationships and trust with people who are giving you money to invest.
Yes.
And are they expecting this, incredible return on investment, or do they know how speculative the cannabis industry is?
Well, I think most people
Probably
getting
both.
into cannabis right now understand the regulatory risk to it. But I think people are getting in because they see the explosive potential. They see the multiples. They see what's happening, and we're finding more and more investors just want to be part of it. They're realizing that what we've been told for 50 years was nonsense, and they're.
Right.
I could tell you dozens of stories of people in their 70s trying cannabis again for a variety of ailments, and my mother, my father, and just having amazing results.
Yeah. If I remember, your partner, Mike Scott, actually has a family story.
One of the best ones ever.
Yeah. Do you want to relate that? I mean, I wish I had it on
so
video
Mike
that I could
tells the
share.
story all the time. His mother suffers from severe PTSD.
Yeah.
And had episodes her whole life. And I think it was 2016 at Christmas.
Right.
Had the worst episode she ever had. Couldn't control her breathing. Was panicking. The paranoia comes in. So they called the ambulances, and she wouldn't go with the paramedics because, with the paranoia, like, what are they taking me? What are they going to do with me? Out of sheer desperation, I think it was Mike's brother said, I have buddies in the Army that use us for PTSD, and it works. So they went and they found some, they got it to her, and Mike swears, we gave her a joint, had to talk her into taking some of it, and she did. He said within 10 minutes, this woman who could barely control her breathing, was almost like catatonic, was talking and laughing with her grandchildren, dancing around the room, and ever since then, it's been managed by this. And that, Mike had wanted to be in cannabis, but that moment it's like, okay, this isn't, because he always sees something with a greater good, you know what I mean? And that was it. He's like, this helps people. My mother wears a CPAP to bed at night and was taking 1 drop of the tincture with no results. I said, try 2. She took 2, and then she called me the day. She's like, I haven't napped in 4 days. For 30 years, she's taking a nap every afternoon because sleep apnea. She doesn't sleep well at night.
Right.
She doesn't nap anymore. She sleeps so good at night, that nap has been eliminated.
That's fantastic.
2
With 2
drops
drops.
of tincture at night, that's it.
Yeah.
Life-changing.
How many times have we all heard these kinds of stories over and over
Repeatedly.
and over again? And, now with the science and research that is behind it, so now you have a ton of anecdotal data and stories, and now you're backing it up with science and research. It's
If
pretty
anybody
amazing.
wants the science research, just look at Israel.
I know.
I mean, it's all there.
It
It's
is.
all peer reviewed internationally. It's not, we're not talking, Joe's Hospital someplace. We're talking nationally world renowned organizations have studied this for years, and they know what it does. They know.
It's the magic. It's the magic. We're still efforting, trying to connect with Matt Hawkins, so we can continue our interview at this point. And I don't know if we want to bring back the Zoom room now that we know we can. No, we're good. Okay, let's keep going. We do. You see Aaron in the
I just
screen.
saw that, yes.
Right. So we have him talking about the question you asked last week about Commonwealth Magazine, and he really was very emotional about what he feels about that. So I don't know, Dan, if you want, we could probably go to that now. Yeah, let's go to that now. Let's listen to Aaron talking about this, and then we will react to it and talk a little bit. And it has to do with the delivery license and what he thinks is an issue with it.
There is no logical explanation for it that anybody has presented to me. The fact that a brick and mortar retailer can order from a cultivator a 10-pound sack of a strain and take it in their back room in a secured room where it's under video surveillance, and they can break it down as they feel fit into eighths and quarters. However, the wholesale delivery license is now mandated to have cultivators do the repackaging on their behalf. Now, it's almost presented as if they're doing social equity and wholesale delivery licenses a favor. Look at what we're doing. We're removing this financial burden from you. So now the cultivator is going to do it. It's as if the cultivator is going to be doing it for free. The cultivator is going to have to hire people, get the packaging, put it all in jars, and they're going to upcharge that back to the wholesale deliverer. So wholesale delivery, regardless of what anybody tells you, is a very cost-intensive endeavor. And I'm going to give you the perfect example. On a daily basis, pick any dispensary. Let's say they have 2 cashiers in there, only 2 cashiers in there. And those cashiers can see in an 8-hour period, how many customers do you think it can see? 50, 100 customers? I don't know. You do the math. You tell me how good of a cashier they are. As a home delivery operator, I have to have a car or a van. I must have 2 operators in that car or van. Now, depending upon how far each delivery is from one another, I can only do X amount of deliveries per day with that one van. If I want to do more, I now have to have another van with another 2 operators in it that I'm paying salary for, fuel, insurance. It is just a more expensive endeavor than it is to have a brick and mortar retailer. So now we're going to now say that these guys are mandated to have the repackaging at cultivation. So now they're going to have even more percentage points or basis points added on to their expenses in what is also a very slim margin business, or can be. So just because we have wholesale doesn't mean that it's going to be absolutely lucrative. You have to be an operator, and you really have to know how you're going to handle your costs and your expenses and become efficient and gain economies of scale. Additionally, David and I had a discussion about this earlier, and I hope David does this exercise for me because he's better at data than I am aggregating it. I'm going to ask you guys, going back 3 to 4 years now, when most of the RMDs and big guys were medical and they had to be vertically integrated, of the canopy that is now currently available in the state, I wonder what percentage of that canopy is controlled by the large RMD players.
Not sure if you can hear
So
me.
now ask yourself, wholesale delivery is the only license that is now mandated to have repackaging done at the cultivation level. We have now created a new revenue line, a new revenue source for the cultivator. Who controls most of the canopy in this state? Who stands to benefit from this new lucrative form of business? business is extremely tight. And there was a recent article that was out possibly last week where they had an owner of a dispensary who was an independent owner, not a fully integrated.
All right, we're going to actually get back to Aaron Goins, but right now we believe we've connected with Matt Hawkins out of Texas through, I believe, a comrade of his named Cody. Is that correct, what we got here, Dan? Is that what's going on? This is live streamed television talk show, and this is what we're just trying to do is kind of juggle all the technology, and my man Dan is working on it. And where are we? We good? Cody, do you hear us?
I do. Matt Harkins is my partner, so we are good to go. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you fine, and didn't know you were going to join us, but you're with Entourage Capital as well, correct?
That's right. We're both partners in the firm. Matt is, I'm subbing for Matt today. He actually is at a cell service. So I was worried that this was going to be a nightmare for you, even more so than it was for me jumping on here. So we're having quite the Friday.
Well, we certainly appreciate your effort on a Friday afternoon, and we all recognize the importance of cell service and making sure it all works. But we appreciate that you're here. We are in studio with Todd Sullivan, who's with Cannapreneur Partners, and with David Rabinovitz, who is my co-host on this Green Rush Finance Fridays, the business of cannabis show that we do here on our Twitch TV Pro Cannabis Media channel. So thank you for joining us. And I think the first question I want to ask, first of all, your reputation precedes you, because Todd was very impressed that we were able to actually connect with Entourage Capital. So thank you for that. And what do you see in the cannabis space right now that is so attractive if you are an investor looking to get in? What aspect of the business? Is it the grow side? Is it the dispensary side? Is it testing? Where do you see the growth?
Sure. So, we've been in private equity and let's call it growth equity stage of venture capital since 2014. And we have a fund that has a couple $100 million invested in the space, around 67 companies to date. And what's fascinating to me is watching the progression of the industry. So when I put my first dollars to work in 2013, which was pre us having a fund, the industry couldn't have looked more different than today. If there's the name here of Green Rush in any way, shape, or form, all the way from 2013 to 2019, it was most certainly that. But what's been fascinating in this last couple of years, and we gave a big presentation at MJ Biz at the end of 2018 and basically said, at some point, the music's going to stop and there aren't going to be enough chairs for everyone, because the valuations on the industry were ludicrous and we were trading on multiples that had no bearing in actual fact from a profits perspective or from even a revenue perspective. And so we built a team that was sort of focused on the fact that at some point, valuations were going to normalize. And that normalization would mean that for investors, we would have a buying opportunity that is similar to what we have today, that we haven't seen anything like this since the 99 tech bubble burst. And some of my partners were in the tech industry at the time. But where else can you have an industry where you have 78% year over year sales growth, which are Akerna numbers as of last month, and simultaneously you have almost 90% on average valuation decrease from the height in the early part of 2019. And so having an industry that could be distressed from a capital standpoint and from a valuation standpoint, while simultaneously having double or triple digit sales numbers is fascinating to us. And that's why we're tackling this industry quite aggressively in the next 6 to 12 months.
I wish I had $1 for every time someone uses the word fascinating to describe the cannabis industry, because there are so many aspects of it that are fascinating, and that includes the science, it includes the business. I'm sure you guys have some questions do you have a question for Cody? Either one of you guys? Well, I got another question.
Well, go right ahead. We're going to let you start first.
All right. How in the world did Entourage Capital get started in Texas, of all the states? It's not the most friendly cannabis state. Am I right?
No, it's certainly not. So my partner who we're going to have on here, Matt Hawkins, he started the fund in 2014, and I was one of his original seed investors. And when Matt came to ask for money from a group of us, I have to say at the time, we thought it was a little odd. At the time I was living in Dallas, and all of us came from very traditional, either private equity, leveraged finance, or venture capital. And quite honestly, cannabis was just not on my radar. I probably had never even used that term. And, all of us are familiar with the industry in some way, shape, or form, but never thought about it from a profit standpoint. But Matt saw something interesting in that he had just exited his real estate fund. And so he was looking at the arbitrage opportunity from leasing to cannabis companies, which was around in 2013, 14, 15, 16, 17, and really has sort of, in my opinion, gotten to a rate where the risk isn't as interesting as the return profile now allows. But he saw this opportunity and started doing some of these deals one-off on a deal-by-deal basis. He brought me a couple. They were interesting at that time. But what we quickly ascertained was that the real money was made from holding equity, options, warrants, and more aggressive debt on these companies, that the money wasn't made on their real estate leases. And so that's how we got into the space. And I think because, we had all raised capital in Texas for some time, these investors, while largely conservative or concerned about the industry, hadn't had exposure yet. And so there was just time and place, and then we invested everywhere besides Texas. We also do a lot with veterans with PTSD and tried to lobby for that legislative change in Texas to allow for research for that cohort of individuals, but we weren't successful in passing it.
Gotcha. You got something?
Yeah, Cody, where are you guys looking at with the bulk of your upcoming and new investments? What region?
So from a geographic perspective?
Yeah.
So predominantly we're looking in the US. About, I would say 96, 97% of all of our portfolio holdings to date have been in the United States. We have had some exposure to Canada more recently as the Canadian bubble sort of burst. And we have some exposure to Europe. We're still interested in Europe. Canada is really not at the top of my radar. There's some moves to be made in Latin America and certainly other emerging markets, but there is so much risk in my mind from those markets, mostly, political risk and nationalization risk and, much slower and more bureaucratic and perhaps, having some corruption within them, legislative rollout. So we're really focused on the US. I mean, to my mind, the United States market is really hard to beat right now in cannabis with valuations where they are. You just cannot have the same sort of growth as you do in the US, even in Europe, because they've been so slow to roll it out, and it's on a country by country basis. And they don't have a recreational industry for the most part, and the medicinal industry might be interesting from an insurance rebate standpoint, but it largely has not played out yet. So I think we're still pretty early.
Did you hear that? We're in the United States. What markets? Whether it's
California,
is it
Midwest, East, South?
Yeah, what region in the U.S.?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. For some reason, it's a little soft when you speak. You look like a strong speaking man, but I can't hear you all the way.
He is a strong speaking man. It has to do with our radio levels, but no one has ever told me that I.
We've got
someone who runs a fund, when you talk to someone like that who has got 196 million assets to play with, it has to make you feel good that somebody is that intelligent is managing that kind of money, because there's room to grow.
Yeah, we haven't even scratched the surface of what's going to happen with this industry. I really don't think we have it. Internationally, it's just we are still in the well, East Coast, we're in batting practice. West Coast, here, we're in batting practice still. I mean, there's so much to do here. There's not even really any brands here, we talked to Matt Morgan last couple of days. Coming to the East Coast, right? Where we start talking about brands and sponsorships of celebrities and athletes and things like that. That's coming. There's still more growth there for it.
Right, absolutely. And we didn't really get a chance to react to Aaron Goins and what he was talking about. David?
I was going to say, should we finish up the Aaron clip or?
No. Let's just react to what he was talking about. And you picked up on something immediately, Todd.
The example he gave about 2 bud tenders and 2 people in a truck.
Right.
Okay, I see the example, but the reality is the dispensary owner has 20 people working that day, right? Not just those 2.
Right.
And the delivery guy doesn't, right? So, and I also have more taxes to pay. I have rent. Going to be multiples of anything a delivery company is going to have to pay anywhere, right? So the basic cost structure, it's not a one-to-one example. You know what I mean? There's a lot of costs here that the delivery guy will never see. So that difference in packaging from wholesaler, I don't think it's as, unless they're charging exorbitant prices to do it, I don't think it's that a big a deal. I hope it goes away, okay? And I hope the 2 driver thing goes away. I think that's just 2 drivers and a camera in a truck. What's the point, right?
Camera. You're going to have 2 drivers and many cameras.
Yeah. So I mean, I hope that goes away, because that's a significant.
Wow.
I mean, we threw 2 hours worth of questions at him. What about this? What about that? And he had a spreadsheet for every scenario, everything. And the one thing about so many entrepreneurs is they come in with these P&Ls and they're so thrilled about the industry, and they show you a pro forma, and it's like, if everything goes perfect, this is what it's going to look like. So the first thing we say is, now assume sales aren't 40% of what you think they're going to be. Now assume sales are going to be half of that, and your costs are going to be 20% more. What does it look like? Because and his P&L, we were like, there's no way you're not going to do more than that. And he's like, well, I'm going with the worst case scenario, and the worst case scenario looks pretty good. And a couple tweaks here and there, a little bit more, a little bit this, and it looks very good, very fast.
So there's a book out that I'm going to recommend you read. It'll take you probably an hour if you're a good reader, maybe 2 hours, or if you're like me, or a whole day.
Yeah.
It's called Welcome to the Shit Show.
Yeah.
And it's written by Dean Matt, who was a very successful CFO for United Rental.
Yeah.
And for Waste Management.
Yeah.
And so he worked with Wayne Huizenga. And he got enticed to go into the cannabis industry, and he wrote this book about the lack of due diligence of all these business plans that people are throwing money around, and how crazy it was in cannabis 1.0.
Yeah.
Have you heard any horror stories about any of these early on investors and how much they've lost?
I've heard some stories about MedMen
when
they were out here. I mean, talk about the poster child. So I can't do too many details, but
don't need details.
There's a guy we were looking at who has 2 of the best locations, I think, in the state. MedMen approached him, I think it was maybe 5 years ago, and gave him $1 million for exclusivity to negotiate the purchase of those licenses. $1 million.
Yep.
So what happened? The deal didn't close.
Yep.
He walked away with $1 million.
Yep.
Fast forward 3 years ago, he meets Mike, and Mike talks to him, and he says, I want $1 million for exclusivity. Mike says, okay, good luck to you, and walks away. We met him a year ago. I want $500,000 for exclusivity, because this MedMen set this example, right? And he still doesn't have his doors open. and he has two of the best locations. I mean, it's just, and it's heartbreaking to watch because he's going to go out of business. He's going to run out of money.
Well, Aaron did something very interesting a couple of weeks ago. Got on the phone and started to call, I think it was micro licensees. And what he's found, and I think this is going to start to percolate up, there are a lot of people who have provisional licenses who no longer have enough capital.
Yeah.
The landlords suck them dry. I mean, I've heard stories of, I heard a story of somebody paying $200,000 a month for space, which seems outrageous. But I've talked to people who've said, I'm paying $8,000 a month, I'm paying $6,000 a month. We're paying $40,000 a month to hold this space for the last 16 months. Start to do the math on that.
We're getting calls from builders saying, this guy can't finish his place. Can you give him capital to finish it for us and take a stake in it?
Wow.
I was talking to a developer who ran into that. In this particular case, very shrewd people. So I'm going to talk very broadly about it, but they brought in some capital, but a family member put a mortgage on the property, so they had everything secured. They got a contractor in there, and the contractor got himself way in without collecting enough money along the way.
Yeah.
And if I recall, the contractor was in for over $1 million, and there's no equity because the family had thrown a mortgage on the property. And they wanted this real estate developer to step in and take over the project. Why do you want to buy somebody else's problem?
I have a feeling. I know one of the House bills just came through. They want to offer bankruptcy protection to cannabis companies.
Yeah.
If that passes and gets signed, I think you see a landslide of these small entrepreneurs going under, and because they'll have protection to do it. And I think right now they're just holding on to everything they can to try and sell this for something to somebody. Or to get some kind of help.
That'll be fascinating. I used to invest in bankruptcy
nervous
type.
about that.
I owned a Burger King for a number of years in Boston, across from the Boston Garden.
Oh wow!
I know that Burger King.
Remember that Burger King?
Of course.
That came out of a bankruptcy. That was I understood bankruptcy from my equipment finance days.
Yeah.
And an attorney, law firm downtown called me and said, "Gee, there's this situation," and we went out and bought up all the debt as cheap as we possibly could.
Yeah.
And when the hearing came, we stood up and said, basically, look, we own all the secured debt, and we own 96% of all the unsecured debt. So if he doesn't want to do what we're suggesting, then we'll pay everybody off what's called an unimpaired plan.
Yep.
And it would have cost us a few $1,000s to pay off the rest of the unsecureds.
Wow.
So that'll become a fascinating time.
I think just
that happens. Raise some more money. I'll go to work for you.
I think that's gonna. If it passes, I think you immediately see a lot of that happening. And
Well, I would like to see anything pass in the federal government because I don't think the House and the Senate even know they either one exists because they're separate entities right now.
I'll tell you what, it'll be fascinating. So let me throw this out because
we do have our next interviewer, interviewee, if you will.
Very good.
I believe on Zoom, and it's Eric Lopez. Is that correct, Eric? Are you there? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Hey, Eric.
And
hey, how are you?
Good. David Rabinovitz is here along with Todd Sullivan from Cannapreneur Partners. And appreciate you coming on a Friday. And we certainly apologize if there's been any audio issues with us. We are working out all the kinks that we have here, and Dan is sweating. So he's working hard to make it happen.
No, I can hear you all very well. I'm excited to connect with you guys. So thank you for having me.
All right, so tell it, you are the head of operations for Lantern, and I use the analogy of Drizzly whenever I talk about Lantern. Can you please give us the elevator pitch of what Lantern is and what the business model is for Lantern, so both David, who I think is familiar with you, and Todd can understand?
Totally. Lantern, we are a marketplace, right? So we are an on-demand platform looking to connect dispensaries, licensed dispensaries with users, and eventually with third-party delivery operators. And a big part of what we do beyond the marketplace aspect of it is also educating consumers on cannabis. It is a product that is coming out of the shadows and is new to many people. So that's very important to us, and something that we're also looking to do beyond just kind of like serving as a marketplace business.
There you go. How much does the delivery license change over the last few weeks impact Lantern's business model?
Lantern's business model directly, not significantly. I mean, not in any major way. Ultimately, we are for the consumer and looking to work with the best dispensaries, the best delivery operators. So there's an opportunity for us to work with the new license types and to continue working with dispensaries as we have been. So we think it's an exciting change, obviously, and something that we are kind of like excited and ready for.
So would a delivery company want to come to Lantern to use your software? Is that what's going on? Or are you courting people that have these delivery licenses, or at least applying for these delivery licenses?
Yeah, so we are delivery licensees we're connecting delivery licensees via our platform to operators, be them the dispensaries, right? So we are experts in delivery given our backing with Drizzly, and the entire team is made up of e-commerce experts. So pretty much we are working with these delivery companies and helping set them up in order to execute delivery successfully. Especially in addition to that, here in Massachusetts, Lantern has been at the forefront of educating and preparing kind of the delivery marketplace. We've ran incubator working with social equity applicants and introducing people to the space and to delivery in general. So yeah, kind of long-winded answer, but I hope.
That's nice. You guys have any questions for Eric about Lantern, or go ahead?
So far in Mass, how many delivery applicants are you guys partnered with?
So nobody has a formal license yet, but there's many people that have come through the program directly from Lantern that are in advanced stages to kind of to receive their license soon. Yep.
So, and as the consumer, if I go on Lantern and how do I search? I search by dispensary, by product. So I kind of search by product, and you pull up all the products like that in the various dispensaries, or is it I look for a dispensary or a delivery person?
So you'll put in your address, and you'll be matched with the dispensary that's serving your area, and you'll be able to shop from the product offering that dispensary is offering you.
Okay. Can I get multiple deliveries to multiple dispensaries on one order?
They would be separate orders.
I do two separate orders from this place. Okay.
Yep. You're effectively shopping from the dispensary.
I got you. All right.
How long has Drizzly been around, Eric? Do you know the answer to that?
Yeah, I want to say since 2012 or 2014. But for many years now.
Yeah, and it's doing really well. I mean, everybody recognizes it, especially the people that got on early have done very well with it, I guess. Yes? Sure.
Yeah. So, Eric, how does it work for the social equity delivery companies? How do they interface with Lantern? How does that end of it work?
Yeah, for sure. So, as I was saying, through the incubator program, we've been working with social equity applicants just to prepare them for this new business. I think beyond that, we've been many of us have worked kind of as advisors in some capacity through these relationships that we've made, just to help people think through their business, think through the operation that they're looking to set up. Many of these entrepreneurs are first-time entrepreneurs, and just given the history of the communities where many of these entrepreneurs are from, they don't necessarily have access to mentors and to businesses and to learn to get this know-how. So that's how we've been trying to make an impact and work with social equity applicants and these businesses that are coming up.
I thought it would be good to have somebody from Lantern on,
Absolutely.
because I know we've been talking so much about the social equity applicants and about the delivery licenses, and this is a very unique product, a unique company in the space.
Yeah, Eric, I've spoken to a couple applicants that have gone through your program, and they all rave about it. So congratulations, whatever you're doing, it's working. Because the two that I've talked to, they're top notch. They're really quality people and quality operators. Like I said before, some of the best pitches I've ever seen from these two applicants. So congratulations, whatever you're doing, it's helping them.
That's awesome. Really
How's that? Does that make your Friday or what, Eric? Huh?
Oh yeah. Smile across my face if you can't see it.
No, we can see, and we appreciate it. You've had an interesting background. You graduated BC. Did I see this in 2011?
I did. Yeah, that's right.
Another BC grad.
I was going to say.
Pierre Moody's a BC grad, and
I was going to say there's a group of CEOs. One, I believe, is Joe Lasardi from Curaleaf that went to BC grad school, and there's about 5 or 6 in his class that are all running cannabis companies now. Joe explained this to us in one of our shows that we did with them back in April, and I go, Joe, that's a great story. I go, I mean, I'm not the writer, I'm just the talker, but I said we'd love to do something with, and of course now with Zoom, you know, we are certainly at the mercy of Wi-Fi connections, but for the most part, it works pretty well. But and you also worked in investment banking in New York City, and you spent some time, it says here, in Bogota, Colombia. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, I graduated from BC, went into investment banking, did that for 6.5 years, and then made the change over to the startup world. I moved to Latin America, and I was working for Rappi, which is large e-commerce platform, Colombia's first unicorn, as an operations manager. So that's kind of how I got my foot into the operations world in the startup industry. Yeah.
And you came back to Boston to work for Lantern, and it's only been a few months. How'd you get a job during COVID, Eric?
Lucky for sure. Right timing. They were looking for someone to come in and help lead their operations. And a friend of mine, actually also from BC, is at Lantern leading product. So, you know, had a conversation early on, expressed my interest when I learned of this change, went through the interview process and everything aligned. So yeah, I was very, very fortunate in that sense for sure.
There you go. What are the challenges that you see in your space, not just as head of operations, but in growing this company, especially during a time now where everybody's adjusting to this new way of our lives?
Totally. And you mean this specifically to kind of Lantern, or still in the context of like social equity?
Specifically Lantern.
For sure. I think navigating the regulatory landscape and adapting to new rules as they come out is definitely something that, you know, us as well as any other business is managing and figuring out. I think that, you know, we're trying to keep abreast of everything that's going on across different states. Each state requires like its own solution from like a tech perspective, from an ops perspective. You have to design different processes that meet the requirements of every step. So it's interesting and complicated, and I think something that we have learned and done well thanks to kind of like Drizzly's experience. But it's also, cannabis is a whole different monster, and we've recognized that and realized that very quickly. But yeah, I think that's definitely one of the challenging pieces.
There you go. Well, Eric Lopez, you guys have anything else you want to ask him? I'm putting you on the spot here. If you don't, it's okay.
How much more fun are you having in the cannabis startup space than investment banking?
so much more fun.
Day, right?
Yeah, it's a awesome people. I mean, I had a great experience, candidly. But yeah, I'm really enjoying it. Learning a ton, meeting a ton of really great people. It's an exciting time to be in it for sure.
Yeah, and wait till the conventions start again at some point, you know, in 2021, because that scene was driving it for so long.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of companies that haven't been able to do it at all. Obviously, they're trying to go with webinars and online, and you know, it's just not the same experience. We talked about it at the top of the show. The socialization factor is missing, and yet you're still seeing companies with great ideas, entrepreneurial minds, getting into it. So,
isn't MJ Biz going to be 2 days in person in December someplace?
December 2 to 4.
Like the first one, right?
Yes, they're going to give it a shot, and you know, look, by that time, it's going to be a socially distanced convention. Can there be such a thing?
MJ Biz, you talk what 28,000 people last year,
I think
right?
they're doing 3 days online and 2 days in person.
Correct.
Something like that.
December 2nd to the 4th. And Chris Walsh, their CEO and founder, is somebody we've talked to. And we work with their MJ Biz Daily international reporter, Solomon Israel. He does our Canada report.
Yeah.
And it's pretty cool. But Eric Lopez, you've been awesome. Thank you so much. Please send our regards to Meredith, and please keep in touch.
Definitely, we'll do it. Thank you for having me.
You bet. Thank you.
Have a good one.
Again, another great idea in the cannabis space, and they're piggybacking off Drizzly. And this is my favorite part of the show. It's when the monitor goes to sleep. And I get to wake it up with just one little touch. But it's back. Our little logo is back. And you're watching Cannabis Chat on Pro Cannabis Media. We are live streamed every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Mondays, we talk about cannabinoid medicine. On Wednesdays, we will educate you, and that can be both in the medicinal side of things and even the adult use and regulation side of things, but mostly science, because there's so much science involved with this plant now. And then on Fridays, we are right here with David Rabinovitz. We're talking finance, how to get into the cannabis industry, and it's called The Green Rush. So again, I just want to make sure everybody knows to subscribe, like, and share what we're doing here, because we do know by opening the phone lines through Zoom, and we picked a few. David, you picked a few. I'm giving you credit here. That was actually a great segment, and it is a great way, I think, for companies to pitch their products, to see what they're doing and what they're doing wrong. One of the things I picked up from a friend of mine named Jeff Finkel, I don't know if you know Think About It, he's ArcView. You certainly know ArcView.
Yes,
he grew up in Newton, as did I. And Jeff said when he looks at a business plan or a pitch deck, he really pays most attention to the team. How important is the team when you look at a business plan pitch?
It's the single most important thing.
The single most.
I mean, if I'm pitching you, and every business I've ever had has failed, what are the odds this one makes it, right?
Right.
Conversely, if everything I've done has turned out great, you have a much more level of confidence that what I'm telling you is what's going to happen. I'm going to be able to get the results I say I'm going to do. So yeah, I think the team is important, and I think equally as important is the company's board of directors. You know, when they actually establish that board. Too often, board of directors are just friends and family who yes the person, when a board of directors should be mentors and people who are going to push back and open doors for you. It should be a diversified board, you know, and when you package those two things, great entrepreneurs and a great team with a quality board, you're going to be good. You're going to make it, and you're going to do well.
So and with startups, especially early stage companies, do you expect them to have an established board of directors at that time, or?
Most don't, and we don't expect them to. But it's one of the things that we want to be on the board of directors of every company that we invest in.
So it's your money investing. You want to have some say in what's going on.
Yes, it's that, but more or less, it's, you know, the social equity candidates, they need two things. They need money and mentorship, right? And the only way to really effectively mentor someone is to be on their board, because you're involved in everything that goes on in the company. You know the details of it, and you can have conversations and help them. You can't do it from a distance. It's like, that's why therapy fails for so many people, right? They only tell you what they want to tell you. They don't want to go, they don't have to go. But you got to see your board, right? You got to show up. You got to report to your board, and that's the best way to help. It really is. And we don't look as a board of directors as, you know, we want control of companies. No, we want to help steer this person through the landmines we know are coming, through the problems we know are going to happen, because we all have decades of experience running businesses. So we know what's going to happen. But a lot of these equity candidates, they're first-time entrepreneurs. You don't know what you don't know.
Right.
And, and having a board of directors that, you know, can say, hey, watch out for this, or this is going to happen. And we think that's just, if not more, as important than money, because, you know, these guys are going to find a way to get money sometimes, but, you know, you need that mentorship and that help to succeed.
How many months of generating revenue and operations is best for a startup to then go back out and say, okay, now we need capital to infuse. Now that we've figured out the model and we're bringing in revenue, how many months do you look at as far as traction? I guess what I'm trying to do is find out, how many months do you need for traction?
So,
can you put a date on it? You just kind of know, right?
I mean, most of the companies we invest in are pre-revenue.
Gotcha.
Right? So Anna, we invested in Anna before they went live. The equity candidates we're investing in have a pitch deck and are in line for a license, right? But they don't actually have that license yet. So we take a lot of risk with our initial investments. So we know that runway is going to be probably a year, right? Now, delivery might be much sooner, but you know, if we're starting our own dispensaries right now. You know, we're 6 to 8 months away before the doors open, probably, right? And before any revenue starts coming in. So it varies by license, and it depends, what do they want the money for, right? Are they still running quote-unquote operating losses, but they're trending up, And if they can get this money for this expansion or this new product line,
Right.
that'll push them over the top. So there's a lot of factors that come into that.
Yep. What's the single most important thing on a business plan that you look for as far as a strategy? Is it in marketing? Is it in merchandising? Is that the same thing? Is it a subscription model? What are some of the things that you guys might look at that is in?
So putting people aside.
Yep.
Are your assumptions realistic?
Gotcha.
You know, are you saying that we're going to do 20 million a year at our dispensary because that's what the state does?
Right.
Or are you saying, look, if I do 12, I can still make it. Here's my proof. Here's my pro forma. Right.
Right.
Here's my cost structure. Here's what I'm doing. Is it realistic, or is it based on a best case scenario? Which great. When it's great, every business succeeds, right? But how are you going to do if it's not great? You know, how are you going to make it if COVID comes back next year and Baker decides to play God and shut things down again for 2 months, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
Never
that-
seen a
they
business
can't even-
plan where the people talk about failing.
No, they don't.
Right.
They don't. Or yeah.
And most of the workout type work I do
Yeah.
has to do with people who didn't plan of what are we going to do if
Yeah.
this happens,
What happens
or business deals that people put together and everything's worked out about how they're going to carve up the turkey as long as the turkey's fat. But when the business doesn't work well, they didn't contemplate that. They never discussed the terms and conditions, and they don't know how to liquidate it and who's responsible. And then the attorneys make a fortune.
And
Yeah,
it's
the only
right.
one wins then is the attorneys.
By the way, that's what I say. When anybody asks me, what's the best investment in the cannabis space? I go, find a good law firm because they're going to be there, and then, they're going to help get the businesses going with the laws that exist. And then, of course, there's going to be the backside of that, which is they're going to start suing people based on those laws, and companies fail, companies come in. It's the lawyer. You're going to need lawyers. It's the way it works, right?
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Well, think about it. Like Burns and Levinson's got a restructuring practice, right?
Yeah.
Scott Moskal, he runs
Yeah.
he does some of their restructuring. He's part of the cannabis practice.
Yeah.
The bankruptcy act that you're talking about, if that gets passed, he'll become a busy guy.
Right.
Very quickly.
And you guys also know that the IRS is now suing Harborside. Harborside went before the Supreme Court, and at least I think it was an amicus brief that they filed. They're looking to change the tax code so that cannabis businesses can get the same write-offs for business expenses that other businesses can. But how in the world can you argue that constitutionally for a federally illegal product?
Well,
still?
think about this, right?
That's what they're suing. They're trying to make it so that they will deschedule it and then allow the cannabis businesses to take those
The best
deductions.
part about that is the entity that benefits the most from selling cannabis is the federal government with the taxation they get off it.
Right, but
no
they-
one benefits more than them.
Right. And except for the states that have it legal right now,
Yeah,
and the
well,
cities and towns that
yeah.
are taking advantage
Yeah.
of that.
All 11 of them.
Right. Well, you got a few more on the
Yeah,
docket.
hopefully.
Right.
So think about this. I was going to make this point earlier. Because I look at things from very odd angles. If in fact a bankruptcy law gets passed at the federal level that allows cannabis companies to access the bankruptcy court, 280E may evaporate that day. Because now you've got the federal government having sanctioned the businesses to operate by allowing them into bankruptcy court. And that will be that'll be a great argument for an attorney to make in tax court, that the government has now by allowing if you want to file bankruptcy, you're going to a federal bankruptcy court and they say cannabis, no, you don't have access to the courts, you're illegal. If they allow these businesses to have access to bankruptcy court, they may have just wiped out 280E.
Interesting. The same
The
kind
law of unintended consequences.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, the federal government's doing the best job they can of doing nothing right now. And they can't even agree on a COVID relief bill. And for whatever reason, I know I'm going to be very partial. I'm going to be very just the facts, like in Dragnet. Okay?
We'll see.
Just the facts, okay? The Republicans do a great job of counting how many times cannabis is in the House version of the COVID bill, 63. And they say it's more times than jobs. And that's the problem. The Republicans can't understand how cannabis can actually be
Create jobs.
a job creator. Oh, gee. I mean, it's like, why do I have to say these things and think about these things? They must know this.
#1 job creator in Mass.
That
There you go.
right.
I think you could become the state economist.
Oh yeah, right.
I mean, think about what Baker did. Baker shut down the #1 growth engine in the state at a time when it needed it the most.
Right. The adult use, adult use
yeah,
market,
adult use.
right? And it was one of the things that I really railed against, because it again, they make it as difficult as possible to enter a new business, and then once you're in that business, they make it as difficult as possible it is to get launched and survive. And to me, that's counter.
Oh, this
to
is it.
what this
Can
right?
you fathom the growth if 280E went away? I mean,
right.
Just the amount of growth, the job growth, and the economic growth that would come from this industry is. I mean, it's already incredible. It would dwarf it.
I built a home delivery model that I have to work on a little bit more because we got to do some variability on the break even, on cutting back on the number of delivery vehicles. But we have a trigger in there on our dashboard. One line item says, when will 280E go away? You select the year, and then it flows right in the cash flow. And you watch the cash flows double.
Yeah.
Because when you start to tax somebody on gross profit versus net income, right? Big difference, huge difference.
Wow.
You know.
Well, you know what? We heard Cody Sanchez, the woman from Entourage.
Yeah.
She used the word fascinating. And there are just so many fascinating aspects of this industry, from the regulations, from the science.
Yeah.
The fact that they can dictate the DNA of a plant is mind-boggling to me.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, they call it weed because it grew like a weed.
Yep.
And it's a weed. And yet now, because of science and botanists out there, they can dictate what it does, what terpenes are in there, what are the I mean, again,
Fascinating, right? It's
fascinating.
like a game of Othello. It's very strategic. There's never been an industry that's been illegal at this
Federal.
reminds me of there's you have young children?
Yeah.
So you probably heard this riddle. What is this? You throw away the outside, cook the inside, eat the outside, and throw away the inside. You know this one?
no, I don't.
Any 7-year-old who's watching this will know what it is. It's corn.
They can't. Okay,
Right?
just for the record, okay?
Right?
Oh, it's corn. I just
Right?
had right. Okay, I get it.
You know,
Yeah.
this is. I think of that every time I make the statement I'm about the state, which is there's never been an industry that's illegal at the federal level, legal at the state level, tolerated with a safe harbor at the federal level, but you got to be real careful how you move through it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have some federal agencies that put their head in the sand, like the FDA, unfortunately,
Right.
which is why CBD is going so slow. Other agencies said, like DOJ, it's there, we got to do something about it. So they issued the Ogden memos and the Cole memos.
Right.
And gave guidance. But that's what makes the industry so fascinating. Once you get past all of that, this is really a boring agricultural product.
That's right.
Right? It may have a lot of things, but it's going to be like growing tomatoes. It's just all the legal machinations and the knowing what to do and how to approach it is what makes this business so fascinating.
Right. But business has to solve a problem, right?
Yep.
That's what you guys look for all the time when
See
you
a
do.
need, fill a need.
See the need and fill it. How are you going to do it? Well, I'm going to tell you right now, we're doing it because we're giving a voice to the industry. That's what we're doing, and that's why I started Pro Cannabis Media. It's why I'm so passionate about it. It's why I've put so much sweat equity into this. And getting people like David makes me feel really good that we're going to survive this. And I appreciate, Todd, you coming in today.
Yeah, anytime. This was a lot of fun, actually. I enjoyed this.
All right,
It
well,
was
great.
really good.
Well, I'll tell you.
And I learned a lot of stuff today, too. And I maybe got a new business to invest in. You never know.
There you go. You never know, and that's
Yeah.
what being on the media and throwing out content is all about. So,
Yeah.
David Rabinovitz and Todd Sullivan, thank you. I want to thank Cody Sanchez, who filled in for Matt Hawkins from Entourage Capital. I want to thank David's trio of Collins. They were great.
Grant Ellis Smith is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Pierre Moody, you saw him in a T-shirt, but when he walks into a room all dressed up, he looks like he ought to be on GQ, right? GQ. And Elliot Antoine of THCDepotUSA.com.
That's right. So I want to thank everybody who contributed to the show. And I also want to thank the staff here. Isabel Turner, our production coordinator. Sarah Galt, our social media person. Karen Solomon, our VP of Business Development. Dan French, who runs this thing. And the grand poobah now, we have a CEO. His name's Rick Brody. And I am so excited to have him as part of this team as well. So for everybody here in the PCM family, I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media. Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly and stay tuned for our release of this week's Weed Talk News. And up front, I'm going to say we had a few audio issues, but hey, this is how you learn. We'll be back on Monday. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
4 former U.S. Attorney Generals flew out to California, including Bill Clinton's Attorney General. And they held a press conference. And they called medical cannabis Cheech and Chong medicine. Yeah, right, okay? So now, I want to go to all of the families who have epileptic children who are not getting seizures anymore. I want to go to all the families of cancer patients whose tumors stopped growing. I want to go to all of the family members of Alzheimer's patients whose symptoms were alleviated. I want to go to all the sufferers of arthritis who can use their hands again, right? Cheech and Chong medicine? Turns out it works pretty damn well.
That's the voice of Steve D'Angelo from Harborside Vertical in California, where he's been called the father of the cannabis industry. Now, Steve D'Angelo is the founder of the Last Prisoner Project. He joins me next on In the Weeds with Jimmy Young. Don't look now, but it's a whole new world of weed out there. Pot is flower, it's Bruce Banner and Blue Dream. You've got bongs and dabs, resin and shatter, vaping and edibles, new terms, new strains, and new ways to use cannabis sativa, the plant. Some just made with CBD, and hemp has minimal THC. There's sativa and indica strains, and 100 chemicals, all legal in 10 states for adult use. There's a lot to get to know. Get used to it, folks, because it's legal in the Bay State and it's not going away. Neither is In the Weeds with Jimmy Young next. Revolutionary Clinics is just one of 49 medical cannabis dispensaries in Massachusetts, but there's a reason why it's one of the most popular. It's their patient-first philosophy. All day long, they teach, they educate, they communicate about this complicated plant called cannabis sativa. That's true whether you visit their Cambridge location in Fresh Pond at 110 Fawcett Street or at 67 Broadway in Somerville. Revolutionary Clinics, where the patient comes first. Hi, everybody. Welcome to another special edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young, on location at Cannex in Montego Bay in Jamaica. And who am I joined with here but the one and only Steve D'Angelo, known as the father of the cannabis industry. Does that make you feel accomplished? Does it make you feel good? When you hear that name, does it make you feel respected?
Well, you know, the cannabis industry existed for many centuries before I came along. So I'm not the father of the cannabis industry. I am the father of the legal cannabis industry. Willie Brown, the former mayor of San Francisco and Speaker of the California Assembly, gave me that designation. Just, you know, I got one of the first 6 cannabis licenses. I was very, very lucky that were issued in the United States. So I've had the opportunity to kind of be here from the beginning and contribute to the building of it. I take it as a great honorific. I'm really proud of what we've done to build a legal cannabis industry, and to be recognized for having played an important role in that it feels really good.
And I know you feel real good about the latest project that you're involved with, the Last Soldier Project. Tell us a little bit about that. I'm familiar with it, and I'm on record of saying I am going to help you in Boston because of Sarah.
Great. Well, Sarah is amazing. She's the executive director of the Last Prisoner Project. And our mission is really simple, right? We want every single cannabis prisoner on the earth to be released. Every single prisoner. And our reasoning is that it never should have been a crime in the first place, okay? And they never should have been locked up. But beyond that, we now today are living in a world where there are people who are making huge amounts of money with cannabis legally. And fortunately, most of these people are people who have a heart, who actually really care. And so there's an opportunity for the legal cannabis industry to help all of the prisoners who are still in prison. And we're beginning to see that happen, and the project is getting traction. We've been really fortunate to get support from some people who are really key in the history of cannabis. So Damien and Stephen Marley have joined our advisory board. The Peter Tosh Foundation, Nyambe Tosh, have recently also become supporters of...
Another Boston connection.
Another Boston connection, yes.
I know you didn't have a good experience with the Globe and the Herald. Okay, I get that. But not too many people do, by the way. But it's still a good town.
Yeah. No, look, I was warned that politics in Boston is a contact sport, right?
Sports, politics, and revenge, actually, is what the mantra is. An old sports talk show host that I used to emulate, Eddie Endelman, coined that. Let's go back to the Last Prisoner Project. You're taking on not just the Last Prisoner in America, but you really want to bring this internationally.
Yeah, because we have a responsibility, okay, especially Americans. The reason that cannabis has been prohibited all around the world is because when we retired Harry Anslinger as the commissioner of the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, he jumped over to the United Nations and spread his poison all over the world. Okay? So, yes, it is a global problem, and the industry, the legal industry, is now a global industry. We have cannabis being cultivated and consumed and sold legally in Europe, in Africa, in South America, in North America, and now in Asia. Thailand and South Korea are both moving towards medical cannabis. So as long as there is a legal cannabis industry, then I think that we have this incredible opportunity to use a tiny little bit of the money that comes from that industry to implement a little bit of restorative justice.
Absolutely. And here in Jamaica, I've certainly got an education about how inbred it is in the culture here with the Rastas. And I love their message of one family, one humanity, and how they engage with this live thing, the cannabis sativa plant. It's fascinating.
Well, what you see with Rastafarianism is the results of multi-generational experience with cannabis. And what that does is it builds a new kind of value system and ultimately a new kind of culture that lives by those values. The interesting thing is the values of Rastafarianism are basically the same values of cannabis consumers all over the world. Anybody who has a relationship with this plant is most likely, not universally, but most likely to be open-minded, to be tolerant, to respect nature, to resolve disputes in a peaceful way, to place value on joy and happiness and togetherness and experience with each other. These are common values that we live by, a desire for individual freedom and a suspicion of authority, right? We share these values no matter where we are in the world, and there's hundreds of millions of us all around the world.
I know in Jamaica now they've decriminalized it. They're starting to come out of the, out of the fields and make it all legal. And the farmers are concerned. They've been doing this for generations now. They don't want to miss out on this opportunity. You know what goes on in this island better than I do. Is there a space for them? Is there a place for them?
Well, there better be. There better be, okay? Again, this is a question of a moral imperative. Prohibition was wrong from the beginning. Okay? The people who had the courage and took the knocks to carry this plant through those long years of prohibition are the first people that should be in line to get legal licenses, not the last people. They should not be excluded. And again, the legal cannabis industry, people who have mainstream business experience, have an obligation, I believe, to reach out and make sure that these legacy farmers are included in the industry. And I hope that happens, and I'll do everything that I know how to help make it happen.
Presence obviously makes it happen. In your panel yesterday, I learned a lot from you. I listened to you, and I've learned quite a bit from you. I was shocked a little bit about the talk about the Safe Banking Act, where historically and in the NCIA and in the whole nation, this was a historic moment that the United States House of Representatives at least voted something positive for a new industry. But you're not so sure that is a good thing?
No, it's a good thing.
Okay, good.
Absolutely a good thing, no question. I'm a big supporter of the Safe Bank.
However,
they addressed this subject in an extraordinarily convoluted way, okay? Because at the same time that they passed a law saying that nobody could take enforcement actions against banks who provided services to state legal cannabis businesses, they failed to do away with the law in the first place, right? So there is still a law in the books, anti-money laundering law, that says that any financial institution which takes dollars from an organization that handles a Schedule I controlled substance is liable for money laundering charges, and the individual bankers, the human beings, can be arrested, prosecuted, and imprisoned on conspiracy charges, which can carry up to 20 years in prison. So now Congress goes and says, all right, we're not going to mess with that law that already exists, guys. But what we're going to do is we're going to press this second law. And the second law says, well, in these special cases, the first law doesn't really count. Now, you're Mr. Banker, and you're sitting there and you're going, let's see, two laws. One says I go to prison for 20 years. The other one says, well, you got an exemption to that law. But that law that says that I go to prison has been around for a long time, and this other law, it just popped up. Me, Mr. Banker, conservative dude, I'm probably going to sit back and think about this for a little while before I jump in. And that's what I'm afraid is going to happen. Hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully the financial incentives, the huge opportunities that are available to financial institutions to come into cannabis will be so tempting that it will overcome the naturally conservative instincts of the bankers. I hope that that happens, but at the same time, if Congress would just grow a spine and take its head out of the sand and do what is perfectly clear and obvious and remove cannabis from the Controlled Substances Act, we wouldn't need to go through all of these crazy legal convolutions of passing laws and then passing laws that say that you got an exemption from the law that's still there.
Well, you taught me that the President of the United States, I don't even like to use his name, I'm from Massachusetts after all, has the opportunity to make an administrative change to deschedule cannabis. My biggest fear is he's going to use that as a political ploy to get votes in September, October 2020. Where do you stand on that?
Well, look, I think that I don't think that Trump is going to expend any political capital to advance cannabis reform. But I think that if Congress passes a law and it goes to his desk, he's going to sign it. And if he signs that law, I'm going to praise him for signing it, just like I'm going to praise anybody for signing a Cannabis Reform Act. Would I vote for him? No. There's a lot of Democratic candidates that I'm not willing to vote for, too, including the front runner, right? So, I really am. I'm a one-issue guy. I care more about this issue than I do anything else. And I will vote for the presidential candidate that, number one, takes the strongest reform position, and number two, that I can trust the most to actually follow through on that position when they get elected.
I like that. That's Vote Pro Pot. There's a podcast in Washington, D.C. I'm giving them a shameless plug that does that, and that's where they started, and I know that's what drives them too. So, Steve, you've been great. I know I could sit here and talk to you forever, but I know you're as tired. Well, actually, you're much more tired than I am. I'm not even gonna compete. But I thank you so much. It's been such a pleasure to actually know you, to get to know you. I saw you for that first time in May at the NCIA lobby days, and I knew who you were. And it's really fun that we've been able to have an opportunity to talk. And Kurt Dalton, my cohort over here, the silent one's holding one of the cameras. Okay. He also speaks very highly of you too, and you will always be welcome in Boston. I know what happened. I felt bad. I apologize for my city, yesterday. So, and when I can get you that video and the sound, I promise I will. Great. Steve DeAngelo,
You're terrific. What a thrill. Thank you. For Steve and Kurt, who's behind the camera here. Oh, yeah. Look at hey, that's how we do it. Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. Right, Steve? That's right.
Revolutionary Clinics is just one of 49 medical cannabis dispensaries in Massachusetts, but there's a reason why it's one of the most popular. It's their patient-first philosophy. All day long, they teach, they educate, they communicate about this complicated plant called cannabis sativa. That's true whether you visit their Cambridge location in Fresh Pond at 110 Fawcett Street or at 67 Broadway in Somerville. Revolutionary Clinics, where the patient comes first. In the Weeds with Jimmy Young is a production of the Pro Cannabis Media Group for the education and information of our listening audience. The opinions on this podcast are strictly those of the hosts of the program and do not represent Pro Cannabis Media or any of its affiliates. No medical advice is given, and any use of cannabis should be by adults over the age of 21 and used responsibly.
Hey, I am Chris Mile.
And I'm Chelsea Miles.
And together, we will take you miles away from sadness
into the realm of calmness and joy. In case you don't know,
we make delicious recipes infused with a magic ingredient:
cannabis. Don't worry if you cannot smoke your cannabis. Follow our videos and cook your food infused with marijuana.
We are here to make a bold statement that anyone can be a chef. Our easy recipes will not only fulfill your hunger pangs, but they will also give a dose of happiness by taking you to Cloud 9.
And the great part is that you don't have to worry about overdosing.
Visit our website and calculate the daily dose of your edibles.
Happiness has never been this delicious before.
We are on a mission to take your lifestyle to a different level because
Cannacook.com, we're striving to make lives healthy, spiritually, mentally, and physically.
Hey everybody, it's your friends Chris and Chelsea here from Cannacook.com.
Hey everybody.
Hey, we hope you had a wonderful Thanksgiving.
That's right.
We sure did.
That's right. We just stayed at home and cooked random things.
Yeah, we did. So we figured today it's kind of getting where it's colder out now
That's
and all
right.
that. Why not make some hot chocolate?
Exactly. So we're going to show you guys how to do cannabis-infused hot chocolate.
Stick around and stay tuned.
To infuse this recipe, we are going to be making infused almond milk. Now you can use whatever type of milk you would like, whether it be almond milk, oat milk, dairy milk, soy milk, any kind will work. This recipe calls for 1 3/4 cup of milk, but we're going to be infusing 2 cups. Then I've also got my decarbed cannabis. You can use decarbed cannabis or decarbed CBD. Either one will work just fine. I'm using 6 grams of decarbed cannabis. The more you use, the stronger your hot chocolate is going to be. And then for the first part of this recipe, you will also need a double broiler. I've got my double broiler going. I get my water boiling about like this. And then I turn it down to about medium heat on my stove so that it stays boiling like this. So we are going to get our 2 cups of almond milk added in. And then we are also going to add in our decarbed cannabis. After you get that in, just give it a good stir. We're gonna let this cook for a total of 30 minutes over low to medium heat. You don't want it to get too hot where it's boiling really a lot on top. So just be sure to keep a close eye on it and stir often. We will check back in here in a few. Just doing a little check-in. This is what it's looking like. It's smelling really good in my house. This is what the water is boiling like. I keep it over medium heat and just let it bubble like that the whole time. Just keeping a close eye on it, stirring it often. I've got about 10 more minutes left until it is ready to strain. The 30 minutes is up. This is what it's looking like. So I've got my strainer and cheesecloth. So we're just going to pour this right on through our strainer and cheesecloth. When you're cooking with cannabis, it's really helpful to have a good mesh strainer. After you get everything poured through, just fold your cheesecloth over and get some sort of masher. I like to use like a potato masher. and then just mash down. Fold again and mash again. You end up getting a lot more liquid out. So we're just gonna keep mashing like this until everything comes out. And then we are going to add our infused milk into the refrigerator to let it get a little bit cooled off. For this recipe, you will need 1/4 cup of unsweetened cocoa powder, a 1/2 cup and 1 tablespoon of white sugar, 1/4 teaspoon of salt. I am, as always, using this Himalayan pink sea salt, but you can use whatever type you'd like. 1/3 cup of boiling water, the 2 cups of infused almond milk that we made, 1/4 cup and 2 tablespoons of any half and half, and 1 teaspoon of vanilla. I've got the water boiling in a separate pan on my stove. Then I've got this other pan. So I'm gonna add in the white sugar, the cocoa, and the salt. And then I'm going to grab my already boiling water, very boiling water, and we're just gonna pour that in, and we're going to mix. All right, so we've got it all combined, so we're just going to mix. I've got this pan over low to medium heat. It's on a 4 on my stove, and I think that equals medium heat. We're just gonna give this a good stir until it's all mixed. We've got everything nice and mixed. I've still got it over low heat, so we're gonna let this simmer for 2 minutes. And be sure to keep a close eye on it. You don't want it to get seared or overcooked. This has been cooking now for 2 minutes. So I've got my infused almond milk. We're gonna get this added in. Once we've got this added in, we're gonna stir, mix it up really nice. Cooking over low to medium heat, we're gonna let this cook for 1 to 2 minutes. Be sure to keep a close eye on it because you do not want this getting overly hot. The 2 minutes are up, so go ahead and turn your heat off. Now we are gonna get our vanilla extract and the half and half added in. We're gonna give it a good stir and then add it to our coffee cups. I'm gonna add marshmallows in mine. You can add peppermint or whipped cream. Yeah. Ooh, that'll be a good one too. So now you've got yourself some easy, seriously easy and delicious cannabis infused hot chocolate. And here is the awesome hot chocolate. So we are gonna decorate them.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put, I think, marshmallows. I like a lot of marshmallows in mine.
She does. We've always been a fan of hot chocolate this time of year, though.
Oh gosh, yeah. I love having hot chocolate around. Ooh, yes. And then I've gotta have some sprinkles. I'm kind of a chocolate fanatic. So
Kind of?
Kind of, okay. More than kind of.
Yum.
So good, so easy. I hope you guys enjoy this. I know we're about to.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Wednesday afternoon, I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media. Of course, we're located just outside of the Boston, Massachusetts area, and we love to go coast to coast. and that's where we're heading now out to, well, I believe he's in California. It's Mitchell Colbert. Yes, Mitchell?
You got it. And where are you at? Near Worcester? What area?
No, we're in Boston, and it's Worcester,
Okay.
by the way, not Worcester.
Okay.
Worcester,
Sorry.
Worcester, that's okay. Worcester is a school or a town in Ohio. Worcester, and Worcester is spelled Worcester. Anyway,
Yeah.
Mitchell, nice to meet you, sir.
Pleasure to meet you.
And you have quite the resume. Have you been out in California for a long time?
Yeah, born in San Francisco, raised in and around the Bay Area my whole life.
I got to tell you, I visited a few times. I've been to the Bay Area. I was a sportscaster for 25 years, a broadcaster for the Rose Bowl. I got to broadcasting for the Rose Bowl is one of the coolest things I've ever been able to do. Let's just say. Now, granted, it was soccer, not American football, but I didn't mind,
Yeah.
And
I'm a soccer fan, so no complaints here.
Okay, there you go. That's great. Well, again, another thing about California, you guys are always a very socially progressive state. I think, right? And I've always admired that about California as well. So what we do here is we like to talk to instructors, people that have something to teach others about this cannabis plant. And, you've been a journalist, you were the editor of Leaf Online, you're a lobbyist, you founded Full Spectrum Strategy. Why don't you talk a little bit about that? Because to me, that's kind of fascinating, and how using this plant, how it can actually impact positively on the environment. That's one of the things you're passionate about, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm a longtime environmentalist growing up in California and the Bay Area. There's a lot of tree huggers out here. Like I lived in Santa Cruz for a while during a time period where people at University of Santa Cruz were living in trees to keep them from being cut down. I've never camped in a tree myself, but I support what they're doing. I'm all about keeping our environment pristine and natural. And that's one of the things that really has drawn me to the regulated cannabis industry. I've always been involved in the traditional cannabis market. I've been a buyer, been a consumer for years, then, became a medical consumer when I got my medical card, and now an adult use consumer. But one of the things that really draws me to the regulated market over the unregulated market is, you're getting a product that's not just quality controlled and safe for you, but it's also safe for the environment. It wasn't grown in some clandestine way where they clear cut a forest and they're polluting a river and threatening endangered species. It was done in a proper fashion. So that's a big draw to the regulated market. So just quick background on me and kind of bringing it up to where we are now. I worked for the Prop 19 campaign in 2010 as a regional director. I've worked for a couple other statewide campaigns to legalize cannabis. Indirectly for this last one, I was working with Law Enforcement Against Prohibition, which is now known as Law Enforcement Action Partnership. They're a group of retired and current members of law enforcement who think the war on drugs is bogus and that police have bigger issues that aren't busting people for drugs. So I was working with LEAP back in 2016, trying to get speakers out to events to talk about their message. I wasn't working for the campaign in any capacity, but as you'd imagine, those cops kind of help people come around the idea of legalization. So I've worked for a lot of different nonprofits. In addition to LEAP, Students for Sensible Drug Policy. It's kind of where I cut my teeth when I was still in college. After graduation, I worked at Harborside Health Center, now Harborside, one of the biggest names in the industry, publicly traded at this point. From Harborside, I went on to work at Pistol and Stigma. It's a small female-led consultancy based out of Reno. Really great girls there. They were winning licenses across the country in some of the most restrictive states, so really appreciated my time there. But my heart was really in lobbying. I always wanted to be a cannabis lobbyist, so when the opportunity arose to work with a vape company to advocate for recyclability, it really caught my attention. So a lot of people don't realize this, but state regulations actually prevent the recycling of cannabis waste in many states. They made them so strict you can't even recycle.
Explain what cannabis waste is.
Yeah, so it takes a lot of different forms. Like there's the over packaging of the product itself, the exit bag some states require, the multiple layers of childproof packaging, and also in the case of some products, the glass jar your bud comes in, the vape cartridge that your oil comes in for that vape pen. And I was curious, what is the disparity between the weight of the product and the weight of the packaging in some cases? So I started weighing a bunch of different types of packaging that I had in my house. And what I found was in some cases, you have 40 times as much packaging as you do product. Like that'd be like a Starbucks would serve you coffee in a coffee cup made of lead. It doesn't make sense. So there's just so much waste.
One of the things that, and I'm 100% supportive of everything you're doing in Massachusetts, we've voted it in adult use legalization 4 years ago. The medical program's been going since 2013. I picked up my card very quickly because all I had to do was show my arthritic hands to the doctor. And you mentioned all that childproof packaging. And I've talked with container people like Nick Kovacevic from Kushko. It's challenging to open up some of these containers if you have arthritic hands, which is why you qualify for the darn stuff anyway. So there's got to be, there's definitely room for improvement in that too, right?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm a young guy, as you can see, but I have some physical things going on. Broke my dominant hand wrist a few years ago, and it has never come back the way I would have liked. And sometimes when I am opening a sticky jar of hash, as we know, cannabis hash is very sticky. If it gets up in the tread and stuff, getting some of those childproof containers open becomes almost impossible by the end of that gram of hash.
Right.
So it's a real issue for consumers because you're paying money for product you now can't use.
That's right. And have you ever gotten any of that concentrate on your fingers and then licked it?
Oh yeah. Or if you have like a hot tea or coffee, you can melt it off in your drink. That's another way to do it.
Right. But I got so wasted.
Yeah.
I mean, it was not a pleasant experience, and it will be and it will be something I won't be doing again. It's kind of like touching that hot stove when you're a kid. You learn the hard way, right?
Yeah.
One of the things in Massachusetts that I do rail about, and I think you'll like this. There's only one solar powered dispensary grow facility in the state of Massachusetts, and I would think that with this kind of product that really depends on growth of a plant that's alive, you want as much exposure to sun as possible, including perhaps powering the lamps that are inside that are growing. So, I'm not going to sit here and say I wish all dispensaries had solar power, but there should be some kind of more or even more economic incentives for new dispensaries to go solar. Are you seeing any of that in California?
Yeah, so we actually have it written in to our regulations. As I recall right, there are sustainability requirements that go into effect in 2023. I don't know like what % of total energy use is required. So I actually, over the past year, worked with a team of nearly 36 experts working for the National Cannabis Industry Association on a white paper focused on making the industry more sustainable. This white paper just came out a couple of days ago. So if people are interested in seeing that, go to the homepage for the National Cannabis Industry Association. You're going to see a section at the top that's scrolling through 4 different things. One of them is going to be an announcement about that white paper. Go to that page, enter your info. You'll be able to download your own copy. And it's a blueprint for the whole industry to be more sustainable. And I mean, the NCA was originally hoping for like a 40-page, neat, clean white paper. Our original draft is over 100 pages. I mean, there is so much to say. It's not, the draft you're going to get is not 100 pages. There is a lot of editing done. And even though it's not as long as it used to be, all the content's still there. I mean, it is such an information-dense document. Highly recommend anyone read it. Really, it's mandatory if you own a business. But if you're just interested, it's worth a read.
Yeah, and Morgan Fox, I'm the communications director of the NCIA.
Oh, yeah, he's great.
He is great. He's a regular. I wanted to say he's a regular because he's been on with us a half a dozen times. And you mentioned Harborside. I'm guessing you know the D'Angelo.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Honestly, best boss I ever had.
Worked
a lot of different retail jobs, worked all over. I mean, I loved working for Pistol and Stigma as well, but Steve was such a chill boss. I really appreciate the work he's doing now with the Last Prisoner project as well, getting people out of prison. It is one of the most important things we can be doing now. Get them out of prison and into the industry they help create.
That's right. In fact, I think I saw something today that the oldest inmate, 91, I think, has now been released. I mean, he was again, it's kind of sad. It didn't have anything to do with expungement or reform. It had to do with the fact that they were afraid he was going to catch COVID and then was released because of that. He, spent something.
But I'll take any win. Anyone getting released, that's a win.
That's right. And it was Steve D'Angelo. And I'm pretty sure I've already quoted him once today on this show. And very rarely, we always end up saying something about the Last Prison Project and Steve. And it was when I interviewed him at Canex in Jamaica in September of 2019, he explained to me that it will just take a phone call from the executive branch to the Department of Justice to deschedule from Schedule 1, a phone call. Now, of course, being a Massachusetts person, I was fearful that the current POTUS would have used that to keep him in office. Thankfully, he did not. And thankfully, the President-elect Joe Biden is waiting for his turn to actually take over. And that Democratic platform at least has come out and said, we want to decriminalize cannabis. You're a lobbyist, right? You're talking with, I'm guessing, policymakers, lawmakers. How challenging is it? And in California, I'm guessing it's a lot easier than it would be, let's just say, in the middle of the country.
Yeah, well, actually, before I forget, on the last topic still, another great group out there is the Weldon Project, ran by Weldon Angelos, former, cannabis prisoner himself. Really appreciate what Weldon's doing as well. And I'd be amiss to not mention Weldon after talking about the Last Prisoner Project, because they're both doing amazing work in that space. In terms of lawmaker interactions, it's funny. So I've done work in both Colorado and California, and out of the two states, Colorado, more the middle of the country, has actually made a lot more progress on this than California. So I spent the last 2 years founding my lobbying firm, Full Spectrum Strategy. My main client was Firefly Vapor, which is now part of Slang Worldwide, a major vape company. And Firefly is a reusable vape product. You put hash in it, you put bud in it, use it on the go. It's great. Love my Firefly 2. But they wanted to release a vape cartridge type product. Their whole marketing, though, is based around the idea of phenomenal flavor, zero waste. You can't claim to be zero waste if you have a disposable product. And the issue they saw was that many states wouldn't allow them to recycle it. So that's where I came in. And sorry, did you have a question come up there? I saw that.
No, but I have just been enlightened to the disposable vape cartridge, and I find them very convenient.
Oh, absolutely.
However, now that I'm hearing you say, I don't want to use them if I'm causing trouble, right?
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing with it, like what used to be people smoking bud that could have been grown in your buddy's backyard, it's now bud that's grown in a centralized location somewhere that is shipped to a processing facility that is shipped somewhere else. All along the way, every link in the chain is adding more environmental pollution. Then you get a cartridge shipped all the way around the world from China, made out of, in many cases, heavy metals, rare earth minerals, things that are mined out of the earth. There's a whole supply chain now just for the weed to be put into that wasn't there before. So there's a lot more environmental considerations when it comes to more processed products. Like if you're really trying to be environmentally conscious, probably the best types of products you could use are the most old school ones: bud, hash, edibles, the things people have been making for years that don't require a huge amount of packaging. But realistically, anything in the legal market is going to be really overpackaged right now because of how state regulations are set up in many places.
And of course, a lot of states, now Massachusetts, again, allows 6 plants to be grown at home per adult. And if you have a dwelling of 2 adults, you can have as many as 12 plants grown. But as an adult who is afraid of growing, that's a lot of responsibility. I know it's an investment, and I like my plastic plants. You know what I mean? They never die.
I mean, I feel the same way. The one time I ever tried to grow from a seed, I didn't end well. So I was just like, all right, I'm going to cut my losses. Growing's not for me. I'm just going to leave it to the experts and buy what they have. Right. So I totally understand that.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's certainly easier to go to a store and drop, or not even that anymore. Go online and pick your product and then show up and walk away with it. The whole COVID thing has really changed the delivery process.
It has.
And the distribution. And it's a lesson, I believe, that the industry is learning. In the beginning, dispensaries were designed to come in and hang out and get educated. And right? The interiors were really nice.
Absolutely.
But now it's like, we don't need the interior. We just need to order it, show up at the door and leave, especially if you've educated yourself enough to know which strains you like, how you like to intake the product, whether it's old school by rolling up a joint. But I do want to come back to the vaping thing, because, you know, we had that controversy with the illegal market putting vitamin E and cutting it there. That's one of the reasons why I've always trusted my medical dispensary products. They're tested and they are inspected.
So that's actually why my friend who worked at Firefly thought of me. He knew that as a journalist, I've been researching the vape market for over half a decade. So I was working at Harborside. My first 6 months on the job, vape pens did not exist yet. They were not in this market. I'd never seen one before. No one had ever heard of one. Then we got the first vape pens. Horrible failure rate. You know, they were leaking all over the place. And, you know, after seeing them for a while, I started thinking, okay, this is totally new. What could the potential human health impacts be? What are the risks? And what are the environmental implications? And that's what I've been researching for years. The environmental research led me into my lobbying, and the human health. You know, I've done a lot of articles for Cannabis Now for different outlets, and I think the first one probably ran 3, maybe 4 years ago now. I was writing about a lawsuit between 2 vape companies, where one vape company was accusing the other one of selling poison, if I recall the quote right, because they used MCT oil. So the allegation is MCT oil can lead to a condition known as lipid pneumonia, which is a pneumonic-like symptoms where oil lipids build up in the lungs. I first came onto this researching dabbing. When I first came across dabbing, someone told me an anecdote about a gentleman named Magweedo, Magweedo, who actually collapsed a lung at a High Times cup after taking a huge dab. Supposedly, what the doctor said was something like oil buildup in his lung caused that to happen. That got me researching something known as paraffin pneumonia, now known as lipid pneumonia. So I've been researching this for years, really concerned about this possibility for years. So it really doesn't surprise me that the EVALI epidemic happened. I am surprised that it was vitamin E acetate. I had never heard of that being in vapes before that, ever. I mean, in all my research of the legal market, nobody is using that at all. So yeah, that was really an issue of the unregulated market, not the regulated market. And that's what the research has really shown us. So, you know, if you regulate things, you're good to go. If you're buying from the regulated market, you're great. But, you know, there could still be some health issues down the road. We don't know, because it's a totally new method of consumption. You know, if you didn't know, these are e-cigarettes, like no real distinction. It is the same technology with a cannabis oil inside instead of a tobacco oil. So in terms of regulations that would affect e-cigarettes could also possibly affect cannabis vaping technology if it's regulated based off the technology rather than what it is used for. So different states are regulating things in different ways. And I've seen some legislation proposed that talks about e-cigarettes and doesn't necessarily distinguish cannabis devices. So that's the kind of stuff the cannabis operators should watch out for. E-cigarette regulations could possibly impact them as well, because these are functionally the exact same device with a different oil inside. So, you know, just be mindful of that, operators.
That's right. And, you know, it's funny, and I talk to medical professionals, and on Mondays when we do this live show, it's Medicinal Mondays. So we talk to registered nurses, we talk to cannabis certified doctors, integrative medicine doctors, that sort of thing. And pretty much every one of them says you shouldn't be ingesting vapor from an oil. It says it just doesn't make sense.
Exactly. I mean, it's kind of unanimous across the board. I believe it was Dr. Jeff Raber was speaking at oh God, I'm forgetting which conference it was. There have been so many, but
not anymore.
Yeah, it's true. This was in the before times.
Right.
Dr. Raber was talking at a conference, and he mentioned just the concern of you know, oils being ingested in the lungs. And he's not the only one. Virtually all the MDs I've spoken to are like, you know, your lungs aren't really designed to process oil. And that's where the whole lipid pneumonia thing comes from. It's not what the lungs were designed for, and problems can arise by getting oil in there. And we don't have and that's where I was kind of going with the e-cigarette point, because these are e-cigarettes. Of course, Big Tobacco hasn't funded any research on that. They've blocked any attempt to research the safety of these devices. So now we're using devices that have no known safety profile on the device itself and putting cannabis in there, something that is also simultaneously very well researched. We have so many studies on cannabis, but at the same time, not the right kind of studies, because the government is blocking the research that we really need to do. So now we have an untested technology with a partially untested medical agent going into it. And there definitely could be negative impacts. We don't know, because we haven't done that research, because we can't do that research. So it really comes down to the federal government opening up the ability to do research. But we'll see when that happens. I'm hoping it happens under President Biden, but both Democratic and Republican presidents have fought cannabis research. So,
at this point, though, it doesn't make any, to me, that's the research drives jobs.
Absolutely.
Okay. Right.
Absolutely.
I mean, stop right there. You're a lobbyist. That should be the end of the argument. Okay. I mean, no one's going to die from research. Okay. In fact, if anything, you're going to prevent habits like that could end up in death or whatever.
100%. Yeah.
Right. I mean, it's just crazy to me when I hear the Republicans talking about, well, they mentioned cannabis 62 times in the COVID relief bill, more than they mentioned jobs. And I keep saying it. It's probably the third time I've said it in this show alone. It's synonymous with jobs.
At least if you're in a state with a legal industry, if they're one of those states that hasn't legalized it yet, I can get how that doesn't mean jobs for them. But for the rest of us in the majority of the country, that means jobs.
That's exactly right. And now we're up to 15, right? We got 15 legal states. 30...
Adult use, in addition to the medical. I mean, last I checked, if you include the CBD only states, there was only 2 states that didn't have some sort of cannabis legalization. Be it CBD only, which is largely not functional in a lot of places, but it's worth mentioning. Then you got your medical, then you got your adult use. Well over half the country, well over 70% of the country. It is an overwhelming consensus that we want legal weed in America. I mean, you look at any other political issue, you don't see consensus like that.
Gallup poll last week, 68% of Americans. Highest ever. And it's gone up quite a bit over the last 10 years too. It's pretty amazing. And that's because of efforts of people like yourself, obviously, who've been in the trenches for a long time. Not as long as Steve, obviously.
Absolutely.
But I think his story is just fascinating in so many ways. And I'm so glad that I was able to get to meet him and interview him.
One of my big talking points, having been around this since before it was an industry, is, there's different waves of legalization. The first people we really have to thank are the veterans, the people who were growing weed back in the 60s for all kinds of different reasons. Largely it was vets coming back from Vietnam with PTSD, and they were self-medicating. They didn't know how the science worked yet, but it helped. There was also part of the Back to the Land movement, and those people started going to jail because they were growing a plant. That gave rise to the early activists. Those activists were like, no one should go to jail for growing a plant. This is ridiculous. From those activists, we got legalization. Thanks to legalization, we now have another wave of industrialization. The industry is here, we have capital, and it's evolved again. But every wave builds on the work of those before it, and we have to give thanks to those who came before us, and also those who are going to take the torch from us after we're done working on it.
Yeah. And it is amazing that my son, I have a 30-year-old son, that he's growing up in an era where it's accepted.
Absolutely.
It's just amazing to me after all these years of fighting it and having to deal with all that. Where do you want to see over the next 6 months with President-elect Joe Biden? First of all, I think we both want to see him actually start getting access to some of those daily briefings. I'm going out on a limb that you feel the same way, right?
I mean, I would just love to see a return to normalcy, which means one party conceding when they obviously have lost. But, I'm remembering the history of Bush versus Gore. That took 36 days to figure out. So I'm buckled in for at least another couple weeks, month of this.
And meanwhile, the government isn't really working really well right now. It's all under executive decisions, and that's a scary thought. I just throw that out.
It is,
there.
But the good news is there's still efforts of the state government. You know, like what I was doing out in Colorado has manifested in tangible progress. You can now legally recycle marijuana consumer waste for the first time out there since legalization 10 years ago. And it's a huge change. And I just want to, I know we're getting to the end, so I just want to mention I have a panel that's being voted on right now for South by Southwest. Voting's only open until this Friday, the 20th. And it's all about how we can create a circular economy for the cannabis industry, start using our waste products to make new products. So if you want to find that, if you want to give us a vote, Google South by Southwest panel picker, and using the panel picker search for higher purpose. My panel, higher purpose, create a circular cannabis economy. It's going to be your top search. Please give us an upvote before this Friday, the 20th, and you can hear from me, government regulators, and all kinds of other industry experts talking about the practical solutions we have right now to start cutting down our waste and using that for new products and actually confront climate change before it's too late.
Kind of gives new meaning to the term, let's get wasted.
I love that. I hadn't even thought of that. Thank you.
That's
we have to use that,
because
Jimmy.
I'm old. That's because I'm way older than you. Okay.
You're wiser than me.
Oh yeah, much wiser. I'm sure. I'm going to throw out my disposable vapes right after this interview. All right. So I don't know how
I
wise.
would say throw them out. You know, everything in moderation. You know, everything in moderation.
Exactly. And I'd say use it responsibly. You know, the amazing thing about the vapes is most people. In fact, I go back to my first experience with my medical card, going to the first dispensary and saying, look, you know what? I'm not sure I want to smoke it anymore. What are my other options, right? And you walk out of there with an edible, and you walk out of there with maybe, you know, a vape pen
tincture,
or whatever.
Vape pen, patches, topicals. Right. There's a lot of different options out there that you can explore that aren't smoked.
That's right. And, you know, you'd think that the vape was going to be safer, but it's interesting to me. It's fascinating in so many ways.
And like I said, we don't know. We don't know it's not safe. We don't know it's safe. We just we can't do the research.
But every doctor I talk to about the smoking of cannabis there's no real research that's out there that's available anyway that says, you know, it's as dangerous as cigarette smoke. It is not. It's
Absolutely. We know it's safer. Donald Tashkin, UCLA, did a study several years ago, and he's done other studies showing that cannabis smokers have less lung cancer than non-smokers.
Exactly right. Exactly right. That I've heard that. I've seen that. I totally understand that. So it's kind of like, you know, go back to old school, like you said, right? And that's another reason why I'm pretty sure still more people consume it through smoking with flour, using flour, than any other form, even though the edibles are going up and concentrates and people are cooking it now and doing the
As I recall, it's not necessarily a majority of the market anymore, but it's still mid-upper 40%. But in some states like California, vaping is up to, I believe, 30% of sales. I know it was at least before the EVALI epidemic, and things kind of dropped off. But you know, vaping, I think over time might surpass smoking, especially nationally, because a lot of states on the East Coast, they've legalized smoke only.
Right. There you go.
If you're not able to smoke, I guess you're going to vape.
That's right. Mitchell, one more plug. Tell us where they can go to give you a thumbs up on your panel.
Yeah, so that's going to be South by Southwest panel picker. Search for higher purpose, and my panel, higher purpose, create a circular cannabis economy. It's going to be the top choice. You need a South by Southwest account. They're very quick and easy to sign up for, and just toss us an upvote, leave us a comment if you like the idea. And thank you so much for your time today, Jimmy. Appreciate it.
Are you kidding me? Anytime. And Oaksterdam University, it must be a great class you teach. What's the name of the class?
Absolutely. Yeah, so I teach various classes there. I recently did a part of a bud tender training curriculum. So if you're a bud tender and you want to get a nice standardized training from Oaksterdam, we have that available online. I've also done a class on methods of ingestion. So just talking about the different methods of delivery and product types out there.
There you go. Well, that is Mitchell Colbert. Thank you so much for joining us. Had a great conversation with you. I'd love to continue this.
Me too.
You've got a friend on the East Coast now. So anytime you want to get back to the East, you know where to find me too.
Sounds good. Well,
all right.
You have a great day, Jimmy.
We Talk Now, We Talk News, and In the Weeds are all available on most major podcast distributors like iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, and our friends at clnsmedia.com and our flagship, cannabis.net. So subscribe, share, and like our videos on all the social media networks out there, including LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, the WeedTube, and YouTube. Weed Talk and In the Weeds are two productions of Pro Cannabis Media supported by Revolutionary Clinics, one of the top medical cannabis dispensaries in the Massachusetts area, now with 3 locations in Greater Boston, 2 in Cambridge and 1 on Broadway in Somerville. Rev Clinics has a patient-first mission. They will customize your needs as a medical patient with the proper titration and combination of strains, flavors, and products. Rev Clinics, where the patient comes first.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Green Nurse Podcast, where we bring hope and inspiration for growth and healing. And we often talk about things that people don't like to talk about because they are important subjects to be discussed to decrease stigma for healing. So, no one likes to talk about death and dying, especially with all the deaths that we're seeing surrounding COVID-19. So literally, death and dying need not be a horrible experience. And oftentimes it's just that for both patients and families and even providers that are taking care of patients. So I've done hospice nursing for 3 years. And honestly, it was one of the most rewarding jobs I've ever had to help a patient peacefully transition over from the physical world to the spiritual world. And it was actually equally as rewarding to help families process emotion around death, dying, and the grief that can be so overwhelming for so many people. So I'm just going to take a poll. Everyone raise their hand out there. How many people have thought about their own deaths and what you would like to happen to your body? So how many people have really thought about it? So I've actually looked death in the eye a few times. And I'm truly grateful that I've been able to process that experience. And Mom, I just want to say thank you for getting me a spot next to you so we can hang out together. Our ashes can hang out together. So anyways, I want to introduce my guest tonight. I'd like to welcome my Canna Soul sister, Jamie Rollins, Worcester, to the platform, who was on in September sharing her story of becoming a cannabis nurse. And she shared how cannabis and other plant entheogens have helped patients at the end of life. Jamie is a registered nurse, a cannabis nurse, a certified yoga instructor. She's a member of the American Cannabis Nurses Association, the Cannabis Nurses Network, and the International Association of Psychedelic Nurses. Jamie's background is in community health, hospice care, and psychiatric nursing. She is the founder of True Health Consulting, which provides quality consulting on cannabis as medicine and offers multiple other services for patients and health professionals. Jamie is also a green nurse working with us to build the platform with her expertise for our expansion across the country. So today we're going to discuss about how to have a loving discussion about death and dying and advanced directives. So Jamie, welcome back.
Hey, thanks. Thanks for having me. One of my favorite topics to talk about.
Well, it's good because you've done hospice nursing a lot more than I have, but I've also done it, and it's truly a discussion that people don't like to have. But you've come on before and we've shared our experiences. Is that the sooner we have these discussions with people, even going on to hospice care, the longer we've seen patients live.
Well, and a lot of times these discussions, I worked home health for a very long time, and the goal of home health is to get patients back into the community and independent. different from hospice, which is to provide quality of life. So, the time to be bringing up the discussion of what you want to be doing is when you're meeting those patients in that home health setting, when you are getting the goals to get them back into the community, because that's when you have that touch point. Maybe they're dealing with a chronic illness. It's something that triggers them to think about what's going to happen when that chronic illness then progresses. And there's going to be a lot of other things in place that will happen. So if they have this out of the way, it can make things a lot easier down the road.
So how do you recommend having a conversation with a loved one, about death and dying before they get sick? So how would people do that? Because, around the holidays, people are Zooming, some people are getting together. And, with this time of COVID, with cases popping up left and right, people dying, 90,000 people died the other day.
I know.
In the world, in the whole 90,000.
So we need to be, it just is more of an understanding as to why so many people because so many families now are dealing with figuring out what to do now after someone has passed away. And the statistics, I'm sure, will probably show that most of those people weren't expecting to need services like that in place. So yeah, it is something that we need to be discussing and we need to be talking about more. And it's tough because of COVID, but I told people all the time, I tell people to keep it light. It's literally like getting a health insurance plan. When you're talking about keep it light, take some of the emotion out of it. And just, it is what it is. It's something that as responsible adults and, we need to take care of planning the end of life because somebody has to do it. So if we aren't the ones to do it for ourselves, we leave that burden and that task on usually the ones we love who are left behind, who are already dealing with a ton of grief. So, I keep it light, as you're talking about whatever. Our family's a jokester. A lot of families are different in the way they approach things. So if your family's more of a numbers people, bring some statistics. If your family's more of a money saving people, talk about the reason why you would want to plan early. It's going to save you money in the long run. So you really got to find, when you want to bring this up with family, we all learn differently and we all receive information differently. So if we can kind of find how that other person receives information and cater to that, so that we can be a little more gentle. We call it like it is. So
we're like, we bottom line it. But
then again, Mom, Dad, we're getting these for you in place because, I put money aside. No, we're getting these in place because that money you put aside is not going to really cover it in 30 years when you need it,
Right. So so it's, and this is the other thing that I look at. So just think about, we enter into this world and we exit this world. So just think about when we enter into this world, what a celebration it is.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So what do we plan? We buy things, we pick out names,
registry.
Yeah. So why not? This is how I look at it. 420funerals.com. Seriously, why not think about having, planning something? And this is like what we're going to talk about. So, I want to talk
all sorts of wild things now. People are not just ending up in a casket in the ground. People are being in Florida here. There's a reef. You can have your ashes scattered. You can be put in a pod and buried under a tree and become one with the forest. There are so many unique options that people are really thinking about for environmental reasons too. Like the funeral industry. And when we do things like with a casket in a body, that embalming fluid is super toxic. Then you're being put into the ground. So people are even taking that into consideration in their death. How are they leaving? What kind of footprint are they leaving, even in death? And I love that. I love that people are going that far to think about it. And they're not afraid to talk about it. It's just the final piece. And how do you want that? How do you want your exit to be? Right.
Right. How do you want to, exit out of this world? So let's just talk about a couple of scenarios of what it's looked like for patients that have not had plans and those that have had plans in place. So let's talk about those patients that you've worked with that have not had a death plan in place, an end of life and advanced directives. What kind of situations have you seen?
Just a lot of chaos. A lot of times younger families who weren't expecting to be dealing with, and younger, I'm talking in your late 30s, 40s, maybe something like cancer or car accident or a stroke or whatever tragedy, head injury, you just weren't planning for it. And, to have those young families witnessing that and having to deal with the intense, heavy grief of losing somebody, like the father or husband, and then to have to go to that next step of then figuring out financially how you're going to pay for it, and then what you're going to, when that's going to happen, and now with COVID, those decisions and those choices tend to be a little bit more challenging. So a lot of chaos. And even when they're older folks and they kind of know what's coming, and if things aren't planned, you have families. And we know the family dynamics when it comes to hospice. A lot of the hospice care really, as for nurses, really like embraces the family and helping the family to grieve appropriately or as healthy as possible, and to facilitate those discussions. So I have been that person that multiple times when they're like, what do we do now? Well, the family is responsible when it comes down to it, and hospice for making the arrangements for the funeral. Or the end of life cremation, whatever it is that you choose. It's the social worker typically will give recommendations, not the nursing staff. It's typically the social worker that will share. And so when I've gone in there and it's been a patient who's come onto hospice quickly and there isn't anything in place and the patient does pass away, it's the brother and the sister who don't talk to each other ever, who are now trying to figure out who's paying for what, how they're going to do it, or they're yelling across the room while they're both on phones with 3 different things, trying to price things out, when ideally they should be
reminiscing
and comforting each other and telling stories and not having to worry about costs or planning, or it just takes away from actually sitting through that moment in time. And like you said, it's like birth and death. You do it once and you get one chance to get it right. So families remember the chaos when things are not in place. And then, and then I had a family where I came in a second time and they hadn't prepared. And then for mom, they were all set because they knew what happened with dad. They did not want to go through the chaos again. They made sure things were in place, and it was like night and day, just the difference in the energy in the space. So I can't stress it enough. After working hospice, I really became passionate about educating people about the importance of having a plan in place.
All right. So let's talk about what is a prepaid plan.
So there's a couple. So this is one thing I learned. I didn't know as a nurse, I didn't really learn it until after I was helping patients privately. So a prepaid plan versus, you can get prepaid funeral plans, and that way, and it depends on what you want as an individual. A lot of people, like my grandparents, they wanted to have the full open casket buried. They had, my grandfather was in the military. They did that thing. My other grandmother, she just wanted to be cremated, and that was it. There was no service. So this is really something that you need to decide for yourself. It's a very personal decision. What is the process that I want to happen for my family to be able to grieve appropriately, and for what my wishes are? And if you want a prepaid, there's prepaid funeral plans that include, the casket embalming. And then there's just simple prepaid cremation plans, which is what I'm going to do, because I don't need to be filled with embalming fluid and have my body, and have people walk by. It's just not for me.
Well, just think about it, Jamie. The plants, lots of plant medicine has taught us to eliminate the box that makes us think outside the box.
Yeah.
So why would we ever want to go back into
the box? Staying out of the box.
I'm staying out of the box. I am, let those ashes fly free.
Scatter me everywhere. I want to be just abundant and expansive. So I'm glad we talked to
Jamie. I know.
I can go every place that I've wanted, didn't make it when I was alive. I'm just like, just leave a little bit of Jamie everywhere you go. But it's easy. So for me, and my husband, and my mother and father, prepaid cremation plan, that means in advance you pay either a lump sum or you pay a monthly price. I share one that's like you can have $50 a month, 0% interest. So they make it affordable, which is really great for a lot of people who are chronically ill, want to have some sort of coverage so they don't leave their family burdened, but they can't afford $3,000 up front or $2,000 up front. But $50 a month is more feasible, right?
Right.
So yeah, I mean, it's a prepaid plan is it's just you pay it up front, and then it's ready there when you need it, and then when you need it, it's a phone call, and your family doesn't have to do anything other than make that phone call and sign paperwork to get you to get your ashes. That's it.
Okay, so how does it work? So say, for example, I sign on the dotted line for the prepaid cremation plan, and I'm done. Like I die. And so then my kids would have this information, and then they would make a phone call, and then based on what I set up with that plan is what they would get. Is that what that?
And the one that I now share, and the one that I use, it's the reason I chose it and the reason I support it is that it is simple. So it
Tell me, what is it?
So it's basically four pieces. It's like basic coverage, which covers the cremation fee, the facility fee, the death certificates, the taxes. And then, you get your urn, you get to pick out, they, send some other mementos with you. There's travel and relocation. So that's that piece that's, just fantastic, because I live in Florida and now I'm going to be a snowbird. So we're going to be Florida and Massachusetts. And so we have that in Florida a lot. People retire here, a vacation here. It covers you. So if you were to pass away in Florida, but you have, your family and everybody's in New England, you don't have to pay extra money to get your ashes there. It's no matter where you are, the company would contract with another cremation facility to have it covered, because if you have to ship your body back to the place that you have the facility, the cremation package with, they don't cover that. So a lot of times people will buy a prepaid plan and they'll pass away somewhere else. And then they have to pay like 10 grand, 5 grand, 8 grand to get the body back to then utilize the plan. The plan that I share and am having my family purchase has that travel insurance basically built into it.
So no matter where you are,
no matter where you are,
and my body
or Australia and die, and they will cremate you and ship the ashes back to wherever you were supposed to be.
So that's really good to know. Okay.
Another really weird little thing about this, and this is another really morbid thing, but now we're in COVID times, we have to think about things like this. And when I was a kid, my mom told me she took a term life insurance policy out in case, God forbid, something happened and I passed as a child, they'd have money to cover any sort of expenses. The plan that I have and share also has like a grandchild and child rider, where if you have a plan, you've purchased a plan for yourself, if you have any children or grandchildren under the age of 21 who are unmarried, and it could be 15 grandkids, and say a terrible tragedy strikes and you need to provide services for a child or grandchild, because you purchased a plan, that their costs will, no matter how many, like a car accident, say it was a car accident, your plan would cover the costs for all of those children, and it wouldn't affect your plan. You would still be able to utilize your plan. So it's like it's a child and grandchild rider.
Okay, so just so I get it, I just want to get it. So say I buy a plan, and my kids have kids, and something happens to me and my kids' kids, my grandkids, the plan would cover all of us.
Yes.
Wow.
21 and under and unmarried. That was, yeah. So,
okay.
Yeah. So I know it's like one of those things people are like, it's so morbid. I'm like, it's morbid, but if you need it, you're going to be grateful that, and that covers any of them. So I sold a plan to a gentleman who had 15 grandkids, and he said, it's just something that I can have for me. And then if God forbid, then I know that I have the ability to help out my children to be able to cover any kind of expense like that. So, I mean, it's thinking ahead and covering,
yeah. So it's
insurance essentially.
It's insurance. Well, there it is. It's you're birthing into another realm, right? You might as well prepare for it. Just kind of like having a baby. You have a due date, but you really don't know when the baby's going to come.
Yeah.
We all have something in our mind about how long we're going to live, but honestly, do we really know?
No, like tonight. So like, for instance, tonight I was driving home. I went out to do some Christmas shopping and I almost got T-boned. Like, and it like that fast. So, people always put things off like this, or like, oh, I don't need it. I'm 39. I need a plan like this so that my family doesn't get stuck figuring out how they're going to do it and then you know what? The other benefit is I'm 39. If I pay $2,800 for a plan or $2,500 for a plan today, that plan the price never changes. So it's locked in. So because I work in this space, I know the statistics of the increase of costs of funerals and cremation services.
Tell me.
Costs in like 20. Well, it just continues to tick up. So, we're looking at a $3,000, $2,800, $2,500, depending on what region you're in the country, it changes. But, you're looking at a $2,500 plan now. In 10 years, that's going to look a lot different. Like,
yeah, you're right.
Be $8,000 or $10,000. So when people tell me I put money aside, that's great. But that money, like, put it to use now. So something's planned. It's like finishing half the job. I put money aside, but now you still have to deal with all the nonsense to figure out who you're going to use and the phone calls, kids. No, finish the job.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just like, have the, have the party all planned ahead of time, so that way you can truly spend time with your family. You can reminisce, peace of mind. So think about it. Holidays is a great time to give the gift, of peace of mind with a prepaid plan. So, peace of mind. So, everything's been taken care of. Everything's in order. So you don't have to stress. Your children don't have to stress. Peace of mind. So you don't have to do anything except to place a call. All the work is done. Your family can spend time together celebrating and reminiscing about the good times with one another.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. So Jamie, this has been awesome. So for more information, Jamie is offering this through True Health Consulting and also through the Green Nurse.
Mm-hmm.
So for more information on this, you can go to www.thegreennurse.com. I'm going to put in the comments below, info@thegreennurse.com, and you can ask.
And Jamie, I'm happy to do like a free consultation to just kind of talk to anybody who just wants to talk with a nurse who is focused on end of life and planning, and just kind of discuss maybe what you need, what you want. It might not be a prepaid plan, but if I can help you to kind of figure out, for maybe what direction you start in, I'd be happy to do that. So just reach out to the Green Nurse and.
So I'm gonna put your personal. So you have a bio on the Green Nurse website. So I'm gonna put your personal information right in there, so they can reach out directly to you. That way, we'll get out of the middle. So we'll put your email right in there. And that way you can have a free consultation with Jamie to discuss prepaid plans and to see, if this is something that you'd want to think about for you or for your loved one, when it's time to have that conversation. So Jamie, any last words of wisdom for our viewers?
No, I just, it's something that people really stress about when they think of it. What I can say is the best way to not stop thinking about it is just get it done. Like, focus on it, get through it, plan it, and then you don't have to think about it anymore. It's finished. So I'm a procrastinator, and this is like last on my list, so I get it. But it is something to think about as you go into, as we end this crazy year of 2020. And you're right. It'd just be a really great gift to your family to know that it's not something they have to worry about down the road.
Yep. And that's what it is. It's you're not only giving a gift to yourself, but a gift to your family.
Well, it can save them substantial amount of money in the long run. So that's
there you go. And so the whole inheritance can go to them.
Yeah.
Exactly.
More to go on a trip with.
Exactly. Jamie, as always, it has been a true pleasure.
Love you.
Thank you for all that you do in the community. You truly do bring hope and inspiration for growth and healing. And everyone, remember what it's all about. It's about living your best life.
Thanks, Sherry.
I think we're going live. Okay. I think that we are live. I am new to this, everyone, but before you know it, I will have the hang of it. I think we're live on multiple different media platforms right now, but welcome to a very special edition of the Green Nurse Podcast, where we bring hope and inspiration for growth and healing. As you know, here we share inspirational stories and compelling stories of healing using plant medicines and other progressive modalities that support and nourish the endocannabinoid system. Sometimes we talk about things that people don't like to talk about because these are often topics that need to be discussed to decrease stigma for healing. So before we get started, I want to announce something really, really exciting that's happening in the cannabis nursing space. And if you already didn't know, 2020 is the year of the nurse. And it's been quite a year for so many of us nurses. But the good news is cannabis nurses are rallying across the country, and we're making a huge impact in the cannabis space to shine the light on this sacred plant and how it has helped so many of us personally and professionally with the patients that we care for. So congratulations to Dr. Carrie Clark on making nursing history, as this is the first cannabis nursing textbook that has been written and is available for pre-order on Amazon. The book is called Clark's Cannabis, A Handbook for Nurses. The official release date is going to be in January of 2021. And the part that was so interesting when this came out on the Amazon list, it was in the #1 new releases today for nursing pharmacology. Yesterday, it was in the #1 new releases for oncology nursing. And the day before, it was in the #9 release for nursing textbooks, #21 new release for critical intensive care nursing books, and #79 in new releases for all medical health textbooks. Wow. So I'm really humbled and grateful that I was able to contribute to this book. My experiences as a cannabis nurse by writing a chapter with my colleagues called the Cannabis Nurse Experience. So how does this book fit into tonight's show? Well, it fits in because in chapter 9, the Cannabis Nurse Experience, I profiled cannabis nurses who are leading the parade in cannabis nursing space. And this nurse right here, cannabis nurse Jana Champagne, is one of those nurses. Welcome, Jana. It is so nice to have you back. It's been 2 years since I had you on the original podcast, and we have so much catching up to do.
Oh my gosh, so much. And thank you so much for having me tonight. I'm really excited to be here and catch up. It's been too long.
I know it has been too long. It's like we've, you're on the West Coast, so you're in Oregon, and it's like our, East Coast, West Coast, parallel, we're going to hit the bookends coming through, and before you know it, the whole country will be legalized, we hope, right?
I can't wait. Yes. I just posted yesterday saying most of the country is legal now. Like, why don't we put the burden of regulating on those that insist on continuing to restrict cannabis access despite the overwhelming research and patient outcomes and unsurpassed safety profile? Like, let's flip it. Let's flip it.
Yeah.
I think it's time for a flip.
Totally agree with you. I never thought in a million years that I would be doing cannabis nursing, coming from the traditional system, getting caught. I was at Boston College, getting caught for smoking a J behind the bushes. And then 30 years later, I'm standing in Boston College teaching on cannabinoid therapeutics to the graduating nurse practitioner class. It's kind of like mind boggling, but it's so exciting and so fun. And you've been doing some amazing things over the past few years in the cannabis space. But our viewers, in order for us to get there, because we all didn't wake up one day and say, hey, I'm going to be a cannabis nurse. Hey, there's always a compelling back end story that propelled you to move forward in this space. And so your story is beautiful. And I'd be honored to have you share it. So what brought you to cannabis nursing?
Well, it's definitely been a journey. So it actually started back in 2012 when I suffered a major health collapse while working full time in acute care hospital, critical care, and working on my graduate degree and homeschooling my kid with autism. So stress was definitely a factor, but after a year and a half of mainstream approach, I was not getting better at all. And in fact, some of the mainstream recommendations seemed, contraindicated to me. And so I started seeing other answers, and cannabis became my choice for pain, relief, knowing I didn't want to go down that opioid pathway because, opioids kill people even though they're freely available. So, I don't want to go that route. And cannabis not only alleviated my pain, but it started to rebuild my immune system and helped, reduce my reliance on all the pharmaceuticals and medications I was taking. And so I just saw this huge health turnaround. And one of the big factors that, we don't ever see in mainstream is that cannabis helped to actually seroconvert my autoimmune disease of lupus. So I went from positive for lupus to negative for lupus, which just doesn't happen with the mainstream approach. It was huge.
That's big news.
Yeah.
To have, and so for people to understand that, can you just get a little, so when, how do you become lupus negative? So for the new people that are out there, what does that mean?
Yeah, well, in my approach as a holistic nurse and a cannabis nurse with my patients with autoimmune is to try to target what was the trigger to the autoimmune, because you don't just wake up one day and your body starts attacking itself. That's not how it works. There's usually something that causes, the body to kind of, freak out the immune system, and it becomes overzealous and starts attacking your own tissue. And so usually those triggers, in my experience, are immune. They're immune related, like infection or an allergy. And then stress, of course, is another big factor that impacts our immune system. So those are the targets. And for me, it was a lot of allergic and infection causes. And so when I addressed those and also added the cannabis therapy, which I think is huge for autoimmune, because that part of the immune system that self-attacks is T cells, and THC is very adept at reducing T cell activity. So that to this day, THC is the reason I remain negative. It's a huge piece.
I can totally identify with that as well. My autoimmune condition was caused by a gastrointestinal illness that, my autoimmune condition didn't kick in until almost 2 years after I had a huge, severe gastrointestinal illness that landed me in the intensive care unit. Yeah. And it was through having poor nutrition, not absorbing nutrients, not being able to get in the amount of calories, like that whole nutritional deficiency. What ended up happening is my immune system started to attack itself. And I developed a polymyalgia rheumatica, an autoimmune chronic myofascial pain syndrome, which was devastating. So that's what I turned to cannabis to as well, was for, severe chronic debilitating pain that led me spiraling down the drain, I call it, of despair. So
Absolutely.
But you're so lucky that you were able to get to the plant first.
Yes. Well, a year and a half in. Pretty. But yeah, Aristotle said all disease starts in the gut. And we know that 70% of the immune system resides in the gut. So it totally makes sense. It's like when you put these pieces together logically and you disregard the stigma, it makes sense for it to be the first resort for patients, not try all the pharmaceuticals first, let them fail, and then rely on cannabis. So I am that way. I did further down that mainstream path. So
yes. So you started using the plant, you started growing, right? You became a caregiver.
I became, and in between my being sick and growing, my daughter with autism had a puberty crisis, and we began using cannabis. It was huge. Her story is very well documented and actually landed on the cover of a magazine in 2017. That was kind of my coming out of the cannabis closet moment as a nurse. So that was really interesting. And then I began growing also and serving patients and realizing that not all strains are created equal for every indication or condition. And so that was huge too. And then I began counseling nurses and educating and helping them optimize their cannabis therapy. And for about 5 years, I saw thousands of patients and helped walk them through, targeting their condition, understanding the research and what it said, screening their pharmaceuticals, and really just helping them reach their goals and making sure their goals were reasonable. So that's been my work through integrated holistic care for 5 years.
That's awesome. That's amazing. And so then that's evolved, because you've been doing a lot of things. There's like a huge list that we need to go through. That's integrative holistic care has evolved into a lot of different things. So, taking care of patients, as nurses, taking care of patients, as many as we've taken care of, we kind of know what patients want and need. And so what are we doing as nurses? We're problem solvers, right? So we find out what patients want and need, and we bring it to them. And that's what you've done.
Yes. Following patient needs has led me to everything I'm doing today. And, unfortunately, in the state of Oregon, a year ago, our state board of nursing said that nurses are not able to educate cannabis patients in the state without possibly losing our license. So I had to stop seeing patients. But then I began focusing on, okay, what can I do to reach more patients? I can educate medical professionals. And so I have accredited content, cannabis content for nurses on Cannabis Nurses Network. And that led into becoming faculty for John Patrick University. And I have my first college level semester long cannabis course launching in January of 2021. And unfortunately, Carrie's book is publishing just a little too late. I wasn't able to use it, but I so wanted to.
Yes. Well, you're going to have your own book someday, I'm sure, Jana.
I don't know.
In your spare time, right?
I think I'm not done yet. I'm not ready to write it. I need to be done first. And I don't know if I'll ever get there. So we'll see.
Right. So John Patrick University, will you tell our viewers about that?
Yeah, so John Patrick University is also in cooperation with the Institute of Cannabinoid Medicine. They are cooperating to bring college level cannabis education to future practitioners of all kinds. And actually, the course I'm teaching in January is part of their Bachelor's in Nutrition practitioner program. And so, which I think just makes so much sense. Like, cannabinoids are vital nutrients. They belong in the nutrition program. They're also bringing into their integrative nutrition or their integrative medicine and nutrition, and also their oncology programs, which I think is just brilliant, with a lot more in the works that I can't talk about publicly yet. But yeah, just wait. It gets even better. It gets even juicier.
That's congratulations. I mean, I just think that's amazing. It's a big win for cannabis nurses. Woo, woo, right? Across the country. Good job. Really, that's just fascinating. The other thing I really, really love that you do, and you've inspired me to actually take it to another step further, is Cannabis Nurse Approved. You're creating formulas. You started formulating. A lot of us nurses, like I said, we're in the field, we're talking to patients, we're sourcing out what they want and need. We're asking critical questions, doing motivational interviewing, and really targeting. Patients will tell you exactly what they need if you ask them the right questions. That's the bottom line. And then you have the research to substantiate it. So you've been actually in the formulating products for companies, and you have your own product line called Unity Formulas.
I do. It just launched very recently, and it's basically the culmination of the last 5 years working with patients and, learning the different products and seeing how different products respond for them, and then doing the research and realizing not all products are created equal for medicine. Not even medical quality products. One formulation is not bound to meet every patient's needs. So it's about individualizing. And so I began custom blending with my suppliers for my patients. I have never benefited from the sales of any commission. I still don't, because all of the proceeds from Unity formulas actually feed Autism Safe Haven, which is a nonprofit that we're going to be talking about, focused on cannabis inclusive autism care resources. So, but formulas.com, they're symptom targeted. It's CBD hemp. They meet the flow criteria, flower derived, lab tested, organic, and whole plant spectrum, which is what we began teaching patients to seek way before we ever had a product line. So it's really ensuring medical quality, ensuring that they're getting the most benefits and getting the most entourage effect, basically, in formulas that are really targeted for anxiety and sleep and daytime and nighttime pain and neuro support. So, I mean, really, and we also have the ability to custom blend. We have a nurse line they can call if the baseline isn't working, and we'll blend something for them. So that's still an option as well.
And that's the part that's so cool. And that's why I love nurses to have so many different options when they're working with patients to choose various different product lines. Because as we know, Jana, as we grow and change and evolve and we nourish our endocannabinoid system, our product requirements will change over time. And it's classic. It's not working for me anymore. I go, what's not working for you? And they'll say, my products aren't working anymore. And so then basically we go through the whole series of criteria. Are you still engaging in all your other health and wellness activities? And if you are, well, then maybe you need to look at what you're taking, how you're taking it, the method of administration, the cannabinoid profile, the terpene profile, and switch it up. So
a big one too, because I find that with the whole plant spectrum products, we don't get as much of that attrition that we do with the man altered products of cannabis.
Right. Yeah. So it's so fascinating. So Unity Formulas support Autism Safe Haven. So this is what I love. This is, oh my God, I watched the video. I've read the article about you and your daughter. It's just fascinating. I saw actually in the video how you drew out your house. So this is really fascinating. So for parents that are out there, families that are out there that have people with autism in their families, children, loved ones, this is the time for you to listen in. So Autism Safe Haven, Jana, tell us about that.
Autism Safe Haven. So the model for Autism Safe Haven right now, of course, we're able to access significant government support as far as funding, Medicare, Medi-Cal, all that kind of stuff. But we don't expect that will continue. We don't want to be reliant on that. So we're actually building a model of for-profit companies that are feeding the nonprofit through a B Corp, which is a benefit corporation. And Unity Formulas is one of those businesses that we have built to feed Autism Safe Haven. And as far as the formulating, one quick thing, my course that's launching in January is CBD and cannabis formulation. So I'm teaching students about the different compounds in the plant and what they do. So that's
nice.
It all fits together. It's just beautiful.
It totally fits together. Totally.
Fits. So
Yeah.
Safe Haven was launched, it's inspired by my daughter, and she's 18 now. We've been looking for different care options for her because, I'm ready to kind of step back from being her primary caregiver. And there just aren't really any good options for a child with autism that's utilizing cannabis. Basically the best options entail me being on call to go and supplement her as needed, which is not respite for parents. And so we're trying to build a model that is cannabis inclusive. So meaning that the caregivers can administer or teach the residents to administer. It's also going to be focused on optimizing their potential and function and viewing behaviors as communication, which oftentimes in autism, especially when there's verbal or limited communication capabilities, behaviors are communication. So it's really
Absolutely
more of a compassionate approach. Right now the other approaches are pharmaceuticals and physical restraints, which are just, we've had homes closing down, we've had kids get hurt. It's not a good approach. So we know we can do better, and we can prove to them that we can do better with less funding. And that's our goal, is to research it and then duplicate it in every legal state. So
there
that
we go.
Currently, parents in non-legal states are having to move to legal states sometimes to access cannabis for their kids. And it's a huge answer. Research supports,
well, that's it. I was going to just say, research is that we know there is, but I know that I want you to tell everyone the research that supports autism is out there. Jana.
It's huge. My article actually cites all of it. It's on my Media Kit website, janachampagne.com. It's my daughter's story, and it explains that underlying autism, there are imbalances in the gut, the neurological system, and the immune system. And it's this triad. They're all linked. And that's what mainstream is really missing. Cannabis actually targets all three of those systems and the imbalances and helps to promote balance. So not only is it a great tool for, symptom management, my daughter's behaviors went from severe self-injury, severe aggression towards others, caregivers, anybody in authority, destroyed my house. I had holes in every wall. I had holes through hardcore wood doors. I mean, it was insane. And so it mitigated that and spared her out of home placement, which huge passion maker right there. So it's great for management, but it's also targeting some of the causes of autism. And so I call it potentially curative. It's really targeting some of those underlying imbalances. And so and this is the research. It's out there. It's,
yeah, I know it's out there, and you are an expert, and you've been taking care of so many patients and families, and you've developed this based on your own experience utilizing your daughter. So I'm going to just talk a little bit about the endocannabinoid system in my umbrella. So when she was talking about how autism was working on all of these different conditions at the same time, all of these different systems, the three systems. So how I want you guys to think about it is the umbrella. Remember how we talk about the umbrella is our body. The top of the umbrella is the endocannabinoid system that creates internal endogenous cannabinoids similar to the plant. All the spokes of the umbrella are different organ systems, and the fabric that surrounds the umbrella that attaches to the spokes of the umbrella are the neurotransmitter signaling system. So when we introduce cannabinoids into our bodies, we want them to shower on our umbrella. So whole plant medicine is great, showering on our umbrella, and this plant starts to go where it needs to go and do what it needs to do to keep all of our body in balance. So our umbrella is going up and down nicely. So that's huge key component as to why cannabis works on so many different conditions at the same time.
It does.
Fascinating.
Explanation. That was
No,
wonderful.
I love my umbrella. I know that's why I have my umbrella. I have.
That explains it.
Just kind of it just breaks it down in a way. I needed to figure out how to teach this in a way because I have ADHD and I have sometimes receptive language. You know, me being able to understand things and then really process it. So I was like, what analogy can I make? What analogy can I make? And the umbrella made sense.
Well, it does, absolutely. And it's, you know, and it really explains, you know, there's this thing called endocannabinoid deficiency where we're not able to produce enough endocannabinoids to keep our body in balance. 2-AG and anandamide. And what people don't realize is those endocannabinoids we make that are vital nutrients for humans can be supplemented from the plant. And THC and CBD have that same mechanism of action as those endocannabinoids that we produce. And so they can reverse endocannabinoid deficiency, which science supports is an underlying cause of autism.
Yep, so, it totally is. And then, and if you get, you get back to the whole umbrella thing, right? We produce cannabinoids upon demand, depending upon what's going on in our umbrella. It's an on-off switch, right? So that's the part that's so fascinating. I truly love talking about this. And then the endocannabinoid deficiency, guess what? We're not getting rained on. We want to get rained on, right? So we want to stimulate nourish and support our endocannabinoid system in multiple different ways. Cannabinoids is one way. And then as we talk about all the time when we're educating our patients, you know, diet, nutrition, you know, avoiding fast food, fried food, fake food, artificial flavors, artificial colorings, trans fat, hydrogenated oil, sugar, and high fructose corn syrup. Get rid of it. Alcohol, motion is the lotion. We want to work out. You know, we want to stimulate our system. We want that anandamine, that bliss molecule to circulate. Yoga, mindfulness, meditation, movement, breath work, all of these different things. Laughter, right? Laughter is the best medicine.
It is.
Social interactions. So prayer, meditation, connection, all of these things support and nourish the endocannabinoid system. So as cannabis nurses, you know, Jana and I have been going back and forth for a while now and, you know, talking, and we like to consult and educate the same way. It's the whole thing.
It is.
Bio, psycho, social, spiritual, healing.
Absolutely.
Boom.
Holistic. And
holistic.
If people manage their stress, that actually gives the cannabis the capability to do the deeper work, because the first thing it's going to do is mitigate that stress. So if you have it managed with yoga or gardening, you know, men say they go fishing when they're stressed out, whatever works for you, do it. And it allows the cannabis to do the deeper work that way. So I love nerding out with you, Sherry. It's so much fun.
Oh, it is so much fun. It is so much fun. So one last question. So what makes Autism Safe Haven different than the current options for autism care? Just want to review that. Really want to plug Autism Safe Haven.
Thank you so much. I'm terrible at plugging, so I need a reminder. AutismSafeHaven.org is our website. There's a ton of information on there. There's a 17-minute video that gives a really good overview and talks about the journey to get there and the science for, you know, a little deeper dive into cannabis for autism science. And then the home model, which is not only, you know, cannabis inclusive, but we're also bringing in ABA therapy and doing behavior plans for these kids and being proactive and using positive reinforcement and really, you know, training our caregivers. There's so many aspects where this program is going to be very proactive and not as reactive as what's currently available, which, you know, and also treating behavior as communication instead of, you know, something to be punished. So it's really a very different approach, and it's what's worked well for my daughter. So we want to share with the world.
So where else can people find you?
My Media Kit website is janachampagne.com. That kind of gives a good review of everything I'm doing, which is a lot of different things. But as I said, they all connect. They
all connect. And so they can find you at janachampagne.com, and then that will link to other areas, all the other things that you're doing.
Yeah, that's the application. So.
All right, Jana. So one last question.
Yes.
How has, I always like to ask these questions. How has cannabis helped you? Because I'm speaking in December on a topic that is really, really important to me, because cannabis to me, the first thing cannabis ever did for me is brought me hope. Right? And that tapped into spiritual principles, helped me to become inspired, filled with spirit, right? And so hope and inspiration for growth and healing. And so the inspiration allowed me to do something different, helped me to grow and helped me to heal. And healing, as we both know, isn't the absence of illness or disease, but it's doing the best you can with what you have right here, right now. So for you, how has cannabis helped you spiritually?
Oh my gosh, just the spirit of the plant is powerful. And having worked with it, having grown it and really getting to know it, I mean, it's an amazing plant and it has a spirit all its own. It's very healing. It's very compassionate. It teaches you, to release some of the stories and some of the trauma you've been through. In my experience, going through all of this was enormously traumatic, but it was also enormously transformational. And cannabis was part of that transformation. Would be the best way I know even how to explain it. So
yeah, I get it. It helped you as you were working through human life challenges. It was a perfect adaptogen that helped you to your mind, body, and spirit to adapt so you could continue on your journey, living your best life, right? In the present moment. And then, yeah, I think it's done that for so many of us. And I am so grateful for all that you're doing. I learn from you all the time. Jana's got Facebook page too as well, Cannabis Nurse Jana. And she's on all the other social media. We'll make sure those links are put into the comments. And thank you so much for everything you do. It was an honor to have you on the Green Nurse podcast. And remember, everyone, what it's all about. It's about living your best life.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to another PCM Gold Club expert interview. I'm Jimmy Young with Pro Cannabis Media, the founder here, and we're so happy to have Bill Perrier from Charles River Insurance as our insurance expert. Bill, how are you doing today?
I am doing fantastic. Good to be with you again. And how are you doing?
I'm doing fine, thank you. And isn't that the most important thing these days? Because everybody has to take care of themselves in a very challenging time when it comes to health and family and all that. And we hope everyone is safe and healthy. But more importantly, let's talk about being secure in a fledgling industry like the cannabis space. And one of the first things we talked about when we did our first interview was the exciting development that now cannabis farmers can actually get crop insurance. Can you talk to me a little bit about how that all works and exactly what type of insurance do they need?
Sure, my pleasure. You're right. It's a very exciting development. It's from Lloyd's of London, the standard bearer in the insurance industry. They've been around for a few minutes, 326 years. It's based out of England, and it's a great product called Parametric Hemp Crop Coverage. I want to clarify that this is only for hemp, people growing hemp products.
Gotcha.
Some states hemp is legal, marijuana, THC isn't, but hemp is legal, like in Texas, for instance. Mm-hmm. This product says, let's look at the weather. Let's look at things that happen in an open field that can affect crops. Let's look at tornadoes, wildfires, drought, hail, several excessive rain, several other perils. Let's use sensors that we'll put on the property with satellite technology, very exciting, and then partner with the national weather forecasts to predict the weather. And then let's have the farmer buy these different perils I mentioned for their busy seasons. For example, if the drought usually happens July to October, you don't need to have drought insurance, in February. So what it does, Jimmy, is it cuts down on the annual cost of the contract. I do want to say that this is not cheap by any stretch of the imagination. Minimum policy is $15,000.
$15,000.
1.5. Yeah.
And that is for a year or a month? What is that?
It could be one peril. You could say, I want to get protected for wildfires for the summer, 3 months, 15 grand minimum.
Gotcha. What are the exclusions on this?
Well, there really aren't a lot of exclusions on this one. It's kind of taking the things that used to be excluded, right? Like wildfires, hail. There's 2 types of different hail coverage on this. They measure it by inches. So not many exclusions that we've talked about. Again, it's a brand new coverage. Only 20, 25 people in the entire states as of yesterday have the coverage. So it's a brand new for large hemp farmer coverage.
Gotcha.
So very exciting. And again, I just want to stress it's not for everybody, and it is very expensive.
And also you made the distinction between the hemp product and the THC-based cannabis plant. What will it take to allow the insurers to look at the THC-based cannabis product? Will it be a federal decriminalization or a descheduling of the plant?
Well, I think both those things would be great. As you know, they move very slowly. Look how long it takes to get new places up and running. So,
right.
Great question. Something to really ponder for the future, for sure.
And let's talk about product liability now. I know that's another form. And how do we go with that one?
Sure. So this is really important. Product liability, you can buy a standalone, or it can be part as a general liability policy. You have to really differentiate with your representative, your insurance representative, to say, I want to talk about product liability. He or she really should bring it up because it's a real, it's a big part of the policy. But what this does is this protects the business owner in case someone gets, let's say, a bad edible that comes into the dispensary. I eat it, and let's say there's a faulty vape cartridge and I get injured from a vape cartridge. Here's one of my, it's not really one of my favorites, but even improper labeling. If I say there's a certain ingredient or in this thing and I get sick from an ingredient that, should have had a label, a certain type of a label on it. And then lastly, verbal information. If a bud tender, which is like the bartender, says, oh, you want something for sleeping? It's up all night because they took something that, got them up all night for 12 hours. They really could come back to complain and kind of, if they wanted to, sue the business.
Right. We certainly don't want that to happen. Now let's talk about opening a new business. And one of the biggest expenses when you open up a new business is workman's compensation insurance. With 4 new states now voting in legalization of adult use cannabis, I'm guessing there's going to be a lot more jobs available. And with jobs, you have to make sure that you have this proper coverage for your employees.
Right, you are. I couldn't have said it better, Jimmy. Thank you. And this is a mystery like the Loch Ness Monster that somebody used recently on TV. It's a mystery that people, very sharp people, educated people, don't understand. And in a nutshell is, if you have a business, whether you're incorporated or LLC, and you have 1 employee, doesn't matter how often they work for you, could be 10 hours a week, you must, by law, have workers' compensation coverage. What I hear all the time is, well, we're a dispensary. We have 7 employees that work 25 hours a week. I don't need it, do I? Yes, you need it. And I'd like to talk about the penalties that people don't know, if you don't mind, if I could kind of throw those in.
Sure.
If you say today that you lose your workers' compensation insurance because you had it, but you didn't pay it, so it lapsed. And then a month from now, Workers' Comp Bureau investigator comes in and says, well, it's $150 a day retroactive. You're immediately shut down. Right now, you're shut down for business.
Yeah.
Till you pay the fine and pay a new policy in full, then you're not going to open up.
Right. So
we've seen people having to pay $15,000, $20,000, $30,000 fines to have to open up because they just kind of poo-pooed the workers' comp thing. It's very important. Very important.
There are no shortcuts when you're opening a new business, as I know.
Any business.
Any business.
Not just marijuana.
Yeah. That's right. That's right. Exactly right. So let's get back to that question I just had with the 5 new states coming on board with adult use cannabis, new jobs, new businesses. What advice can you give to someone who is looking at starting a business in one of those new legal states?
Sure. Great question again. Thank you, Jimmy. The main thing is it's okay to have a dollar and a dream, and you're going to make some money. It's not going to happen overnight. And you have to really, really plan. The first thing I would do, after you get your land, whether you're a cultivation site or a building for a dispensary, is I would hook up with an architect and security, because you need an elaborate security system that can take a very long time to plan for your place. I also would, I would keep fundraising money, keep getting money. You're going to need like not unlimited money, but you need probably $1 million to do it right.
Right.
And those are the 2 quick things I do. And of course, there's tons of licenses you need and meetings and protocols. The paperwork has to get redone. You can get frustrating. So I would allow time, have a lot of money, and again, get a professional architect, build design firm, and a security company right away.
That's great advice. Now, one of the things, as we know, a lot of these new laws, a lot of new opportunities also are tied in with the expungement of records of a lot of people that have been jailed and imprisoned with small amounts of cannabis possession over the last, 4 decades even, really. And I guess my question now is, while they recognize they'd like to give an opportunity to those who have been most impacted on the war on drugs, the realities of $1 million just to even get to the starting line really hurts these people. How are they ever going to get involved with this? And are you starting to see programs that are looking to help those social equity applicants?
Yeah, I'm not really seeing a lot of help. I'm seeing that people are finally realizing after 7, 8, 9, 10 months of blood, sweat, and tears that, you know what, this really isn't for us. We'd like to do it, but it's just not realistic. And I think I don't want to use the term thinning the herd, but again, we had a lot of people that get very excited, but then when they really think about what it costs and to do it the right way, it's just not in the cards for them, unfortunately.
Yeah. And yet they still want to move away from the illegal industry and make everybody legal. So there's like that catch-22 thing, and again, I'm not quite sure how it's going to happen as I look here in Massachusetts, or I listen to what's going on in Wisconsin or Illinois, some of the newer states. There's a lot of well, let's say discontent happening,
to say the least.
Yeah. All right. Bill Perrier from Charles River Insurance. How do people get in touch with you, sir?
Well, I'd love anyone to call me at 508-740-3082.
And a good man always puts his cell phone out there as his calling card, and good for you for that. In the meantime, for Bill Perrier from Charles River Insurance, I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for listening to another edition of the Experts Club on PCN.
Welcome to Vote Pro Podcast, the award-winning cannabis news podcast brought to you by VoteProPot.com. Here are your hosts, Phil Adams, Jay Britton, and Andrew McCreadys.
A 25-year-old mummy was found covered in tattoos and holding a bag of weed. We're going to find out more about that. Also, Jimmy Carter, you remember him, the ex-president, confirms one of Willie Nelson's stories, and we'll tell you about which one. And I think you probably guessed. This is Vote Pro Pot, after all. And one of our favorite musicians, Jerry Garcia's family, introduces their own brand of marijuana product. So we're going to get to that and many other topics. Thank you all for joining us today on Vote Pro Podcast. But first, I'm going to throw it over to Jay Britton, the guy right there, and I got the finger pointing right, exact first time. And he's going to give us some more state updates as we get down to the wire.
Because today is election day, isn't it?
Yes.
When we released
today,
this.
Yes. Today is election day, so we're going to run some polls. We've been talking about.
And I think here at Vote Pro Pot, we're prepared to call it. Marijuana is going to be legal across the country.
Win, 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 right?
You heard it here first, people. We called it first.
Who's going to win this election? Weed is going to win this election.
Weed is going to be the big winner.
Win is the election. Let's hope so. Fingers crossed.
Well, let's see what do the polls say, Jay?
Well, I'll tell you what. We've got 5 states with initiatives. We've got Arizona, Mississippi, Montana, New Jersey, and South Dakota. As you know, we've been going through the polls every week.
2 in South Dakota, actually.
2 in South Dakota. So let's go through that real quick. I've got, actually, Phil sent me this. It's from Leafly Magazine. They've got the results of the most recent polls. And we've got Arizona adult use. Right now, the polls are at 55-37 yes.
Wow.
So that sounds pretty good. Mm-hmm. Mississippi has a medical initiative out, and that one's dead even, 50-50. Really? So, yeah, we'll be watching that one closely. It is Mississippi. So 50-50 tied up. Montana's got an adult use, and it's looking good at 49-39.
Wow, nice.
Yeah, so New Jersey has got adult use, and it's they're at, let's see, 65-29. So like we said last week,
that's pretty much a done deal. I think
Jersey's done, man. Yeah, we're
Jersey's
looking
done.
real good. Now, South Dakota is the unusual one because they've got an adult use and a medical, right? We've talked about
Right.
that. So here's where they stand. The medical looks really good. It's 74-23. So that's
Boom.
a done deal. I think
That's a
we're feeling
done
pretty
deal.
comfortable with that. The adult use is much closer, but still they, have it at the moment at about 51-44. So that's the extent of my
All right. So
state
there's
update.
virtually no chance that adult use would pass, but medical would not.
That's what the polls show.
Because that would be, we talked about that before. That would be an odd occurrence.
That would be strange.
Where you'd be allowed to smoke marijuana, but not if you're going to use it for medical.
If you're listening to this show or watching us, and by the way, if you're watching us on YouTube, we're pretty brand new to YouTube. We're trying to build up our video audience, and we have found that it's two separate audiences, isn't it? We have a very different podcast audio audience than a video one, and we did a little survey. I did a little survey with some of our regular listeners who stay in touch with us. And I asked them, I sent an email to a bunch and I said, hey, we've got a whole much bigger following on our audio podcast than our video. And we really would like to build the video up. And how do you feel about the video? You know what I heard consistently was,
What did you hear?
I hear, I really enjoy listening to your podcast when I'm driving in my car, when I'm cutting my grass, when I'm in the grocery store with my earbuds on. And the video is not as convenient. So it really is a different audience.
Yeah.
With that said, if you're watching us on video, do us a favor and hit the subscribe button and hit that little bell icon so that you get notified every time we have a new episode come out, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Well, that's very good market research, Jay. I'm proud of you.
There's like 12 people, so I don't know.
Well,
No, it was more than that.
What we're looking for is a larger sample size. So,
right. That's what she said.
I've been doing this Weed Talk News podcast as part of, it's the DC Report as part of the Pro Cannabis Media Weed Talk News weekly podcast. And I'm responsible for the inside the Beltway kind of stories. And this week, there just weren't any.
Right.
The only one I found was that the DEA and the Postal Service have come together to unveil a new drug-free USA stamp.
Jeez.
So your tax dollars hard at work on a powerful message to control the use of illicit drugs with a stamp.
What's on the back when you lick it? Anything good?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe put a little LSD.
Man, that's a little secret that nobody knows. 1 out of every 10 stamps.
Well, it's a forever stamp. It costs 35 cents.
Yeah.
But
it's made out of hemp.
Right. But if you want to lick it, it's $1.50.
Well, that's the extent of your DC update this week.
That's it, man. That's
sad.
Well, there's the election this week.
Yeah, we're a little preoccupied.
There's one or two other stories to tell this week.
Well, we hope you all are listening to us on Election Day instead of watching Fox or MSNBC or CNN. We're much more entertaining, don't you think?
Oh, yeah.
That's right. Okay, we're prepared to call it now. New Jersey just legalized marijuana. You heard it here first.
We are projecting adult use the winner in New Jersey.
Understand we're recording this 4 days before the election, so
I have no idea.
Don't listen to us. We don't know what the hell we're talking about.
But it matters what time they're listening to it.
But I think Andrew, all seriousness, Andrew made the point last week that the big winner is going to be cannabis. I think you're right.
I think it is.
And I thought it through. And the thing is, they're going to be really hesitant before they call any major election.
Right.
You know, it's just any national
Well, especially
election.
with all the mail-ins and early.
Right,
yeah.
right. So those, no, they're not going to be calling those, but weed, you know, also it's, you know, no one's, I don't think a lot of people are going to argue with the results.
Right.
Or go to call for
No
oh,
rioting or anything.
Recounts, yeah. And I think you're right because
and I think they'll be able to call a winner.
Right. And they're going to need something to say for
Yeah,
the
that's right,
hours
for-
that
yeah,
they're on there
15
because
hours.
a lot of these races aren't
Bingo.
even, they're not even going to be close or they're going to be too close to call.
Right.
And so they got to call something. Well, we got another marijuana initiative. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's true.
There's only
now,
5
I think now
states,
there's
so-
also not only news are doing live broadcasts, but there's some comedy shows that are doing live broadcasts. Like all the late night comedy are broadcasting live.
Are they?
Yeah, they're not going to
That's
record
cool.
early.
They're not taping it. Yeah.
I think I
They're not
would
taping.
do that. Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
that's-
it's
that's a great
breaking
idea.
news. You
Well, they
wanna
did that
have-
4 years ago.
and it
yeah,
worked for them. Yeah.
Well,
No,
Andrew
I don't know.
Well, it
suggested
seems to make sense. You know.
Andrew suggested we do this live for election night.
But only because marijuana is the only thing we'll be able to call live.
That's right.
You know, and but then again, like it's going to be who's going to be Jay's wife will be watching us just to see what Jay's
that's right.
doing.
Yeah.
You know,
It's hard to get people
for
live
shits and
watching
giggles. No
that.
one's going to.
Yeah, I hear you.
I'm afraid if we do it the day after election day, depending on who wins, one of us is going to be kind of catatonic. So
That's
it
right.
might be you, it might be me.
Yeah. Well, I think it's going to be.
We shall see.
I
don't know.
I have no idea.
Me
I
either.
have no idea.
Nope. Nobody does.
So yeah, anyone who says they does is just lying. They
Lying.
just don't know. Well, there is one thing.
But if one of them does win, there's a greater chance of me buying a sailboat and living in international waters.
Oh, depending on which one. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. There's one that I would definitely like. Man, I think maybe a sailboat. in international
Maybe the
waters.
time has come for a sailboat.
Yeah.
Out in international waters.
There you go.
But there is there's something going on in the state of Idaho that is not going to
Since
be
when?
affected by 2020.
Okay.
See, what happened was they put together this ballot initiative for the 2020 election. And they got it approved and started collecting signatures. But the problem was that the COVID pandemic complicated their signature gathering.
Right.
And the state of Idaho decided they weren't going to make any allowances for that. So
Well, I think there's a big point here is we're talking about Idaho.
I think it's Napoleon Dynamite. That's all I know about Idaho. But go
Yeah,
ahead,
right.
Phil. Didn't mean to interrupt.
and potatoes, but
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
Idaho.
But so they're just going to take the same ballot initiative that they were going to do for 2020, and they're going to put it on 2022, and they're going to get the signatures they need, and so that's not going to be affected this time. But
Wonder why they just couldn't put it on the ballot.
Because they didn't have the
So, I
signatures.
don't like-
they didn't have the signatures, and they couldn't get the signatures because of
you know,
COVID, and the
Well, that's the whole thing. Well,
in the
and they
court,
wouldn't make any
It's kind of
allowances for it. So
don't you think it's kind of ironic? We need a bunch of signatures to get a bunch of signatures.
Yeah.
If all you need is signatures, you're only going to have to collect them once.
But that's how. But you think about it, Andrew. You got to do that because if not,
get it.
you'd have
I
a
get it.
million initiatives every election. So the problem is they went to court, as I recall, and tried to get the court to say,
because of the COVID.
"Yeah, let us do it online," and the court said no. So that's
well, and then the courts are going to put it off until after the election.
kick it down the road.
Yep. So
Well, there you
that
go.
was pretty inconsequential. So,
So
moving
then
on.
did you say they're going to kick it down the road 2 years or 1 year?
2.
Because
2
there are
years,
elections. There's elections every,
2022.
well, but there's elections every year.
I don't know. That's what the advocate said they were going to do. So I don't know if in Idaho you're allowed to put them on every year elections, maybe just on the every other year.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
I don't
So
know.
I don't know. It's Idaho again.
Yeah. Napoleon Dynamite.
Napoleon Dynamite and potatoes. Just,
Oh, here, I got another story. And this is, they found another mummy, another 2,500-year-old woman this time,
okay.
covered in tattoos, and apparently like really cool tattoos. I mean, the kind of
Like a
tattoos that
hippie
would-
chick, huh?
No, like it was I guess it was a hippie chick, but
yeah, cool.
No, they said that I saw some photographs of it, and they would make any hipster like kind of proud. I mean, they were like really nice. They're really nice. They're cool tattoos.
Pretty inked up.
Nice.
Yeah, and she had, and it was Sensimillion. So I mean, it wasn't just. So it didn't have a bag of hemp for tea. She was smoking weed.
And what was this chick's name?
Phone number? How old was the mummy?
Nefertiti Smith.
25. She was 2,500 years old.
Wow. No kidding.
Wow.
That's pretty cool. Well,
Well,
what does
that's
that
cool.
tell you?
An Egyptian, I presume. I think other cultures do mummies, but it's mostly Egypt.
Well,
actually, the body was found in Siberia.
Oh wow.
Oh, okay.
And
it was mummified.
It was mummified. That's one of the reasons that the skin was preserved so well
Because it was frozen.
The conditions.
You can grow Sensimilla in Siberia?
2,500-year-old tattooed pot smoking
Maybe the
hippie
climate
chick.
was warmer 25
That's
years
awesome.
ago.
Here's my theory. I think cannabis has something to do with time travel.
That could be it.
I think if you get high, you
Really?
can travel through time.
I've always thought that.
Yeah, that could be it.
From another planet or something.
Well, there you go. We have a
Another
lot of mummy
dimension.
stories on here. We should do an archaeology show or something.
Yeah, we should do an archaeology
On the
show.
side.
And
Because I think some of the caves that they used to take people into to go into these trances had like some kind of gas or like they were hotboxing something down there. I came across a story the other day, and I think that the new booming cannabis industry is trying to do their best to come when it comes to being environmentally friendly and socially friendly for that matter. But this one company now is they're using, and this is an old. I mean, I did this back in the days, back when before I could grow a beard and I was growing weed. And
when you were 7?
Yeah, that really wasn't a good analogy. Yeah, 'cause I started shaving in 6th grade. I take that back. No, but anyway, we were, we would catch ladybugs and put them in, and they would eat all the spider mites. And apparently, there's a company out now that's selling friggin' ladybugs.
No kidding. Where they ship them to you?
Yeah.
So you put ladybugs on your pot plants?
On your plants, yeah, and they ate all the spider mites. And because back in the days, we really, didn't understand a lot. This is back when you had fluorescent 4-foot tubes,
Lights,
and
yeah.
it was you're growing shit, man.
Yeah.
No one had any good strains. We didn't know what we were doing. This is like in the 70s, in the 80s.
Well,
maybe a little bit of the 90s.
I mean, a lot of countries use ladybugs to kill all kinds of critters on their crops. I mean, that's not anything new, but that's interesting. So you can buy a box of ladybugs.
Right.
Yeah.
I just think it's kind of neat that the new industry is trying to be environmentally friendly.
Sure.
I think that's a good
Stay
sign.
away from the
Even though this
pesticides
is nothing new. Nothing new at all. But
And ladybug is a cool kind of a bug.
Yeah, they're neat.
There's some bugs that are just disgusting, but ladybugs are cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
So even if you get an infestation of them, it's not the worst thing in the world.
Right.
They're
They're cute.
ladybugs.
They're cute.
Yeah.
Well, ladybugs, yeah.
Cute and fuzzy with little...
But the spider mites will mess your crop up.
Big time.
Big time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Well,
there's another.
what really messed my crop up was people finding it.
Yeah, cutting it down.
Every time I tried to grow weed, someone would find it and pull it. One of your favorite people in the world is a fellow by the name of Willie Nelson. You're a big fan of Willie's, right?
That I am.
And
I
now
am too. I love Willie.
I just purchased some of his Willie's proprietary reserve weed, and
Willie's Reserve.
I like it. I mean, I think it's
Well, it has a high amount of CBD in it compared to most other strains.
it does, and I can smoke a good amount of it and feel, Now I don't smoke that much anyway. I kind of microdose, but it's a nice buzz.
Nice
I
and
just
laid
enjoy
back.
it a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now someone else, some other famous person.
Well, Willie
experienced that as well.
Well, I think, let me make a point here. I believe that if you go, you hear some people go, man, the weed nowadays is just so much stronger than it used to be. Well, it is and it isn't. It is stronger, but it also had more CBD in it, the weed that we used to smoke when we were younger. So this Willie Reserve is going to give you a high that's going to be it's going to remind you of the high you got when you were back in the 70s, back when
Back
all
in
the
the
weed
days, shaking it out on
had-
your album.
Right, it had a
cover,
lot of
yeah.
it had CBD in it. See, now all these growers, not enough they did it purposely, but they sort of,
Well, in the
made-
80s, they
developed all
didn't
these
know
strains.
about CBD.
Right,
And
right.
they
grew
were
up-
amping up the THC, and it was just not as good of a buzz. It was very
Right,
powerful.
and it was lowering the CBD. So,
Right. Yeah.
so this is so if you like that old weed and you don't want to get too high, this Willie's Reserve, highly recommended.
Very good
highly
stuff.
recommended. Or if you're going to smoke weed for the first time in years, start off with some of Willie's Reserve, especially maybe some flower or vape, and just I'll take a couple hits. Take it low and slow, man. Just take your time.
So the story been floating around for years. Willie had told, and it's made the rounds, was about him. He said that when he went to visit Jimmy Carter, he had snuck up on the roof of the White House and smoked a joint. So that's been floating around for years, and people have asked him, "Who'd you smoke the joint with?" And he wouldn't say. So there was speculation it was the president. There was speculation it was other folks. So it was released recently. There's a new documentary that just came out on Jimmy Carter, and in that, President Carter actually
It's Jimmy. He would want you to call him Jimmy.
He's a great man. I really is a good person. He addresses this, and what he says is, Nelson had previously said in his book, sitting on the roof of the White House in Washington, D.C. late last night, a beer in one hand and a fat Austin torpedo in the other, my companion on the roof was pointing me at all the sights of D.C. down in the streets. I let the weed cover me in a pleasing cloud. I guess the roof of the White House is the safest place to smoke dope. So that was in his book, Willie's book. So what the president has confirmed is that he was smoking with President Carter's son, Chip. Remember Chip? Jimmy?
Yeah.
So
that was the rumor.
Yeah. Well, that was one of the rumors, but it was never confirmed. So now it's confirmed that
President Carter had a son named Chip.
Yeah, don't you remember Chip? I remember Jimmy Carter.
I thought that was Fred McMurray.
Yeah.
One of my three I knew he had a daughter, Amy. I didn't know he had a son named
That's
Chip.
what it says. It says, leave
Why
it
don't I
to
even know
who confesses in the trailer, a new document, Jimmy Carter, rock and roll president, that it was his son, James, or Chip. He says his companion was one of the servants in the White House, Carter says. Actually, it was one of my sons. So anyway, big breaking news.
So it wasn't Peanut Man himself.
It wasn't Peanut Man. It was.
This brings up a new subject. Like, how much cannabis has been smoked in the White House?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I would be interested to know. Probably more than we might imagine.
You know,
well, I'm sure now. I'm sure what if we really found out? I bet there's going to be some chefs because I'm a chef and I actually worked with some guys who worked at the White House.
Really cool.
Not at the White House, but anyway. Yeah, I can knowing those guys. Yeah, if they were smoking weed, these guys were smoking with them. Yeah.
Well, you know,
but it could be like the staff or
Oh,
even
sure.
just, even like
Oh, I guarantee you.
I mean, how
all
many
kinds of
people work at the White House?
Right.
A lot of people work
I'll
at the
tell you
White
one
House.
thing. I was talking to a lobbyist, a cannabis lobbyist for one of the big guys, I won't say. And she was telling me that whenever you're talking to, you normally aren't talking to a congressman or a senator. You're talking to a member of their staff.
Right.
And she goes, consistently, without a doubt, they always ask you, got any samples?
Really? Well, you know,
I'm trying to get you to
the Beatles
vote on legalizing weed.
The Beatles used to tell a great story about when they met the Queen. Remember that story? When they got their MBEs and they went to meet the Queen, and they all
I don't remember that.
They dodged off into one of the men's rooms and smoked a big fatty.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Remember that
I just
story?
read about that the other day. Yeah, they were so nervous they went to stick
Yeah,
it out.
and this was like what 1965 or something or whatever it was,
Oh,
66.
yeah.
So anyway, so that's our big breaking news of the day.
Wow,
Chip
well,
Carter smoked
Carter.
a fatty with Willie. Lucky bastard. While I'm on the subject,
You want to bet the Queen can tell if you're high?
It's probably not. Well,
Oh,
she
you
wasn't
smell like the
125 years old back then.
Oh, they
either.
smell like the Beatles. You smell like the Beatles.
Speaking of celebrities, we've got another celebrity piece of news here. Jerry Garcia's family has announced and is starting to release some products under Jerry Garcia's name and a brand of cannabis products. They're making some pre-rolls. They've got some gummies and so forth. So the effort is being spearheaded by Garcia's daughter, Trixie, who says she wanted to create a cannabis experience that would bring people together in a way only Jerry could. So guess where they're marketing this to begin with, besides dispensaries?
San Francisco.
Yes. And they are going to music festivals. So there you go. Right. So it's totally Jerry Garcia. Yeah, they got some gummies and some pre-rolls and stuff. So if you're a deadhead, and they've got pictures on some of the packaging that some of the artwork that Jerry Garcia actually did. And using some of his music to market and stuff. So there you go.
You got the Garcia ties.
Boy, everybody's jumping on the bandwagon. I mean,
so what do you think about that, guys? I mean, Jerry Garcia's been dead for, 20 years now.
Yeah. Oh, at least.
And he may not be grateful.
Well, I think,
but he sure is dead.
It's celebrities. We're seeing that.
So, no, but
this market's going to be so huge. That's why you've got celebrities. You've got giant corporations like Coca-Cola.
Well, but why would you want to buy something just because it had Jerry Garcia's name on it?
I don't know. Maybe I'm a fan of Jerry Garcia.
If you're a deadhead,
if you're a big deadhead,
sure.
Hey, man, I got to tell you, there are guys. I worked with this guy one summer back in the late 70s. His name was Rudy. He was from fucking New York. And Rudy was working the whole goddamn summer just to make enough money to follow the Dead on their fall tour.
Oh yeah,
that
absolutely,
was it.
Man.
He didn't give a damn about his rent or nothing.
These guys will spend $150 on a T-shirt, so you don't think they're going to go lay out a little cash for some weed that has Garcia's painting on it? Absolutely.
This guy, I went over to his house once at lunch to smoke a joint, and we were at his apartment, and he brought out his tapes and all of the music he had. He had nothing but bootleg Dead concerts.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing. And I said, is that all you've got is just bootleg Dead? He said, no, I got other music. I said, well, what do you have? He said, well, I got an Allman Brothers and a half a Marley.
Yeah, really.
How is that?
Not to deviate into another path here, but it's kind of interesting how popular that band was. And if you look at record sales, they're a blip. They made, because they gave their music away. They played shows.
They only had one like pop hit.
Right.
And that was in the 80s.
Was it in the 80s?
Their only top 10 hit.
I thought it was
Touch of Grey.
Touch of Grey. That was in the 80s, right? Okay. So,
but their music and their following was
unbelievable.
So loyal.
Yeah, extremely
so loyal, and their music was just hit a certain niche at a certain. It just.
Well, did you ever see them?
Scratched them where they itched.
No, I never saw them.
Yeah, I've seen them live twice. I wasn't a big fan, but one
thing, you're a musician. You're a musician now. I remember when I saw the Dead. I remember going. Now they play these songs differently every time. I mean, there's
they're a jam band.
Rehearsed
right.
show. They're a jam band.
Yeah,
big
they're
time.
a jam band, and that's fine. I mean, I remember
it was all about the jam, man.
The concert just went on, and I fell asleep at one point, and
that's because of the acid.
I was out for like I think it was just I was tired, and I was out for like 15 minutes, and when I woke up, they were still playing the same songs. But that's okay.
Yeah, no, that's totally
so
cool.
now, but the other thing about a Garcia brand cannabis line is that, well, I guess there's still younger people who are getting into.
I got a nephew who's 30 years old. He fucking loves them, man. He loves them. So it's
their following is just so
huge,
loyal. I mean, they just whatever it is about this band that and they're a good band. I mean, I like the music. I'm not a Deadhead or a huge fan of them, but I like the music. Yeah. But it just hits certain people just right where they live. So, and that's great.
Right. Shit, John Mayer tours. John Mayer tours.
I'm talking about celebrity endorsing celebrity products, licensing deals.
Right. And I'm not so much given to the celebrity endorsements as some other people are.
I think this will do well. I really do.
Willie is active in Willie's Reserve. So I mean, he has
and Jim Belushi.
These are guys getting their hands dirty.
His hands are in the dirt. I mean, he's actually. I mean, he's big time involved, and is also doing really well. I like Jim Belushi. Can't wait till his products if they ever make it to Maryland. Come on, Jim, get on over here. But I don't know. I think it's interesting. So, and different age groups. I mean,
Yeah.
do you think
Yeah.
celebrity endorsements in weed is going to be a huge thing?
Sure. Like it is in tennis shoes and beer and everything else. Of course it is. Absolutely.
Yeah,
It's huge.
Yeah, they wouldn't do it if it wasn't. And if the Garcia family can make some money off it, more power to them.
That's true.
I mean, you watch
That's
commercials on Sunday watching football, and what percentage of the commercials have celebrities on them? Pretty
Lot.
decent. Yeah, pretty decent.
Now, a lot of them have celebrity voiceovers that you don't know, but if you listen to it, you can hear it and say, that is Morgan Freeman.
Right, exactly, yeah.
Now, Andrew, you having been a trained chef, there's it's a French word for a wine steward. What do you call it? Somebody who's
sommelier.
Sommelier. I wasn't sure it was sommelier or sommelier.
Oh, some people I've heard it pronounced
It's way
sommelier.
too French for this redneck sitting right here, but so now we have
sommelier.
Now we have now we have a ganjier.
That was the word I was searching for.
Ganjier. Okay.
A ganjier.
You can actually get a
Okay.
certificate as a ganjier. So what happened is these 18 professionals got together and they created this business. You can take online courses. These are all experts. I mean, top shelf experts in the field of cannabis who've been in it for a long time. And it's 18 folks, and they come from the world of cultivation, distribution, genetics, product formulation, retail advocacy, science, extraction, laboratory testing, and cannabis
whole
law.
gamut.
So they have courses in each one of these things. When you complete all these courses, and they spent more than 8,000 hours combined putting these courses together. So this is a legitimate thing. They developed a systematic assessment protocol, which they call the SAP. And then what you do is you go and you take these courses and you get a certificate, and like you do with wine, it's the same. Or they have the same kind of thing for tobacco and other, fine products to kind of experts.
They call it fancy
food, and they rate coffee and tobacco and obviously wine. So they rate these products based on
olive oil,
based on a bunch of criteria that they develop.
Really?
So anyway,
olive oil and vinegar.
So this is the new thing now, and they feel pretty strongly about it. And you can go out and get your certificate. Commitment to standards and quality and service. There are so many ways. And my question was, well, so you get this certificate. What are you going to do with it, right?
Yeah, where does a ganjier work?
Right, that's what I was saying. Well,
where does a sommelier work?
I guess it says
At a
here
restaurant, I guess,
would be
right?
a
any place selling wine.
They'd be a trusted guide for cannabis consumers. They perform critical discernment of quality for, I guess, magazines and so forth. Inform retail buyers of what to expect. So they would work for huge distributors or a chain of dispensaries and recommend. Maybe they're going to start grading products. Like they do with wine.
We're talking about the appellation system already, right? So,
I mean,
it's sort of getting somewhat ready for the day when you can start buying California weed on the East Coast. But that and just sort of strains grown indoor. I mean, it's
like for wine and tobacco, they have ratings. So when you go into a tobacco shop, they have ratings on cigars, right? You're a cigar smoker, Phil. So you can find out what this cigar is a 5-star, 2-star, 4-star.
But not only that, you just understand the particulars of a given cigar in terms of the gauge, the size, the length, and
what kind of flavor,
the wrappers and stuff like what kind of. So you know what you like, and this you have guidance to give you what you're looking for.
This kind of catches me off guard because I have trouble really seeing the potential of this, but I could be totally wrong. I mean, who really?
Well, I get it. I get it because there's so many strains, and you have types and you have strains, and you have your indicas and sativas, and you have your hybrids, and then you have different products. Not only that, you have different concentrates, you have flour, you have oils now. I mean,
true.
And there's people that can judge these. And all of them, and especially the concentrates, or even the growing aspect, it's an art form to kind of do
definitely.
it.
Well, they do it with craft beer too, Andrew.
Like they do with beer, craft beer, or wine.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think it's a great development.
Yeah, it's cool.
I hope these
guys
I don't know,
we have Faye in the graduate program in Maryland for the medical thing, Maybe I should take this course.
I was just going to suggest that you can become.
You'd be a natural.
Yeah, Gangier.
You could teach the damn thing.
Right.
Gangier, man.
Gangier, dude.
Andrew McCready's Gangier.
Yeah, the rents would be proud.
Well, folks, once again, thank you very much for being a part of our humble podcast. We love having you along.
Did we even have we just been talking?
Yeah, we've been kind of bullshitting
covered
this
anything.
Just throwing shit out
Did we even
there.
talk about
it's
weed at all?
election day, guys. So what the fuck, you
It
know?
is election day.
Yeah.
If
We don't
your
take it too
candidate-
seriously.
Congratulations if your candidate wins,
Yep.
and if your candidate doesn't win, better luck next time. But in the meantime,
Well, our guy won. His name is Herb.
Herb, yes. Weed is the
Herb.
winner on this year's election.
Herb's the big winner today.
Good, Herb. Anyway,
Herb and Mary Jane,
the power couple.
the power couple.
So, but if you enjoyed the show, please go online to Apple Podcasts, give us a 5-star rating, tell a friend
Helps us
about
a lot.
us.
Please do that.
Yeah, just spread the word about Vote Pro Podcast. If you're enjoying it, I'm sure you know somebody else who will as well. Jay, tell us how to get in touch.
Well, you can send us an email at podcast@votepropot.com, and we have a message line. Please call our message line. Give us some ideas for segments or your feedback on
That'd be cool.
anything that we did today in the show. Give us your feedback. Just say hello, whatever. We'll play it on the show. And, don't forget about YouTube. Hit the subscribe button and hit the little bell.
The little bell icon.
Hit the little bell icon. Andrew, what do you got, buddy?
And this will be the last time you'll hear me say this for a while. Because if Jay did his job and he released this early in the day, like you really should release this at 4:20 in the morning on election day. Okay? So there might be some people listening to this podcast
on the way
their
to
way
the
to work.
polls. Yeah.
Or on their way to the polls.
Right.
In other words, you might be hearing this and you still might have a chance to vote. So get out there and vote. Grab a friend. Kidnap somebody. There you go. Kidnap somebody and take them to the polls.
Make them vote.
If you can want to find out more about the cannabis industry or the politics or just lifestyle in general, you can find out more on our social networking platforms. So just go to LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter and do a search for Vote Pro Pot.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to another very special edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young. And today we're very proud to be joined by Valerio Romano. He is a very well-respected attorney in the cannabis space, not only here in Massachusetts, but also all the way to the left coast to California, where he went to the University of San Francisco undergrad, and also to their law school. So Valerio, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks, Jimmy. Happy to be here with you virtually.
There you go. And that's the new normal these days, right? Is that when it's just the way everybody does business, I guess. One of the first questions I want to kind of set you up to the fact that you were one of the co-authors of Question 4 in Massachusetts 4 years ago that led to the opening of the adult use legalization of cannabis in the Bay State. Writing a ballot question is a skill unto itself. And I know that in Nebraska, they could have used your strength and reputation and perhaps wordsmith because they had a ballot question and then was thrown out because of complications, I guess. Explain the challenges of writing a clear and concise ballot question for people to go in and check.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you. We wouldn't have been able to do it in Massachusetts without the Marijuana Policy Project, who's been a nationwide leader on ending cannabis prohibition, really taking the lead. And, you know, the fantastic drafters with incredible experience helped us through the process in Mass. But one of the things we learned in Massachusetts, there were many of us in the room when we put this together over the course of about a year, fundraising and otherwise, who really believed in the restorative social justice element to ending cannabis prohibition, and a good cannabis law should address those realities. Unfortunately, in Massachusetts, one of the things that we confronted was the single subject rule for ending cannabis prohibition and drafting a ballot initiative. And that's exactly what happened in Nebraska as well. So, the basics of that law was to give a constitutional right for people with serious medical conditions to medically use cannabis, subject to a recommendation by a physician, cultivate it, produce it. But there are other aspects to the rule, which unfortunately ran afoul of that. Well, the courts at the end decided ran afoul of that single subject rule. And, unfortunately, those aspects were providing access to the cannabis by those that weren't the patients, creating a private right to cultivate it, but also tangential things like smoking cannabis in public, operation of motor vehicles while impaired with cannabis, prohibiting those things. So the court struck down that rule, I think, or that law, and I think, or didn't you actually allow it to get on the ballot? And I think the point here is that prohibitionists will grasp at anything to stop cannabis legalization. And frequently the prohibitionists are not just those with, a moral issue with cannabis or who believe wrongly that it's a gateway drug, but actually people with a financial interest in cannabis prohibition, alcohol lobby, pharmaceutical. And if you look at those who put money into Massachusetts when we were waging our battle, it was alcohol lobby. And so, that's what you'll see. And that's a big problem that happens. So you really have to be attentive and careful when drafting these laws.
And of course, speaking of laws, over the past weekend, the United States House of Representatives on Friday passed the MORE Act. And you mentioned immediately the tie between the legalization of this plant for either medicinal purposes or adult use purposes, but also the expungement of all those records and cannabis arrests and cannabis possession arrests specifically. And one thing that I have learned over the 2 years of doing interviews is this really isn't a drug issue. It truly is a civil rights issue, and the two are intertwined. Do you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And there's people approach this industry, particularly lawyers, from different perspectives, right? So when I started in California, I started out doing criminal defense. And some of the people that, I represented or our office represented, particularly in federal court, didn't have a lot of defense to cannabis use or to cannabis cultivation. And so these are the people that really paved the way for the industry as we know it. And they paved the way with their liberty. We had people who did 10 years for cultivating cannabis, completely nonviolent crimes, no guns around. No allegation that they were selling cannabis to children, or minors. Just merely cultivating cannabis landed them in, 10 years with minimum mandatory. And, the social justice and civil rights issue, it's beholden on all of us who represent folks in the industry to represent those people with criminal convictions in cannabis as well, and not just look for the biggest pockets, the deepest pockets to represent, but really, unlike some attorneys who approach this, we really want to make sure that we represent people who paved the way for this industry. And a criminal history in cannabis should not be something that dissuades someone from representing that individual in the industry, because they're the ones who made it possible for all of us.
And I think the stat is well over 511,000 cannabis arrests in the United States in 2019. And about 486,000 violent arrests have nothing to do with cannabis. So the fact that they're still arresting people, especially people of color, for cannabis possession crimes in 2019 still is kind of a really horrific statistic that I know a lot of people are trying the best that they can to change that schedule and also to change the law, even though the MORE Act was symbolic in effect, because we all both recognize that it's not going to get very far, if it even gets to the front door of the U.S. Senate. Was it still worth it to take that vote to send a message to the people that the House of Representatives anyway understands that 68% of Americans want this plant legalized?
Yeah, when almost 70% of Americans, support legalization, even it's the majority of Republicans support legalization. It's really hard to not take that sort of vote in the House of Representatives. But unfortunately, in the House, it was basically on party lines. Just a few people on each side crossed over. People of color are 3 to 4 times more likely to be arrested for a cannabis crime where uses are the same. And so I think it was absolutely critical that the House took that vote. And unfortunately, at the U.S., at the Senate level, we have Republicans like Mitch McConnell and Todd Young who sort of, criticize and sort of laugh at the whole thing. But even Republicans who support, cannabis legalization, like Matt Gaetz from Florida, he sort of poo-poos the social restorative justice elements of the law. So, even though you have support, you don't have the support for the other critical parts of it.
Why do people want to still get into the cannabis business right now, Valerio, with all these regulations, all the compliance issues? It's still a Schedule I drug as of today. Why are people lining up with their checkbooks trying to get into this business?
Well, I wish more people were lining up with their checkbooks. Financing can be the hardest part of the industry, right? Particularly in Massachusetts, financing and acquisition of property for retail can be the hardest part, and local permitting. But there's this perception of a green rush, and so there's that idea that there's so much money in it, and unfortunately, cities and towns and also the states have the same perception, right? And so they think there's all this money in it, and anybody's getting in it is going to be flush until the federal prohibition on taking regular business deductions, 280E, goes away. There isn't this green rush. There isn't this incredible amount of money, and municipalities and states who have been locking people up for decades for paying their bills with cannabis, as Dave Chappelle said, shouldn't be now paying their bills with cannabis until we get a real change. But some people also are really dedicated to the plant, and they love cultivating it. And this is really important part of their lives. It's, and so there's that aspect to it. So many growers want to get involved with, in Massachusetts, you call it a tier 1 grow, but 5,000 square foot or less grow. And they just don't realize how much it's actually going to cost to open at the end of the day, between state, local licensing, building out the grow and compliance with the state regulations, including security. So it's really expensive. But then it's also a really interesting industry as well. If you know about retail, branding, there's incredible amounts of science involved with it. So for those that want to run a very sort of complex and interesting business that allows them to create these fantastic brands, it also attracts those folks. And then there's a lot of people who just don't get it either, right? If you ever go to a cannabis convention or meet people who are getting in, they just have no business sense whatsoever. So that's the other reason people get in, because they don't know what they're getting into. And when I speak with new clients, I always tell them it's going to take 4 times longer and cost 4 times as much to get involved in this industry as they might think. And I think that's critical.
And I think it's also very interesting to point out, because even those of us who may not be the smartest or the sharpest business people and are involved with MRBs, marijuana-related businesses, don't realize that even though you aren't a plant-touching business, if you are still taking cash or any kind of remuneration from those that are in the plant touching side of the business, you're still considered part of the business, and you can't do banking in the United States. That was one of those, I don't know, maybe it's a rite of passage that my company had to go through within the last year, but I do feel like now I've lost my cherry. I'm part of the business. I embrace it, but I do worry about the money grab. I'm worried about how, yes, I recognize how challenging it is to build capital and how many injustices have been and how many barriers to entry there have been for those who've been most affected by the war on drugs. But in a capitalist society, Valerio, money dictates a lot of direction of business and politics. Can cannabis, as we know it, survive?
Oh, absolutely. Well, first of all, on the banking issue, there are some banks, Century Bank in Massachusetts was foremost, but there are others that are jumping on. You don't have the robust suite of banking services, but you have a checking account, you have payroll. The cannabis businesses have access to for their customers to use debit. So there is some banking, but there isn't the traditional loans that you might get. And there's also this federal tax issue. But I think it absolutely can survive. I mean, there's great momentum at the federal level. We now have a president-elect who may be more willing to move this type of legislation forward. We could see what's going to happen in Georgia. There's a couple really important Senate seats up. And so, I have a lot of faith, and particularly when 280E, that federal prohibition on regular business deductions, Internal Revenue Code Section 280E, when that goes away, which the MORE Act would effectively do, and there are other attempts to do it, safe banking, that would make a huge difference. And I have a lot of faith, and I think that cannabis will survive both for small operators as well as larger multi-state operators.
Yeah, and that's really the follow-up question I had is, can MSOs, multi-state operators, and craft farmers, small mom and pop type operators survive? And is there an equal and level playing field inside each state wherever they both exist?
Well, I can't speak to all states, but Massachusetts and California, where I'm barred, where I'm an attorney, I think they can actually. I mean, ComCan in Massachusetts is a great example. A brother and sister started this business, no multi-state operator affiliation, and they're largely thought of as the best cannabis operator in the state. And so they can survive. And they can actually work together. I mean, multi-state operators have taken a big hit in the last few years with the capital markets falling apart. And so, you can look at stock prices, and the availability of funds and what the multi-state operators are able to do, particularly in Massachusetts. I think they can survive. But the important thing is to allow them to work together. And so multi-state operators were particularly interested in Massachusetts and infusing capital into the industry. If it costs, a minimum of a few $1 million, call it $5 million to open up, 25,000 square feet of cultivation, and we need, maybe 6 million square feet to actually satisfy the demand, and we probably have 350,000 square feet of operational cultivation today, there's a long way to go, and we need that money to come in. And unfortunately, what happened in Massachusetts is any multi-state operator who tried to invest in the industry was looked at, almost sternly and with a lot of skepticism. And the Boston Globe was beating them up. And I worked with those operators during that time, and I didn't know of one financing or loan agreement where that multi-state operator was trying to take advantage of the smaller business person who was trying to get in the industry. They were all incredibly fair, reasonable, reflected fair market value terms for cannabis contracts. And really, Massachusetts blew it. We had the opportunity for these operators to come in and infuse the hundreds of millions of dollars of capital that we needed, and we chased them out of the state. And I'm hoping that future jurisdictions that come online don't make the same mistake, because that's why there's very few cannabis licenses given to social equity and economic empowerment applicants. There's very few open nationwide. It's like 4% of these businesses. And so we really need to make an effort to allow the multi-state operators who come in with good intentions to invest in this industry. And this is really the shortcoming of all these restorative justice elements of any law. And the MORE Act tried to address it, right? There's this 5% of sales that go into this fund that's supposed to infuse capital into these communities that were disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs. And so we're failing at that in Massachusetts incredibly, despite the lip service that's given to that.
Did the delivery license element and initiative by the Cannabis Control Commission to give a 3-year advantage to social equity applicants for those delivery licenses, is that good enough, Valerio?
No. The delivery licenses in Massachusetts, unfortunately, there's this big scare of the existing licensed operators that the delivery licenses are going to give this incredible advantage to folks who haven't had to go through the hurdles and the work and spend the money. But no, the delivery license in Massachusetts needs to have a brick and mortar. They need to have a warehouse. They need to follow all the security regulations. The cities and towns, in order to site one of these warehouses, typically, almost universally, with very few exceptions, have a special permit requirement. You need to hire engineers and architects to apply for your special permit. You need to, provide engineered plans, site plans. You need to hire counsel. There's incredibly, stringent and confusing regulations surrounding the delivery licenses. We're waiting the final version to come out from the Department of Regulations. So you need special permit, property acquisition, security, to open one of these warehouse deliveries, $500,000, $700,000 all day long. It's not this thing where somebody who has, access to 25 grand with them and their brother can get into this industry. It's far, far more than that. And the commission, unfortunately, it's great that they've reduced the license fees for these delivery licenses in their new vote, passing these regulations a few days ago. But unfortunately, it's not nearly enough. What we need is this fund that's going to loan money at maybe even interest-free terms to these operators, so that they can, so they can get involved in the industry. And that's what the MORE Act attempts to do. And that's really, if you want to have this restorative justice approach to the industry, you need to be able to do that, because the delivery licenses, the wholesale delivery license particularly, is not one that's going to allow access to the industry.
In California, the other state that you are licensed to practice law in, recently a lawsuit was brought against, I believe it was the Cannabis Control Commission or the California Board of Cannabis or whatever the heck they call the thing out there. But they took down billboards. They're now not allowing dispensaries or operators to use billboards to push out their messages. I was kind of surprised at this. And then sure enough, when you drive through Massachusetts, you do see billboards. What's your feeling about billboards as really the only traditional media access that the cannabis industry has to a major audience, a lot of eyeballs?
Yeah, sure. So the Bureau of Cannabis Control in California had determined that, billboards would be available as long as they were at least 15 miles from a border. And unfortunately, what they did was the ballot initiative that ended cannabis prohibition in California pretty much expressly prohibited billboards. And the BCC essentially, through regulation, rewrote the ballot initiative. And in California, legislators cannot substantially amend a ballot initiative. The voters' will trumps, period. If you look at what happened in Massachusetts after we passed Question 4 in 2016, it was quite the opposite. The legislature completely rewrote the ballot initiative, that the voters had passed. So in Massachusetts, you don't have the same rule. So what happened in California isn't necessarily automatically going to happen in Massachusetts. My thought on billboards is that they're fine. I don't want billboards. I'm raising 3 boys in Massachusetts, right? I don't want my kids to, be stoners in high school, right? So I don't want billboards for anything, whether it's alcohol, tobacco, cannabis, whatever. I don't want any advertising that, unjustly, glorifies or makes it look cool to use any particular substance. So I think that's the issue with billboards. But in Massachusetts, there's a particular rule in Massachusetts that prohibits advertising on billboards unless at least 85% of the target audience is reasonably expected to be 21 years or over. And can you say that for any billboard? I don't know, right?
No.
Yeah, I think it's hard. I remember in Quincy, there was a billboard that was there was a billboard showing about 25% fewer opioid mortalities is what it talked about, and it cited the law and the study from the American Medical Association, and that billboard was forced to be taken down because neighbors didn't like it. And so I support billboards, I support advertising. I just think that it's important how you do the advertising so as not to make it look cooler to use cannabis for younger people.
And I will say this about younger people, and their job, as you know, is to push up against those barriers that we older people put on them. And that includes our laws, that includes the rules inside your house. It includes all those rules and regulations that kids are always going to push the envelope up against and see what they can get away with. That is the nature of growing up. Mommy and daddy tell you, don't touch that stove, it's hot. You're going to still want to know, what does hot really feel like, right? So you're going to touch the stove quickly just to see. That is the nature of it. As a parent, it is also a great opportunity to talk to your children, not just about cannabis, but about all the adult use products out there and why they're for adults only. Do you see this as an opportunity to do such a thing?
I mean, absolutely. Look, it's up to adults to lock up their drugs, whether it's prescription medication or whether it's cannabis or alcohol. It's up to us to keep those things from being accessible to our kids. And if we can't take that responsibility on our own shoulders, then we're the ones who are failing the kids, not the other way around.
It always comes back to the toughest job any of us ever have or had, which is being a parent, right?
Right. But it's also the most rewarding.
That's a great way to wrap this thing up. Valerio Romano, what a pleasure it is to talk with you again. I give you all the luck in the world in your new venture, back out on your own again. You're the boss, right? Your name's on that billboard on the office in Boston. So you still have to clean those toilets if they need to be cleaned, right, Valerio?
Well, everything's virtual these days, but that's right, Jimmy. Thank you very much.
All right. So for Valerio Romano, I'm Jimmy Young. Thanks for watching In the Weeds. Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening.
Now, Weed Talk News and In the Weeds are all available on most major podcast distributors like iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, and our friends at clnsmedia.com and our flagship, cannabis.net. So subscribe, share, and like our videos on all the social media networks out there, including LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, the WeedTube, and YouTube. Weed Talk and In the Weeds are two productions of Pro Cannabis Media supported by Revolutionary Clinics, one of the top medical cannabis dispensaries in the Massachusetts area, now with 3 locations in Greater Boston, 2 in Cambridge and 1 on Broadway in Somerville. Rev Clinics has a patient-first mission. They will customize your needs as a medical patient with the proper titration and combination of strains, flavors, and products. Rev Clinics, where the patient comes first.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Welcome to Emerald Live Educational Series. I'm Jill Cohen, Managing Director of Emerald Live, the webinar division of Emerald Media Group. Hope everyone is staying cool in this heat wave. Wow, I feel like I'm melting. I want to give out a huge thanks to our partners, Garden State Normal, Last Prisoners Project, Tribe Tokes Luxury CBD, and Cannabis Voters Project. For those of you who live in New Jersey, be sure to spread the word to vote yes on November 4th ballot. Let's get adult use legalized. Be sure to follow us on our social media pages. Joe will post our handles in the chat room. We also encourage you to network in the chat room. Feel free to share your LinkedIn profile and social media handles. Today we'll be talking about science behind cannabis. But before we get started with the panel, here's a quick clip on industry news from Jimmy Young.
Thanks, Jill. Here are today's news headlines from the whole new world of weed. The federal government and the Department of Justice continues to target cannabis businesses, and now they're suing the state of California's Bureau of Cannabis Control. The DOJ wants that state's bureau to comply with a DEA subpoena on the financial records of cannabis companies, including shipping manifests. Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C., the DEA is blaming the FDA for holding up CBD regulations. Now, The FDA says it's the DEA's jurisdiction. Meanwhile, the unregulated CBD market is a mess. Last week, the FDA released a report that tested 147 random products that listed CBD as its main ingredient. 72 of those items contain more than the allowed 0.03% of THC in those products. The majority of the products all had different amounts of CBD in them in comparison to their labels. Now, on a side note, my opinion, of course, you could blame all this CBD confusion on Mitch McConnell's farm bill that was signed into law by that senator in December of 2018. The farm bill allows farmers to grow hemp, a product with a variety of uses that looks like its THC cousin, cannabis sativa. Now, you think maybe a little research into the cannabinoids that the cannabis sativa plant generates might have prepared those various government agencies from all this confusion at the federal and state levels? I think so. This is why cannabis is right in the middle of the political debate on Capitol Hill, where the Senate is holding up its second COVID-19 relief bill because they don't want any mention of cannabis in it. In the meantime, there's a new study out of Yale University's Journal of Biology and Medicine that, in conclusion, says, quote, marijuana's inhalation is associated with short-term reductions in depressive feelings, unquote. 96% of the 1,819 people who participated in this study experienced symptomatic relief from their depression that featured strains that were indeed THC dominant. No disrespect to the researchers here, but why do you think users call using cannabis getting high? This November, Arizona, Florida, New Jersey, New Mexico, South Dakota, and New York all have that legalization question on the ballot for the November 2020 election. Some companies are agreeing to actually shut down on election day so more people can vote, and still others are moving towards more mail-in ballots. And lastly, we have to talk about another reason why Black Lives Matter. The story of Sean Worsley is getting national attention, and it should. Worsley is a Purple Heart veteran of the Iraq War from Arizona who has a card for medicinal marijuana from his state. So when he and his fiancée were traveling through Alabama, they stopped to fill up at a gas station. Worsley was outside the car playing air guitar to his music coming from his vehicle. Well, that attracted the attention of an Alabama policeman who asked if he could search their car. Now, since Worsley had a medical card, he thought he was safe, but this, of course, was in Alabama. Sure enough, the cop busted Worsley and his fiancée, and now they're facing 5 years in jail. In Alabama, a black person is 4 times more likely than a white person to be arrested for cannabis. This is why cannabis is right in the middle of the civil rights debate in this country and has been for decades. Steve D'Angelo's Last Prisoner Project is trying to expunge the records of all those people who have been convicted of a cannabis crime, most for possession. Google it, support it, call your legislators, and most importantly, vote. I'm Jimmy Young for Pro Cannabis Media and We Talk News. Please subscribe, like, and share. I'm a very sensitive person. Thank you, Jill. Thank you, Christina, for allowing me onto the show.
Thanks, Jimmy. We appreciate that. A round of applause for Jimmy.
Applause. No applause. Just like, share, and subscribe. Thank
and
you,
just
Jill.
so you know, he's the founder and president of Pro Cannabis Media and the original content creator and host of In the Weeds podcast. Please check the chat room for his credentials and follow him. Thanks again, Jimmy. I'd like to introduce Christina DiGiovanni, the CEO of Emerald Media Group. She will introduce our speakers and get the conversation started.
Thank you, Jill. Thank you, Jimmy, very much. Thank you all for joining us this afternoon. I'm Christina DiGiovanni from Emerald Media Group, and I want to thank our panelists for being here as well. We have a lovely crew today. Tammy Pettigrew, founder of Cannabis Cutie. We have Charles Macelleroy, founder of Gold Leaf, and Emma Chaston, cannabis educator and industry consultant. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you.
I'd like to just, go around, and Emma, maybe we'll start with you, and just tell our audience a little bit about yourselves, maybe how you came into connection with cannabis.
Sure. So I have been working in the legal cannabis industry now for 5 years. I got my start in Portland, Oregon, and I am still based here. And I come with a rather academic background in medicinal plant research and ethnobotany, which is the study of the way in which indigenous peoples use medicinal plants. So I got that degree from Brown University and then went on to work for the Brown Oncology Research Group, where I conducted clinical oncology trials nationwide and just found, you know what, this is not exactly the area where I can make an impact, where I can bring plant medicine into a mainstream conversation around health and wellness. So packed up my car, drove across the country back in 2015, landed in Portland about a month before the early onset of adult use sales for cannabis here, and found my way into a dispensary, Pharma, in Portland, and really noticed the lack of education and training, especially for our bud tender and retail cannabis personnel. And that is where I kind of focused all of my attention and energy in designing a curriculum on cannabis science and its purported effects to really scale across the industry, not only for our bud tenders to be able to provide better service to patients and consumers, but also for lay enthusiasts and industry professionals across the board.
Great. Thank you so much. Charlie, would you like to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. Yeah, my name is Charles McElroy. You can call me Charlie. I am the founder and chief creative at Gold Leaf. And what Gold Leaf does, it's a cannabis-specific design and education company. We try and make the science behind cannabis approachable, enjoyable, and we also kind of work to normalize and destigmatize the topic. So we tackle a lot of subjects from cultivation, medicinal, recreational, and we try to make them visually pleasing and also very informative and educational. We've had the pleasure of working with lots of great folks in the industry, including Emma on occasion. And yeah, if you want to see any of our work, the artwork or the journal series that we do, you can check out goldleaf.org or shopgoldleaf.com.
Thank you very much. Tammy, please tell our audience about yourself.
My name is Tammy Pettigrew. I go by the Cannabis Cutie on social media, and I am a cannabis educator in the space. I noticed when attending a lot of these industry events that the number one need was cannabis education. So I started creating 1-minute videos on my Instagram explaining science and education, history, and laws. And that kind of spawned into my own cannabis curriculum. So I created a course for the cannabis entrepreneur and cannabis advocate to have a full understanding of the plant. I feel that we need to fully understand the history to understand why social equity is so important. I think if you have a business, you need to fully understand how to market your product by understanding the science behind cannabis. And I also went to the University of Miami where I got my MBA. So my next course will be basic business information to help the cannapreneur figure out what is necessary in order to have a successful business in the space.
Great. Well, there are many cannapreneurs out there, so I know we could all use as much help in the community as possible. So I want to start off with, I think question number one, before we even dive into the science, what is the difference between hemp and cannabis? And Tammy, I want to start with you.
So my perspective, and there's actually kind of two different views in the botany world, but my perspective is that they're not cousins, they're actually siblings. There was a story about a drug dog in Ohio that couldn't differentiate between cannabis and hemp, and someone got arrested for hemp. And that's because cannabinoids don't have sense. It is the hemp plant. The legal definition in the United States says that it's a cannabis plant that is only allowed to produce under 0.3% THC. And if it does, it becomes then a high CBD sativa plant. But the difference is what one is allowed to create and the other one is just allowed to freely synthesize whatever cannabinoids it wants to.
Thank you. Emma, would you like to maybe give us your perspective on the difference between hemp and cannabis?
Sure, yeah. So I definitely agree with you, Tammy, that hemp is cannabis, that it falls under that umbrella term. So when we talk about cannabis, as far as like classification terminology, cannabis is a genus and hemp falls underneath that umbrella of cannabis. And the reason why we have this almost arbitrary definition of the 0.03% THC being that threshold for hemp is actually because of a research scientist out of Canada, Dr. Ernest Small, who he was conducting botanical research and he was growing out a lot of different varieties of cannabis. And he found that these two groups kind of separated based on this chemotype or this chemical concentration of THC, where one group of genetics seemed to produce more than 0.03% THC and the other group of genetics seemed to produce less than 0.03% THC. So governments, both Canada and the United States, then made their determination, their legal definition of hemp based off of this research. However, it is important to note that even Dr. Small has come out and said on record that 0.03% THC is not the threshold for psychotropic activity. It's not that above that 0.03% THC, you're all of a sudden going to be high out of your mind, and below it, you're not. And so it's really important that there is a certain level of flexibility, especially as we're writing regulations around hemp versus cannabis in regards to like hemp-derived concentrates, that level of THC not be so strict because it's not the benchmark for psychotropic activity at all.
Charlie, what do you think?
Well, I'd wholly agree with everybody. There's not tons more to add to that conversation. I would just note that one thing that people often operate with is the look of the plant. Especially where I'm from in kind of the Midwest, where the understanding isn't quite where it is on maybe the West Coast. So the looks of it do look pretty much like a sativa. And before that Canadian study you mentioned, that was kind of the thought is that hemp would be some sort of sativa variety. And that also is not like a clear-cut truth, simply because all indicas and sativas have been kind of homogenized over millennia. So there's not really very much purity in these genetics anymore. So kind of painting it with that brush is relatively inaccurate.
And so, you mentioned indica and sativa. So are you saying that there is no difference between the two, or that there is a significant difference between the two?
There's certainly a difference, but you're not going to really find pure cultivars anymore. They just never have existed in the modern times because everything has been crossbred, and all of the, I guess, like the black market breeding, or a lot of the genetic science that happened outside of the legal gaze has made it wishy-washy. So when you are maybe at a dispensary or something and you see something that says pure sativa, it's likely not a pure sativa, and that's not a good indicator of what you can expect. It's the chemical cocktail within that will kind of showcase what you can expect as far as the feels, not what that name says.
Emma, on the topic of indica and sativa, can you talk to us a little bit about the psychoactivity with THC and how different strains might affect people differently, or what your thoughts are on behind that?
Sure, yeah. So I agree with Charlie that indica and sativa is not a good marker to predict experience. In fact, it is pretty much nonsensical, because what you're doing is ascribing definitions of species that refer to the morphological distinctions of a plant, so how a plant grows, and you're taking that information and saying, okay, well, there is consistent experience coming from this specific morphology, and that just doesn't hold up for a few reasons. One, at the time that these species were defined, at no point did the taxonomists smoke up a doobie of cannabis indica and write down oh my god, I am so in the couch right now. That never happened. They only noted that it grew short and bushy and had these dense flowers. And as Charlie was saying, even if at one point these species did correlate to really consistent experience, it does not matter now because almost everything on the current market is hybridized. So there is a degree of mix in the indica and sativa genetics. And so when we go to look to predict experience, there are many different markers that we can look to, but the thing that makes the most sense is to look at those chemical compounds, not only cannabinoids like THC and CBD, but also the terpenes that we're actually ingesting that are binding to our receptors, that are engaging with our enzymes and physiological factors to initiate a certain experience, whether it be therapeutic value or more in the mood of sleepy, silly, whatever it may be. It's important to note that every single person is unique. We all have a unique physiology. We all have a unique ECS. We all have a unique chemistry inside of us. And so that will, of course, influence the way in which we interact with these compounds, making cannabis medicine and cannabis consumption quite personalized and specific. And so it takes a lot of experimentation, using tools like microdosing, as well as being really conscious of set and setting so that you can figure out what works best for you.
Tammy?
They both hit it on the head, and I like that Emma brought up the fact that Lamarck and Linnaeus, the two botanists that were categorizing plants, never stopped and rolled up and smoked any plant. And a lot of people say, well, the terpenes that make you sleepy are typically in the indica plant, and the terpenes that give you energy are typically in the sativa plant. And again, there's no way to say, yes, that's correct, because we all individually react differently to terpenes, the same way that someone can drink an energy drink and just fall asleep. So it's kind of up to you. And I think with a lot of the testing that's happening and that's on cannabis packaging, it's kind of making the situation more confusing. I think we have to get back to the intuitive experience of actually using our senses to decide what we may or may not like. Your nose usually knows. So if you're trying to figure out what you like, start by smelling it, looking at it, feeling it, and then you'll kind of get an indication of what you like. And journaling. I use my Gold Leaf journal to kind of write down how things make me feel. And that's how I figured out that sativas were putting me to sleep.
And so you hit on something that was really interesting, packaging, and the confusion that's coming out now. What are some of the major and minor cannabinoids? I know personally I've seen CBDN, THCA, and I know a surface level of what those mean. It hasn't been activated. Who'd like to jump in and kick that topic off?
Well, I would say that, with cannabinoids, there's one main cannabinoid, and that's the one that forms first, and then everything kind of comes out of that one. Or cannabinoids can transform into something else over time. So THC, over time, it's going to degrade to a cannabinoid known as CBN. And that cannabinoid is apparently just as powerful as some of the pharmaceutical sleep aids that are on the market now. CBC is another cannabinoid that's starting to get its shine, and it's actually much better at targeting anxiety than CBD is. And I'll let the other panelists take on some more.
Yeah, I think that both major and minor cannabinoids, I think that all of them play a role. If you have your kind of pulse on cannabis news, you'll have seen that Dr. Meshulam, who was the one who synthesized THC, he recently synthesized an analyte that was identical to CBDA. And so CBDA is the acidic form of CBD, and it exists in the raw cannabis plant. And so most people consume it by juicing the leaves and then drinking that juice. And the reason why he synthesized that cannabinoid was because even though it does not really bind to your cannabinoid receptors, it doesn't have any psychoactive potential, it is so much more bioavailable when we consume it through our gut. Because it is acidic, it's non-fat soluble. And so it is able to bypass the liver metabolism, enter into our digestive system, and then enact some amazing therapeutic value, at least as science suggests currently, in regards to anti-inflammatory action and pain relief, even more so than CBD or THC. So that's just one example of the way in which even an acidic, a raw cannabinoid that doesn't bind to our endocannabinoid receptors as we know it yet, is really quite powerful. And I'm a firm believer in the ensemble effect, aka the entourage effect, that all of these compounds, all these cannabinoids are working together to produce the most therapeutic value possible.
Yeah, just adding to that, Tammy, you had mentioned CBN. My own experiences, I'm very sensitive to CBN. I I try to generally avoid it just because too much will kind of make me feel really dizzy. And I know a lot of folks probably think that it's like a clear-cut sedative. But, CBN, I think, has that sedative quality only when the entourage or ensemble effect is at play. And you're also dealing with a little bit of still the active THC, as well as the terpenes that have kind of aged out or are in the process of changing as well. And that can garner quite a different experience from the exact same plant or cultivar if enough time passes, or depending on where you get it, what the actual kind of chemical components and labs showed from the cultivar out of the gates.
Emma, you mentioned juicing, and that's really interesting because there are a lot of different ways that we can get the benefits of cannabis. Can we talk about the delivery methods? There's smoking, there's vaping, there's decarboxylating your cannabis, edibles. Emma, what's your favorite delivery method? We'll start there, and why?
Oh, good question. It's hard to pick a favorite. Honestly, I'm an edible girl. I like to take a little bit, forget that I even took it, and then be like, oh, why do I feel so good right now? And remember that I took an edible. I will say though that with each consumption method comes a different bioavailable chemical reaction that you are allowing your body to undergo. So it will really be dependent on what type of experience you are looking for. I am a consistent cannabis user. I'm very experienced. I'm a higher doser, so edibles work really well for me. However, edible dose can be tricky because you are getting a much higher concentration of that 11-hydroxy THC if you're ingesting delta-9 THC because of liver processing, and that can be quite psychotropic and cause a much more intense high than smoking per se. Topical use is also a really great consumption method or way to engage with cannabis if you don't want to feel high at all, and if you're looking for kind of localized therapeutic relief and localized therapeutic value. It's really important to fully understand the way in which your body might react to a consumption method before engaging with that method. And even when you do decide to jump in and try one out, I still recommend to microdose so that you can make sure to really titrate your dose, offset any negative side effects, and then slowly but surely increase or decrease as needed.
Yeah, start low, go slow. Then
exactly.
You can't go back. So, Charlie, what's your favorite delivery method?
I think I prefer vaporization. I'd love to get more into edibles, but I generally have adopted microdosing, and the vaporizer, I just feel like I have more control, and I can kind of have that immediate the immediate onset. So, and it's a little cleaner than smoking. I don't think I've smoked since for quite a while. It's obviously not that healthy, and while vaporization still involves the lungs, I have pretty dialed in process as far as my control over the any additional sediments or whatever might come into play there. So yeah, I would probably say without hesitation I enjoy the vaporizer.
Okay, very cool. Tammy, how about yourself?
Well, for me, even though I have asthma, smoking is my favorite way to consume. I'm a mother, so sometimes I just need that quick, immediate effect. And then also when I vaporize, I notice that I can't breathe as well. So I like to just stick to the old True Blue healthy rice paper joints or hemp wrap blunts. And then I also like to do sublingual methods. There are these tabs that kind of melt underneath my tongue, and I get the effects really quick, and that's also a fun way to consume other cannabinoids for me personally.
I think I've tried those before. Yeah. So, we know cannabis affects everyone differently, and, what we eat, how much we weigh, those can all play a factor. What are some of the KPIs if someone wanted to track their their consumption and how it works for them, what are some of the things that they can be on the lookout for?
You know, that's going to differ for a lot of people. I think that there are things you should always pay attention to in terms of your own daily rhythms. Sleep is a big factor, how much food you have in your tummy and general dietary habits, other medications or other types of inputs that you're putting into your body can really kind of change what you experience. So keeping track of those are big, as well as, you know, in my case, I mentioned the vaporizer. I only really vaporize flour. I agree that, you know, vaporizing like an extract is a little rough. So Tammy, I'm right there with you. But the temperature is a big thing for me. I try to keep it at lower temperatures. Again, for like the microdosing, just kind of enjoying a little bit more of the different flavors. And then I also don't have that really strong high experience ever. It's just kind of like a slow purr. So, you know, I'll kind of pause there, but those are some of the big ones that have been impactful for me and some of my family and friends. So yeah, I'll kick the can over to one of the others.
Okay, Tammy, what other key points can people be on the lookout for if they're trying to track how cannabis affects them?
I think you should definitely check the harvest date on the packaging and who harvested that particular cultivar. People see a strain name and they automatically assume that they're going to get the same effect across the board, and that's just not the case. And I noticed that recently with one of my favorite strains that came back out, and I didn't have the same effects. And I noticed that it was grown by different growers, and different growers have different methods, and depending on the stressors and the amount of light that the plant has, there's going to be a different type of chemical reaction that she produces. So I definitely think that the date of harvest, who harvested it, where you bought it even is important, how much you paid for, and then if you can write down all the data that is on that packaging, I think that would help you to kind of understand what terpenes you might like or what ratios you prefer.
Thank you. And Emma, what kind of research and development can people try to do to track their cannabis?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything that Tammy and Charlie said. As much information that you can get about that product itself, including who grew it, as well as what cultivation methods they used, if it was grown organically, in soil, in hydro, in cocoa, whatever it may be, that I am a firm believer is going to influence the end experience for consumer. And any data about the chemical compounds, cannabinoid, terpene, as well as the dose that you've engaged in. So if you were smoking flower, how long was your inhalation? How long did you hold it in, and how long did you wait before you did take another inhalation as well? And then the kind of final piece of the puzzle that I talk to people about when really tracking their own experience, and again, agree with Tammy that gold leaf journals are an amazing way to do this, is to really take an inventory of your health. And I'm not even talking about just physical. I'm talking about emotional, spiritual, mental. Did you have a fight with your partner that day? Did you have a stressful day at work? How much water did you drink? Did you eat food? What kind of food did you eat? Did you eat fat? Like, really take a full inventory of yourself, of your body, because all of those different avenues of health will ultimately play into the end experience that you have.
I agree. You got a holistic look.
Mm-hmm.
So earlier we had talked about microdosing, and we hear that, with cannabis, sometimes with psilocybin. Emma, can you just give us a little background information on what a microdose is and maybe why people choose to go that route?
Sure, yeah. So a microdose is defined as a relatively standardized dose across the general population that won't necessarily give any uncomfortable side effects. And again, I say most, it's not all. We're talking plant medicine, so it's really hard to standardize where we're at now. For THC, a defined microdose is 2.5 milligrams of THC, and that is rather low. However, for some people, that will cause a psychotropic experience, and it may even cause a little bit of uncomfortable side effects. However, it won't be anything that will be too abrasive, or it won't be anything that you really like feel like you can't deal with. And then from there, you're able to increase or decrease your dose as needed. Typically, I advise in like 1 milligram increments. And so it's a low and slow build. That's why we say start low, go slow. Really, the process is to get people to arrive at their optimal therapeutic dose, because it will be different for everybody. Cannabis is quite personalized. And so by doing a microdose and a regimented dose increase, we are helping to mitigate any of the more uncomfortable side effects that THC is known for.
Tammy, you mentioned using a sublingual. Would that be considered a microdose?
Yeah, depending on the amount, and Emma's right, that depends on who you are. If you're somebody that deals with a lot of pain, your microdose might actually be 20. But that's how I like to microdose as well. And my microdose number is around 10 or 15, and those little tabs that I take, they melt really quick, and then I start feeling effects within 15-20 minutes, which is ideal.
And are those effects significantly different from if someone were to eat a full edible, like a full brownie? Obviously, I mean, it's less, but I mean, as far as like the possible intoxication that they might feel?
So with the microdose, the whole goal is to not feel any kind of intoxication, but to just kind of take the edge off. So you're at that sweet spot right before you're about to feel high, but it's going to give you the therapeutic benefits so that you can function. If you're a teacher, you definitely don't want to be high with your students, but if you're really stressed out, you have a lot going on in your life, you could figure out what your number is, and it's a personal number, so that you can sit in that therapeutic zone.
Charlie, do you have any thoughts on microdosing?
Yeah, I mean, for my personal use, I use my best judgment as far as how much THC I am getting. Which varies wildly based on the particular flower, but generally I'm doing very small amounts with the vaporizer, and I've talked with other folks before about this, and they're always like, really, you're vaporizing flower to microdose? And it works for me okay. And yeah, like Tammy said, I do kind of aim for that barely feeling it. And I do struggle with autoimmune problems, and it has really worked well to kind of offset some of the symptoms of that condition, a lot better than the pharmaceuticals that I was, I've tried, and they were not very effective. So, this has worked for me personally, and I've found a level that works for me where I remain highly functional. I have that kind of wash of anxiety or the anxiety kind of washes away a little bit, and then generally I don't have the same type of inflammation throughout the day. So I'll sometimes utilize a little bit more in the evenings when my aim is to relax and go to sleep. But yeah, I mean, the secret sauce here is understanding the endocannabinoid system, and that everybody's is just so different, and there are so many different components that would affect it. So it makes like this whole subject really difficult to communicate to folks, because it's not like any other thing that you'll hear from a doctor or a physician. You expect them to give you a hard line amount and a clear-cut path forward, and that's just not how cannabis is going to work. You have to experiment on your own. You're your own guinea pig, and the good part is that you really can't hurt yourself.
What about people that are anxious about trying cannabis, or they're nervous because there is no clear path? What if they feel like they've gone too far, they've smoked too much, they ate too much? Is there anything they can do to reverse it? Can they smoke CBD? Can they take vitamin C? I'm going to let anyone jump out there that wants to give this a shot. How could we reverse it if someone goes a little too far?
There are so many methods. CBD actually is going to stop that THC from breaking down, but you might have a longer effect You could try caffeine, you could take a nap. There are products out on the market that will undo your high. There's a terpene called pinene, but I wouldn't recommend any more cannabis consumption if you're too high.
Emma, do you have thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say like drink a lot of water, get cozy, make sure you're in a good space. It'll ride through. I tell people that at this point, we don't have a lethal dose of cannabis. So receptors, cannabinoid receptors, don't exist on the part of the brain that controls our heart, that controls our lungs, that controls our brain function. And so cannabis cannot shut down your heart. It can't shut down your lungs. It can't shut down your brain. You may feel like your heart's beating out of your chest like crazy, but you're not going to die. So just like keep that mantra. I also really talk people through when they're having like overdose freakouts, exactly what's happening in your physiology. So your system is getting flooded with THC, and actually at the last time of inhalation or at the last point at which you consumed, if you're smoking or vaporizing or inhaling, the peak experience happens at 10 minutes, around 10 minutes. So after you get through that, it's all downhill from there, baby. So just ride it out. You'll be okay. Like Tammy said, you could take some CBD, but it may prolong the experience, especially if you took a lot of THC to kind of get to that place of paranoia and overdose anxiety. But it can kill you, so you'll be okay.
Good to know. Good to know. Charlie, do you have anything you want to add to that, or?
No, Emma, you said it can't kill you, right?
Yes, with a T. With the T.
Yeah, right. That tea evaporates here on Zoom. No, I wouldn't add much, except I think laying down, getting cozy, trying to sleep it off, and drinking a whole bunch of water is, a good step. But there's no like clear-cut miracle pill to make it go away, just like if you had too much to drink or something. So, just reminding yourself that, you will be okay, this will pass. And, if you fall asleep, then you won't be thinking about it.
I will add, just don't go to the hospital. It'll be one of the most expensive naps of your life. They're going to just let you go to sleep and maybe give you an IV to stay hydrated.
It would be a great experience. All right, well, I want to ask one last question, and then I want to open it up to our guests. If anyone out there has a question that you'd like asked, please type it into the chat, and we will do our best to get through all of it. My last question for you all, though, is full spectrum versus non-spectrum. Emma, would you like to start this one?
Yeah, definitely. So I am a big proponent of full spectrum products. And full spectrum, it means that in the concentrate or extract that is used to formulate a cannabis product, that the extractor has undergone methodology to really retain the unique fingerprint of the plant material. And typically that means low temp and long time. So you are not damaging those terpenes, which are incredibly volatile and can easily be degraded through thermal degradation. And so to me, that employs the entourage or ensemble effect that is all of the compounds working together to produce the most medically efficacious response possible through synergistic relationships. And a synergy is when we have one compound plus another compound actually equals a multiplicative response. And so it's not just additive there. You can also have distillate or isolate on the market, and those are different stages of refinement of a product. So distillate is an extract that has gone through a distillation, usually a steam distillation that requires some heat to fraction off compounds, usually in regards to targeting higher concentrations of cannabinoids. However, you'll sacrifice your terpenes. With an isolate, you're looking at just one singular isolated compound, CBD or THC. And this is all to say that, of course, like all of these products may be therapeutic for your specific experience that you're looking for. However, if we're looking for the most therapeutic value possible, I'm a fan of full spectrum.
There's also broad spectrum, and the difference there is it's kind of a full spectrum approach, except they will take another step to fully remove the THC, and then isolates. And this kind of opens the door for like what Jimmy was saying about the regulation of the CBD industry and how it's just like the Wild West. I've seen so many companies touting whichever process that they're using, whether it be isolate, full spectrum, broad spectrum as being like the best for, this reason or this reason. And, unless there's some kind of updated research on what makes it the best, I believe that, we're still in the realm of everybody's best is different. So you kind of have to try them out and see which works for you.
Cameron, do you have any thoughts on full spectrum versus non-spectrum or broad spectrum?
Full spectrum is definitely my preference, just because you have this plant and it has so many chemicals, and with isolates, what you're trying to do is you're trying to take one member of this party and ask it to perform everything, and it just can't stand alone. And then even with CBD, I prefer my CBD to be full spectrum because, again, they work well together. When you try to take away some parts to satisfy, laws or whatever it may be, it's not going to be as effective because, again, you're taking its important players and you're saying no. And that's why some people have low effects when they try CBD and they say it's not working. I would say isolates probably are not going to work, and then broad spectrum may work, but full spectrum is going to be your best bet. And unfortunately, a lot of companies are just using these words for marketing right now, is what I can kind of gather.
Yeah, I think a big part of it, though, is somebody would probably choose an isolate, which I've seen marketed as THC-free, because, and I'm not an expert on this part, but it won't show up on drug tests. Like, there's no chance that an isolate of CBD would cause you to fail a drug test, whereas a full spectrum product could possibly. Personally, I think you should update the drug test to not include cannabis, but I think that's kind of an attribute that is why somebody would choose those, which, makes sense. If you live in a state or work for a company like, I don't know, Spectrum or somebody who's drug testing you all the time, you've got to be aware of that for your own kind of livelihood.
Right. There's politics at play. All right, so we've got a couple questions here. I'm gonna start. Let's see. Question about terpenes. Are these experienced through interaction with cannabinoid receptors, just like cannabinoids, or do terpenes interact with the body in a different way? This one's from Heather.
That's a good question. So there was actually a recent research study that I believe is from New Zealand that talked about this, and they found that terpenes do not have much influence on cannabinoid receptors. There's been previous research that showed that beta-caryophyllene has a limited binding efficiency to the CB2 receptor, which THC and CBD, it's important to note, also have rather low binding affinity for this receptor. And so beta-caryophyllene may be able to modulate some immune function, which is what the primary responsibility for that receptor is. However, the terpenes can interact in many different ways. I mean, they may make cannabinoids more bioavailable. They can interact with many of the inflammatory factors in our body, like PPAR gamma and TNF alpha. Linalool, which is a terpene found in lavender, also influences liver enzymes. And so even if you're eating an edible, terpenes, yes, they're volatile, they may get degraded, but that linalool may influence liver enzymes and therefore may influence your experience with the cannabinoids there. And so there are many different ways that terpenes can interact besides the cannabinoid receptors. Limonene can interact with our serotonin and dopamine receptors to influence the brighter mood of the experience. So there's a lot more going on than just the CB1 and CB2 receptors.
Great. Okay, this one's from Sarah. Besides CBN acting as sedative, what cannabinoids or terpenes are most promising to explain the experience traditionally described as indica or sativa?
That one, again, is going to be based on you. The rep on myrcene is that it's going to put you to sleep, but that's kind of what I use during the day. And I use sativas usually at night because I feel there's a terpene that I'm super sensitive to called terpinolene. It's supposed to give you energy, but for me, I feel it makes me really sleepy. So there's no way to really tell unless you try it. Like Charlie said, when he had CBN, it wasn't necessarily that he was sedative. And somebody also said, does anyone find CBD slightly depressive? Yeah, if you take too much, you can be an emotional zombie. Absolutely.
Okay. And I'm going to jump over to the Q&A box. Sorry about that, directing everyone to the wrong. what is a typical dose by milligram weight for CBD isolate powder?
This is again really personal. Sorry that we don't have better information for you. It's not like allopathic medicine, which is so what we're used to, right? Where we like go buy ibuprofen and the standard dose is to take 2 pills and then your pain's gonna go away. There's really no standard dose because it's plant medicine. There's actually quite a wide dose window for THC. I've seen papers from Harvard that the dose window is between 4 milligrams to 4,000 milligrams of THC, which is insane. For CBD, it can be even wider. I mean, you'll find some doctors who say, start with 800 milligrams of CBD, which to me seems insane because some people are really sensitive with 5 milligrams of CBD. So all to say, it's incredibly personal and you must experiment with yourself. A good starting dose generally I give people is between 10 to 20 milligrams, so be very prepared that that may do nothing for you.
For me, it's about 10 milligrams. Then I'm doing pretty good. All right. Does anyone out there have any more questions that they'd like to ask? Otherwise, I will turn it over to Jill, or if there's anything the panelists would like to say and inform the audience, feel free to jump in here as well.
I have a question. I'm just curious, there's all this new reports coming out about the effects of CBD on COVID-19. What are your thoughts on that?
There's just no way there's enough research to back that up. I think that's dangerous.
Yeah.
I mean, cannabinoids are good, and more than just CBD and THC are really good at boosting your immune system. So, I mean, with any virus, cannabis is going to help, protect you. But there's no definitive research that says yes or no. So it's too early to say.
Yeah, I mean, we know so little about COVID as it is, and we also know very little about the way then that cannabis interacts with COVID. And like Tammy said, I mean, there is like anti-inflammatory benefit and antiviral benefit to these compounds, but we just do not have enough research yet to be able to talk about it.
Right, and there's been a lot of concern, with respiratory infections and smoking cannabis during COVID, can it actually hurt you and make it worse? So, but I'm sure it's not good to smoke anything while you're sick. So, any other questions out there? Otherwise, Jill, I will turn it right back over to you.
I've got one quick. I'm just curious. Tammy, you said you really enjoy smoking. Do you smoke when you're sick?
No, typically when I'm sick, I don't, just because hydration is an issue.
Okay.
I'll kind of microdose edibles, but if I'm sick, I'm not even functional enough to use cannabis.
Okay, gotcha. I will say I often do use it when I'm sick in higher doses. It seems to, I don't know, alleviate a little bit of body aches and stuff like that. But, it also probably exacerbates the situation a little bit. I'm just curious. I'm always fascinated by how people handle themselves during those times.
Well, I do have an autoimmune disorder in my ear. So whenever that triggers, my neurologist has given me Zofran, but that does not help with nausea. So then I'll have to smoke when I'm sick, just so that I'm not throwing up everywhere. But yeah.
Cool.
Emma, do you consume when you're sick?
I do. I do consume edibles to help with sleep so that it takes away the discomfort, but I'm right there with you guys where sometimes I can't really tell if it's helping or hurting at the particular point in time. I just know that it makes me feel like emotionally better, which there's value in that, right?
Yeah, you can deal with the discomfort of
exactly and just watch TV and be a zombie, for a couple of days and not feel so bad about it, and that helps in its own right.
One last question from Howard Harris. Does anyone have experience with CBG? Does anyone have experience with curing cancer and cannabis?
CBG is awesome. I mean, I love it. It is the mother cannabinoid, we say, CBGA. Technically, its acidic form is the first cannabinoid that's made in the plant. So the cannabinoids THC, CBD, and CBC differentiate down from that cannabinoid. There has been some recent research, preliminary scientific evidence that shows that CBG may be helpful in modulating the cancer response, the cell cycle, and reducing tumor growth. However, when we talk about cannabis and cancer, especially from my time in oncology research, there are so many different kinds of cancer, and each type of cancer has its own pathway that it is going down. And so it's really hard to say cannabis is great for cancer. Cannabis definitively is really helpful at offsetting the side effects of chemotherapy. And we've also seen that cannabis administration combined with chemotherapy can make chemotherapy more effective at reducing tumor size and slowing the spread of cancer and even helping people to fully recover in remission. However, we are nowhere near the place of saying that cannabis can cure cancer at all. And even when it comes to cannabis effects on cancer, like I said, there are so many different types of cancer that it's really, really hard to talk about that with a large degree of scientific evidence behind it.
Great, thank you. Well, I'd like to stay on schedule, so we're coming to an end at 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock East Coast time, that is. So I want to conclude our webinar and thank all of you for joining us. We really appreciate your time, Emma, Tammy, and Charlie, and Jimmy too. Our next event will be on August 6th. It'll be our 420 speed networking event. So keep a lookout for email invitations and our social media posts. Again, thank you to our partners, Garden State Normal, Last Prisoners Project, Tribe Tokes, Cannabis Voters Project. Be sure, New Jerseyans, vote November 3rd, not 4th, I said earlier. Sorry for misspeaking. November 3rd. And don't forget to follow us on social media. Hugs and tokes, everyone.
Guys, thank you all.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Well, ho, 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 ho. It's the holiday show of Cannabis Chat live on a Friday afternoon. I'm Jimmy Young with Pro Cannabis Media. I'm joined by my co-host on Green Rush Fridays, David Rabinovitz, and we're so happy to have Andrew D'Angelo along with us as well. And he is in the festive mood because he put on his little holiday bow. Andrew, thank you so much for joining in and joining us here on Friday.
Well, it's great to be with you and your listeners today.
So you're in California, in Oakland, at the world headquarters of Harborside, although I'm guessing you are remotely operating Harborside from your house. Am I accurate on that?
Well, you're accurate that I'm operating from my house right now, and that Harborside's world headquarters is in Oakland, but I'm actually exited Harborside. I'm no longer an employee over there, still a co-founder, big shareholder, of course, but doing a lot of other fun things now.
So, yeah, like perhaps taking on the United States of America in a lawsuit, perhaps. Are you involved with that?
Well, Harborside's very much involved with that, and I was involved with that for many, many years, over a decade. And of course, we're at the Ninth Circuit. I just hope that the new leadership of Harborside hangs in there and keeps fighting the case and doesn't settle. That's the only thing I'm worried about right now.
Now, Andrew, if you don't mind, walk us through the case. This is about the punitive nature of 280E, right?
Right. For those of your listeners who don't know about IRS tax code 280E, in the 80s, there was a big drug dealer who was dealing much harder drugs than cannabis. And he got busted, and he wrote his business expenses off on his taxes, and the IRS had to honor the deduction. So Ronald Reagan and Edward Meese at that time was the Attorney General. And it was a very conservative government in the United States, as you may recall, and they didn't like that. So they passed tax code 280E to prevent future drug dealers from doing that. And it applies to any transaction that of a controlled substance on the Controlled Substances Act, specifically Schedule 1 2, I think it is.
Right, 1 and 2. That's right.
And schedule, of course, we're Schedule 1 cannabis. So they apply 280E despite the fact to all cannabis companies, despite the fact that at the time that 280E was passed, it was not intended for legal cannabis companies. It certainly wasn't intended for patients and medical cannabis companies to deal with. But we've lost all of our court cases challenging that. We've lost a few other arguments that we've made. And so we keep losing in court, but we keep fighting because it's very important that all the branches of government are put on record with respect to all the different injustices associated with prohibition. So 280E just being one of them. And the judicial branch of government has a chance to end this injustice once and for all. We're handing it to them on a golden platter. All they have to do is rule. So I hope they will rule in our favor, and that would help the whole industry, of course. We could get rid of this 280E once and for all. And instantly, our industry would go from having a very hard time being profitable to being profitable.
Being very profitable, right?
Right. So
yeah, I've run financial models on it because I do a lot of that sort of thing. And I now build into the model a trigger that whoever's using the model can hit the drop down and choose what year they think 280E is going to go away. And it's amazing when you look at the cash flow coming out of the business. It's like dripping out of a faucet. And then you hit the year where it all of a sudden 280E goes away and the profits come gushing out of a fire hose. It's just huge.
Yes, no, we at Harborside learned that very early. And the reason the IRS came after us was because the details of 280E, you have to make certain allocations for 280E on your tax return, and it's based on court cases and so forth. And we made very aggressive allegations that the IRS didn't like. Our allocation was 0.5%. Because in our way of thinking, the only portion of the Harborside experience that's trafficking is when the money in the weed goes like that, right there on the counter in that tiny little square footage. And so we said the rest of the facility is a wellness educational center.
Right.
Yep.
And 280E doesn't apply. The federal government didn't agree.
Yeah, they didn't like that one. I'm curious. Do you know who was the original drug dealer who got shouldered with all this? That they wanted to make sure.
I don't recall his name. I believe it was a heroin. It might have been a cocaine dealer. One of those two. It was a smuggler, international smuggler. It got busted in Florida back in the days when you. That was the main smuggling route, was through Florida.
So one of the groups I'm involved with are now speaking to a couple of legends out in California, and I was just wondering if it was one of them because one of them would have fit the bill.
Oh,
I guess
I don't know.
One of the Florida legends, I understand, was making.
It was not a cannabis person who did this. No, it was not cannabis.
Yeah, I'm sure it wasn't cannabis.
But you're a cannabis person, as is your brother Steve with the Last Prisoner Project. If you look back at 2020, this has been a kind of a monumental year in the advancement and the end of prohibition. How as long a year as 2020 has been, at least you can look back and say there's been some really good things that have happened in the pro-cannabis world, correct?
Oh, yes. We have a lot to celebrate. We had a clean sweep at the election. We just had the UN vote. We just had the MORE Act vote. While both the UN and the MORE Act don't have a whole lot of teeth right now, and, it's more symbolic than it is significant.
Right.
It's still significant in its symbolism because Harry J. Anslinger made weed illegal in 1937, and we have not had a single vote since the MORE Act vote since then of any kind of significance or meaning. And now we did, and we passed one House of Congress. We have another we have to pass. The president has to sign it, but that's a major step forward. We have to feel good about that. Social justice and social equity. I know you're very passionate about social equity. took big steps forward this year, driven by activists. You know, I'm really proud to say, driven by activists, and the activists have done such a good job that now some of this is getting to be operational. So I'm very pleased with that. We got essential status, although in Massachusetts, you're kind of on again, off again with that. As is typical with Massachusetts, man. Don't worry, California's worse. We're the poster child for totally legalizing weed wrongly. It's California. Massachusetts is like our little brother or sister over there in the corner, trying to emulate us as hard as they can.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think, and you know, we're coming out of the pandemic. The vaccines are going to take hold. Probably not till 2022. Will we be gathering again in any kind of really major way, a significant, consistent way? But I think those years, 2021 is going to be all about just healing and getting everything ready, cleaning up the garden, getting all the weeds out, putting our nice fertilizer down, seeding everything. And then 22, 23 are going to be the two biggest years for cannabis in the history of humankind. I mean, it's going to be wow.
I love that. I love that. Tell us a little bit about what so if you're not directly involved with Harborside now, what are you directly involved with now out in Oakland?
Yeah, my post-Harborside life is in three main areas. One is social justice, Last Prisoner Project. So I spend about 25% of my time. I'm now chairperson of the board of Last Prisoner Project. So my responsibilities have gone up a little bit there. And I'm a strategic advisor and consultant. And in fact, I have a client in Massachusetts in a little town called Revere. So I'm excited about that project. And
Andrew,
yes,
Revere. It's not ERE. It ends in an AH. Revere.
Revere.
There you go.
Revere. Excellent. I'll have to, I don't want to offend anybody in Massachusetts, of course.
Oh, please. You know what? We're so used to that accent at this point.
No, but you know, so I keep the lights on for my social justice work with strategic advisor and consultants, and I have clients all over the country and the world now. I've been at it for a while. I also have a couple firms I work with, like Global Go and Regenibus and GPS out there in Colorado a little bit now. So, and that's fun for me because not only do I get to make a living, but I get to build lots of different cannabis companies and organizations, both profit and nonprofit, both small and large. And it really gives me a chance to have a lot more influence on the industry, and I hope provide more opportunity for my constituents that I consider my constituents, if you will, which is, you know, the underdogs, the working class people, the equity people, the black, brown people, the legacy people like me and Steve, that's my, and so I'm trying to create more opportunities for all those folks with all this work that I'm doing. And so it's very synergistic in that way. I hope that 5 or 10 years from now, instead of 4% ownership of people of color, we'll have 40%. Something like that would be something a lot closer to where we need to be than 4%. So I want to help with that because I'm in a place in my career where I'm well positioned to do that, and I am willing to do that. More importantly, I have very unique personal circumstances. I don't have children. I don't have to have intergenerational wealth created for myself. So, the industry is sort of my children and my family, and so that's how I'm trying to empower folks through that work. So I do a lot of pro bono consulting for smaller companies and entrepreneurs. And then, of course, I do a lot of creative work. Until Massachusetts is a great example of we have to lower the stigma of cannabis. Even in California, 60% of California is banned. banned. Supply chain doesn't exist. It's prohibition by ban. And same thing in Michigan. Even Colorado has huge percentage of ban, I think, approaching 50%. Still, after 8 years or a long time.
Those are the NIMBYs, right? They're not in my backyards. They may have voted for it, right? But they don't want it in there.
We got run out of Massachusetts. We got run out of Massachusetts. All I was trying to do was heal people. And we got run out of that. We were called all kinds of nasty names and drug dealers. And my brother's legal case was spread all over the Boston Herald.
Right.
And it was terrible, And now my brother would qualify as an equity candidate in Massachusetts and probably get some benefits from it. So it's funny how these things turn, and it's not funny, it's deliberate. It's people like you working at it, people like me working at it, the activists. We're demanding this, and so we're making a little bit of progress. So I work on telling stories. I had a movie called CBD Nation, a documentary film I appeared in, I produced, all about CBD and children that have been healed with CBD and the science behind, and the origin story, more important, how the CBD miracle came to be. A lot of people don't know the origin story of CBD. It really came from a bunch of misfits and growers up in Northern California and Harborside in our laboratory. And, there was a lot of happy accidents and discoveries along the way of that story. And now you walk into any CVS, you get the CBD, and it's very mainstream. So we told that story. I made a little independent film called Freeland, which is about a grower in Humboldt. This is a narrative film. It's touring the film festivals right now, and it's about a grower up in Humboldt who is getting displaced by legalization and sort of the pain and trauma she's going through, and also she makes some mistakes. She made some errors in her decisions that caused her to be in a bad place by the end of the movie. And of course I write too. So I have a column with Playboy, and I'm going to be writing. I'm writing for Green Entrepreneur, and
I think I quoted your holiday gift guide that was in Playboy.
Cool. Yeah, I'm hoping that one was a lot of fun. Yeah, that one was a lot of fun. That one wasn't as serious as some of the other ones I had to write for them. But it's great. I really enjoy doing the creative work. That's where I really, time just flies by. I'm in the moment. I'm in the zone. I'm having a great time, and that's where I get the real joy of my work. And the other things feel a little bit more like work, but everything is mission driven for Steve and I at this point. We've been doing this so long. So every breath I take is about this mission, and everything we do is in some way integrated now. And it feels good when you're younger in life. Sometimes you struggle with that sort of integrating everything younger in life, you're passionate about into one package. And now I'm kind of enjoying being able to do that. So those are the three things I'm working on in my post Harborside life, and just trying to support Harborside too as best as I can from just being a shareholder and a co-founder.
Can I ask you about the atmosphere as you go out and you are who you are and you talk to people, whether it's on this coast or in the Midwest maybe, or all the way to the left coast? Why do media people still look for the industry to trip up and fail rather than tell the stories? And I know you've heard a million of them, how cannabis has saved my life, cannabis has changed my life.
Well, it's a very curious question I've asked myself many, many times. I've just, gentlemen, I've all your listeners have probably asked that same question too. There's something about negative coverage that the media people have discovered makes them more money, I guess. And so, and there's been 100 years of prohibition, and so there's this muscle memory that the prohibition is in the muscle memory so strongly, and there are probably a bunch of people in the media who would love to see prohibition come back. They are against legalization and want to see prohibition come back. So there's some of that at work too. But I think it's really more just, the negative coverage. People, I don't know why, why does the Real Housewives of this town or that have such high ratings? I can appreciate that having medium ratings,
but it's quality, not quantitative. This is what I keep telling people. Put out great content and it will rise to the top. Okay. It may not be talked about around the water cooler because they're good stories to be told, but no one's telling the good stories in the media. Hence what we're doing here. This is one of the reasons.
I think it's great. I mean, we've really taken it into our own hands. I mean, the two movies I mentioned earlier that I was a part of, not widely distributed, independent films, pay-per-view in one case. Maybe someone will pick it up, and maybe it'll get on the streams, but it probably won't, So there's still some gatekeeper of Hollywood and media, the gatekeepers that are sort of keeping us at bay. But you're right, the right content goes through. I mean, look at Jim Belushi's show. Look at even something like Murder Mountain. At least that content did well, and it got a lot of eyeballs on it, and it didn't fail. And it was a genre piece. It was murder mystery or whatever, and getting cannabis inside genre pieces, I think is going to be a really powerful thing in the next 5 or 10 years in pop culture. It's not going to take long. Once the gates of Hollywood open, I think you're going to see just a flood. I hope to be part of it. But everybody wants to be, everyone wants to be that.
Right.
Not everybody can.
Right. That's right. No, and I'm glad you brought up the Grown Belushi show because it's something I enjoyed immensely because I thought he balanced entertainment with education and a little drama, even though I think it was pretty well scripted. But he did a great job, and he's such a great